Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had the Power of a Duel Monster in High School DxD Part 1. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Explanations. The characters of High School DxD as well as other series are not my property, but of their respective authors. Some characters from the Yugioh franchise will not appear or will only be mentioned as a reference. It's not a betrayal fic, he clarified. There is no supernatural here. Some card archetypes that have appeared in the series up to Arc V and in the trading card game will appear. Do you want link summoning to be included? Prologue. Kuoh City 6:30 AM. Of. Issei. My name is Hyoudou Issei, I'm 15 years old and I'm the youngest son of Miki and Goro Hyoudou. My older sister's name is Kaylin Hyoudou and we both share a common dream. To become great duelists in the world of dueling. My goal is to be like the current champion Sirzechs Gremory, better known as the Crimson Champion. When I went to the tournament where he was crowned world champion after defeating the now former champion Azazel, I was in the front row. It was so spectacular, his way of dueling, he always had fun, clear strategies, but above all he had fun and smiled. When I asked for his autograph, he didn't give it to me. At first I was very disappointed, but when I was about to leave, I was sad. I still remember everything as if it were yesterday. Take this, Sirzechs said at the moment I saw that he was handing me a duel letter, and I saw that it was. It's the key card that gave him the world title, he said impressed. Take it, take care of it and use it wisely, but above all have fun in the duels. Those were the words that had stayed in my mind, and from that moment on I dedicated myself body and soul to dueling under the same doctrine that Sirzechs Gremory handles. Also from that day on, the Gremory surname had acquired great weight in celebrities and very important people where business stood out, but above all in the foundations headed by the champion, to help people in need and teach children how to play card duels. My sister and I, we set out to become elite duelists to participate in exclusive tournaments and one day defeat the champion, and for that, we had to enter the duel academies that the Gremory family in partnership with the Citri family had created, the DxD Duel Academy. Kaylin was the first to enter with a perfect score, but from that moment on Kaylin had distanced herself from us. We did not receive calls from her, and every time she contacted by phone, my parents yelled at her. It seemed that something bad happened to her, and then I heard from them that my sister was already unrecognizable. It had not passed to my sister, but I hope the situation is temporary. But just today, I will go to Tokyo City where I now have to take the entrance exam for the DxD Academy, and I am sure that I will enter because I only bought a one-way ticket to Tokyo. Then Esay. Hyoudou residence 6:30 AM. On a cold morning in the Japanese city, Miki and Goro Hyoudou could be seen at the entrance of the Hyoudou family residence, along with their youngest son, Issei Hyoudou, along with 2 suitcases and a handbag. Son, we are very proud that you decided to become a professional duelist. I am sure that you will manage to enter the main dueling academy. Said Miki Hyoudou, crying with joy as she watched her little offspring look at her with great happiness. I still remember when you were a dreamy child with Hyoudou-kun, and your sister Goro said when he mentioned Kaylin, he said it with a tone of disappointment, something that the brown-haired man noticed. Well, the taxi is approaching to take you to the train station, said Miki, as the means of transport approached. Take care of yourself, my friend Yusaka will be waiting for you on the train platform to take you to the hostel she is in charge of where you will now be staying, okay? Said Miki, hugging Issei. I know, Mom, said the brown-haired boy happily. The taxi had stopped and just as he was about to get in, his father worriedly told him. Issei, please, for whatever you want most don't follow in your sister's footsteps, said Goro. Be yourself, don't let greed and fame drown that happy son that we raised with so much love. Issei was surprised by his father's request, but in order not to make him feel bad and not to ignore what he said, he nodded happily and immediately the taxi started heading towards the train station. Time skip. Issei had arrived at the train station and was boarding the train that would take him to Tokyo, just as he was about to close the train door. Someone stop the train doors. Shouted a female voice. At that moment, Issei sees 2 people running on the platforms to catch the train, a girl with blue-green hair styled in 2 pigtails wearing a set of sportswear and a black-haired boy wearing sports tights and also a sweatshirt. The chestnut-haired man, seeing both characters running as if their lives depended on the trip on that train, instinctively helps them and stops the train doors from closing, giving the 2 people who boarded it a chance. Ahhhhh, said the boy, sighing heavily as he threw himself to the floor tiredly while leaving his suitcase on the floor. Thank you very much for helping us. There's no need to be thankful, said Issei, smiling. 1 minute later and we won't make the train to Tokyo to enter the Duel Academy, said the green-haired girl, fanning herself with her hand. Are you going to enter the Duel Academy? Issei said, surprised. That's right, said the boy, smiling. It seems that you too, from what I see, said the black-haired boy, to which Issei nods. Well, I haven't introduced myself. I'm a Shen Phantom, said the black-haired boy, offering his hand, which Issei reciprocates the gesture. I am Yukari Komori, said the aforementioned woman, introducing herself to Issei with a bow. Thank you for helping us. Nice to meet you, I'm Hyoudou. Issei, let's hope we get along, Issei said happily. Let's also hope we get along, said Yukari and Ashen happily. So the three strangers began to talk about trivial things for a while. Issei noticed that Ashen is a rather carefree boy, while Yukari was seen to be someone very happy and very tender looking. Well, what kind of duels will you focus on when you enter the academy? Issei said very excitedly. Well, I would like to focus on the grinding duels, Ashen said very motivated. I like to feel the adrenaline in the duel runners. I would like to focus on the action duels, said Yukari excitedly, the way in which the duelists move through solid vision across a modified terrain to take the action cards. Well, all duels now have solid vision implemented, a great legacy left by the Akaba family, said Ashen. And you, Issei, what kind of duel do you want to specialize in? Ashen said smiling. Well, I want to specialize in all types of dueling that exist. Issei said motivated, leaving Ashen and Yukari impressed. Wow, Ashen said, seeing Issei's determination. A difficult goal to achieve but not impossible, said the green-haired girl, still impressed by the brunette. I know, said Issei as he opened a prismatic-shaped case from his waist and took out the Buster Pendulum, the Dracoslayer card. The truth is I made this decision because the person who inspires me is the world champion, said Issei without stopping looking at the card. He specializes in all types of duels and has been a champion in all of them. It seems we have competition, Yukari-chan, said Ashen, showing a challenging look at Issei, because to get to that title, you will have to go through many people, and especially, you will have to go through me, the next champion of the grinding duels, said Ashen, smiling with determination. I won't make it easy for you either, Issei-san, said Yukari, smiling in the same way as Ashen. If you want to become world champion, you'll have to face me, the next champion of the action duels, said the green-haired girl without being intimidated. Issei, hearing the statements of his next companions, only caused Issei's spirits to begin to increase. This is getting more and more interesting, the brown-haired man said in his mind. They spent almost an hour as Issei, Ashen, and Yukari talked not only about duels but also about strategies and hobbies, which led to the emergence of a friendship between the three boys. Until they reached their destination. Tokyo, which, despite being the capital of Japan, is one of the most colorful and chaotic cities in the world. When the train stopped and opened its doors, Issei was starting to look for his mother's friend. What are you looking for, Issei-san? Yukari said, a little curious. I'm looking for my mother's friend, her name is Yusaka. She will be my host during my stay in Tokyo, said Issei. So you'll be staying at the same hostel as us, Ashen said, surprised. We're also waiting for Miss Yusaka. We were told that she would also wait for us on the platform. And they are not wrong, said a woman's voice as Issei, Ashen and Yukari turned around and discovered a blonde-haired woman wearing a yellow yukata, revealing her exuberant chest. It approached. It seems that you are my next guests, let's see, she said, taking out a paper and began to read. Ashen Phantom, Yukari Komori and Issei Hyoudou, said the blonde, smiling, while the three young people nodded. Well. Do not waste time, since in 20 minutes the entrance exam will begin, so at this moment you should go to the DxD Academy. Hi, said the three young men. Under the guidance of the blonde, they left the train station and immediately went to a van that they boarded, while a blue-haired man waited patiently for the passengers of said van. Cow, to the Duel Academy now, Yusaka said seriously. Hey madam, said the blue-haired man, smiling, and immediately, he started the means of transport. Well, after the exam we will have time for introductions, so the only thing you will need for the exam will be a pen and your dual disc with your respective decks, Yusaka said. When the exam is over, I will personally go for you, so you know the way to the hostel where you will be staying. Hi, said the three boys. When you get to the hostel, you'll meet three other boys who passed the exam, Yusaka said seriously when she was interrupted by Cow. 5 minutes to get to the academy, said the Yusaka driver. Okay, Yusaka said, you leave your other luggage here, and of course, the blonde said, pointing under the passenger seats. Ashen, Yukari and Issei check under their seats and see. The box of food, said Yukari. That's right, I personally made you a small lunch, said the blonde, smiling, because after the first phase of the exam, you will have a 30-minute break and you will take advantage of it to recharge your batteries, because the real test will be the second part of the exam. If you don't pass that part of the exam, it is equivalent to failing the entire knowledge exam, even if you did the first part perfectly. The three young men looked at each other seriously at what the blonde had said, but that did not intimidate them. On the contrary, it would motivate them twice as much to pass the exam. Guys, welcome to the DxD Duel Academy, said Cow as Issei, Ashen and Yukari got out of the van and soon saw a very elegant facility in the middle of the Japanese city. Many aspiring duelists could be seen anxiously awaiting the start of the entrance exam, others were nervous, while a few were accompanied by their parents as a sign of unconditional support. "Here begins our path as duelists," Issei said confidently as he took the handbag. "Well friends, I wish you luck." "No, I wish you success," said Ashen very excitedly. "Hi," said the green-haired girl motivated. Isaka and the driver Kuoh watched as the three young men began to enter the academy facilities, the blonde only sighed bitterly. "My lady, why are you sighing like that?" said Kuoh. "I just hope Issei doesn't follow in his nefarious sister's footsteps," Yusaka said a little indignantly. "I felt really bad when Kalen-chan left the hostel." "I know my lady, but Issei, unlike Kalen, will not easily give in to the luxuries of corruption, and with the friends he just met on the train, it will be very difficult for him to follow in Kalen's footsteps," said Kuoh. "I hope you're right, friend," Yusaka said as they both got into the van to return for a moment to the hostel where they were living for the moment. In the academy facilities, some people could be seen gathered around a table with various papers on them. "Wow, this year we surpassed the number of applicants," said a blonde with an egotistical gesture. "I would like to crush them on their first day of school, if they manage to pass." "Razor, as a member of the student council, you must set an example in guiding them," said a short-haired brunette while adjusting her lilac-framed glasses. "But Sona, what Razor says is true, we must show them that we are the future of duels, and they are just insects that must be crushed," said an albino with annoyance. "Bali, even though you are the grandson of the former champion Rezelvam, it does not give you the right to treat the new challengers like that," said a dark-skinned man with a robust build. "Sarah Erga's right, Bali," said a blonde-haired woman with glasses. "Now you have the habit of underestimating your rivals so much that you almost lost against Ria's Gremory's pawn." "It was pure luck," Seekvaira said, Bali very angry, but in that a red-haired girl gets up from her seat and calms the other members of the student council. "Everyone please stop fighting right now, we must focus on the entrance exam," Ria said seriously. "To evaluate all the applicants, I have made the decision to send our dueling teams to evaluate them in the second part of the exam. Well, we will focus on the first part of the exam." "But why can't we take the second part of the exam, Riaz?" Razor said somewhat bored. "You know that our level of grief is much higher than that of the applicants," Riaz said without flinching. "We would practically leave this year without new students." "Better for us," said Vali very annoyed. "Well, it's time to apply the written exams," said the Redeed, to which the members of the student council stood up and decided to leave, leaving Riaz alone. "Or so we thought. So your little brother will enter the academy today, Hakalin-chan," said Riaz looking back at a brown-haired girl coming out of the shadows and approaching the Redeed. "That's right, Riaz-sama," said the aforementioned woman, while her eyes shone with malice, "so she will do everything possible to get rid of him. Don't worry if he manages to pass the first part of the entrance exam. I'll make sure that the first best duelist of my team will be the one to give him the second part of the exam, and I assure you that he won't pass it," the Redeed said maliciously, and then she takes the sheet with Issei Hyoudou's data, where in a section where it said, Entrance Duel it said. Chapter 1. The Queen of the Black Wings. Issei vs. Akeno. Issei, Ashen, and Yukari had entered the Duel Academy facilities to take the first part of the entrance exam. The three walked through the corridors of said facilities, where cleanliness shone at its maximum splendor. The three friends headed to the courtyard where some blackboards were, and the crowd of applicants were seeing in which classroom they would be assigned to the first part of the entrance exam. You could hear screams like, "Excuse me. Step aside. Don't get in the way. Abduzkan. Shinii." The candidates were fighting to find out which classroom they would be assigned to, so our three friends waited patiently until the hostility subsided and quickly looked for their names on the blackboards and almost immediately left so as not to be late for the test. "Hey guys, which classroom are you in?" Yukari said, interested. "To me in classroom 5 of the obelisk building," said Ashen. "In my case, classroom 7 of the Ra building," said Issei. "I'm in classroom 4 of the Slifer building," said Yukari. "Well anyway, after the test we'll see each other here at the blackboard area to have our lunch that Yusaka-san made us," Ashen said. "Good luck guys," said Yukari, to which Ashen and Issei nodded, and so the three friends separated to carry out their tests, but they did not notice that someone had spied on our trio of protagonists. So the brown-haired boy is Kalen-chan's brother. It is clear that he is a very good and kind boy, but unfortunately you will have to leave here so soon," said a raven-haired woman licking her lips in a sadistic manner. "Soon you will know that the world of professional duels is so cruel that I will personally rejoice when I defeat you in a lightning manner. Yufufufufu," said the girl looking maliciously at Issei while heading to an unknown place. Time skip. Issei had arrived at the classroom where he had to take the test and noticed that many candidates looked at him with bad eyes, but that did not matter to him in the least, deciding to sit in an empty seat, but he did not spend more than 5 seconds because the problems began to appear. "Hey, tackle. said a boy so thick and broad that he didn't look 15 years old and looked eager to bother the brunette. That seat is mine. Oh sorry, Issei said smiling, as the abusive applicant was about to put his disgusting ass on the seat, but I don't see your name on said seat, or do you see it? You're making fun of me? Said the big guy, cracking his knuckles. Oh, what do you think? Issei said with the fine art of sarcasm, continuing to be intimidated and smiling at him, which was starting to anger the bully. You're going to wish you weren't born a weak idiot, the big guy said, cracking his knuckles, and was ready to throw a punch at the brunette if it weren't for. Enough. A rather strict voice was heard, and in that, the bully stopped the blow to see who stopped him. I remind you that you are in an admission test, not in a clandestine fighting ring, and it is severely prohibited to start a fight here in the Duel Academy. It is clear to you, a woman with short jet black hair had said while looking at Issei and the bully with a cold gaze like an iceberg. Stop with the nonsense, and who are you to boss me? Said the abusive man, to which Issei made a face of admiration for how reckless he is, or how stupid he is to insult a woman and get an idea of who that girl was. I am Sona Citri, member of the student council of this academy and the one in charge of the first part of the admission exam in this classroom, said the aforementioned, silencing and leaving the bully in stone. So I will ask you in the most polite way to smash your disgusting butt in that seat, away from the other applicant. One more provocation, and you will fail the test this year, understood? Oh okay, said the bully, very intimidated, leaving there, but looking with resentment at Issei, who had sat in the chair he had originally occupied. Well, it wasn't the best way to introduce myself, but as you all heard, I'm Sona Citri, and I'll be in charge of the first written admission test, said Sona while carrying some exams. Citri, is she the younger sister of the Asian champion? Issei said in his mind. The written test will consist of basic knowledge that you acquired in high school, plus general culture and learning through duels. I will personally give you a booklet with a multiple choice answer sheet, and you will only fill in the option that you think is correct with a black ink pen, okay? Said Sona, to which the candidates nodded. There are 128 items divided into the subjects of Spanish, mathematics, biology, physics, chemistry, universal history, and general culture. The candidates understood the instructions of the raven-haired woman, and then Sona went around the seats in the classroom, first distributing said booklets and then distributing said multiple choice answer sheets, finishing her work saying, "You have 3 hours to answer and your time starts," said Sona while looking at a watch on her wrist now. At that point the candidates began to read the booklets. Issei, for his part, began to read the booklet where the questions came from and calmly answered. The written test was very simple for him, but something bothered him, and he noticed that Sona was staring at him, that penetrating gaze. He felt like she was examining him carefully, as if she had x-rays. Why does Citri-senpai keep looking at me? Issei said, a little uncomfortable. But with Sona still looking at the brown-haired boy, she said in her mind. So you are Kaylin's little brother, Sona said mentally. She shares the same eyes as her, but I can notice that you are quite different from your sister. I hope Riaz doesn't lay her hands on her, Sona said, while the test time flowed quickly. Time skip. In the courtyards where the blackboards used to be, our three friends enjoyed a small Yasaka lunch, consisting of steamed rice with vegetables and octopus sausages, accompanied by iced tea. This test was very easy for me, said Issei very calmly while eating the prepared sausage. I found the math section a little difficult, Yukari said, a little sadly, and even more so with algebra. I had a bit of a hard time with chemistry, said Ishan nervously. Author's note. Chemistry was my terror in high school and part of college. Thank you. Let's hope we get out of this okay, said Yukari, but suddenly they heard footsteps of someone running. Hey, what's going on? But suddenly they see how several men in black carried the boards and placed them strategically, where they revealed the names of the candidates for the second test, and everyone saw that they had divided the candidates into several groups. There was also an examiner who would evaluate them and the area where the test would be held, and then the aforementioned men headed to see. It's my turn for the second test at the gym. My examiner will be Sirzechs, said Yukari. The black-haired man finds his name. It was my turn on the tennis courts. My examiner will be Miss Ubaluna, Shen said a little nervously. Issei was looking for his name on the boards but couldn't find it, but then he heard shouts of admiration, and then a red-headed girl with a good body arrived, walking provocatively towards the boards, drawing a few sighs from the male audience who were watching her. It's Riaz Gremory. The younger sister of the world champion. She is very beautiful. At that, Issei sees that Riaz had a sheet in her hand and sticks it on the boards. Once done, she proceeds to withdraw without first seeing Issei, giving her a smile with a slight touch of mockery, something that the brown-haired man only looked at her seriously. What's she up to? Issei said, and then he went to the blackboard where the red-head had stuck the sheet and read. Aspirant. Issei Hyoudou. Synodal. Akeno Himejima. Place where the exam will be administered. Main stadium of the Duel Academy. Upon reading the sheet, everyone was perplexed by it, and one or another teacher who was passing by was stunned. Did it touch Akeno Himejima? Said a teacher. The dreaded black-winged queen. Said a trembling aspirant. It is said that the probability of passing with it does not exceed 1%, said an applicant. That candidate will definitely fail this year, other candidate said, pitying him. Many pessimistic comments echoed in Issei's ears as he heard how feared Akeno Himejima is, but then his two friends arrived. Issei Shen said seriously, completely ignore these cowards. It may be difficult to pass with that synod, but a small detail, it is not impossible, you can beat it. That's right, show them all how wrong they are, said Yukari, encouraging Issei. The chestnut tree couldn't be more grateful to his two friends. I will, this is just an obstacle in my dream of being a professional duelist, and believe me, I will return with victory, said Issei. The others and part of the teaching staff saw him as someone who was really crazy or as naive to think that he could beat Akeno Himejima, but all he needed was the encouragement of his two friends. Okay guys, our last test is about to begin, so as if for nothing else I wish you success. Said Issei, to which Shen and Yukari nodded excitedly, separating for the last time to head to where they would take the second part of the entrance exam. Shen and Yukari joined the group they had been assigned to, but Issei went alone in the direction of the main stadium of the Duel Academy, where he would meet the feared black-winged queen. Time skip. Stadium of Duels. Issei had arrived at the Academy Stadium, which in the chestnut's eyes exceeded the budget of a normal Duel Academy. Who am I kidding, duels and important events are held in impressive stadiums, yes or no? The chestnut tree entered the interior of the colossal building, while the looks and mockery of the people who saw them did not take long to appear. In one turn he will defeat him. Akeno-sama will give him the best beating of his life. Poor ugly little thing. Issei only dedicated himself to ignoring those people and keeping a cool head for his duel against his synod. It didn't even take 5 minutes to reach the main area of the stadium, in which the stands were empty, or so Issei thought, because in the VIP sector there were two people who had orchestrated this. Ria's Gremory and Kalen Hyoudou, who saw his plan in motion. There, my little Ataudo, my stupid Ataudo, I'll make you see that you're not worthy of being in this prestigious academy, said Kalen with a face that expected total humiliation. I'll also make my naive parents see that they were very idiots to let you come here. Save those words when Akeno finishes quickly with your little brother, said Ria as while drinking a glass of water. Returning to the stadium field. Issei was already in the center of the arena waiting for his synod. Everything was silent, only the blowing of the wind could be heard, but suddenly. The footsteps of a person wearing high heels could be heard, the footsteps were getting louder, and the echo of the footsteps were getting louder. So this is the little one I'm going to evaluate how cute he is, said a dark-haired girl. So you are the feared black-winged queen, Issei said seriously. What a polite and gentle young man, said the aforementioned, putting a hand on her cheek and blushing a little. I introduce myself to you, my name is Akeno Himejima, I will be your evaluator. Hyoudou, Issei said the brown-haired boy politely but without losing his seriousness. Wow, a boy as cute as you shouldn't be involved in dueling, I'll feel so bad giving you a crushing defeat, said Akeno, trying to be nice to him, pretending to feel bad. Am I done, miss? Issei said as he took out his reddish duel disc, placing it on his left forearm and activating it. I came to have a duel with you, not to be courted, because that comes out terribly. Akeno changed her expression from sweet to contemptuous, looking at her teammate's brother with disgust. I tried to get you to give up, but it seems you want me to humiliate you in a dishonorable way, said Akeno, also putting her purple duel disc on her right forearm. At that moment, several machines came out from around the stadium field, and suddenly a voice was heard. Solid vision process activated. Duelist information. Processed. Duel start in 3, 2, 1. Duel. Akeno and Issei shouted, taking out their first 5 cards from their respective decks. Akeno. 4000 LP. Issei. 4000 LP. Well, like a gentleman I give you the first turn, Akeno Himejima-san, said Issei, smiling calmly. I don't need your chivalry, boy, said Akeno, taking her first card. I summon Blackwing Shura, the blue flame, shouted Akeno, summoning said winged monster. I put a card face down and end my turn, remaining cards in hand. 3. Very well, my turn. Shouted Issei, drawing a card. I summon Rescue Rabbit in attack mode. Shouted Issei, summoning the monster, remaining cards in hand. 5. Now I activate the effect of Rescue Rabbit. I can summon 2 normal monsters of level 4 or lower from my deck, with the cost of banishing it, said Issei, while removing the rabbit from the game, and in that the dual disc gives him 2 cards appear. Ignite Templar. Shouted Issei, and that 2 fire tornadoes appear, summoning 2 copies of the normal pendulum monster. Now I activate the equipment card Black Pendant. Said Issei, remaining cards in hand. 4. Equipping it to an Ignite Templar, its attack increases by 500 points, 1700 plus 500 equals 2200, said Issei. Step to battle phase. Templar attack Shura, the blue flame, Issei ordered, and the equipped Ignite launches himself to attack the Blackwing, but Just as I thought, said Akeno. Now I discard Blackwing Callet the Moon Shadow from my hand, shouted the aforementioned discarding said card, and in that a bird with yellow and brown feathers begins to brandish its wings and begins to strengthen its monster. Thanks to discarding it, Shura obtains Callet's 1400 attack points, 1800 plus 1400 equals 3200, Shura counterattacks. Shouted Akeno while Akeno's monster launched itself into the attack and with its claws destroyed Ignite Templar, remaining cards in hand. 2. 3200 to 2200 equals 1000. Issei. 4000, 1000 equals 3000. Now I activate Shura's effect as I send your monster to the graveyard. I can summon a 1500 or less Blackwing monster from my deck to the field, Akeno said, but. And he claims to be my senpai. Issei said, very incredulous. I remind you, Miss Himejima, that the pendulum monsters when destroyed will go directly to the extra deck. So Shura's effect does not apply, Issei said, making Akeno look ridiculous. Now I activate the effect of Black Pendant. When it is sent to the graveyard I inflict 500 points of damage. Issei said. Akeno 4500 equals 3500 LP. I move on to my second main phase, said Issei. I activate the magic card Ignite Unite, said Issei, activating said magic card. It allows me to destroy one of my Ignites to summon one from my deck of cards without any restriction. Now Ignite Veteran appears. Shouted Issei, summoning said monster in defense mode. I place a card face down and end my turn, remaining cards in hand. 2. My turn, draw. Remaining cards in hand. 3. Akeno shouted, and when she saw the card she drew she couldn't help but smile sadistically. Now this duel is going to get a little electrifying. First, how do I control a Blackwing monster? Can I normal summon Blackwing Elfin the Raven without treating a monster? Akeno shouted as said monster appeared imposingly on the field. By successfully summoning Elfin I can change the battle position of one of my opponent's monsters, so Ignite Veteran change to attack mode. Said Akeno while Akeno's monster forced Issei's monster to change battle position. Now I summon the monster Turner Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, remaining cards in hand. 1. The Turner monster, huh? Issei said, smiling because he already knew what was next. But then the stadium begins to cloud over, as if a storm were approaching the dueling academy. In the VIP room. Akeno's show will begin, said Ria, smiling evilly. He'll bring out one of his ace monsters, said Kaylin, imitating her boss. This is the end of your duelist career, stupid Hyoudou. Returning to the stadium. I combined the monster Turner Gale the Whirlwind with Shura the Blue Flame Synchro Summon, Akeno shouted as her dual disc gave her the card Descends Assault Blackwing Rikiri the Rain Shower. And immediately a lightning bolt appeared, majestically revealing Akeno's synchro monster. Now I activate the effect of Rikiri. By the number of Blackwing monsters that I control I can destroy the same number of opponent's monsters as I have 2 Blackwings, and you only your pathetic Ignite its history. Said Akeno while Akeno activated said Rikiri effect, destroying Issei's monster with a ray. Now you are vulnerable to a direct attack, and that's how I will end this duel. Elfin. Attack him directly. Said Akeno triumphantly, and in that the 2200 attack monster comes out to hurt Issei. In the VIP room. This duel is over. Riaz and Kaylin said in their minds as they watched with satisfaction the attack of the raven-haired girl, ignoring the trio of somewhat important females. Back to the stadium. Trap card activate Pendulum Reborn, Issei shouted as he revealed the trap card. Now thanks to this card I can special summon a pendulum monster from my extra deck or the graveyard, so return in defense mode Ignite Veteran. Said Issei, returning to said monster, and since Elfin's attack is weaker than my Ignite's defense, it is not destroyed and you receive damage. In that they see how Elfin with his claws cannot destroy Veteran and he repels him with a blow. 2700, 2200 equals 500. Akeno LP. 3500, 500 equals 3000. Akeno, seeing that her final attack was frustrated, just snorts in annoyance, which Riaz and Kaylin imitate when they see that Issei took out a last-minute defense. You're just delaying the inevitable. My turn is over, said the blonde-haired girl. Now if he brings out anything that can destroy my beloved Blackwings, especially Rikiri, I have my trap synchro deflector ready. Just by declaring an attack, I'll negate it and destroy anything that surpasses the attack of my synchro monster. Yufufufufu, said Akeno in her mind in a malevolent way. Issei sighs in relief, seeing that his trap card narrowly saved him from the duel. This next turn will solve everything, said the brown-haired boy, looking at his hand when he saw that he had 2 pendulum monster cards. Now I draw. Shouted Issei, and then he sees the card he drew and couldn't help but smile. Cards in hand 3. Good audio for the moment. I activate the magic card Ignite Reload. Shouted Issei, I can reveal to you so many pendulum cards from my hand, I shuffle them into my deck and I can draw the same number of cards from the deck plus an extra. Issei reveals 2 monster cards and shuffles them back into the deck, remaining cards in hand. 0. Very reckless of you, Issei Hyoudou, but it won't change the fate of this duel, said Akeno, crossing her hands. Issei puts his hand in the deck. It's all or nothing steel. Shouted Issei, and when he saw the 3 cards he couldn't help but smile. That made Akeno confused, sensing something bad. Now placing the pendulum zones in the zones, adjusting scales 2 of Ignite Paladin and adjusting scale 7 of Ignite Margrave, I activate the pendulum scale. Shouting Issei while activating said cards while his dual disc showed the text. Pendulum. And immediately the cards placed by Issei come out in a luminous cylinder, showing the scales declared below them. But this I can summon at the same time monsters from level 3, the level 6 Wings Will that rises from the ashes, let the fire lift the fallen and guide them to triumph. Pendulum Invocation, shouted Issei, and immediately 2 red rays and 1 yellow one came out appear from my extra deck, my 2 Ignites Templar, and from the hand I summon Luster Pendulum, the Dracoslayer. And immediately the first pendulum monsters appear again in action, and the last monster, an armed humanoid dragon, appears on Issei's side in a martial manner. Seeing that Rias recognizes one of those cards. That letter, said Rias, very impressed, leaving Kalen confused. Is something wrong, Rias-sama? Said the brunette. Rias didn't say anything. She recognized the dragon card that the brown-haired boy summoned in a pendulum manner. On Isama's letter, Rias said, impressed. Who the hell are you, Hyoudou? Issei. Akeno, seeing the pendulum summoning, decides to mock it. Great exhibition, Hyoudou, Issei, but I remind you that my Rikiri and Elfin far exceed the attack of your pathetic monsters, said Akeno, mocking Issei. My main phase, Miss Akeno, is not over yet, said Issei, looking seriously at the raven-haired girl who unconsciously gulped. Now I combine the level 4 monster Turner Luster Pendulum with a level 4 Ignite Templar. Great Draconic Knight, unleash the storm of hell that will give us victory. Synchro summoning. Immediately a torrent of fire appeared as a humanoid and dragon silhouette emerged from it. Ignister Prominence, the blasting Dracoslayer, appears. Issei shouted, and immediately Issei's synchro monster appeared in a threatening manner. At the summoning, Akeno began to sweat from nerves. I activate my monster's ability. I can select a pendulum card from my field and destroy it. And as a consequence, a card from the field is returned to the main deck or the extra deck. Upon hearing this effect, Akeno became completely nervous because she knew who that effect was aimed at. Now I will destroy Veteran Ignite to resolve the effect of my synchro monster. Said Issei, and immediately, said pendulum monster is destroyed, and in that Ignister Prominence summons a fire tornado over. Rikiri, no. Said Akeno as she saw her synchro monster return to the extra deck. Now I activate the second effect of Ignister Prominence. I can summon a Dracoslayer monster directly from my deck in defense mode, so I will special summon Master Pendulum the Dracoslayer. Said Issei while summoning the aforementioned monster. Now I overlay Master Pendulum and my second level 4 Ignite Templar overlay. Issei shouted. It can be, said Akeno, very terrified, as well as Rias and Kalen. They saw how Issei summoned for the 3rd time from the extra deck another monster in the same way as Akeno. Summoning XYZ. Number 70 Deadly Sin appears, shouted Issei, to which the hologram invoked a rather terrifying spider monster in front of everyone, which left Akeno scared when she saw it. I activate the effect of number 70. By removing an XYZ material I can select an opponent's monster and banish it until the end of the turn, so I choose Elfin the Raven. And immediately, the Ziz material was devoured by number 70, and he proceeded to remove from the game the last black wing of Akeno that had remained on the field by wrapping it in a web. The raven-haired girl couldn't believe how the brown-haired boy had recovered this turn. He had gotten rid of her monsters. It was all for her. She had lost the duel. Battle number 70 Deadly Sin. Attack her directly. Said Issei, and immediately, the monster spider attacked by biting the raven-haired girl. Ah! He screamed as he felt the fangs of Issei's monster. Akeno LP. 3000, 2400 equals 600. Totemida Ignister Prominence attacks Akeno Himejima directly. Shouted Issei while the dragon synchro brandishing its incandescent sword slashed him. Nuo. Akeno shouted as she saw how she lost the duel and her life points fell to 0, the horn sounding to end the duel. It's all over, I won, Issei said, and then he looked at Akeno, on her knees still unable to process the defeat. It was a good duel, Miss Himejima. I hope we can work together next school year, Issei said, smiling at her as he left the stadium, to which the raven-haired girl, seeing said smile, couldn't blush at an atomic level, and seeing how the brunette left, she couldn't help but smile in a perverted way. If you are interesting, I also hope to work with you, Issei-kun, said Akeno, taking her cheeks with her hands, sighing like a schoolgirl in love. You will take responsibility for having made the fearsome black-winged queen fall in love with you, she said, while licking her lips, completely ignoring that in the VIP room, Rias was impressed by the level that Issei showed when defeating the best duelist of her team, while her sister Kalen only growled in anger at witnessing how her foolish little brother had defeated the fearsome Akeno. Chapter 2. Promise to a Heart of Distress. After the duel and leaving the stadium, Issei proceeds to leave the academy, but he looked at how the students were watching him with amazement and others in disbelief, as some saw the duel through the giant screens, others on the flat screens in the cafeteria, and some on the academy application. "He beat Himejima-sama," said a student who was practically stone cold from what he had seen. "There must be a mistake," said another girl incredulously. "I refuse to accept that I defeated Himejima-sama," said another girl. But Issei didn't care about the comments of those who whispered behind his back. He immediately headed to the entrance of the academy where Shen, Yukari, Yusaka and Kuoh were already waiting for him. "Wow, we haven't even started the course and you're already the sensation of the academy," Shen said, smiling at his friend. "You were phenomenal, Issei-san," said Yukari excitedly. "You beat the daughter of the former Japanese champion." "So she's the daughter of Brachial of Himejima," Issei said, surprised. "I thought it was a coincidence, but I see it's not like you. How did it go?" "Well, I won my entrance duel. Miss Yubaluna was able to defeat me with her volcanic deck, but she neglected many things," Shen said, somewhat tired. "I was going to face Serzechs," said Yukari, tired but happy, "but I faced a member of his team, Miss Coriana, and I also won, although by very little." "I'm so glad you won," Yusaka said, happy for them. "There is no doubt that those who reside in our hostel always win and pass the entrance exam," said Kuoh, equally satisfied. "Come on, let's go to the hostel to celebrate your victories. The other kids have already arrived, so you can meet them too," Yusaka said, starting to walk to the van, to which Issei, Shen and Yukari agreed to Yusaka's request and got on the means of transport without knowing that on one of the surveillance cameras they were being watched by 3 people in a central station. "Wow, so that boy defeated the best duelist of Ria's team," said a redhead wearing a white suit, "and he is also Kalen Hyoudo's little brother. That means she may have potential similar to our daughters that would be a bit problematic for our interests," said a brunette, while drinking a glass of water. "On top of that, I summoned the ace monster that gave everything to Sirzechs, and on top of that, he has those number cards that are highly sought after and very hard to find. Besides those 3," said a silver-haired girl, taking her evaluation sheets where the technical sheet of Issei, Shen and Yukari came where the word approved appeared with the signature of the evaluator. In Issei's case, Akeno's adorned with a heart. From what the evaluating duelist said, they far exceed the knowledge of an average aspiring duelist. "Damn, this could thwart our plans to be the most powerful family in duels," said the frustrated brunette. "Then Alana, you know very well that I disagree with that thought," said the annoyed redhead. "Zalgo, you know very well that in this world power is based on winning duels," said Venelana, very angry at how her husband thought. "Thanks to Sirzechs, we have everything we have, and you know very well that many duelists must be at the feet of our son, and soon at the feet of our daughter, and the select group that I made." Then Alana interrupted Zalgo, who was already fed up with that thought. "Because of that thought, Sirzechs does not plan to return to our house. Unlike you, the only thing he seeks is to have fun in duels, and I share his thought that anyone can become a world champion, even the child who has the most humble deck can beat him." "Nonsense," said Venelana. "You see that in the world of duels, it is for my select elite group and that it has to be working for the most powerful families, and when Sirzechs realizes his mistake." Then Alana and Zalgo were arguing, but the silver-haired girl kept watching the recorded duels of Issei, Shen and Yukari, and couldn't help but smile. "These kids remind me of Sirzechs when I met him," she sighed with great melancholy. "They don't seek to win, but to have fun. This will be an interesting course," Grayfia said as she left the classroom where the Gremory couple continued arguing. Time skip. Postal Kitsune 1800 hours PM. After passing the entrance exam and a somewhat tiring trip away from the city and going a little from the city to a wooded area, our protagonists accompanied the blonde and the blue-haired boy to find out where the place where they would be living for a long time. "Welcome to the Kitsune hostel," Yusaka said when mentioning a hostel big enough to accommodate an entire community. "Excuse me for how old and deteriorated it is." "That's the least of it, it's huge," said Issei, surprised to see such a building. "It's majestic," said Yukari with little stars in her eyes. Shen didn't say anything because from the pamphlets his parents had given him, he had an idea of what the hostel was like, but seeing things in person changed his perspective a lot and he was also amazed. "Okasama," shouted a voice, and then the doors of the hostel opened, revealing a blonde-haired girl who ran out and immediately jumped to hug Yusaka. "Kunu-chan," said Yusaka. "Guys, let me introduce you to my daughter, Kunu." "Nice to meet new residents of my mom's hostel," said the little blonde. "My name is Yukari Komori," said the green-haired girl happily. "Shen Phantom, a pleasure little one," said the black-haired boy. "Issei Hyoudou," said the brown-haired boy, but the little girl, upon hearing the brown-haired boy's last name, got furious and ran away from there, leaving the new resident somewhat confused. Did I say something wrong?" Kuoh just sighs at what happened. It's a story I have to tell you, but it would be just you and me, since it involves your sister Kaylin, Yusaka said seriously, but everyone saw a hint of sadness in her eyes. But anyway, it's time for you to meet the other residents. The three boys agreed and entered the building. While Kuoh carried the three new boys' suitcases to accommodate them in their new bedrooms, Yusaka led Issei, Ashen, and Yukari to what appeared to be the main dining room. Upon entering, they found the residents already enjoying a hearty dinner based on fish, sushi, Cantonese pork, and some melon and mango pie. Everyone ate eagerly until. Ahem. Yusaka said, stopping the other residents tasting in their tracks. What an example you set for the new students, especially those who eat like cavemen and didn't wait for me to arrive to dine together, especially you two, isn't that right, Kenichi and Indra? The aforementioned Redeed with black locks who had his mouth full like a squirrel. Eftinefk already we were hungry, said the Redeed Kenichi as he finished tearing off a piece of chicken meat. No supoftamef more and appoint the olive of the food ffquifido, said a black-haired man with blue locks who with difficulty swallowed what he had in his mouth. Well, first of all guys, let me introduce you to the new students who just passed the entrance exam, Yusaka said, showing the new residents with her hand, and now you will start living with us. My name is Yukari Kumori, aspiring action dual duelist, said the green-haired girl. I am a Shen Phantom, aspiring to become a professional riding dual duelist, said the black-haired man calmly. My name is Issei Hyoudou, I am an aspiring professional duelist, said Issei, but also when mentioning his last name, gestures of bitterness were shown by most of those present. Are you related to Kaylin Hyoudou? Said a black-haired boy. Do you know her? The brown-haired man said somewhat confused. And you are? I'm Aaron Joestar, second year, said the aforementioned, and if we know her unfortunately. I'll take care of telling it, Yusaka said sitting at the table while her gaze went from maternal to one full of seriousness. You will realize that your last name when mentioned shows hostile behavior towards you, Issei-kun. Well, I will tell well what happened with your sister when Kaylin-chan arrived at this hostel. She was a very loving girl, overflowing with energy and very kind with others. She was the one who gave that joy to the hostel every day. She was the adoration of my daughter Kuoh, but everything changed when the Gremory family noticed her, when Riaz, the sister of the world champion, convinced her to join her group of duelists. In the blink of an eye, her attitude and behavior changed radically. She started to be contemptuous with everyone, she shouted and behaved like a diva and looked at everyone as if the world owed her something. But with the Gremory or another powerful family, she was the perfect bootlicker, as long as she had some power and prestige in school. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when she mentioned that in an interview about her family situation, she mentioned that she has no parents, that she is an orphan, and that her last name Hyoudou only causes discomfort to her, as it reminds her of unpleasant things for an elite duelist like her. The story Yusaka mentioned caused a lot of discomfort among people, especially Issei, who didn't believe what she was saying. His own sister didn't recognize her family, to whom she owed everything. Yusaka continued. She proclaimed herself the adopted daughter of Enelana Gremory and began an era of terror in the academy, trampling and humiliating students who did not have the same ideals as her. Having the support of the majority of the student council, she committed her misdeeds. Only the boys who are present here have been able to stand up to her and the boys who are in the student council duelist team. When we claimed, she called us idiots and easy to manipulate. She even mocked my daughter when I claimed that she was not the Kaylin she admired, so she went through her things and left here. Now she lives in the Gremory mansion and works as second right hand to the heiress of said family, willing to do any order that her immediate boss tells her. Issei now knew why last year her parents always yelled when they communicated with her and the request her father made before leaving home. Now everything matched. I really have no words for what happened, said Issei. But then a boy with long hair approached him and put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Enough already, said the boy, let's not think about depressing things and celebrate properly, because the three boys passed their entrance exams. Thanks Issei said somewhat confused. My name is Issei, Issei-san said young man introduced himself. Hey guys, haven't your girlfriends returned? Yusaka asked a little intrigued. Saya, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon evening, said Kenichi. Sinan will also return at night, Aaron said. Izumi will come in the morning, said Indra. Yami said he would come back, said Issei, but. It's back, said a somewhat melodious voice, and in that it reflects a blonde girl with a mischievous and quite happy countenance. Now Issei finished sighing. Hello, Issei, said Yami jumping on him, hugging him with an enormous strength that began to suffocate him and crack his ribs. I missed you so much, said Yami with a loving voice. Yami? You're going to kill Issei. Yusaka shouted alarmed when she saw how the aforementioned had a blue face, with his eyes blank and began to foam at the mouth. Oh sorry, said Yami very embarrassed while Issei fell to the ground while a little ghost came out of his mouth and said. Grandpa, here I come. What a way to introduce yourself in front of the rookies, said Kenichi, while pointing at Issei, Yukari and Issei, who smiled nervously at Yami. Oh sorry, said Yami, very red with embarrassment. Let me introduce myself, I'm Yami Vermilion, nice to meet you, second year in action duels, I hope we get along. Well, since the newbies have arrived, let's celebrate properly, Yasaka said, and at that the hostel residents shouted happily. It was a pleasant party where laughter and good conversation reigned for almost the entire night. Issei, Issei, and Yukari felt very comfortable in an atmosphere full of friendship where they gradually learned the goals of their classmates. All this was happiness to the least not in one person. Yasaka's daughter, Kuoh, watched Issei from afar in a small garden with great resentment, something that she noticed and went to try to talk to the little blonde but. Kuoh-chan, said Issei, but she walked away. Get away from me, said the blonde, moving away from Issei at full speed. But then Issei catches her, hugging her, and she struggles to free herself from his grip. Let me go. Kuoh shouted. You behave like this with me because of my sister, right? Issei said, to which Kuoh, upon hearing that, stopped struggling, but some tears fell from her eyes, something that Issei noticed. I can't stop feeling like this, said Kuoh, while Issei listened to her attentively. Kayla Nasama, sniff sniff, she was my role model, she taught me the fun part of duels, sniff sniff, she was my reason to always smile, but that day she made fun of me, the great image of her crumbled and left a great void in my heart, said Kuoh, very distressed and full of resentment for Kayla, but immediately Issei hugs her. I was also unpleasantly surprised to learn that about my sister, Issei said with a serious voice, but I assure you, I am very different from her, and I promise you that I will not make the same mistakes as my sister. That's what I'm afraid of, Kuoh said, very sad that you do the same. She promised me that we would be best friends, now, she doesn't know me, and it still hurts when she told me, stupid girl, Kuoh said, very tearful, but in that Issei puts her in front of his eyes with a look full of seriousness. I promise you, Kuoh-chan, that despite everything my sister did, I will be your friend and I will never leave you, just like the other boys at the hostel who treat you with affection and have great esteem for you, said Issei, putting his pinky finger in front of her. What are you saying, Kuoh-chan? Do you promise? Kuoh said very doubtfully. Yes, Issei said calmly with a smile. Do you promise? Do you promise? Do you promise? Kuoh said somewhat anxiously and felt that the emptiness in her heart was being filled by a feeling that had abandoned her a year ago. That's right, Issei said while he still remained with his pinky extended, smiling at the little blonde. Something inside Kuoh told her to blindly trust him, something told her that he is completely different from Kalen Hyoudou, and without hesitation, she grabs the brunette's pinky with her own finger. It's a promise, Issei Nayasama, said Kuoh, smiling sincerely, and wiped the last tears shed towards Kalen Hyoudou, to be replaced by an innocent smile towards her brother Issei Hyoudou, and immediately threw him to hug him instinctively under the night sky of Tokyo, but both did not realize that the residents of the Kitsune hostel saw that touching scene, that Yasaka cried with happiness to see her daughter Kuoh smile again. You're right, Kuoh, Issei is very different from Kalen, said the blonde happily as Kuoh put his hand on the blonde's shoulder. And so the night Issei, Issei and Yukari arrived ended like this, having a hunch that this year's course at the DxD Academy would have many positive emotions. Time skip. 1 week later. The first day of school arrived and Issei, Issei and Yukari were to introduce themselves as new first grade students. They had put on their school uniforms and prepared their school supplies, dual discs, and their respective decks. Pink uniform will be worn by Yukari and green by Saya, Sinan, Yami and Izumi. Yuma uniform. Issei and Issei Shark. Uniform, Kenichi, Indra, Aaron and Issei. Note. I will use the same uniforms as Yugioh's Excel. Yasaka had prepared a large lunch for the young freshmen and second-year students. They said goodbye to their residents with Kuoh, who wished them success on their first day, while Kuoh took them in his van to transport them more safely. I'm excited, said Yukari with little stars in her eyes. That's normal, said Saya Takagi, Kenichi's girlfriend, smiling at her Kuoh. You remind me of a year ago those times, said Sinan, Aaron's girlfriend, with nostalgia. Remember that we will wait for you at break time and give you a tour of the academy, said Izumi Todoroki, Indra's girlfriend. Hi, Izumi-senpai, Issei said very excitedly. We're almost there, said Kuoh, and then after passing an area full of buildings the atmosphere cleared a bit to see the DxD Duel Academy under a resplendent sky and the sun giving its first morning rays on the luxurious Duel Academy, stopping on a parking lot for them to get off. I'll come back for you at 4 p.m. okay? I said the occupants of the van as they abandoned said means of transport and Kuoh proceeded to leave there. Well, it's time, said Issei smiling. Give your best effort, Issei said, almost shouting. Hi! Shouted his companions, infected by Issei's enthusiasm as they entered the academy with their briefcases. Chapter 3. First day of school, getting into trouble. The residents of the Kitsune hostel entered the school grounds with their spirits at their highest, while some students stared at Issei in particular, since he had managed to defeat the fearsome Akeno Himejima. That boy is Kalen-sama's younger brother. It doesn't seem like much. I refuse to accept that he is a relative of Kalen-sama and defeated Akeno Onasama. They practically ignored the comments of the fussy students as they headed to the classroom when suddenly, a limousine had arrived and outstepped. I is Onasama. Kalen-sama. I am Akeno Onasama. Indeed, Ria's Gremory, the current student council president, had come out, followed by Kalen Hyoudou, then by Akeno Himejima, then by a white-haired loli wearing the first-grade uniform, a gentle-looking blonde boy and a blonde girl also wearing the first-grade uniform, were following the considered three Onsamas. Akeno, seeing Issei. Hi Issei-kun, said the brunette very happily while a blush adorned her cheeks upon seeing the duelist who defeated her. Issei reciprocates the greeting with a smile and a wave of his hand. Rias, leading the group, walked with a countenance worthy of a princess, heading towards the school grounds when suddenly her gaze crossed with that of Issei Hyoudou. Rias looked at the brown-haired boy with eyes full of total confusion, combined with resentment. Shortly after, some of the students from the student council began to arrive and positioned themselves on Ria's side, looking arrogantly at Issei and the residents of the Kitsune hostel. It's Razor-sama, some girl said, and in that the blonde egomaniac showing off his gala, or arrogance, like a lamp in the street. Behind them, appeared the girls of his team, all wore satisfied smiles, and some painted like the blonde, but there were two girls who seemed very downcast, and their facial features threatened to cry. After him was Volley Lucifer, accompanied by a blonde and a brunette, implying that they are members of Volley's team. The atmosphere was getting tense, the students were gulping because they were so nervous until the provocations became present. TCH. My day has to be ruined looking at people who should be cleaning the toilets, said Razor looking at the students of the hostel, some students. The people at the hostel remained silent at what Razor said. What's wrong with you, talk? Said the blonde desperately, at least use those mouths, for he was interrupted by a Shen. Excuse me, we don't talk to chickens and personally, I like to eat it well cooked, said a Shen smiling mockingly at the black-haired man. The residents of the Kitsune hostel laughed at Shen's comment, to which Razor and his team of angry females were going to respond, but the albino stopped him. It's not worth wasting your time with these vermin, especially those who steal the women that belong to you, said Volley looking closely at Saya, who at that moment, Kenichi stood in front of her in a protective manner. Don't you have anything else to do than make milk hair, said Kenichi very seriously, something that completely angered Volley because of how Kenichi referred to him because of your arrogant, explosive attitude and your terrible decisions. It was the trigger for Kuroka Hellcat's career in this academy to go down the drain. At that, the albino loli who was on Ria's side was impressed by what the retard with black highlight said. For the other boys in the academy, they were getting nervous. But at that, Rias proceeds to intervene. I'll simply tell you this: you are in our territory, so you better not interfere with our projects, and Hyoudou Issei, said the retard who looked coldly at the brown-haired man who returned her a disinterested look. Your enrollment in this academy was simply a miscalculation, said the retard sternly, so take into account that I will do everything in my power to have you expelled from here. You do not deserve to be in this elite academy, she said, pointing at him with her finger. Issei, upon hearing the declaration of war, remained expressionless, while his eyes practically revealed how little he cared about the comment, but like a good gentleman, he just smiled at those words and answered. We'll see, little princess, we'll see what will be quicker to fulfill your silly whim or me graduating from the academy. Faced with this response, Rias showed real indignation when he saw that her provocation did not intimidate him in the least, but he was not the only one who was indignant. How dare you talk to Rias-sama like that, shouted a third-year student. You are a fool, shouted some second-year girls. I hope you get expelled, and that day, the academy will celebrate it with wine and partying, said another student with great hatred, looking at you. But the residents of the Kitsune hostel came out to defend him. I can smell the envy of some mediocre duelists right here, said Kenichi, covering his nose. Because I didn't expect this reaction from the period hair fan, Saya said. He is really very different from his noble brother Sirzechs, Sama Aaron said. One who couldn't stand her idol being insulted went out to scold the residents of the Kitsune hostel. You don't have the right to say the name of Rias Nasama's brother, Kalen Hyoudou shouted, confronting her ex-friends. You should expel them like the criminals that they are. Issei was going to answer Kalen, but in that. Wow, how long has it been since I last saw you, Kalen Gremory? Issei said with an angry tone in his voice while his eyes became very sharp, but when he mentioned the last name he said it in a very mocking tone. So long that we haven't seen each other, not even a hug, would you give me? I am Kalen Gremory-sama, Hyoudou Issei, said the brunette looking with repulsion at her ex-brother. Speak to your superiors with education like the miserable commoner that you are, kneel before me. Nah, Issei said, turning his back on his sister. I'll pass. I keep my head high, not like a certain person who keeps it down to be the perfect bootlicker. Kaelin reacted furiously to what he said. Damn 5th grade commoner. The brunette shouted, walking furiously towards Issei, and then she raised her hand to slap him. I'll put you in your place, said Kaelin, ready to hit her brother, who was incredulous at seeing that his own sister was willing to hurt him, but… Enough, shouted a voice at the entrance of the academy, revealing Sona Citri accompanied by Seekvaira Agers and Sarayard Bale. At the scream of the raven-haired, Kaelin stops her attack. I remind you that in this academy, we do not tolerate acts of violence, so Kaelin-san, I recommend that you do not attack any student, and I do not care if you are on the team of a member of the student council, please someone, and my sanction will be very severe. Kaelin couldn't help but glare at Sona. She looked at Riaz to defend her, but she just remained silent with a look of disapproval at the brunette. I don't want another event of this magnitude, so everyone, back to class, Sona declared, turning her back on the men entering the school accompanied by the aforementioned members of the student council. At that, the students entered the academy, some nervous, others giving a look full of hatred to the residents of the Kitsune hostel, but in Kaelin's case, she directed eyes at her brother, warning that the problems were just beginning. Riaz, Razor and Volley passed by their enemies, but at that Riaz gave them a defiant smile, especially to Issei, who did not feel a good omen at what he saw. We must go to class, said Indra, let's not waste any more time, and so began the first day of classes for the residents of the Kitsune hostel. Time skip. Ashen, Issei and Yukari separated from the others. The first years would take classes in the Slifer building, while the second years would take classes in the Obelisk building. The 3 new students entered their classroom one and immediately took seats next to each other. All their classmates looked at them with disapproval, especially Issei and Ashen when they responded to 2 members of the student council. They won't last a month here, said a new student. They'll bite the dust first, I bet you, said another conceited person. But then the classroom opens, revealing the first teacher who would teach them. Good morning everyone, said Grayfia Lucifuge. Good morning, everyone said politely. Let me introduce myself, I'm Grayfia Lucifuge. I'll be your math teacher, your dueling strategies teacher, and your group tutor. The albino said sternly, leaving the first-time students in shock. The great champion's wife will give us classes, said an excited girl. I'll just say this, anyone who causes trouble in my class will be expelled without exception, she said seriously, silencing the first-year boys, but immediately her eyes fixed on the 3 residents of the hostel. A slight smile formed on her lips. So I'm paired with you 3, huh? It'll be an interesting course, Grayfia said in her mind, looking closely at Issei, Yukari and Ashen. Well, let's start with the classes, open your books please. And so the first part of the school day passed quickly, where they not only met Grayfia, who was going to teach them math, they also met the computer and technological innovations teacher, Ajuka Beelzebub. He was known as the best friend of the world champion Sirzechs. On his first day he organized a dynamic to get to know them, which was to say his name and his objective in the Duel Academy, but when he arrived with the boys from the Kitsune hostel, upon learning about them, he became very interested because they were not looking for glory and fame in duels, but rather, to have fun winning or losing, reminding him a lot of the philosophy with which Sirzechs, his best friend, preached a lot in his duels, which apart from becoming a respected and feared duelist, he won the hearts of everyone for his humility. The third part of the day was literature, and the teacher was. Good morning guys, I'm your teacher, Azazel said the aforementioned, while his eyes reflected some malice. Well, in my classes it's easy to pass, everyone automatically gets a 10, but as time goes by, your successes in my class will maintain that perfect grade, your mistakes will lower that grade, whoever gets a mediocre grade like a 7, automatically fails my course. The students gulped at this, as Azazel was known to be truly cruel when it came to expelling someone and never back down. First of all, like any teacher of the subject, he gave them a book to look for so they could start their course on the right foot within 3 days. Classes with Azazel ended and it was time for a break. Ashen, Issei, and Yukari headed to the cafeteria together, where the other residents of the hostel were waiting for them. They found them at one of the farthest tables, eating their homemade food. And what did you think of these first hours of classes? Izumi said while she lovingly fed Indra fried sausage with rice. Some sensei are seen to be very strict like Grayfia sensei and others very gentle like Ajuka sensei, but it is clear that you will learn a lot with them, said Yukari, but the one who scared me the most was Azazel sensei. That's normal, said Kenichi while drinking some cold black tea. That's the first impression he will always give, but if you do your work punctually, believe me, you will have a new perspective of him. Okay, let's not waste any more time, guys. Finish your food because we promised to give you a little tour, Saya said, finishing her citrus salad. Obeying, the 3 new students proceeded to eat their lunch, and then the residents of Kitsune Hostel left the cafeteria under the stern eyes of the students. Hey, can't I ask you a question? Yukari said, somewhat uncomfortable, to which her senpais nodded. Why do you see them that way, as if they hated you? At that, all the second-year boys stopped in their tracks and turned seriously to the first-year boys. Yukari-chan Aaron said the reason why we are hated in decent words is because we refuse to be oppressed by some students who belong to the student council teams. We want to earn a place in the professional leagues of Duel with our effort and not being a cowardly rogan like your sister Issei was without an offended, something that the brown-haired boy denied as a sign that there is no problem and the majority of the students who are here, said Indra. They put Ria's Gremory on an altar just for being the sister of the world champion, Volley Lucifer for being the grandson of the former world champion, and Razor Phoenix for being the junior champion of Europe, having an undefeated record of 999 wins until today, said Kenichi as Indra says, the students with the compliments and raising their egos look for an opportunity to be in the great leagues, and that is something that we abhor. So that's why we are the target of discriminatory attacks for contradicting those three, said Xian, although with the other three members of the student council Sona Citri, Seekvaira Agares and Sare'erd Bale, we have not had problems because they have treated us with respect unlike the spoiled redeed, the milk hare and the grilled chicken. That's why we have the philosophy of earning everything, whether good or bad, Saya said, smiling at her Kohais, unlike those three who want everything on a silver platter and continue to stupidly boost their egos. So now you three must earn the respect and possibly the hatred of others by doing things right. You must become strong, but that means not trampling on the weakest, but helping them to get stronger, said Issei, putting a hand on Issei and Shen's shoulder, and that is what the four of us will do with you. Issei's words made the three rookies unconsciously smile, letting them know that they would have the support of their senpais. But what they didn't know was that a certain girl who had been following a brunette hidden and had heard everything the superiors of the Kitsune hostel had said, and it had also brought a smile to her face. I had forgotten a lot of what Aka-sam had told me, said Akeno smiling, for every disciplined effort there is a reward both personal and for your work. It is something that Rias does not want to understand, but said Akeno looking from afar at Issei who was paying attention to his classmates, it would be better to prevent Issei from falling into the hands of anyone from the student council. I do not want him to become something like his sister, I prefer him as he is, said Akeno blushing, leaving from there. Time skip. The second-year residents of the Kitsune hostel had shown them the entire academy from the second and third-year classrooms, some gardens, the sports courts where they could practice tennis, soccer, baseball and volleyball. They also showed the duel stadium where all kinds of duels were held, from the conventional ones, action and riding duel they ended in. And here, friends, is the dueling practice area, said Kenichi, showing a small building on the outskirts of the stadium. Here, practice duels are held above all to reinforce strategies and, on some occasions, the dueling senseis use them to evaluate the students. Let's go in so you can see, Yami said confidently. But when they entered, a powerful flame mercilessly attacked two girls, a red-deed and a bluehead. Hiya. Both girls shouted as their life points dropped to 0. Wow, you didn't even make me break a sweat, said the voice of a girl in an arrogant manner, wearing a first-grade uniform. You are not worthy of facing me, the great Ravel Phoenix. At that, the girls who were defeated by the blonde with difficulty could get up, but their looks reflected sadness and pain. That's right, said a voice that reflected Razor while putting a hand on Ravel's shoulder, being accompanied by his team of female duelists, since you couldn't defeat my little sister, and the only way for you two to stay here was to defeat her, Nai and Lee, as a member of the student council, I, Razor Phoenix, declare that you are automatically out of my team and are expelled from the duel academy, he said, showing a sick smile that reflected the enjoyment of making people suffer. The girls could no longer contain their pain and began to cry inconsolably. Please, Razor-sama, don't expel us. Nai shouted. Please, it's all we have, said Lee, asking the blonde for mercy, but girls, send the trash to their place. Razor said arrogantly as his team of duelists began to take them away from the practice arena. The twins struggled to stop them from being taken away. They cried for mercy and pity, which they ignored, all in full view of the hostel residents. They felt sorry for the girls who had just been expelled, but what was the last straw for a first-year black-haired boy was that Razor was laughing in a sick and hateful way when he heard the sobs of the girls who were on his team. It was so gratifying for him. Little Phoenix smiled with a proud face, but, for a black-haired boy, this couldn't be tolerated in the slightest. Enough. Shen shouted upon seeing such a humiliating act towards the two girls, while Razor's team and himself looked at the black-haired man with a disdainful air. Do you get any fun doing that to a couple of students? Well, for me, I don't find it funny. You guys don't get involved in this, Isabella said seriously. This is a matter for the Phoenix family and the student council. I'm talking to the donkey, not the fleas jumping on his back, Shen said very coldly, to which Razor, Ravel and the team got furious. Retract what you said. Yubaluna shouted. Now it was a mistake to have accepted you in this academy. Well, the score of 7900 LP to 0 LP with which I defeated her in the admission duel shows the opposite, Miss Yubaluna Shen said smiling, which left the purple-haired girl silent, making her nervous, while Razor looked at her with contempt. I'll settle the score with you later, Razor said, making Yubaluna nervous. Well, great hero, it seems you have the guts to face me, the undefeated junior European champion, the great Razor Phoenix. Undefeated, huh? Ashen said, but a malevolent smile appeared on the black-haired man's lips. I would like to remove that mark from you personally. Do I smell a challenge? Said the blonde very confidently. Okay, let's make a bet, big hero. If you win, which clearly won't happen, I won't expel those pusillanimous cats, pointing at Nai and Lee. They'll be in the care of you and those slum dwellers, said Razor, pointing with contempt at the residents of the Kitsune hostel. But if I win, you will have to kiss my boots, showing your place where you should be. You will be expelled from the academy along with them, and you will make a humiliating statement to your person. Of course it will be broadcast to the entire academy. Okay, said Ashen, but I will add other things to the conditions if I win. Your family will owe me 5 favors, and you will also do an act of self-humiliation recorded live and in full color at the Duel Academy. But above all, the girls Nai and Lee will have immunity from any reprisal or action of yours. How naive, but it's okay, said Razor, smiling arrogantly. You choose the duel mode. It will be a riding duel, said Ashen. At night the duel will take place. Great. Razor shouted triumphantly. My mode in which I am strong. But said Ashen, we will use modality Link. That left everyone in shock. Will you use Link monsters? Said Yukari, very surprised. It's a recently approved modality, said Mihi, because she still didn't have enough knowledge of the Link monsters. Razor was a little surprised, but his arrogant smile returned. Very well, get ready because I'm going to trample your pride and burn your monsters in the stadium at 9 PM, said Razor, and then he sees Nai and Lee. You guys go back to class, enjoy it, because it will be the last one you'll have. Girls, we're leaving. Said Razor, leaving through another door of the practice room. At that the Reteed and Bluehead ran past Ashen, and he saw in their eyes that they fully trusted him. Don't worry, I'll win for you, Ashen said, to which Nai and Lee nodded, showing that they trusted their future in him. The newbie at Kitsune Hostel had dared to challenge a member of the student council to a duel on the first day of school. He knew his opponent was very powerful, but not difficult to defeat. You won't get away with this, Razor Phoenix, said Ashen as he took out a card from his case that hung on his waist, taking out a Link monster. I myself will end your tyranny and extinguish your wings, he said, looking closely at that card, while in his mind, he only thought of one thing: humiliate a roasted chicken that claims to be a phoenix. Chapter 4. Riding Duel. Ashen vs Razor. The news of the duel that was going to take place in a few hours between the undefeated student council member and Grand European Junior Champion Razor Phoenix against a complete unknown named Ashen Phantom spread as quickly as a news story on Facebook when it was shared. Many students and some teachers were murmuring about the possible defeat of the new student and his imminent expulsion at the hands of the blonde, since Razor was known for being a very explosive duelist and brutal against his opponents, since they did not last more than 5 turns. For the rest of the classes at the academy, there was no talk of anything other than the duel between Razor vs Ashen, with the student council member being the favorite. In the room of said council there were only Riaz and her team of duelists talking. I didn't expect a member of that disgusting hostel to be fast and idiot enough to put his head on the guillotine, Riaz said, while reading the evening note of the school newspaper, where the Razor vs Ashen duel was what was on the front page. Better for us, one Isama, said Kaylin, serving her tea in a small porcelain cup. The faster we get those pests out of our academy the better for us, the true duelists. It's not for nothing that my mother adopted you, and you are my little sister, Riaz said while smiling at the brunette. Ara, what a nice family situation, Riaz, Kaylin-chan said, a voice that reflected Akeno, who had entered the student council office. However, we cannot afford to underestimate our opponents. What the hell are you talking about, Akeno? Riaz said seriously, giving the brunette a cold look, something she completely ignored. Simply, we must be cautious with the opponent we have in front of us, said Akeno, because our ego is so high that we can fall at the least expected moment, and it was precisely with Hyoudou Issei that I learned that lesson, said Akeno, smiling. Although he won that duel, he also won my attention, and possibly my heart. Yufufufu, said Akeno flirtatiously in her mind. Riaz and Kaylin looked at Akeno in a bad way. Wise words, Akeno-senpai, said a prince-like blonde man. It seems that Hyoudou Issei made his character change a lot after his defeat in the entrance exam. Thank you, Hyoudou-kun, said Akeno without stopping smiling. Even if you don't believe it, I don't feel frustrated at all after losing against him. Well, let's talk about tonight's duel, said Riaz, trying to be nice to her team, because mentioning Issei's name is like giving him a punch in the liver. According to the information that was circulating, the deck that Ashen Phantom uses is a Phantom Knight deck. Its strategy is based on card manipulation. Well, the graveyard is, said Riaz, showing some photos of Ashen having a duel against Tubaluna. We must think of some strategies so that Razor can defeat your ex-brother Kalen's friend. My fiancé must show his ample power by crushing that insect. But Riaz Sama, said Hyoudou, looking at some of Ashen's records. It is mentioned in these records that Phantom-san has 3 dueling decks. We have one in our knowledge that was the one he used against Tubaluna-san, but the 2 are still a mystery. Phantom-san will most likely be able to use an unknown deck, said Kaneko Taojo, eating a pudding, but I'm surprised they used the new duel mode. With a link summoning. It is a new and advanced form of duels, where the spaces of the monsters summoned from the extra deck are restricted and are between the fields of the duelists, said Riaz, showing the duel board of the link format, also counting that the cards of the pendulum zones disappear, sending them to the magic and trap card zone. Only a few have been able to master this style of duel. My Ani-sama is one of them. Don't worry, my dear, said a voice, to which Riaz began to smile unconsciously at that. At the entrance of the student council was Razor, while a grimace full of arrogance and inflated ego was drawn on his face. With or without Monsters Link, that child is going to fall. At that moment, Riaz, walking like a girl in love, went out to hug the blonde and proceeded to give him a passionate kiss. Everyone looked at the couple with some discomfort, and then Razor looked at someone carefully. Aren't you thinking about giving a kiss to the owner of your heart, Kalen? Razor said, to which Issei's sister, unable to hold it any longer, went out to kiss the blonde as well, while a deep blush was reflected on the brunette's face. If you win, I assure you that you will have the best of your night, said Kalen, unbuttoning her school blouse a little to give him a good view of her cleavage. Don't take it all for yourself, Kalen, said Riaz, as she proceeded to show a little of her cleavage as well. It's not for nothing that we're sisters, and we should share it. Ha 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 ha, I am blessed with beautiful women, said Razor as his eyes fixed on Akeno, who looked serene at such a scene. And tell me, Himejima, do you agree to join my glorious harem? No. Akeno said with a smile, leaving Razor, Riaz and Kalen frozen. I have already decided to give my heart to someone very special. Surely he is not as great as me, the undefeated junior champion of Europe, said Razor, making Riaz and Kalen sigh. Are you so confident of your imminent victory against Ashen-san? Akeno said without losing her smile. How about we bet something on your duel tonight? Whatever you want if you agree, my dears. Razor said, to which Riaz and Kalen nodded without any concern. If Ashen-san wins, you will leave me alone, your dueling team will be dissolved, you will pay the taxes to the Kitsune hostel for 3 years, and you will give me a reservation for 2 people at the luxurious restaurant that your family runs in Kyoto, said Akeno without losing that serene smile, while a challenging look appeared in her eyes. The okay, said Razor, I'll ask for that much if I win. Tonight you will give me your virginity, along with Riaz Gremory's and Kalen Gremory's. Okay, said Akeno, I hope you recorded everything, Sona-san. At that moment, the door opens behind Razor, revealing the raven-haired girl accompanied by Seekvaira Gares and Sarayard Bale. We've heard it and are witnesses, so we approve the bet between Razor Phoenix and Akeno Himejima, said Sona, something that Razor nervously swallowed. Because when she witnesses a bet, she makes it fulfilled completely, although I personally don't approve of Razor's promiscuous behavior and bets in the Hexwell aspect. Razor stops hugging Riaz and Kalen and heads for the exit. I have the perfect lingerie for you, Himejima-san, said Razor. I can't wait to make you mine when I have my 1000th consecutive victory, said the blonde, leaving the room. At that, Sona approaches Akeno, who still remained calm and serene. Akeno, are you sure you want to do this? She said seriously, a little worried about the brunette. I have a hunch, Sona, said Akeno. For some reason, Ashen-san challenged him to a duel, and if he has a strong enough motive, he is capable of defeating him, she said with a soft tone of voice that reflected a lot of confidence in her words. It is not for nothing that he is the best friend of my love interest Yufufufu. Sona understood the message from the second best duelist of Riaz Gremory's dueling team, while the redhead and the brown-haired girl could not believe that Akeno favored Ashen Phantom and not her fiancé. Since she was defeated by Issei Hyoudou, her personality changed radically, but they would talk about it after the Razor vs Ashen duel. Time skip. The DxD Academy Duel Stadium. 2100 hours, PM. Official duel. Razor Phoenix vs Ashen Phantom. The duel arena was in full swing, with students filling the stands completely. 95% of the crowd was fully supporting Razor, who was the favorite due to his undefeated streak and current European junior champion. The residents of the Kitsune hostel sat in the front row, accompanied by former duelists from Razor's group, Nai and Lee, who were nervously watching the event, having left their fate in the hands of a stranger who had interceded for them. There was a VIP room where the student council was present. They are required to witness these official duels at the academy. But there were also faculty members accompanying them, sitting on very comfortable, velvety sofas, while they enjoyed the show with a glass of cold water and a snack of their choice. The bets were favoring Razor, many people were betting their money, tickets to luxury breakfasts at the academy, dual cards of priceless rarity monsters, and some other luxury that could be given to feel assured the victory of the blonde tonight, but of all the bets that were made in the betting box of the stadium, only one was made in favor of Ashen, and that was. "I want to make a bet in favor of the duelist Ashen Phantom," said Kuoh being accompanied by Indra. The girl wearing a yukata showed her a piggy bank with a determined face in front of the lady at the betting box, who looked at her incredulously. "You see? This brat will easily lose her money, she's an idiot, ha 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 ha," said a student making fun of the little blonde to what the other students. "If I were you, I would shut your disgusting mouth," said Indra, sending him a look that reflected pain if he didn't stop laughing. "Do you think you're the bucking shit making fun of a little lady? You cause so much pity. And how much do you want to bet, miss?" said the cashier trying not to laugh at the blonde. At that, Kuoh breaks open her piggy bank and begins collecting the coins. With Indra's help, they count the total of 1 yen, 5 yen, 10 yen, and 50 yen coins, giving a total of. "I bet 500 yen," Kuoh said confidently. "We're sorry," said the cashier trying to make the little blonde feel bad, "but we only accept bets that exceed 1,000 yen. Kuoh wanted to start crying while the students laughed at her but. "Then the young lady will bet 1,500 yen," said Indra, putting a bill of that denomination on top of the coins that Kuoh had saved in her piggy bank, "so register the little lady's bet immediately." The cashier reluctantly recorded Kuno's bet and gave it to the little blonde who smiled at the help. "Thank you, Indranai," said Kuoh hugging the black-haired man with blue locks as they climbed some steps that led them to the stands. "I promise to pay you those 1,000 yen. "Don't worry," said Indra, stroking the blonde's head. "Now it's time to support Ashen and teach that egotistical blonde a lesson and save those girls from such unfair treatment." "Yes," said Kuoh raising her arms in a sign of joy. "But in that. Ladies and gentlemen," shouted a female voice through a megaphone that could be heard throughout the stadium. "The duel is about to begin," said Kuoh, to which she and Indra quickly went to the stands where they sat. Audio from the video plays. The lights had gone out completely in the stadium, people began to shout euphorically, the girls screamed like real fangirls, many banners in support of Phoenix were seen throughout the stadium. It was an atmosphere similar to a professional duel, and that the same female voice continued with the presentation. "Tonight we have an official duel. I, your commentator Momo Hanakai, will present tonight's duel between the undefeated European junior champion Razor Phoenix against the mysterious rookie Ashen Phantom." The scream in the crowd was heard deafeningly at what the commentator said. "And now it's time for the duelists who will fight today to appear," Momo said, and in that the sounds of the duel runners were heard, so that from the entrance to the duel field, both duelists came out riding them. Before the euphoria of the students, the modality of this duel will be under the recently approved Link Summon. Link monsters will be used, and we will see in the academy for the first time in an official duel. Momo Hanakai shouted to more euphoria from the attendees, while Razor and Ashen got into position behind the finish line. The rules are simple. Both competitors will engage in a duel on the track that connects with the main avenue of Hyoudou in such a way that it will return them to the duel stadium. The duelist who takes the first turn to the left will be the one who will have the first turn of the duel. The one who leaves his opponent with 0 life points wins, so all with me, let's start this duel. 3, 2, 1. Ashen Razor. Grinding duel acceleration. Ashen. 4000 LP. Razor. 4000 LP. At that, both duelists accelerated on the track, and at that, the one who takes the lead is Razor to leave the stadium and join the track that led to the main avenue of Hyoudou, thus taking the first turn to the left. He will be the one who will have the first turn in the duel. "Fine, if you'll excuse me, the champion will take the first turn," Razor said arrogantly. "I activate my field card Fire King Island. During my main phase, one can destroy a monster from my hand or one I control in order to add a Fire King monster, so I will destroy Fire King Avatar Barong from my hand, cards in hand. 4. In order to bring Fire King Avatar Arvada from my deck, cards in hand. 5. And by activating Fire King Avatar Barong's effect, I can add another extra Fire King card from my deck, cards in hand. 6. Now I summon Fire King Arvada in attack position. Cards in hand. 5. Set 2 cards face down, and that will be my entire turn. Cards in hand. 3. My turn, draw. Cards in hand. 6. I normal summon Clock Wyvern. Cards in hand. 5. I activate the effect of Clock Wyvern. I can summon a clock token reducing its attack by half. 1802 equals 900 monsters on the field. 2. The circuit that leads me to the future appears," shouted Ashen while with a gesture of his hand, he made a square appear with 8 arrows surrounding it, causing surprise and sensation in all those present who were watching the duel. In the stadium. "This is exciting," Momo Hanakai shouted. "For the first time we will see Link summoning at the academy." The students murmured in amazement at the possible exhibition that the black-haired rookie would put on. In the VIP room. The council students were totally shocked at what they were seeing. How is it possible that that loser knows how to use the link summon? Kalen complained. That summoning must be exclusive to us, the true duelists. Said Volley Lucifer, very angry when he saw how Shen would manage to make a newly discovered and approved summoning. It's not fair. Ria's Gremory screamed, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. But the one who seemed calmer was Akeno, because she saw how she was leaving the council members, some duelists from her teams and some teachers, surprised by what Shen was going to do. Ifufu, it seems that this new generation of the Kitsune hostel is full of surprises, said Akeno, while directing her gaze to the giant screen. Back to the dueling track. Arrows confirm the summon conditions are at least one level 4 Cybers monster or lower, so I send a level 4 Clock Wyvern to the link markers. Combined circuit. Link summon. Shouted Shen as he watched his wyvern disappear in the arrow pointing south. Link 1 appears. Link Disciple. He summoned the link monster in the right monster zone of the extra deck. And now the circuit that will lead me to the future appears. Shen shouted again, surprising everyone again because the black-haired man was going to summon through link arrows. Confirmed the summoning conditions are a Cybers monster of level 4 or lower, so I send my clock token to the link markers. Combined circuit. Link summoning. Shen shouted as the token headed towards the arrow pointing north. Link 1 appears. Link devotee monsters on the field 2-1 extra deck zone occupied. Wow. Momo Hanakai shouted in the stadium. 2 link summons in one turn. I'll activate Link Disciple's effect, shouted Shen. By sacrificing a monster that is being targeted as a link marker, I can draw a card from my deck, adding it to my hand, while returning another to the bottom of my main deck. I won't let you do it, shouted Razor. Now I activate the effect of Fire King Avatar Arvada, destroying a fire attribute monster from my hand. I can negate the effect of your Link Disciple, so I will destroy from my hand Fire King High Avatar Garanix, said Razor, sending the mentioned monster to his graveyard, cards in hand. 2. I place a card face down and my turn ends, said Shen resignedly, cards in hand. 4. Ahahahahahaja. Razor started to laugh, something that had Shen puzzled. I thought about extending your stay at the academy a little longer, but I plan to end this right now. It's my turn. Draw. Cards in hand. 3. Razor shouted as he drew another card and added it to his hand, and now in my standby phase, since Fire King High Avatar Garanix was destroyed by a card effect, I can special summon him from my graveyard. At that moment a torrent of fire appeared on the dueling arena, where that same fire emerged a monster in the form of a monstrous bird, looking eager to tear Shen apart. Garanix appears. Razor shouted madly upon seeing his ace monster on the field. I activate Garanix's effect. When successfully summoned from the graveyard, I can destroy all the monsters on the field. At that, the fearsome and colossal Razor monster makes a powerful flapping motion, expelling fire from its wings, destroying Shen's link monsters and the other Razor monster. And now that a Fire King on my side of the field was destroyed by the effect of a card, I can special summon Fire King Avatar Yaksha. Shouted Razor, summoning said monster. It has failed. In the stadium. Everyone was beginning to celebrate Shen's imminent defeat after a devastating blow from Razor. In the VIP room, Riaz, along with Volley and several teachers, celebrated the blonde's 1000th victory, making a toast to that and to Shen's imminent expulsion. Akeno remained calm, but with a serious look when she saw that everyone was ignoring a small detail. Shen Kun's face down card, said Akeno, thinking of a possible outcome similar to the duel she had with Issei. The members of the Kitsune hostel were very nervous about the imminent fate of their companion. In Kurumi's case, she cried with helplessness, seeing her companion in a serious predicament. Shen. The green-haired girl screamed, terrified, while she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But the ones who suffered the most were the twin duelists, seeing their final expulsion, but even so they were happy that someone cared about them. Thank you for what you did, Shen-san, both twins said, crying and smiling at the effort the black-haired man had made to try. On the track. Razor with a deranged look faces Shen, ready to end the duel. You never had a chance against my phantom. Shouted Razor while a dejected Shen continued driving his duel runner. Your failure as a professional duelist was imminent now. Yaksha attacks Shen Phantom directly. Shouted Razor, and in that the monster came out to attack with a red-hot kick towards the black-haired man. Hughes. Shen screamed in pain as he heard his life points decrease. 4,000, 1,700 equals 2,300. It's over. Garanix, give me my 1000th victory, end this duel. Shouted Razor, launching Garanix into an attack, diving towards the black-haired boy while covering himself in fire in order to incinerate the blonde's opponent. Everyone was waiting for Garanix to hit the black-haired man. Only the beating of a heart could be heard. Everything was going very slowly. Garanix getting closer to Shen Phantom. Shen. Shouted 3 female voices, Yukai Komori, Nai and Lee, revealing their pain at seeing the black-haired man being the victim of a merciless attack. On the track. Audio from the video is played for this moment. I activate my quick play spell card. Spool code. Ashen shouted as he revealed said card. I can activate it when I have 3 Cybers monsters in my graveyard and when my opponent declares a direct attack I can negate said attack. What? Razor shouted as he saw how the spell card recreated a protective layer on Ashen, causing Garanix to take flight again. TSK, you're only delaying your defeat. I activate the second effect of spool code. I can summon 3 spool tokens from the side of my field in defense position, Ashen said. Well said. Flying saucer shaped tokens occupied 3 monster spaces on Ashen's field. In the stadium. Many students grumbled because Ashen delayed their defeat one more turn. In the VIP room, those waiting for Razor's victory shouted in frustration at seeing the black-haired man save himself at the last moment. Akeno, for her part, sighed in relief at the Kitsune hostile members' move. The members of said hostel sighed in relief when they saw that their companion saved what was left of his life points at a critical moment. At Ashen, he's going to kill me with a heart attack, said Kenichi. I think it's part of his game, said Issei. Why do you say that? Aaron said, interested. Those eyes, it only means that this turn, our friend will be very serious, said Issei, pointing at the giant screens to his friend, who through his helmet could be seen a look full of self-confidence. Ashen, win please. Shouted Yukari, Nai and Lee with all their might, being heard by everyone in the stands. Back on the track. Razor Phoenix, I'll apply your same philosophy of humiliating duelists when someone like me takes away your undefeated ranch in the next turn. Said Ashen. Shut your mouth. Razor shouted angrily. And I'll do it now, my turn. Draw. Cards in hand. 5, shouted Ashen as he drew a card from his deck, but as soon as he saw it was a smile appeared on his face. I activate the card 1 for 1, cards in hand. 4. By sending a monster from my hand to the graveyard I can special summon a level 1 monster from my deck by discarding Firewall Guardian, cards in hand. 3, I special summon Datacorn in defense mode. Said Ashen while the mentioned monster came out making a very tender gesture. By activating Datacorn's effect, I can summon a Datacorn token from my side of the field. Monsters on the field. 4 tokens and 1 effect monster. In the stadium. Kawaii. The girls shouted at the sight of such a cute monster. The girls from the Kitsune hostel felt like they were going to die of a diabetes attack at the sight of Ashen's adorable monster. Back on the track. Will a hazelnut-shaped USB flash drive defeat me? Ha 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 ha. He laughed as if he had been told a good joke, something that saddened Datacorn that they were making fun of you. Keep mocking Razor Phoenix. Now I activate the microcoder effect of my hand. Ashen shouted revealing said monster. I can use this monster as material to summon a link monster named Code Talker from my hand, so reveal the circuit that will guide me to victory. Shouted Ashen while the emblem of the link monsters appeared. Arrows confirmed summoning requirements are 2 effect monsters, so I choose Datacorn along with microcoder from my hand, cards in hand. 2, combined circuit link summoning. Shouted Ashen while the monsters said by the black-haired man had gone to the arrows that pointed north and south. Appears link 2 Code Talker, shouted Ashen while said link monster appeared in the area. I activate the effect of microcoder when it is sent to the graveyard as a material monster to summon a Code Talker link monster. I can add a spell or trap card named Sign It to my hand, so I choose Sign It Kodak, said Ashen receiving said card from his hand. Now I active Sign It Kodak, cards in hand. 2. And my turn doesn't end here, since I have a Cybers monster on my side of the field I can special summon Backup Secretary, cards in hand. 1. Now reveal the circuit that will guide me to victory. Ashen shouted. Arrows confirmed the summoning requirements are 2 effect monsters, so I will use AA Backup Secretary and Code Talker. Can you use a link monster to summon another? Razor said, very incredulous and impressed. That's right, and it's time to teach the Grand Champion a lesson, Ashen said very seriously, something that made Razor nervous. Combined circuit link summoning link 3 appears Transcode Talker. I will activate the effect of my Sign It Kodak spell card when a Code Talker monster is summoned on my side of the field. I can add a Cybers monster with the same attribute of the monster I just summoned, cards in hand. 2, and I also activate the effect of Transcode Talker when it is successfully special summoned. I can summon from my Gravely a link -3 or lower rank Cybers type monster by targeting one of its arrows. It appears again, Code Talker. Razor now understood some of Ashen's strategy. His deck recycled a lot of resources and provided what was needed for link summoning. The more monsters Ashen had on the field, the faster he would get link monsters. The circuit that will guide me to victory appears. Arrows confirm the summoning requirements are at least 2 Cybers type monsters, so I will use a Spoon token and Code Talker. Link summoning link 3 appears, shooting Code Talker. Shouted Ashen summoning the link monster in the back area where Transcode Talker was placed. And now I activate the Sign It Kodak effect again. I will bring a water attribute Cybers monster thanks to shooting Code Talker, cards in hand. 3. Ha. Great displayer, Razor Phoenix said mockingly, but I must inform you that my Garanix's attack completely surpasses your pathetic Link monsters. You think so? Said Ashen, I remind you that I still have 3 cards in my hand and I will make you come down from your Razor Cloud when I destroy your Garanix. I want to see that. Razor shouted angrily. I activate the effect of my sim taper that I have in my hand. Ashen said while revealing said card, returning a Cybers monster from my graveyard to my hand. He said, taking Clock Wyvern from the graveyard, I can special summon it, cards in hand. 2. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory. Arrows confirm the summoning requirements are 3 monsters, so I will use sim taper and the last spoon tokens Link summoning. Link 3 appears, Power Code Talker. Said Ashen, putting the Link monster on the left side of Shooting Code Talker. And since I special summon a monster in an area where a Link monster points, I special summon my Sea Archiver from my hand, said Ashen, summoning said monster from the left side of Power Code Talker. In the stadium. This is incredible. Momo Hanakai shouted in one turn. Ashen Phantom was able to summon Link a total of 4 times. Back on track. I'm going to my battle phase. Shouted Ashen, now I will attack Garanix with Shooting Code Talker. Do it. I'll have fun as my monster destroys your pathetic virtual soldier. Razor shouted, you must be so desperate as to send your monsters to be my Garanix's dinner. You're wrong, said Ashen, thanks to Transcode Talker I can give 500 points to a monster I aim at and my Shooting Code Talker has a total of 2800 attack points. What? Razor shouted when he saw Ashen's monster completely surpass his ace monster. And that's not all, Shooting Code Talker has a special ability, he gains an extra attack for each monster he targets, so he targets 2 monsters, so he can attack a total of 3 times. Said Ashen, let's go. Shooting Code Talker attack Fire King Avatar Garanix. At that, the water attribute monster takes height and forms a bow with his left hand and using his energy, creates an arrow and points it at Garanix. Shooting complete. Ashen shouted. At that, the Cybers monster launches said arrow that ends up hitting Garanix. He begins to plummet from the attack, falling on the pavement, immolating himself in fire. 2800, 2700 equals 100. 4100 equals 3900 LP. Nuo Garanix. Razor shouted, I activate Garanix's effect when it is destroyed in battle. I can summon a Fire King monster from my deck. I summon Fire King Kirin in defense mode. Shooting Code Talker destroy Fire King Kirin. Ashen shouted as said monster proceeded to destroy the newly summoned Fire King. Shooting Code Talker attacks Fire King Yaksha, but since he is the only monster that will attack Shooting Code Talker, he loses 400 attack points. Shooting complete. The black-haired man shouted as the Cybers type monster destroyed Razor's last monster. 2400, 1800 equals 600. 3900, 600 equals 3300. In the stadium. No one could believe that a rookie had so easily destroyed the undefeated champions monsters. In the VIP room, they were practically in shock because they saw Razor was in a very vulnerable position. Razor is going to lose, said Ria, seeing her fiancé as an easy target. It's not fair. Kaylin screamed with tears in her eyes. It seems my prediction was right, said Akeno very happily. I feel very satisfied seeing this scene. Akeno, I forbid you one more word of this, said Ria's very angry when she saw that her best duelist was not supporting her fiancé. Why? Said Akeno without losing her smile. Did you want that egotistical and corrupt womanizer to do whatever he wanted? You are very wrong, Ria's Gremory, said Akeno while changing her expression to a serious one. I knew what Razor did to make the young Ashen challenge him to a duel. He forced the sisters Nai and Lee to have a night of hex with him. They flatly refused, and what was that bastard's response? He was going to expel them for that. Riaz and Kaylin were surprised by the nature of their fiancé. What you're saying is a lie, Akeno, said Kaylin skeptically. You're just jealous that we have the great junior champion of Europe as a boyfriend. Say what you want, Kaylin. Hyoudou, said Akeno, glaring at the brunette who felt offended by calling her by her previous surname. If what you're interested in is a fool and an animal with an unbridled libido, I don't care if he abuses you, his decisions will soon start to weigh on you too, said Akeno, pointing at Riaz and Kaylin, who immediately gulped from nervousness. Back on the track. Razor was in a pitiful situation. No, don't do it, please, said the blonde, seeing that Ashen had 3 monsters left to attack. I am the undefeated champion. You don't know the terrible repercussions I will have if you defeat me. You should have thought that when you tried to commit an injustice against 2 innocent young ladies, said Ashen. Now suffer your mistakes. Razor Phoenix, come on, Transcode Talker. Attack Razor Phoenix directly. Transcode finish. Ashen's monster recreates a rifle and fires a powerful beam that hits Razor. 3300, 2300 equals 1000 LP. This is over. Ashen shouted, Power Code Talker. No, please. Razor screamed, mad and distressed, seeing that his streak was about to be destroyed. Attack Razor directly. Ashen sentenced power termination smash. 1000, 2300 equals 0 LP. Ooh. Razor shouted as he received the attack, and the bugle sounded that the duel was over. In the stadium, everyone had been left speechless by Razor Phoenix's victory. They still hadn't digested that the undefeated champion had lost to a rookie. In the VIP room everything was silent. Riaz and Kaylin saw how Razor's life points had fallen to 0. They couldn't believe that her fiancé had lost to a nobody, an average duelist to 0 on the left. "The Shen won," shouted Yukari, Nai and Lee running towards the track to meet the black-haired man. At that moment, everyone in the stadium roared with excitement at the sight of a truly heart-stopping duel. Everyone applauded in recognition of the rookie who had turned the duel around in one turn. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a duel wheel, so everyone could see Shen triumphantly enter the stadium, raising his fist in victory, with his monsters still summoned. Until he reached the finish line, where he deactivated the holograms of said monsters. "The Shen!" shouted 3 voices at that. The black-haired man takes off his helmet and sees Yukari along with Nai and Lee, running out to meet the winning duelist. "Girls," Shen said, but sees the 3 of them throw themselves at the black-haired boy and hug him while listening to the sobs of the female trio. "Girls, why are you crying? For worrying us so much," said Yukari with a smile while tears continued to spill from her eyes. "But thanks to you, we will be able to study at the academy again," said the redhead with braided hair with a smile on her face. "We will be eternally grateful," Shen said the blue-haired girl with her hair tied up, while her gesture reflected relief. "Forgive me for worrying you, but I couldn't let that cheap champion get away with it. If someone messes with you again, I'll definitely face them," smiling in a friendly way, something that made Nai, Lee and Yukari blush so much and felt their hearts start to beat rapidly. "Shen," the 3 said very shyly. "The night ended in favor of one of our protagonists. He had shown the academy that nothing is impossible, that hard work and the desire to protect others can destroy the barriers people put up to prevent them from achieving their goals. It was a great victory for Shen Phantom and his Cybers deck." Betting box. Many students were seen dejected in said box upon learning that their bet goods had been lost permanently, and they had learned that a person had won a large amount of money, priceless rare cards and tickets to the exclusive cafeteria of the academy bet by them. "Excuse me, miss, I've come to collect my winning bet," said a girl's voice, accompanied by Kenichi. The tearful student saw the winner of the bets. The cashier saw the bet receipt. "Just a moment," said the cashier before stepping back for a moment, leaving the students who had bet whiter than chalk. "The girl won," said an incredulous student pointing at Kuoh, who looked happy. At that moment, the office where the young lady who registered the bets came out with a cart and a bag full of cash, valuable letters and many other things. "Here you go," he said with effort as the young lady handed him the cart full of her earnings. "You practically became a millionaire, miss." "Thank you," Kuoh said innocently. "Come on Kenichi Nai, with this we will have a banquet to celebrate Shen Nai's victory." The redhead nodded smiling and took the cart with Kuno's earnings, leaving all the students who were watching that nice scene with their mouths open. "It's not fair," shouted the students, very angry at Kuno's great luck in taking everything they bet. Chapter 5. Reward and an Unsolved Mystery. It was a normal morning at the DxD Duel Academy. Well, not so normal. Why? As the inhabitants of the Kitsune hostel passed by with the new members of the hostel Nai and Lee, who as of last night went to live with their savior and his friend, as they passed through the corridors of the academy, many students stared at them with eyes of having seen something quite incredible, especially Shen, who still had not digested that he had defeated the junior champion of Europe. But not only students, but also some teachers stared at him in disbelief. "Wow, it seems that yesterday's victory was something of a shock," said Shen, very uncomfortable seeing how they were staring at him. "Well, what did you expect, my friend?" Aaron said, putting his hand on his shoulder. "It was a splendid victory. Although it made me laugh how the students who bet everything on Razor were crying for having lost everything," said Kenichi smiling with satisfaction, while some students who heard that got irritated. "And not only did little Kuno-chan give us some of her winning bet, she also gave us priceless rarity cards to strengthen our deck," said Yukari, taking out some platinum-colored papers. "She also gave us tickets to eat at the academy's exclusive cafeteria, where we can eat international class dishes made by Totsuki chefs, something that only the council members, teachers and some students who with effort, tears and blood achieved them," said Yukari with stars in her eyes while she gave a ticket to her friends at the hostel, something that the other students bled from their eyes and saw the luxury boasted by Yukari with great envy. "That girl has a heart of gold," said Issei crying comically while his girlfriend Yami calmed him down a bit nervously. "And also adding that Shen promised us that he would give us instruction to be able to perform the link summoning," said Issei while receiving the ticket from the green-haired girl. At what the brown-haired man said, the students glared at him in a threatening manner, especially at the female students, as they had Machiavellian plans in mind to get Shen to teach them an advanced form of summoning. Guys, I think we'll talk about that topic at home," said Nai, seeing the threatening auras of the students. I smell such an unbearable smell called interested, said Lee, standing protectively on the side of the black-haired man. But now I remember something, Saya said, putting a finger on her chin. There was a special reward for defeating a member of the student council. It's true, said Indra. I think it won't take more than 24 hours for our good friend Ashen to receive this reward. And he's right, said a voice behind them which revealed Sona Citri being accompanied by two girls, a raven-haired girl with glasses whose long bushy hair reached her waist, who when meeting Aaron Joestar's gaze, couldn't hide a blush, and another girl with whitish hair and a serious look, who, like when meeting Issei's eyes, couldn't hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Faced with the suspicious behavior of the duelists of Sona Citri's team, Shine and Yami instinctively marked their territory by possessively hugging Aaron and Issei's arms, respectively. Well, Ashen Phantom, as a member of the student council, I Sona Citri am pleased to announce that for having defeated Razor Phoenix, from this moment on you will have the opportunity to form your own team of duelists. Congratulations, said the black-haired girl looking proudly at the first-grade boy. Something that caught not only the members of Kitsune Hostel off guard, but also the students who had heard this. Everyone shouted in the academy. Opening. The news that a first-year student had obtained permission from the student council to have his team of duelists had spread in less than 15 minutes throughout the academy. Many students, especially the boys, were envious because they did not expect that on the first day of classes, a first-year boy had obtained authorization to have a team of duelists, especially the second and third years, most of whom worked hard to have at least the consideration of having a duel team, but always failed since the student council members rejected them. But now we will focus on our protagonists. Student Council Hall. In front of a rectangular table were some members of the student council. You could see Sona with Seekvaira and Seikvaira, who showed a serene temperament. On the other hand was Ria's Gremory, who had a grimace that reflected all the repulsion towards Ashen, like Vali, who was irritated before a member of the hostel, who was accompanied by Kenichi and Issei. Wait a minute, where is Razor? Said Kenichi when he saw the blonde seat empty. It seems that he didn't take yesterday's defeat well, Seikvaira said, putting one of his hands on his forehead. He hasn't recovered from the shock of having lost for the first time. He was used to winning, and this is like a new experience he has to face, said Seekvaira, arranging some papers on the desk, although I feel he is exaggerating a little. Well, we strayed a bit from the main topic, said Sona. As I told you at the beginning of the day of classes, we the student council of the DxD Academy have given you the authorization, Ashen Phantom, that you can have your own team of duelists of the academy, all under the approval of all of us, of the vice principal Gabriel, and the director of the academy Michael, said Sona, handing him an official document. The three members of the Kitsune hostel saw said permission endorsed by the highest authorities of the educational establishment, only they saw the signatures of Riaz and Vali, somewhat forced to reveal that they wanted to refuse to sign said document, but they did so reluctantly, and in the signature where the space of Razor was there was a small legend that said, due to absence, there was a signature so refined and elegant that it was doubted that it was from the blonde. As you know, students earn the right to form their team of duelists when they defeat a member of the student council in an official duel endorsed by us, and they also win it if they beat 3 duelists from our teams. So in your case, Issei-kun, you already completed a third of the requirement by defeating Akeno Himejima, like you Kenichi-san, when you defeated Biku in an OTK, one-turn kill, last year at the Winter Festival. As well as Miss Yukari Komori when she defeated Yubaluna of the extinct Razor Phoenix dueling team back then. I really didn't know, said Kenichi, remembering that incident, and we were just fighting over the last takoyaki of the festival. So much so that it was unleashed in an official duel, Seikvaira said, laughing, although I was surprised by what hunger can do to defeat the second best duelist of Vali's team. Vali heard what Seikvaira said and just snorted in annoyance. The next question, Ashen-kun, said Seekvaira, you will have a maximum of 5 duelists in your team to start. The more victories and merits you make, your team will be able to grow. Don't waste your breath on them, Seekvaira is interrupted, looking at Ashen with resentment. It will be of no use to tell them the benefits of having a team of duelists when they will be the next to be expelled from here. Miss Gremory, Ashen said, looking at her indifferently. I'm speaking with Miss Agers. I will kindly ask you to allow me to conclude the explanation because it reveals your poor manners, like those of a certain blonde who is sucking his thumb in his room for losing for the first time in his life. Oh, how dare you? Ria shouted, suddenly standing up from her chair. Enough, Riaz. Sona said very loudly. Ashen-kun is right, you interrupted an explanation that by rule we must give to those who we authorize to have equipment, so please act professionally. Riaz just growled at how upset she was. Well, before Riaz interrupted me, the more merits you make, the bigger your team will be, Ashen-kun, but above all you will be in the spotlight to be a candidate and be part of the student council, said Seekvaira Agers. After all, someone has to fill the seats left by Diodora and Miranda, who graduated last year, Seikvaira said, seeing 2 empty seats. Well, do you have any questions, Ashen-kun? Seekvaira said, to which the black-haired man politely denied. Well, you should go back to class. At that, Kenichi, Issei and Ashen left the student council room and walked through the halls of the academy where the students, especially the female ones, looked at the black-haired first year with predatory eyes. But at that moment a little person interrupted the path of the three friends, standing in front of them. "Excuse me, are you Kenichi-senpai?" said an albino loli wearing a first-year DxD Academy uniform, pointing at the redhead with black locks. "Do I know you, little one?" said Kenichi, which also left Issei and Ashen a little surprised. "My name is Kaneko Taoju," first-year student said the aforementioned with reverence. "I am from Ria's Gremory-sama's duel team." "What business does a duelist of that spoiled girl have with me?" said Kenichi, looking with hostility at the albino, something that caught the attention of the students around him, making them angry as an insult to their idol to continue. "I'm not here on orders from my leader," Kaneko said stoically, but inside she felt a little intimidated by Kenichi. "I'm here to find out information about a person you may know." "Who do you want to know about?" he said without stopping to look at Kaneko hostilely. "It's about Kuroka Taojo," said Kaneko. Something that took Kenichi by surprise. "The missing student," said a third-year boy. "The only girl who belonged to Volley Lucifer's team," said a second-year girl. Kaneko ignored the murmurs of the students around her and continued to look determinedly at Kenichi and his friends. "The reason why I enrolled in this academy despite being ahead academically and because of my skills in the game is to know some information about Kuroka. She is my older sister," said Kaneko with a rather calm tone, but in her eyes, she showed desperation to know something about her. Kenichi softened his gaze a little, as he still doubted the albino since both he and his girlfriend and the other residents of the hostel were targeted by messengers from Ria's, Razor and Volley to remove them from duels and be expelled if they lost. "Is it okay with you if we discuss it during break time?" Kenichi said. "Hi," said Kaneko. At that the albino bowed and said goodbye to the redhead. "Until then, Kenichi-senpai, Ashen-senpai and Issei-senpai." "Did something happen with that duelist, Kenichi?" Issei said, intrigued. "I think it's better if you hear everything with the others in the cafeteria," said Kenichi very seriously. "Because of what happened to Kuroka Taoju, my friend and senpai, it's why we've been fighting for a year. She was a victim of abuse of power at the hands of Volley Lucifer." Such words had left her friend stunned. Just how corrupt the student council situation had been last year. It was one of the many questions the rookie duelists were pondering, but they would save it all for break time when they would talk it over with Kuroka's younger sister. Back to the student council room. Volley was looking at technical sheets to recruit a member for his dueling team, but his face only showed dissatisfaction at seeing the profiles of prospective students. "They don't convince me at all," said Volley, throwing the papers at a wall. "These prospects only know one form of summoning when I require them to know how to summon two or more forms of summoning." "If you want I can help you," Volley said, a voice which reflected Ria's, who smiled maliciously. "Ria's, you know that I respect you a lot for your mother, but this is a matter that I must resolve by myself," said Volley, looking coldly at the redhead who was carrying some papers. "I must fill the place that Kuroka left after that incident, but it has been too long since I filled that place that fool left." "Well, I can suggest something to you," Ria said as she showed them profiles of duelists that Volley recognized. "You're offering me duelists from your team?" Volley said incredulously. "That's right," Ria said calmly. "I have extra duelists. Right now, 5 of them are abroad sorting things out before they return to Kyoto and make up for this week of classes that they won't be coming to. I can boast that in my team I have reserved duelists in case a duelist from my main team has an issue and can replace them, so why not help me in that regard?" But that said, Ria's Gremory shows him the profiles of her duelists. Volley couldn't miss the opportunity that Ria's Gremory, the sister of the current world champion, would offer him a duelist from her team, but the eyes of the former champion's grandson fixed on a specific profile, something that made him smile sickly. "I choose her," said Volley, pointing to a particular person. "Very well, anyway, I wasn't going to commit to the request she made me at the time of recruiting her," said Ria's, very bored, "but with you I know you will exploit that potential. It will be so much that she will forget her true purpose for which she came to this academy," said Ria's, passing the profile of the selected duelist to Volley, who still had that sick smile on his face. "We'll have a lot of fun, my new acquisition," said Volley, looking at the profile picture of the duelist exchanged by Ria's. Time skip. The academy's exclusive cafeteria. Recess had arrived at the academy and many students watched with envy as the residents of Kitsune Hostel headed to a very exclusive area of the cafeteria, revealing platinum-colored tickets that granted them access to that area. Many students wept bitterly as they had lost some of their tickets in the duel the day before. The renowned chef from the Tatsuki school, Kajiro Shinomiya, the magician of vegetables, personally took their order and the hostel residents were immediately seated at a table. Within 5 minutes, Kaneko Taoju arrived at the hostel residents' table and also ordered lunch from Chef Shinomiya. Everyone enjoyed the dishes the Tatsuki-trained chef had prepared for them. "Delicious," Yukari, Nai, Lee, Yami and Izumi shouted with stars in their eyes and puffed out cheeks. Let's thank Kunu-chan later for sharing her earnings with us, Saya said, also enjoying her food. I agree, said Issei while eating happily. But the first to finish their food were Kenichi, Indra and Kaneko, who had only ordered a dessert to accompany them. Kenichi-senpai, I don't have much time to be with you, said Kaneko, a little nervous. If Ryo-sama catches me talking to you, I'll be in trouble. So you want to get to the point, okay, said Kenichi, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. About your sister Kuroka, it was something regrettable what happened. Kaneko was attentive to what the Redeed was going to say when. He won't tell you anything, Kaneko Taoju interrupted, a voice that originated from what reflected someone Kenichi hated with all his strength. What do you want, Volley Lucifer? Said Kenichi, glaring at the grandson of the former champion who was heading towards the residence table. This has nothing to do with you, Volley, said Indra, determined to support Kenichi in the act. Ashen, Issei, Yusei, Aaron and the girls went out to support Kenichi, but Volley had his eyes fixed on Kaneko, something that disturbed her. Oh, of course, Indra, said Volley, smiling mockingly, and more so if it's with a duelist from my team, said Volley, grabbing Kaneko by the forearm to force her to his side. Upon hearing what the albino said, she was in shock. What do you mean? One of your duelists? Saya said, very angry. As you heard right, Saya-chan, Volley said at the suffix of how he called her. Saya, Kenichi and Indra became enraged. Ria's Gremory has just traded Kaneko Taoju to my team of duelists and will take her sister Kuroka's place, grabbing Kaneko tighter, still in shock that Ria's used her as a mere bargaining chip under a false promise of searching for her missing sister, and due to Volley's action, she began to complain of pain. It hurts me, said Kaneko, trying to free herself from the grip of Rizelvim's grandson. Given what was said and the action taken against the little girl, Kenichi could not stand it any longer and went out to confront Volley. We won't let you lay a finger on her, you wretch. Said the Redeed, grabbing Volley's forearm to free Kaneko, who immediately ran into Izumi's arms, who hugged her protectively. She's my duelist and I'll do whatever I want with her, said Volley, looking furiously at the Redeed. Kaneko, come here. She won't go anywhere. Said Kenichi, very angry. Very well, if that's what you want. I am Kenichi Uzumaki. I challenge you to an official duel for the custody of Kaneko Taoju, and in the mind I will ask for your expulsion definitively from the academy if you lose to me. Said Volley, pointing at the Redeed. Okay, but if I win, she'll be with us at the Kitsune hostel, and neither you, nor Rias, nor anyone from the council will lay a finger on her. It's not possible that you, that spoiled Gremory girl, and that scared chicken treat your team like that, said Kenichi. Kaneko, seeing how the Redeed defended her, blushed little by little and her heart beat strongly. Start packing your bags because tomorrow will be the day I show you my vast superiority, Volley said arrogantly. The mode will be normal duel, without link monsters, and in action duel, said Kenichi. As you wish, said Volley, withdrawing from there. By the way, if I win, Kaneko Taoju-san, you will have a punishment of such magnitude that you will think more than twice about disobeying me, said Volley as he left the dining room, leaving Kaneko scared by the intimidating tone that Volley showed. Don't worry, said Kenichi soothingly, putting his hand on Kaneko's head. I have no intention of losing to a nobody. It's true, Aaron said, now putting a hand on the albino's shoulder. If he messes with one, he messes with all of us, and we'll do everything possible to protect you. Kaneko, seeing that the residents of the Kitsune hostel gave her a smile to calm her down, knew that she could trust them, she could lean on them, and above all on Kenichi. Hi, said Kaneko, smiling. Meanwhile, Rome, airport, Italy. 3 girls could be seen boarding a plane to Kyoto. Did you hear what happened at the academy, girls? Said a blonde with greenish eyes, with a shocked tone. No, Asia, what happened for you to tell me in that tone? Said an interested blue-haired girl. They defeated Oju-sama's fiancé Razor-sama, said Asia, leaving the other girls astonished. But that's impossible, said a brunette with pigtails. Now Razor-sama is the undefeated junior champion of Europe, below Shalba Beelzebub, who is the European champion. But the surprising thing, Irina, was that a first-year student defeated him with a new dueling mode with a link invocation, said Asia, showing an iPad with said news from the academy. That summon is for the elite of duels, said Zenobia, and I can't believe that a first-year student was able to defeat Razor-sama. I couldn't believe it either, said Asia, but there was also another duel that surprised me, and that was when they won an admission duel against Akeno One-sama, leaving Zenobia and Irina even more impressed, to which they thought, what kind of duelists would be those who defeated great celebrities and prodigies in the world of duels? And do you know who defeated them? Irina said. The one who defeated Akeno One-sama was Issei, Hyoudou, Asia said in shock upon learning that name. He's Kalen-chan's brother, said Irina. And the one who defeated Razor-sama was a Shen Phantom, said Asia, looking at the photo of the black-haired man on her iPad. "Wait a minute, I know that boy," said Zenobia, and quickly took out her tablet looking for an image until they saw a Shen himself with two adults accompanying them. A Shen phantom is the adopted son of two great dueling celebrities, Yusaku Fujuki and Ao Azazel. Two of the pioneers of link summoning. Irina said, surprised. "This year, I see there will be many surprises," said Asia as she fastened her seatbelt, and at that the flight from Rome to Kyoto started taking off. Chapter 6. Will and Dignity. Kenichi vs Bali. Kyoto Hospital, 9 p.m, room 201. In this place where a calm atmosphere reigned during the night shift, Vali Lucifer was found, who had several books and letters scattered on a desk to complete his schoolwork, but he was also watching over the safety and care of two very special people who were currently resting in bed. Seeing them in their delicate state, he couldn't help but feel bad and grimace in disgust. "Soon mother, soon Feli, I will finish paying for her treatments against that disease," said Vali. "It is only a matter of eliminating Kenichi Uzumaki from the path to finish her treatments." The albino, being a model student, received a scholarship to study, but 80% of it was used to pay for medication and the hospital stay where they were. Her grandfather also tried to finance his daughter's treatment, but Vali wouldn't allow it. However, when the youngest albino didn't have enough money to survive, Rizavam sent him cash to put some food on the table. Clarification. In this fic, Rizavam will not be bad. The final opponent is already defined. "Excuse me, young Vali," said a nurse seriously, "you have a visitor." Vali agreed to receive that visit, but when he saw who it was, he regretted it because it was one of the women he hated so much in his life. "Good night, Vali-kun," said a brunette wearing her usual cream-colored dress, looking at the albino with great malice. "I would say good night, but it would be very hypocritical of me to say it," Venelana Gremory, Vali said when he saw the mother of the student council president. "Don't use that tone with me, Vali Lucifer, since after all I am the one who gives the money so that your loved ones can still live," said Venelana, smiling arrogantly, something that sickened the albino. "That to the point, Venelana-sama," Vali said, very angry, and when he mentioned the honorific he felt that something hurt him, noticing that the older brunette smiled triumphantly. "What have you come for?" "Ate your scholarship, Vali-kun," said Venelana with a nasty smile as she caressed the albino's mother's hair with her hands, manipulating it as if it were a toy. Vali unconsciously gulped, but what neither of them, especially Venelana, knew was that someone was listening to their conversation outside the room where Vali's relatives were resting. "You only get to this point to fulfill your ambition, Venelana," said Zeodicus, disappointed in his wife. "I assure you that I will not leave things like this," said the older Redeed, heading for the exit and proceeded to take out his cell phone and start making a call. "Hello, it's me, I need you to do me a favor." Opening. DxD Academy Duel Stadium. Of narrator. The prestigious Duel Academy lived an atmosphere of excitement and tension because in less than 2 days another official duel of great magnitude was going to arise, because after the overwhelming victory of a Shen Phantom over Razor Phoenix, now a duel of quite risky magnitudes because two people who are literally like water and oil would face each other in a duel where the holograms are tangible, that can be felt like real people or beasts, and for obvious reasons. The attacks are more affected than in other duel modalities, plus that the duelists will have to interact on the stage, where they would duel looking for cards that could help them, or for more action harm the duel. The action cards are action trap cards, the so-called action duel. This duel was between Vali Lucifer, the grandson of the former world champion, against a very aggressive duelist and considered a troublemaker and a rebel by most of the academy's son, Kenichi Uzumaki. Many students attended the action duel to see how the Redeed with black locks could be ousted by the grandson of the former world champion. However, Kenichi's friends were gravely concerned as they had no doubt about Kenichi's skill, but facing him was one of the academy's best duelists. "Hey, do you think Kenichi-san is okay?" Nai said nervously. "He will be," said Indra the first. "Know Kenichi well, and he loves this type of duels." "Risky and with the danger of getting injured," said Saya, sighing heavily. "It's typical of him," said the pink-haired girl, smiling. "Kenichi-san is one of the most outstanding duelists in action duels," Aaron said, "but due to the influence of certain members of the student council, his achievements were never recognized." "I remember that very well," said Lee, very embarrassed since he hit Razor Phoenix-san when he tried to get too far with Saya-san. "He practically made her life difficult at school." "But he practically doesn't care," said Issei, even though Grayfia-sensei, Hajuka-sensei and Azazel-sensei argued for Kenichi not to be expelled. He has proven to be someone strong and difficult to knock down. But his opponent is Vali Lucifer, someone who masters the types of summoning par excellence without taking into account the link summoning, said Izumi. "There's a reason he's the grandson of former champion Rizelvam," said Yukari Komori. "You must be careful," said Ashen. "Rizelvam has a very brutal style of play, worthy of someone with a lot of experience. I still remember when the champion Sirzechs had a lot of trouble against him," said Issei. "But despite everything, Sirzechs-sama managed to defeat him," said Shine, "and if he could defeat him, Kenichi can do the same with his grandson." "You can Kenichi-senpai," said Kaneko very nervously. But then the stadium lights went out, giving rise to a loud roar from the student community. "It's going to start now," said Yusaka. "Let's go Kenichi-nii." Kunu shouted excitedly while comically waving a flag with an image of the Chibi redeed. "Hey Kunu-chan, where did you get the idea to make that flag?" Yami said upon seeing the little blonde's gadget. "I had it made," said the little lady happily. "With what I won from the previous bet I made flags of all of you, and the best of this, it didn't cost me even 5% of the profits of what I won. The advantages of having so much money," said Cow Cow. Audio plays. "Ladies and gentlemen," Momo Hanakai's voice shouted again through the stadium's audio system. "Tonight we will have an official duel in action duel mode between student council member Volley Lucifer against the rebel, but fierce duelist they are, Kenichi Uzumaki." At this point, the students were shouting like crazy, and we couldn't expect a very exciting duel. Of course, we were missing the shouts of support for Volley, especially from the female section. "Do same. Pencil. Expel that rebel please." Obviously Saya, upon hearing such screams, would want to summon her ace monsters to blow their heads off in one hit. In the VIP room, Sona, Sarah Erg and especially Riaz could see the duel with the members of their team being accompanied by their parents. Then Alana Gremory showed an air of triumph and arrogance, being accompanied by her daughter Kaylin, while Zeoticus showed absolute seriousness, but inside he was very enraged by the baseness that his wife had committed. "And now the contenders will enter the arena," shouted Momo Hanakai, and at that moment some lights revealed both duelists who entered the arena of the stadium. The crowd continued screaming like crazy. The members of the Kitsune hostel watched a match with great seriousness. In the arena, both contenders glared at each other fiercely, but the albino was genuinely upset because a certain incident he had with Venelana had put him in a bad mood. Flashback. The day before at the hospital. "What?" Volley shouted, "How dare you say that to me?" "Don't use that tone, young man," said Venelana without flinching, but with a hint of disgust. "Just as I told you right now, I reduced your financial support by 80%, which will not cover the medical expenses of your sweet mother," and Feli-san, said the brunette smiling evilly, "but I can reverse this if you just do one favor. It wasn't enough for you to make Kuroka's life a disgrace, and now you want to ruin my mother's life, Feli's life and my life too," said Volley very angry. "What more do you want to be satisfied? What more?" shouted Volley, throwing a vase at a wall. Then Alana was fascinated to see that side of people, seeing that the destiny of their lives depended on her, but especially on Volley, since she has a very sick resentment against her grandfather and would not waste an opportunity to get even with him, as well as with one of the students who dirty the academy and, above all, hinder her ambition. "I'll make it easy for you, Volley Lucifer. Defeat Kenichi Uzumaki, expel him from the academy, and your financial support will return to 100%, said Venelana, without stopping smiling. "You fail, and I think you'll have to think of a way to cover the treatment for those two, and let me tell you that the support that the academy gives you is more than enough for your mother and your sister to be without problems here in this hospital that has the resources to cure them, because if they are not here." "Okay," Volley said helplessly, and with his head down, "Tomorrow I will beat Kenichi. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Volley-kun. Remember that there's a reason you're in my select group of elite duelists," said Venelana, widening her smile to such an extent that she showed a not very pleasant gesture to withdraw from the room. The albino just turned his back on her in a sign of repudiation, but inside he was still cursing himself for giving in to an evil and corrupt woman. End of flashback. "I hope you're ready for defeat, Kenichi. I won't have mercy on you," said Volley, very enraged, activating his dual disc. Because of the anger caused yesterday by Venelana, he would make the redeed pay for it in order to save his mother and Lavinia. "The only thing I expect from you is incompetence," said Kenichi, activating his dual disc. "I will win this duel to safeguard Kaneko-chan from your clutches." At this statement, everyone present was stunned to learn that Kenichi, a delinquent in their words, would care about a first-year girl. The members of the Kitsune hostel viewed with total approval what the redeed said, but with Kaneko, she was blushing a lot at Kenichi's words and felt her heart beating rapidly. At that moment, the solid vision machines from Action Duel appeared in the stadium arena and began to activate. "Very well, the stage where the duelists will fight will be this, the Dark Cathedral," said Momo Hanakai. And that they see how the action cards were forming in the sky. "Duelists engaged in battle," said Kenshi. "Picking the ground and dancing in the air with his monsters," continued Volley. "They are crossing this field, look," Kenichi shouted. "This is the newest and greatest evolution of duels," Volley shouted, and then the action cards scattered across the stage. "Action Duel." Kenichi and Volley shouted at the same time. "Volley. 4000 LP. Kenichi, 4000 LP. "I'll start the duel now," said Kenichi. "I activate the magic card 6 Samurai United, cards in hand. For each 6 Samurai monster I summon, I can put a Bushido counter on it. Now I summon legendary 6 Samurai Kajeki," said Kenichi, summoning said warrior, showing his robotic parts, card in hand. 3 Bushido counters 1, now I activate Kageki's effect. I can special summon a 6 Emerai monster of level 4 or lower, so I will special summon Secret 6 Emerai Fuma. In defense mode, cards in hand 2. Now I will activate the effect of 6 Emerai United, since it has 2 Bushido counters, I will send it to the graveyard and I will be able to draw 2 cards from my deck, cards in hand. 4. My turn ends, said Kenichi, but in that the Redeed sees an action magic card on a statue of the cathedral and proceeds to run towards it, something that Volley noticed. You're going to go for that action card, huh? My turn, draw. Shouted Volley, drawing a card from his deck. I will activate the spell card, Dark Contract with the Gate, cards in hand. 5. Shouted Volley while activating said spell card. This card allows me to add a DD monster from my deck to my hand, so I will add DD Performant to my hand, cards in hand. 6. At that Kenichi grabs the action magic card and places it in his hand, cards in hand. 5. Now putting in the pendulum zones, adjusting scales 1 to DD Savan Galilei and adjusting scale 10 of DD Savan Keepel R active pendulum scale. Cards in hand. 4. Volley shouted while said monsters mentioned by the albino come out in a pile of light, each one revealing said scales. Now I can summon monsters from level 2 to level 9 simultaneously, but due to the effects of my pendulum monsters, I can only summon DD monsters in a pendulum way, said Volley Lucifer, while reciting the chant Great Demons that seek domination, let the darkness consume your adversary's pendulum summon. Shouted Volley, to which 2 purple rays came out. DD Performant appears and the tuner monster DD Ghost. Shouted Volley, but now I will normally summon DD Necro Slime, cards in hand. 1. At the albino's display, the crowd in the stadium roared with excitement. He's very skillful, said Saya, very worried. I summon a tuner monster, said Ashen. It means that your turn, you are just entering the climax. Kenichi senpai, said Kaneko very worriedly. Then the VIP room. Then Alana quietly enjoyed a glass of wine while watching the world champion's grandson make his move. Don't disappoint me, Volley Lucifer, and all your benefits will return to you, said the brunette smiling evilly. Zeodicus looked at his wife with indignation, but suddenly felt a vibration in his leg. Surreptitiously taking out his cell phone, he saw that he had received a message saying, "The Jimmy Lucifer and Feli Lucifer's treatment has been paid for in full. It was a pleasure doing this, my friend. KL." Zeodicus couldn't help but smile at the message. "What's going on, Zeodicus?" said Benelana, raising an eyebrow. "Just a message about a business concluded by Tobio," said Zeodicus. Then Alana decided to overlook this, while Zeodicus internally celebrated that the lives of Volley Lucifer's relatives were safe. "Now you can beat him without remorse, Kenichi-kun," said the older Redeed. Back to the arena. Volley had successfully summoned 3 monsters, leaving Kenichi at a clear numerical disadvantage. Now I combine the level 2 DD Ghost Monster Turner with level 4 DD Performant plus level 1 DD Necro Slime Tunning. Great Warrior born from the chaotic winds, descend and exterminate your enemies. Synchro summon DDD Ghost. King Alexander appears. Now I will activate the effect of DD Ghost from the Gremory. I will choose a DD monster from my Gremory to send a copy of it to the Gremory, so I choose DD Performant and I can send another copy of this monster to the Gremory, said Volley, while the dual disc gave him a copy of DD Performant from the deck and sent it to the graveyard. And now I activate the effect of DD Necroslam. From my Gremory I can fusion summon a DDD monster by removing the material monsters from my Gremory, including Necroslam, said Volley, smiling evilly. "What?" Kenichi shouted, impressed by the monster's effect. "Now I select a DD Necro Slime and DD Ghost. I remove them to make fusion," shouted Volley. Arcane Whirlpool that takes all forms envelops the specter that writhes in the darkness and gives birth to the new King fusion summoning. Level 6 appears DDD Flame King Genghis. Shouted Volley, making the fearsome fire attribute monster appear. The crowd shouted more excitedly. "Fusion Synchro, only one summon is missing in the duel and normal mode," said Indra. The residents of the Kitsune hostel could only watch the duel with great nervousness. Back to the arena. Now I activate the effect of DDD Ghost. King Alexander. When a DD monster is summoned to the field having this face-up card on the field, I can special summon a level 4 or lower DD monster from my Gremory. Now I special summon a DD Performant from the Gremory. Volley shouted, summoning said level 4 demon monster, and now I activate the effect of DDD Flame King Genghis. When a DD monster is special summoned to the field while this card is under my control, I can summon another DD monster from my Greyway, so I can special summon my second DD Performant from the Greyway. In the stands. The women who supported Volley couldn't help but scream like real fans at the skill of the former champion's grandson. "Two monsters of the same level," said Issei very seriously. "He will do that invocation," said Yukari Komori. "Kenichi will have to put all his effort into this duel, Aaron said, otherwise he would be in serious trouble." Back to the arena. Now I surpass my 2 level 4 DD Performant overlay. shouted Volley, sending his 2 monsters to the graveyard for his 3rd summon from the extra deck to subjugate everything that resides in this world. Now descend to the tip of the world, summon Exceed. Rank 4 appears. DDD Wave King Caesar. Volley had impressed almost everyone in the stadium by being able to do all 3 extra deck summons in one turn: Fusion, Synchro, and XYZ. Everyone was amazed. Kenichi's friends couldn't help but be very nervous about him. Battle Volley ordered Genghis attack Secret 6 Samurai Smoke. The fusion monster attacked Kenichi's warrior and managed to destroy him with 1 slash. Ugh. Kenichi complained. I'll activate Fuma's effect. When it's destroyed by battle or by effect, I can special summon a 6 Samurai monster from my deck, so Secret 6 Samurai Kizaru appears. I will activate Kizaru's effect. When it is special summoned, I can add to my hand a 6 Samurai of different attribute than the 6 Samurai I control at this moment. Cards in hand. 6, said Kenichi while the dual disc gave him said monster card. That will be of no use to you, Kenichi. Shouted Volley. Caesar attack Kizaru now. Ordered the albino, and the colossal demonic monster raised itself in a threatening manner. Action card evasion. Kenichi shouted, activating the action card. With this, Kizaru cannot be destroyed in battle. Said the Redeed with black locks as he watched the samurai step aside from Caesar's destructive attack. As I predicted, said Valid, smiling. I decided to make this move so that you would waste your action card and leave your weakest monster unprotected and thus critically damage your life points. Alexander attacks Kajeki. The last monster left to attack launches itself like a rocket towards Kenichi's samurai, ready to receive the deadly impact. I activate the effect of Secret 6 Samurai Fuma from my graveyard. Kenichi shouted, when one of my 6 samurai is going to be destroyed by battle or by card effect, I can remove Fuma from my graveyard and prevent its destruction. At that moment, a whirlwind appears in front of Kajeki, revealing Fuma, who is intervening in Alexander's attack and saving him from destruction. Everyone screamed in anguish and excitement upon seeing that Kenichi had saved his life points. TCH. My turn is over. Said the albino, frustrated when he saw that his attack hadn't worked. My turn, draw. Kenichi shouted as he saw the card he had stolen and couldn't help but smile. Volley, I told you that you were going to pay dearly for what you did to Kuroka and for seeing Kaneko-chan as a commodity. Ha. How will you do it? Said Volley incredulously at Kenichi's words. I activate my magic Shen's dojo. For each 6 samurai that is normal or special summoned, I can put a Bushido counter on this card, said Kenichi, cards in hand. 5, now I normal summon legendary 6 samurai Shinai, shouted Kenichi, well said samurai, cards in hand. 4, when I control Shinai on the field, I can special summon legendary 6 samurai Mizuho from hand. Shouted Kenichi while summoning the female 6 samurai, and since I normal or special summoned a 6 samurai on my side of the field, I can special summon legendary secret of the 6 samurai in defense mode. Cards in hand. 3. Volley, seeing that his opponent had managed to fill his field with monsters, decides to look for an action card against a possible attack or an effect that could harm him. Now, as I have 3 6 samurai with different attributes, I can do contact fusion. Kenichi shouted. In the stands. Everyone was stunned to learn of Kenichi's move, performing a fusion without needing to use a magic card that facilitates the summoning. Contact fusion. Kunu said, very confused. It's a way to summon a monster without having to use polymerization or another card that allows fusion summoning, of course, if the monster that will be summoned in its card description allows it, Yasaka said, clearing up her daughter's doubts. Back in the arena. Now using Shinai, Kajeki and legendary secret of 6 samurai as materials, I do contact fusion. Kenichi shouted, mysterious warrior who defends your master, reveal yourself from the shadows to your leader. Fusion summoning. Level 5 appears Secret 6 Samurai Raihan. At Kenichi summons, a whirlwind of light brings forth a warrior in his shining oriental armor, taking a battle stance. Now I activate the effect of Shen Dojo. Shouted Kenichi, since I summoned 4 6 samurai this turn that I activated, it has 4 Bushido counters, and by sending my magic card to the graveyard, I can special summon from my deck a 6 samurai of a level equivalent or lower than the Bushido counters that Shen Dojo had. In the stands. -4 Bushido counters. Nice, said, that means Kenichi-san can summon a 6 samurai of level 4 or lower. Back to the arena. Volley managed to get the action card, and when he saw what he caught, he couldn't help but smile. Appears level 3 elder of the 6 samurai. Shouted Kenichi, special summoning said monster. Ha! An old man who needs a walking machine, you think you'll defeat me with that? Said Volley, mocking Kenichi. If I were you, I wouldn't make fun of it, said the Redeed, looking fiercely at Volley. Now I activate the magic card from my hand, asceticism of 6 samurai. With this magic card I can select a 6 samurai from my field, and I can special summon another warrior named 6 samurai with an attack equivalent to the selected monster. declared Kenichi, well the dual disc gave him said monster tuner monster appears Kagemusha of the 6 samurai. In the stands. People murmured very nervously about what Kenichi had done. This is the first time I'll do this, Kenichi Aaron said, smiling. Summoning 2 of his ace monsters isn't very typical of him, said Indra, he only does it when he wants to beat his opponent to a pulp. Volley Lucifer, you have lost this duel, said Issei stoically. Back to the arena. Now I combine my level 2 tuner monster Kagemusha of the 6 samurai with my level 3 monster Elder of the 6 samurai Tunning. He shouted while said monsters perform the summoning effect great leader who manipulates the darkness may power and glory crush your opponents. Synchro summon. Level 5 legendary 6 samurai appears Cheyenne. Before the declaration a new warrior appeared in a beam of light revealing Kenichi Samurai, who showed a threatening air before volley. The students looked with great surprise at the monsters that Kenichi had summoned, that type of warriors reflected the personality of the Redeed with black locks. I will activate the effect of Secret 6 Samurai Raihan. I can remove a 6 samurai from my side of the field or from my hand to select a card on the field and bring it back, so I choose Secret 6 Samurai Kizaru, said Kenichi, so that said monster disappears from the game and I choose DDD Gust King Alexander. I don't believe it. Shouted volley action magic invisibility. I can select a monster that I control and for the rest of the turn it is immune to effects. Raihan's effect is disabled. Shouted volley triumphantly. You think so? Said Kenichi with a darkened look. I activate the effect of legendary 6 samurai Shy and when a magic or trap card is activated I can negate its activation and destroy it. Your magic action is neutralized. At that the reddish samurai passes his hand through his deadly katana and with a quick movement destroys volley's action magic. And as a consequence Raihan's effect is still in place. Raihan removes Gust King Alexander from the game. ADDD. Kenichi shouted. The greenish-yellow shinobi makes seals with his hands, and in that, several chains come out from under Volley's monster. Little by little they began to drag him to the ground. Volley's monster struggled to free himself, but it was practically in vain. Alexander had been removed from the game. Volley, now this duel ends here. Said Kenichi seriously. You're forgetting one thing, genius. He said sarcastically. I still have 2 monsters defending my life points. I only need the next turn to beat you. Of course I haven't forgotten your monsters, said Kenichi calmly. When I have the card that will give me the triumph, said Kenichi, while smiling confidently as he revealed said card. Volley fell silent upon seeing said card. Audio plays. Spirit card 6 strike triple impact. Kenichi shouted. I can activate it when I control 3 6 samurai on my side of the field, and as you can see I control Cheyenne, Raihan and Mizuho. With this condition mat I can activate one of its 3 effects, and my favorite is I can destroy all your Volley Lucifer monsters. Volley, seeing the magic that Kenichi activated, had practically checkmated this duel. Now Mizuho, Cheyenne and Raihan triple impact. Kenichi ordered and immediately the 3 6 samurai went out to attack and destroy the albino's monsters. Volley could only watch as Raihan and Mizuho destroyed Caesar in a combined attack, while Cheyenne with a descending slash destroyed Genghis. In the stands. Everyone fell silent upon seeing how the Redeed had destroyed Volley Lucifer's monsters. The albino's fanatic girls were starting to cry because their idol was practically lost. This duel is over, Saya said, satisfied with her man's performance. Kaneko was more than amazed by the Redeed's display and her heart began to beat furiously. A feeling began to well up in the albino, so much so that her face, especially her cheeks, turned a deep pink. In the VIP lounge. Then Alana Gremory had gotten up from her seat and was looking with total anger as Volley Lucifer was about to lose the duel. Her face only showed disgust and hatred, something that Kaylin and Rhea shared with the brunette when they saw that another member of the student council was going to lose to a resident of the Kitsune hostel. Akeno for her part was calm, but really enjoyed seeing how the Gremory ladies were really furious, something that Zeoticus also shared with the raven-haired girl. Back to the arena. Bezelvim's grandson showed a grimace that showed helplessness and fury towards Kenichi. Kenichi. The albino looked at the Redeed with sick hatred. What's going on, Volley? Kenichi said calmly, where is that arrogant and confident boy who swore to expel me from the academy, but for messing with a girl and treating her as a mere object of exchange? You know that for innocent people, I am merciless towards people of your ilk. Now suffer the consequences of your actions, Volley Lucifer. The albino was truly desperate because his mother and sister's treatment was on his mind. If Kenichi defeated him he was truly lost. Raihan. Attack Volley Lucifer directly. Kenichi shouted while said warrior proceeded to attack the albino with his blades. Slash. HHHHH. Volley shouted as he received the full attack. 4,2400 equals 1600 LP. The albino resented that attack that had hurt part of his chest, but now there was only one more attack left, but what hurt him the most was accepting that Kenichi had surpassed him. Cheyenne, end this duel, attack Volley Lucifer directly. Kenichi ordered. The reddish samurai passed his hand over the blade of his katana, it shone a deep purple color, and quickly launched himself at the albino, and with a diagonal slash. Slash. Ah. Volley screamed as he was slammed to the ground by the enormous strength of Kenichi's monster, while his life points dropped to 0 suddenly, while a bugle sounded, reflecting that the duel was over. The stadium was practically silent upon seeing that another member of the student council, as well as another member of Venelana Gremory's select group, had literally bitten the dust in an OTK at the hands of Kenichi Uzumaki. The winner of the duel is son Kenichi Uzumaki. Shouted Momo Hanakai, and immediately the stadium applauded, and there were few cheers for the redeed, but that did not matter to him, because when he saw the area where his companions and his second family, the Kitsune hostel where they cheered him more the plus of Kuoh, who happily waved the flag of Ichibi Kenichi, the redeed with red locks, raised his thumb in a sign smiling. Volley, for his part, remained static because of what had happened, defeated by the person he hated so much, who now he wouldn't know what to do. The lives of his mother and sister were hanging in the balance. Volley, I hope that with this you learn to value a person's life, said Kenichi. They are not mere slaves, they are beings with dignity, and no one deserves to be trampled on. The albino reacted to two things that his arch-rival had mentioned. Dignity not to be slighted by anyone. Volley couldn't feel more disgusted with himself if he hadn't been influenced by Venelana Gremory, he would be a different person than he is today. Why did he let himself be influenced by that woman? Money. Power. He knew he needed that position in the student council to financially support his mother and younger sister's treatment, but he wondered that despite everything, why did he lose to Kenichi Uzumaki? What does he have that he doesn't have? What is he missing? The albino just got up from the floor and left in silence because his head was now in turmoil, thinking about many things, but above all, how to earn the extra money to support his only family's stay in the hospital. Hyoudou Hospital. Volley had arrived very defeated to the room where his mother and sister were resting. He then takes his mother's hand, and tears begin to flow. Mom, felt sorry, but now I have no way to support your stay in the hospital. I know you will tell me not to give up my dream that grandpa started, but I have no choice but to quit school for a year to go to work, so you can get better. Sorry Mom, felt sorry for being weak, Volley said with pain in his heart. He had never felt so vulnerable, so pathetic, so miserable. Mr. Volley, Lucifer said, a black-haired doctor, I have good news for you. Someone has paid for all of your relatives' treatment, and you can rest easy in that sense. Both Feli Lucifer and Mrs. Lucifer will receive the full treatment until they are discharged. Personally, young man, I believe that an angel heard you and helped you, said the doctor, handing him an envelope. Volley received the envelope and read it. Now think things through before you do them, correct your mistakes and don't make them again. KL and LR. Volley wiped his tears and decided to calm down, to think a little about everything he had done by indirect order of Venelana Gremory. Maybe it wasn't too late to do good after all. Many cards appear falling in a space illuminated by neon lights. I close my eyes and the calm descends on me. Take me with you. We soar to infinity. Kenichi, Ashen, Issei, Yusei, and Indra appear, walking forward, each with a card between their index and middle fingers. We're going at the speed of light, bring me higher. You lift my feet up from the ground. I wish upon a shooting star that you make me lighter. And now you hit my heart with the speed of light. The male duelists of the Kitsune hostel place their cards into their duel discs, and several silhouettes of monsters appear behind them, Issei to ingenister prominence, while the rest were unknown monsters. Instrumental part 04142. They appear dancing to the rhythm of the music, first Saya, then Shion, then Izumi, followed by Yami and Yukari, then the silhouette of a woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, followed also by Nai and Lee, followed by another small female silhouette with short hair, then another voluptuous female silhouette with extra cat ears on her head, and finally a girl with a Drell-shaped pigtail hairstyle. Hear the rhythm of our heartbeat. Echo in eternity. We will travel 1,000 light years. We soar to infinity. The aforementioned girls are holding a card in their hands while their faces reflect love. Saya has a synchro monster card without knowing what monster it is. Yami had a pendulum monster in his hands. Shion, Izumi and the girl with a Drell-shaped pigtail hairstyle, a fusion monster card. Nai and Lee held Power Code Talker and Shooting Code Talker in their hands, while the short silhouette and the girl with cat ears had an Ziz monster card. Akeno had the Ignister Prominence card in her hands. You lift my feet up from the ground. I wish upon a shooting star that you make me lighter. And now you hit. The girls kiss the cards in their hands and throw them into the sky. The neon lights continue to light up to the beat of the music as the silhouettes of the already introduced duelists and the unknown duelists gathered together as the neon lights illuminated Issei and company. Chapter 7. A Mask in Issei's Heart. Akeno vs. Kiryu. DxD Academy, 10 p.m. Volley Lucifer was walking through the lonely, dark halls of Duel Academy, carrying a camper-style backpack. He proceeded to retreat unnoticed, right into the main courtyard of the academy. "Where are you going, Volley?" said a voice to which the platinum-haired man stopped dead in his tracks, but his expression didn't change. "Sona, what are you doing here at this hour?" Volley said very calmly. "I know you're the last one to leave the academy, but I think at this hour they might say you're a school addict." "That's none of your business," said Sona, seriously looking directly into the albino's eyes. "I heard from Bhikkhu that you took a temporary leave, is that true?" "Well, Volley said, sighing and thinking that by returning to the academy he would have a monkey skin in his trophy room. "That's right, I decided to leave here for a while, Sona. The truth is I have to think about many things." "I guess Kenichi's defeat made you react in some way," said Sona, crossing her arms, but keeping her serene posture. Volley remained serious before the raven-haired girl. "Well, I won't stop you. I just hope that the time you are away from the academy makes you react to everything you did and you really make a big change while you are away from the clutches of Venelana Gremory." "Arthur will take my position temporarily," said Volley, again heading back while Sona saw how the grandson of the former champion proceeded to leave the school grounds. "At least if he were in my place, it would be easier for his little sister to enroll." Volley disappeared into the darkness of the cold streets of Hyoudou, while Sona could only stare at her partner, waiting for a possible change in his attitude. "At least say goodbye to your mother and your sister, Volley," said Sona as she took another path to go home. Opening. Time skip 1 week later. The residents of the Kitsune hostel were heading to the academy with their new member Kaneko Toju, who had quickly adapted to the hectic but fun way of life of the residents. Previously, when she lived in the Gremory mansion, she practically had everything ready at hand, but now that she lived in the hostel she had to iron her clothes, make food on the day it was her turn, but above all there was a friendly and healthy coexistence with all her classmates, especially Kenichi, Issei and Ashen and Kuoh. She saw the first as her hero, source of inspiration and her main love interest, and the other two as her best friends and above all older siblings. But with Kuoh, the moment Kaneko told her Onisama, she almost got diabetes and almost jumped up with excitement. Ashen, for his part, gave instruction on link summoning to the residents, including Yasaka, Kuoh, and Kuoh, who had taken an interest in it. The residents were slowly beginning to master these summoning techniques. They were grateful to Yusaku and Aoi's adopted son for this instruction, as they had greatly improved their dueling and strategy skills with these lessons. At the academy, the news that Volley Lucifer had been temporarily discharged sparked rumors, especially regarding Kenichi, because despite having obtained permission to have his dueling team, everyone thought that he had left him with a trauma equal to or more severe than that caused by Ashen to Razor, and that fact angered the Albinos fan club, which was the Kendo club, a lot, and they had seen Kenichi as enemy number one. And just today Kenichi, accompanied by his friends, would confront the Volley Lucifer fan club in the main courtyard of the academy. They were being led by a brown-haired girl and a pink-haired girl who did not look happy at all, with the group from the hostel, especially the red-haired man with black locks. "They are Kenichi Uzumaki," Murayama shouted while wielding a shinai. "How dare you cause Volley-sama to defeat?" "Ah, when will this martyrdom end?" said Kenichi, quite bored of having to deal with the Albinos fans. "Don't you know how to do anything other than bother your neighbor? How could a criminal like you beat the honorable Volley?" said Caddis, pointing contemptuously at the redeed. "Easy, he just tries hard to be the best," said Saya, defending her boyfriend, compared to certain people who praise that jerk like a god to have a chance to be on his team and have such an illusory fantasy of being his partner that he doesn't even know or notice their existence. "How dare you insult Volley-sama?" Murayama shouted angrily. "I'll call him whatever I want," Saya said without being intimidated. "Kenichi is more of a man than him and has better manners than him." The fan clubs could no longer tolerate an insult to their idol, wielding their shinai, and launched their movement against the residents of the Kitsune hostel. "Attack!" Murayama shouted angrily as the Kendo club went on the attack. The boys could only stay on the defensive, especially the boys, acting as shields for their girls so that they would receive the punishment and not the girls. "Stop!" shouted a serious voice, and the Kendo club stopped the attack when they saw Akeno Onisama. Shouted the club when they saw Ria's Gremory's right hand. The black-haired girl watched with a serious face what the Kendo girls were going to do to the members of the Kitsune hostel, but her eyes stopped at Issei, who was defenseless against the Kendo girls' attack that was starting to piss Akeno off. Akeno Onisama, they were trying to abuse us. They were going to say that they were going to grape us, especially their Kenichi Uzumaki, right girls? Said Murayama, pointing out such a vile lie to the men. Her companions nodded in support of the Kendo captain. The members of the Kitsune hostel could not feel so much indignation and hatred against those little women without knowing how serious this accusation is. "We are only defending ourselves. Do you think I'm an idiot?" said Akeno with a rather intimidating tone. Do you think I'll fall for a lie when I was secretly witnessing the conflict you were having, and on top of that, recording your entire speech praising Volley Lucifer and blaming Kenichi-san for a well-deserved victory, and you're lying with that, said Akeno with eyes that promised severe punishment. But Akeno one, said Caddis very cowardly. But nothing. Shouted Akeno Himejima looking with wide contempt. The Kendo Club has its hours counted. If the captain and the vice-captain beat me in a duel, the Kendo Club will be saved from closure, but if I beat you, apart from the club being permanently closed, your teams, your shinace and your uniforms will be burned in front of you in 2 hours. Get ready now, get out of here. Shouted Akeno, leaving Caddis and Murayama intimidated, who ran away with the Kendo Club with a nervous expression and reflected the phrase, "What have we done?" "I'm very sorry for what happened," said Akeno with a bow. "No, it's nothing," Aaron said, somewhat confused because Ria's Gremory's right hand had come to help them, something that distrusted her, and almost everyone at the Kitsune hostel shared that feeling with the black-haired man. "Is this the limit you want to reach, Venelana-san?" said Akeno, very irritated in her mind because she knew that those girls were bribed by the mother of her current leader to intimidate the members of the Kitsune hostel. "Issei-kun," said the raven-haired girl, approaching the first-year brown-haired girl with a warm and loving smile. "Hey, hello Akeno-san," said the youngest of the Hyoudou a little nervously, also smiling a little, which made the brunette blush. The members of the Kitsune hostel were alert to anything Akeno Himejima was planning. "Issei-kun, you know I have tickets to a luxury restaurant in the center of Kyoto, and you know, could you join me in one?" Akeno said a little nervously while showing said invitations. "Himejima-senpai is asking me out on a date," Issei said, leaving his friends in shock. "Hi," said Akeno, very blushing, "but don't call me Himejima-senpai please, just call me Akeno," said the dark-haired girl, very blushing. "Okay," Issei said, smiling, which made Akeno blush even more. "That smile makes me fall in love more every day," said the black-haired girl in her mind. "See you in the Kyoto Center tomorrow at 2 p.m. okay?" said Akeno, very happy. "Okay?" Issei said, very nervous but excited. "See you, Issei-kun, yufufufufu," said Akeno very happily, running away, leaving Issei and his friends in shock, but especially the students who had just arrived at the academy upon seeing one of the most beautiful women in the academy. "What the hell?" everyone in the academy shouted. It took no more than 20 minutes for news to spread that Akeno Himejima, the daughter of the Japanese champion, was going on a date with a member of the disgraced Kitsune hostel. The males of the entire academy couldn't be more jealous that one of the most beautiful and sought-after women was going out with a first-year rookie. They obviously hoped the date would go badly for her. The women were horrified to learn that their impeccable one-Isama was going out with a delinquent in their eyes. In the student council, the news was mostly taken calmly, especially by Kiba and in this case, by Gaspar Vladi. They felt happy for their partner to fulfill that wish because they know about Akeno's feelings for Issei, but with Ria's, it was practically like giving her a blow to the liver because she was not going to accept that her best duelist was going out with a nobody, and Kaylin also felt that one of her senpais was betraying her. The school day passed, but they also watched a duel to keep the Kendo Club open between Murayama and Caddis and Akeno Himejima. The duel didn't even last 3 minutes as Akeno landed a FTK, first turn kill, on Murayama and Caddis. Audio for the scene. Monsters that Murayama and Caddis have respectively. Now I put my level 7 monster Assault Blackwing Chidori the Rain Sprinkling, together with my level 5 tuner monster Sahaya, the Rainstorm Tunning Synchro Summon. Akeno shouted, descends from the sky Assault Blackwing Onimaru the Divine Thunder. Now I tune the level 3 tuner monster Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind and my level 4 monster Blackwing Bora, the Spear Tunning. Shouted Akeno while performing the summoning maneuver Strong Thunder that lashes the skies descends and impose with magnanimous presence Synchro Summon Assault Blackwing Rikiri the Rain Shower. Now I activate Rikiri's effect and for each Blackwing I control I can destroy the same amount of monsters I control too, so I can destroy both of their monsters. Shouted Akeno while Rikiri destroyed Murayama and Caddis's monsters with a thunderclap. Now Onimaru. Attack Yui Caddis directly. At that Onimaru moving dizzily brandishing his lethal weapon strikes the pink-haired girl. I now activate Onimaru's effect as he was synchro summoned and his materials were synchro monsters. In the damage phase he gains 3000 attack. 3000 plus 3000 equals 6000. Caddis equals 4000 6000 equals 0 LP. Now Rikiri attacks Murayama directly. Now I activate the effect of Blackwing Kalit the Moon Shadow in the damage phase 1 discard it from my hand and I can increase 1400 attack points to one of my Blackwings. So Rikiri benefits from this. No please no, said Murayama crying at the imminent end of his beloved club. You should have thought that your tantrum would have serious consequences and above all, telling such a serious lie to get your way only shows that you are a repugnant woman before society and before me, the punishments are twice as painful. Rikiri exterminator now. said Akeno with a grimace that showed disgust and hatred, while the black-haired monster gave her a slash covered in lightning that when it hit Murayama, the brunette could only scream in pain, while the bugle sounded indicating the end of the duel. 2600 plus, 1400 equals 4000. Murayama, 4000 equals 0. Murayama and Caddis remained on the ground, but their faces showed pain and shame as their club watched them with grief and resignation, as it was more than obvious that the Kendo club was history. The entire academy witnessed the cruel skill of the Queen of the Black Wings. Akeno ordered the female students to lift the now former Kendo captains and hold them, and in front of the entire academy, she performed an act that humiliated and shamed them, not only as Kendokas, but also as people. With one pull he ripped off and destroyed their Kendo uniforms as a sign of desecration, leaving them in their underwear and in absolute shame, then their entire club followed in being stripped of their uniforms in the same way. The following act, the wooden shinais were incinerated in a bonfire in the stadium along with their other equipment. Thus ending in the most dishonorable way the Kendo club that sold out to Venelana Gremory and for lying with an accusation as low as possible that a woman would make in front of a man. Expelling you would be too kind to you, said Akeno to the humiliated Kendokas, you preferred that everyone point you out for what you are. Lying and vile women, said Akeno, while the club that had lost everything now could feel nothing but rage, hatred, sadness and humiliation towards her. Get out of my sight. She ordered for the last time while the girls led by Murayama and Caddis ran out of there humiliated before the academy. The next day. Saturday, Kyoto Main Square. In the busy Kyoto Square where the heat took over the afternoon, the brunette could be found dressed comfortably. He remained calm, or at least that's what he thought, because hidden in the trees and bushes, the residents of the Kitsune hostel were protecting their friend because they didn't completely trust Akeno Himejima since she is the most powerful duelist of Ria's Gremory. Dear Red Saiyan to bitter emo, no sign of Himejima over, said Kenichi, who dressed as if he was going on a safari, watching with some goggles all the. Here, bitter emo, Red Saiyan and gluttonous cola, said Indra with a vein in his forehead because of how Kenichi referred to him dressed as a Japanese from the Meiji era. Issei remains in the same position. Here's cola greedy, said Yukari visiting as a chef while she was at an improvised fast food stand while she finished giving takoyaki to some children. Everything is fine in my area. Issei's three friends couldn't take their eyes off their friend. The brunette looked at his watch. I think I arrived a little early, I would say, said Issei, if it weren't for Saya and Lee Chan's insistence I would be leaving the hostel right now, he said, smiling a little nervously. Everything was normal when. Hyoudou, said a voice that immediately surprised the brown-haired man, but a feeling of helplessness and sadness took over the brown-haired man when he saw that behind him the origin of said voice, and at the moment of seeing a brown-haired woman with braids who looked at the brown-haired man with surprise. Kiryu, said Issei, taking a serious attitude, something that the boys of the hostel were surprised to see Issei's attitude, who is usually very carefree and happy, but when seeing this girl, he had a radical change of attitude. What are you doing here? The brunette couldn't help but grimace in sadness at the way Issei addressed her. Hyoudou, I said Kiryu, who couldn't help but feel bad when he looked into Issei's eyes. What would you tell me? Another of your lies? Issei said, but then he looks at Ika's sides, and where is your beloved Stefano? Kiryu just lowered his head and tears began to flow. I see I'm leaving you not after you rubbed it in my face that you played with me and that your true love was that bastard. Issei said very coldly. Issei, I know it sounds very hypocritical of me, said Kiryu, very sorry and sad, but after Stefano left me, I realized how much you did for me, and you don't know all the nights I cried for you, your beautiful words that you dedicated to me and your caresses. I was stupid to change you for him. Issei, despite being serious with his now ex-girlfriend, couldn't help but shed a tear of past pain. Kiryu cried his eyes out. Everyone watched the scene very curiously, and Issei's friends who were watching him were ready to intervene in case things got ugly, but. Issei-kun, shouted a voice that relieved Issei's pain a little when Akeno Himejima appeared, dressed very elegantly, leaving aside her usual ponytail to have her hair completely untied, while a smile adorned her face. Excuse me, Issei-kun, late to arrive. Not at all, Akeno-chan, said Issei, returning his usual smile, something that made the raven-haired girl blush, but Kiryu, seeing how that smile was dedicated to that girl who had just arrived and not to her, felt her heart crumble. Who is she, Issei? Kiryu said with a rather hostile tone, pointing at Akeno who, seeing the brunette as she addressed her, could not show a gesture of annoyance. Someone you shouldn't be interested in, said Issei while taking Akeno's hand, who immediately flinched upon feeling contact with the brunette. Akeno-chan, let's go or we're going to miss the movie, okay? Said Issei, smiling at her as Akeno softened her gaze. Hi, said Akeno as they left the main square, leaving a shocked Kiryu seeing her ex-boyfriend dating such a beautiful woman. Well, Himejima arrived at an opportune moment, said Kenichi, taking out his walkie-talkie. Red Nekomata and Ghoul JJ are heading to your point, he said to his walkie-talkie. Understood. Aaron and Nai said to Kenichi, and with that Issei's friends left the square to continue protecting the brunette from a possible trick by Akeno. But without realizing that Kiryuika was furious at what she saw. This is not over, said Kiryu, very furious. I will get you back, Issei. Even if you don't like it, you will be happy with me, said Kiryu, very angry, seeing Issei and Akeno very happy. Everything went normally for the young couple where Issei and Akeno were comfortable with each other's company. First they went to the cinema where, without the brunette realizing it, they were under the surveillance of Aaron, Xian and I, who posed as workers of the same. Then they went to the bowling alley, where they were under the surveillance of Issei, Lee and Kaneko, when the first one passed himself as a soda fountain worker, Lee as a cleaning worker and Kaneko as a bowling ball polisher. It was pure joy on the face of the youngest of the Hyoudou, and the only daughter of the champion of Japan. Then they went to the restaurant to have dinner, but Issei realized the type of stay he was in. It was practically a luxury place, and for people of the luxury society. Akeno explained that she had some reservations at the restaurant owned by the Phoenix family. Thanks to Shen's victory over Razor, she won a full meal, and they could eat whatever they wanted from the menu. But infiltrating as they could, Issei's friends got into the Phoenix restaurant to continue watching their friend. Issei started eating spaghetti while Akeno ate spinach fusilli. Hey Issei-kun, said Akeno while finishing a bite of her pasta. Who was that girl who was in the plaza arguing with you? Issei finished his spaghetti, putting his cutlery on the plate while giving the brunette a less severe look because she did not deserve to be a victim of his bad mood. She is my ex-girlfriend, Akeno-san, said Issei, a little saddened. Akeno looked at him carefully. I met her in high school. She is a year older than me. We were 2 happy years by her side, but one day I found her in the classroom kissing another man, said Issei, very sad. Akeno noticed that she had located an emotional mine in the brown-haired. The members of the Kitsune hostel felt different feelings. In the case of Kenichi, Indra and Aaron showed anger for the brown-haired girl. In the case of Nai, Lee, Kaneko, Xian and Yukari, they felt sorry and sadness for Issei, but not satisfied with that, she rubbed in at that same moment that those 2 years were a game for her when they had the boy with whom she kissed everything and above all, said that it is a promise for the duels. That day was the worst of my life. I just wanted it to be a dream, a bad dream, but sniff, I only saw how Kiryuika tormented me, for that she made fun of me every day, and I wanted to do everything to calm my pain. Even the crazy moment of taking my own life arrived. Akeno was shocked by what her love interest had said, how a girl had left a rather deep and painful wound on her noble heart. But if something made me react in time, it was my parents, my sister at the time, and above all, the monster duels and the way Sirzechs Gremory had fun. It was what pulled me out of that abyss of my life. That's why if you see me smiling, it's because I found a way to overcome that pothole in my life, Issei said, but suddenly. Pump. Akeno hugged Issei, something that surprised the same brown-haired boy a lot. Issei-kun, Akeno said in a loving and comforting way that Issei managed to calm down a little. If that girl didn't know how to value a great boy that I have in my eyes, she didn't know how to value that big heart that made me react that I was doing things wrong, but above all that smile that I like too much. Akeno-san. Issei said, very shocked by what the brunette said. Issei-kun, you made me awaken something more than a simple desire to meet you. You make me want to defend that big heart that makes me feel something very beautiful in mine. Issei-kun, please, if you give me a chance to be by your side, I will defend you and your ideals. I like your way of having duels, and above all I like you in everything, Issei-kun. The brown-haired boy was impressed by what Ria's Gremory's best duelist had said, a somewhat unexpected confession. But, I don't want you to have problems with your team leader because she is clearly at odds with my friends, said Issei, somewhat worried. That's something I'm willing to face, said Akeno, very determined. Things between her, Kalen, and I have been tense for a long time since I was defeated in that admission duel, but usually a defeat frustrates me, but you made me open my eyes, and you know that with the Gremory, especially with Venilana, they don't tolerate failure with their win-win mentality. Issei, seeing that Akeno wasn't lying, did something that instinctively demanded him. He kissed her, surprising Akeno but especially her friends, since they were with their jaws on the floor and white with shock. The raven-haired girl was surprised but immediately reciprocated the kiss until it became a little more intense, stopping due to lack of air, leaving a thread of saliva. That was my first kiss, Issei-kun, said Akeno, very blushing. I hope you take responsibility for this girl's feelings. Yufufufufu, said Akeno very happily before an agitated Issei who turned red. We are officially boyfriend and girlfriend, aren't we? Issei just nodded, very embarrassed, at something Akeno liked. He just laughed flirtatiously in celebration of winning Issei's heart. The members of the Kitsune hostel decided to have a long talk with Akeno as soon as they had the opportunity. They finished dinner and headed to the square under a cold Kyoto sunset. Akeno was clinging to Issei's arm while he seemed relaxed with the raven-haired girl's company in a romantic atmosphere, but as always, someone has to ruin it. Issei. Shouted the voice of the woman who made him fall into depression. Kiryuika showed a gesture of despair and sweaty, because she apparently ran. Don't bother Ikakiryu, Issei said very coldly. Issei, please, I'm very sorry for what I did to you in the past and I want you to give me a second chance, said the brunette very desperate. I assure you that I will not hurt you again, I will make you happy every day. Shut your mouth, said Akeno, interrupting the brunette. Do you think Issei-kun will believe everything you say to come back to your side when you don't know the pain you caused in his heart? Don't get involved, Kiryu said. This is a problem between Issei and me. Correction, it's my problem too. Well, I'm his girlfriend, said Akeno, smiling mockingly at the brunette. Something that had left her in shock and tears did not take long to come upon hearing the news. Issei, tell me it's not true. Ika said as she saw the brunette stand on Akeno's side and intertwine his fingers with hers, and they both squeezed tightly. No, I won't accept it. Akeno and Issei only showed indifference to Ika Kiryu's scream and tantrum. You, Kiryu shouted, pointing at Akeno. I challenge you to a duel for Issei. Well, he took out his duel disc from his bag and placed it on his left forearm. Miserable, said Akeno, very angry. You see Issei-kun as a trophy and not as a person. What's wrong with you? Are you afraid I'll beat you? Said Ika, provoking Akeno, who was getting furious because of Kiryu's tricks. Akeno-chan, Issei said as he looked at the black-haired girl. Show that you are better than her. But Issei-kun, said Akeno. Akeno-chan, I trust you, Issei said, smiling at her, something that encouraged Akeno to fight like a true lioness for her beloved cowhide. Then he looked seriously at the brunette who was staring madly at the raven-haired girl. Kiryu, Ika, I accept your challenge for Hyoudou, Issei said Akeno as she took out a hair tie from a bag in her dress that immediately fixed her hair to put it in the ponytail that characterized her so much, and from a bag, she also took out a duel disc and proceeded to put it on. Both women took their distance for an unofficial duel, activated said devices, and shouted in the middle of the crowd that watched them. Duel. Akeno, 4000 LP. Kiryu. 4000 LP. I'll start, said Kiryu, taking his card. I summon Traptrix attracts in attack mode. Said Kiryu while said monster appeared, cards in hand. 4. My turn ends. Those monsters, I shouldn't be confident in that. My turn draw. Akeno shouted, cards in hand. 6. I activate the effect of Blackwing Summon the poison wind from my hand. I remove a Blackwing, cards in hand. 5. To activate from my deck a spell card called Black Whirlwind. And of course I can summon Summon normally without need to tribute a monster. Cards in hand. 4. I activate Blackwhirl's effect. When I normal summon a Blackwing, I can add a Blackwing monster with an equal or lower attack to my hand, so I bring Blackwing Gladius to my hand, cards in hand. 5. Very good for you, Akeno Himejima, because I activate the effect of attracts. I can activate trap cards from my hand that have hole in their name, so I activate the trap card Trap Hole, cards in hand. 3. Any monster that is normal summoned with more than 1000 attack points is destroyed. Said Kiryu while a sinkhole opened in the floor, destroying said Akeno's monster. Such a cute monster foolishly falling into a trap. I don't think so, Ika. Kiryu, Akeno said seriously. I'm offended that you consider me ignorant, being the daughter of the champion of Japan. When I grew up through duels, I know what your archetype is and what its weak point is. As a Blackwing was destroyed by effect, I can special summon Blackwing Kagurashi the Wanderer. Cards in hand. 4. She said while said level 6 monster appeared before Akeno. Now as I control a Blackwing on my side of the field, I can special summon Blackwing Boar the Spear. Cards in hand. 3. Keep summoning, you fool, Kiryu said maliciously in his mind as he saw in his hand that he had 2 trap cards ready to use. I have a whole card ready for that monster. Issei, seeing the unpleasant grimace on Kiryu, couldn't help but worry about the raven-haired girl. Now I overcome my level 6 tuner monster Kagurashi with my level 4 monster Boar Tunning. Akeno declared as the tuner monster turned into 6 greenish rings surrounding the level 4 monster. Audio plays. The sky of a warm sunset turned into a cloudy sky, unleashing a thunderstorm while the winds blew violently. Great winged warrior, armed descend with your luster and dark armor, said the chant Akeno, while her eyes were closed. Synchro invocation, shouted Akeno, showing a look full of fury and determination while a lightning bolt fell behind her. The sky was beginning to give way to a large silhouette in a pillar of light. The sound of metal rang out as it landed behind the raven-haired girl. Level 10 appears. Blackwing Full Armor Master. The silhouette destroys said pillar, revealing Akeno's monster, bearing a threatening temperament. Well done, Akeno Himejima. Ika shouted, smiling evilly, but now I activate the attracts effect again. I activate the trap card Bottomless Trap Hole from my hand to destroy and remove your synchro monster from the game. Ika Kiryu shouted while said bottomless hole had been activated under the monster, but she saw that nothing happened. What is happening? Why isn't your monster destroyed? That's very simple, Ika Kiryu, Akeno said calmly, but in her eyes, she couldn't stop feeling fury and resentment for the woman who heard Issei. Hyoudou, my monster is immune to card effects, so your trap is useless against my monster. Akeno shouted while the raven-haired girl Synchro monster destroyed Ikakiryu's trap with one hit, and now since you activated your monster's effect, I activate my monster's effect. I can put a counter wedge on that monster that activated its effect, in this case your Tarktrix attracts. Akeno said while the raven-haired girl's monster threw a dart at the chestnut girl's monster, and now I activate another of Armor Master's effects. I can target a monster with a counter wedge and take control of it. What? Ika shouted as she saw her monster stand next to the Synchro monster. No, it's not possible. Ikakiryu, your worst mistake was challenging me for Issei-kun's love, said Akeno, while her gaze intimidated the brunette. As long as you are close to him, be sure that you will never have his heart again, never. Shouted Akeno, very furious. Traptrix attracts. Directly attack Kiryu Ika. The chestnut monster itself attacks its duelist by throwing vines at her, injuring her. 4,000, 1,800 equals 2,200. This is over. Blackwing full armor master end this duel, Akeno shouted very seriously, while said raven-haired monster with his rifle aimed at Kiryu, who was powerless in the face of this duel. Black thunder missile. Akeno synchro monster fired said attack, hitting the chestnut and sending it flying. Ah! Kiryu screamed in pain as the horn sounded to end the Sonoba duel. 2,200, 3,000 equals 0 LP. Everyone was surprised by Akeno Himejima's display when she applied another FTK on Ika, who was still in shock at the power of the Japanese champion's daughter in defending the brown-haired girl. Issei and the members of the Kitsune hostel, hidden, watched the duel in amazement, since Akeno Himejima's power was not something to be taken so lightly. Don't come near Issei-kun again, because next time, I won't be as merciful as I was today, said Akeno, while taking the brunette's arm. Both proceeded to leave from there before a brunette who slowly stood up, but a look full of hatred was directed at the brunette. Akeno Himejima, I assure you that Issei-kun will be mine, and I will make you suffer, said Ika very furiously, while clenching her fists very tightly. Time skip. It was already night and Issei accompanied the brunette to her residence, which was the great Gremory mansion. Well, despite the unexpected duel, I had a great time with you, Issei-kun, said Akeno as she walked beside him, interlacing their hands. Me too, Akeno-chan, said Issei calmly, looking into the eyes of the raven-haired girl. Already near the main door they see something unusual. These are my suitcases, said Akeno, surprised. At that, both boys see that they are indeed Akeno Himejima's personal things. Her clothes, her makeup, everything was already in her suitcases, but they saw that there was a note that the brunette suddenly read. If you decided to be the girlfriend of a trash, then live with trash. You are expelled from the Gremory family. Your father will be very disappointed in you. Your place will be taken by my honorable daughter Kaylin. At Venilana Gremory. Upon reading the note, a very tense silence fell. Akeno remained silent and Issei seemed worried about his current girlfriend. Akeno-chan, said Issei, very dismayed because it is partly his fault that Akeno was expelled from the Gremory group. They had gone crazy, said Akeno, to which he showed a smile, but a smile that reflected liberation. Ahhhhh. I am free. Leaving the brown-haired boy out of the loop with Akeno's expression, an idea crossed his mind. What if you come live with us at the Kitsune hostel? Said the brown-haired boy calmly. Are you sure, Issei-kun? Akeno said doubtfully. Your friends, let's say they don't like me at all. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone, said Issei, shaking his hand, to which Akeno blushed and responded to the brunette's gesture with a smile. At the Kitsune hostel, 9 p.m. All the residents were waiting for the chestnut tree because they had noticed that it was taking a long time to get home, but… I'm here, Issei shouted as the sliding door made its sound of opening and closing. Issei, where's boss? Yusaka said, very happy, but when she saw Akeno Himejima with her things she was surprised. Good evening, Yusaka-san, said Issei's girlfriend with respect and a bow. My name is Akeno Himejima. I have come to ask for asylum in your hostel. Yusaka was surprised by what was said, and soon Issei's friends arrived before this unusual scene, but that is the beginning of the adventures that Issei, Ashen and company will have to face from now on. Chapter 8. A direct attack on the hostel residents. Hyoudou Hospital. One day before Akeno's expulsion from the Gremory group, Lucifer was in the room where his mother and sister were resting, arranging his table and some of the hospital clothing. Mom Feli, said Volley, looking at his only family with some relief. I still can't believe that a miracle happened with you. Whoever the person who paid for all your treatment is, I will be eternally grateful. Volley proceeded to kiss both Lucifer women on the forehead as a sign of affection when he heard the door to the room open. So you'll be gone for a while, said a slightly hoarse voice. Did you realize in time everything you did in the name of Venilana Gremory? I didn't expect to see you here, Grandpa, said Volley, as he saw his elven Lucifer wearing a suit showing a serious temperament. You see what it was like to be a world champion, Volley? Said Rizelvam. Now that we finally see each other, Grandpa, you'll tell me why you didn't take the time to see your family, Volley said somewhat angrily. You don't know how much my mother and my little sister missed you when Dad suffered that heart attack that ended his life. Rezelvam just closed his eyes, keeping his temper. Vali, you know very well that being a world champion carries with it a great responsibility, said Rezelvam. Don't think I didn't suffer with the death of your father, Adam Kaiba. It was a very hard blow for me, and even more so knowing that he was now the last member of that family that is now extinct, knowing also that Adam left me the corporations that belonged to his family for a long time. You come to show off your luxuries, grandfather? Vali said furiously to a serene Rezelvam. No, on the contrary, since I stopped being a champion I was going to take the reins of those corporations, but I already wanted some peace in my life. That was to see my daughter and my grandchildren, said Rezelvam calmly. I came to tell you that those corporations are now managed by a good friend of mine, and so I came to give you two things and some news, said Rezelvam, throwing him a credit card that Vali caught first. Wherever you go you must be financially prepared. Vali realized that the platinum credit card was a card with a high credit limit. The second Feli had sent me this letter before falling into that coma that keeps her asleep next to your mother, said Rezelvam, handing him a manuscript with his younger sister's handwriting. Vali begins to read it. Dear Grandpa. You don't know how much I miss your presence right now. Dad's death affected Mom so much that she fell asleep due to that illness. But the one who is my symbol of inspiration and keeps me strong besides you is my brother Vali. Despite the blows and problems that have plagued our family, I still see in my brother that smile that characterizes him, staying strong, calming me on nights when it rains and thunders loudly. Vali Ani-chan is my role model. So I ask you for the moment that inheritance that my father was going to give me and you now have it in your possession. I ask you please to give it to my brother, since for the moment he needs it more than I do. I have started with the same symptoms that my mother began with before falling asleep. As long as I'm still conscious, I'll continue to support Vali Ani-chan. I love you Grandpa, I love you Daddy who is in heaven, I love you Mommy, and of course, I love you Vali Ani-chan. The paper where the writing of the youngest of the Lucifer was being wet with tears that fell from Vali's face while a smile was drawn on his face, knowing that despite the fact that Feli Lucifer remained in a coma, she still supported him. Here, Vali, said Rezelvam, handing him a square package wrapped in leather. Vali takes that package and is surprised what was there. It's Dad's deck, said Vali, impressed upon seeing a deck of legendary cards. This belongs to Feli, don't forget it, said Rezelvam, use it wisely, but when she wakes up give it back to her. I, said Vali, I will take good care of this deck. Now, regarding the matter of caring for your mother and sister, don't worry, I'll be here full time, said Rezelvam, taking a seat on a stool. Thanks, Grandpa, said Vali, taking his camper backpack, ready to leave the hospital in peace, but… One more thing, Vali, said Rezelvam, taking a more serious tone, something that Vali took as a bad omen. The tension was evident between the platinum-haired men as they looked at each other. Zekrom has started making suspicious movements, and I can assume that he is preparing a rather strong blow, said Rezelvam. Be careful on your trip, Vali. The grandson of the former champion knew what his grandfather was talking about. That man called Zekrom belonged to a family that considered the Lucifers as natural enemies and would do anything to see them suffer, all because Rezelvam snatched the title of world champion from him without knowing that his daughter is one of the directors of the DxD Academy. Opening. Hyoudou, Japan. Monday. Insert audio. In the busy streets of the Japanese city, a limousine could be seen with the Gremory family emblem printed on the doors, and inside the limousine were three girls so well known to the dear readers. Just in time, as Venelana-sama mentioned, said a blonde, we had a day of rest after the long trip. That's right, Asia, said a blue-haired girl with green highlights. Both Venelana-sama and Ria's Buchu gave us a day of recreation in Tokyo before joining the academy. It's lucky that we belong to the Gremory group, Zenobia, said a brunette with pigtails, now wearing the second-year uniform while having a pendant with a cross. It's a great honor to belong to this group that has given us many benefits. Hi, Asia said very happily. Above all, it helps a lot to the shelter where Zenobia and I grew up in Italy, said the blonde with her hands in a prayer pose. Sister Griselda is very happy with the donations that the Gremory family gives. She has given the possible sustenance to all the orphan children, said Zenobia, imitating her blonde friend. They are sent by the Lord, said Irina, imitating her two friends. Amen, the three girls said at the same time. At that moment, the window that connected with the limo driver opens and a good-natured man tells them. Girls will be arriving at the DxD Academy in 5 minutes, said the driver, smiling. Hi, the three religious duelist friends said calmly after what was said, because they were very eager to return to the academy, where thanks to their skills in dueling monsters, they had the opportunity to study in one of the best dueling academies in the world, and thanks to the financial help given by the Gremory couple, they could meet their needs and give surplus to the shelter in the case of Asia and Zenobia. The estimated time was met and they arrived punctually at the DxD Academy, where the students received them with kindness and praise. It's Asia-sama. Zenobia-sama. Hi Irina-sama. Ayhh. It's the dueling princesses. Many female students were screaming with excitement and the males were shouting as if an actress were walking on a catwalk when they saw the trio of friends who politely greeted the students. They are still just as energetic, the three of them said in their minds, very uncomfortable with so much praise. The three girls headed to the student council to report their arrival to their leader. "Good morning, Ria-sama," the three of them said cheerfully. They saw the Redeed looking quite downcast as an event 2 days ago had left her in that state of mind. But upon hearing the voices of the three newly arrived girls, she had to put on a very forced gesture of kindness. "Hello Asia, Zenobia, Irina, welcome back," said Rias, getting up to hug the duelists of her team, something that the three newly arrived girls reciprocate the gesture of the Redeed, but notices the absence of someone. "Arias Buchu, where is Akeno-san?" Zenobia said when she saw that the raven-haired girl wasn't with Rias. The youngest of the Gremory brothers couldn't help but show a look of bitterness and annoyance when she mentioned her former dueling teammate. "I can answer that for you," Zenobia Quarta said, a cold and serious voice revealing Sona Citri, accompanied by Tsubaki Shinra and 2 duelists, "but first of all and out of politeness, I present my last 2 duelists that complete my team. They are Saji Genshiro, 2nd year, and Ryaku Saka, also 2nd year." "A pleasure to meet you, Gremory-sama and company," said both duelists, newly joined to the Citri family's dueling group. The Gremory girls also responded politely. "And answering your questions, Zenovius and Akeno Himejima was expelled from the Gremory group due to internal quarrels that are not my place to talk about," said Sona, looking sideways at an irritated Rias, who reminded her of the events of Saturday when Akeno went out with Issei Hyoudou. At what Sona said, the religious trio was in shock. "How is it possible?" said Asia, very shocked and sad. "Akeno-san," said Irina in the same way as the blonde. "First Razor's defeat, then Volley-san's defeat, and now the dismissal of Akeno-san, the best duelist in our group. Rias Buchu, what the hell has happened in the week we were absent?" Zenobia said. "Many things have happened," said Rias very bitterly. "Since the entry of 3 new students, it has been a disaster to our academy, and that's not all, they joined the Kitsune hostel that this year came with great force." "That disgusting place," Irina said loudly, quite indignant. "If I were you, I wouldn't say that, Irina Shidu," said Sona very calmly, but with a penetrating look. "That repugnant place houses the duelists who defeated Razor, Akeno Himejima, Yubaluna and especially Volley Lucifer. Just because they are of humble origin doesn't mean they should be looked down upon." Asia and Zenobia, somehow that saying had touched their conscience a little since they had grown up in a humble shelter, but with Irina, it snorted in annoyance. "And where is Akeno?" Irina said very dryly. Well, Rias was going to answer, but then several screams of horror were heard in the academy. "Nuo Akeno-sama. What are they doing with the criminals at the Kitsune hostel? Go and breach Akeno Oju-sama. That fool doesn't deserve a beauty like Akeno Oju-sama. They will take away his purity, that criminal. What is the academy mascot doing with Uzumaki?" The 3 girls who had just arrived from abroad saw the scene that was taking place in the courtyard of the academy, and then they saw a scene that almost made them go grey with shock. Akeno Himejima was holding the arm of the brown-haired boy that Irina had known. Both seemed very much in love, both the boy seemed happy and calm, and Akeno was loving and affectionate with a little brown-haired boy. Behind them were the so-called delinquents of the Kitsune hostel, led by son Kenichi Uzumaki, who was holding the hand of Issei Kaneko Taojo and Saya on the other hand. The first-year boy that Zenobia recognized as the one responsible for the fall of Razor Phoenix's undefeated, and a black-haired boy with blue locks, better known as Indra Dragnel, but also saw several girls following them, among them 2 twins that Asia recognized as part of the Razor Phoenix team. Who is the boy Akeno-san is holding on to?" Irina said, very confused. "It's my pathetic brother," Irina-chan said, a voice which reflected Kalen Gremory. "It's Issei." "Issei-chan, is he in that horrid pigsty?" Irina shouted, very disgusted, to which Kalen nodded. "How is it possible? Being your family he must be with us." "It's not possible," said Irina, very horrified. "Simple, Irina, he doesn't think like us," said Rias very coldly. "He's not interested in power and decided to go with the trash." Irina is very terrified to see someone she has loved for so long find herself in bad ways with Akeno. Zenobia, for her part, saw the black-haired man with a green streak. "He is a Shen Phantom," he said seriously, staring at the aforementioned man who was accompanied by Yukari, Nai and Lee, the twins clinging to the aforementioned man's arm, while the green-haired girl with pigtails rode piggyback on Ishen's back. "He is the adopted son of Aoi's Aizen and Yusaku Fujuki." "That's right, he's the one responsible for Razor Phoenix's defeat," said Sona, while smiling at the funny scene between the 3 girls, who were arguing childishly over Ishen, who was nervous. "Adopted son of 2 pioneers of Link summoning," said Saji incredulously. "No wonder he masters said summoning very well." And I don't doubt that she gave link summoning instructions to the Kitsune hostile kids, Ria said, very irritated. My mother tried to convince Aoi-sama and Yusaku-sama to give us a link summoning course, but she ended up being kicked out of Fujuki-sen's house. And not only that, they also tried to locate Takeru Hamura, Gohan Izuka, Emma Besso and Ryokan Kagami, but when they find their whereabouts, they disappear, said Kalen Hyoudou, remembering how Venelana threw tantrums upon learning of the failure to locate other pioneers and great masters of link innovation. It seems that the link summoning is very exclusive, said Ryakusaka, watching as the members of the Kitsune hostel headed to their classrooms, of course, seeing how Akeno said goodbye to Issei, planting a kiss on him in front of the entire academy, also Nai and Lee, giving Ishen a kiss on the cheek, while Yukari pouted in jealousy. All under the laughter of Kenichi and the others when they saw the rookies being the center of attention, while the other students were burning with jealousy and anger when they saw the delinquents calm and happy. But a chestnut seeing Issei Hyoudou, that child who saw as a small and defenseless child, ran out of the student council room. Where are you going, Arena? Ria shouted loudly. It's not obvious, said the brunette looking at her leader in a determined manner. I must go rescue Issei-chan and Akeno-san from those people who only put them in bad places. I must make them redeem themselves, said Arena, running to the first-year classroom. Wait a minute, Arena. Ria said out loud. No, let Arena-chan do her job, said Kalen Hyoudou. What do you have planned, Kalen? Said Sona, staring at Issei's older sister. Easy. If Arena manages to convince my stupid brother and Akeno-san to join us, we can decimate the strength of the Kitsune hostel. Considering that my pathetic little brother and the traitor Hemjima have knowledge of the link summoning, we can learn it, and when we have what we need from them too, we will expel them irremediably, said Kalen Hyoudou, showing an evil smile. Ria's really liked the idea of her little sister. She could get rid of several loose ends to achieve her mother's precious goal to be a powerful family and get rid of the average trash. With Zenobia and Asia, they did not agree with the plan of using both boys for their purposes, but they could not do anything about the plans of their superiors. Kalen Hyoudou, there is no doubt that this is the most vile thing I have heard about you, said Sona, very irritated. Don't mess with her, Sona, Ria said seriously to the raven-haired girl defending the brunette who was very arrogant towards the member of the student council. Do what you want, Rias, but I'll tell you one thing, said Sona as she left the place, but when she reached the door of the student council room, at this rate, you will lose many important things just for having power. First, you lose that attempt of a man who was your fiancé, and because of that Benelana Gremory broke ties with the Phoenix family, then you lose your best duelist. Also another partner who supported your decisions, as was the case of Volley Lucifer, and now this happens. Tell me, what else are you willing to lose? To fulfill the whims of your mother and your adopted sister. Ria seemed very offended by the way Sona Citri addressed her. It was very rare that she was direct with Ariti because they knew that they were very good friends, along with Seekvaira Gares and Seikvaira Bale. We're going to Tsubaki, Saji and Ria, classes are about to start, Sona said seriously, to which her team nodded without complaint, leaving only the Gremory team that was shown with a whirlwind of feelings. To what Sona said, Asia and Zenobia worried, while Kalen and Ria's irritated and resentful. Meanwhile, Irina ran to the first-year classrooms to locate Issei Hyoudou. It didn't take long to know where he was, because that unmistakable brown-haired boy located her. While she was taking classes with her friends Ishen and Yukari, she was going to interrupt classes, but when she saw that he was taking class with the feared teacher Grayfia Lucifuge, she thought about it more than twice, because doing it without thinking was practically the same as provoking Trihexa himself. So she went to her classroom to think carefully about her strategy to save Issei and Akeno. It's time to rest. Ishen, Issei and Yukari, accompanied by Akeno, Kenichi and Shion. They went to the dining room under the gaze of jealousy and hatred of the students, especially the male students towards Issei, when they saw how Akeno waited for him outside his classroom, receiving him with a kiss and hugging him from behind, leaving those who saw them even more furious. They entered the exclusive dining area where the residents of Kitsune Hostel would now enjoy a delicious meal prepared by Chef Tadakura Megumi. Hhhh, how delicious. Shouted the members of the Kitsune Hostel while eating a rainbow terrine. Kunu-chan, you are an angel from the Lord, said Kenichi, crying comically, sharing his earnings with us. Issei-kun say ah, said Akeno, feeding the brown-haired boy a little nervous, seeing what his girlfriend was capable of doing for him, besides leaving him looking ridiculous and nervous in a rather cheesy scene. Everyone in the normal dining area watched the misfits with jealousy as they enjoyed delicacies that were not worthy of their good judgment, but they didn't care in the least what anyone thought about them. At that moment someone had entered the exclusive dining area. Everyone from the Kitsune Hostel turned their gaze when Hyoudou Issei, shouted a female voice, revealing Arina Shidu, quite exhausted because she had apparently run all over the academy looking for him. Do I know you? Issei said, tilting his head to one side, leaving Arina a little shocked because it seemed the younger brunette didn't recognize her, but then Akeno, with a somewhat serious look, got up from the table. "What can I help you with, Irina Hyoudou?" said the raven-haired girl with some boredom. The members of the Kitsune hostel remained on alert for any maneuver that the brunette with pigtails could make. "What can I do?" Irina said incredulously upon hearing Akeno's question. "It's easy, I've come to take them and you Akeno, to return to where you belong and should belong Issei-kun to the Gremory group." Everyone looked at Irina with bad eyes because she demanded Akeno's return and Issei's abandonment of the Kitsune hostel. "No thanks, I prefer life at the Kitsune hostel and the freedom to being under the command of someone who views me as inferior and without dignity," Issei said, continuing to eat his terrine. At the brunette's response, Irina stormed over to the residents' table, ignoring their serious stares. "Issei!" Irina shouted, hitting the table with both hands, startling the residents. "I ask you to come with me, you are on the wrong path with them," said the brunette with pigtails, but someone couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Enough," Irina said, Akeno confronting the brunette. "You must know that even though your intentions are good, we do not want to be part of that group when you do not know the true intentions of Vanillana Gremory." "What are you trying to tell me?" Irina said, getting angry at how Akeno referred to the woman who helped her, Asia, and Zenobia. "Easy Shidu," Aaron said. "Now that Vanillana Gremory is not the great angelic face that both you and the other students who belong to the Gremory group believe her to be. Behind that kindness there is only a vile manipulator who would not hesitate to use a family in need in order to achieve her nefarious objectives," said Nai, the redheaded twin. "That is not true," said Irina furiously. "Oh no," replied Nao Li, the blue-haired twin. "I can tell you that since a Shen-kun defeated Razor Phoenix, Vanillana Gremory has broken off all communication with the Phoenix family because their stupid elitist thinking does not tolerate the slightest failure." Irina couldn't stand it anymore. "I will not tolerate any insults to Vanillana-sama," the brunette shouted euphorically, confronting Li, raising her hand to slap her, but the impact never came because the sound of being held was heard. "Hey, I'm not going to allow your stupid fanaticism to give you the right to insult my friends, especially people who have just freed themselves from the influence of that mummy," said a cold voice, revealing Indra holding Irina's wrist. "Let go of me, let go of me," Irina screamed, trying to get out of the raven-haired man's grip. He agrees but lightly pushes her away from the table. Irina, feeling the slightest aggression, sees how the residents of the hostel confront her with Ria's Gremory's duelist who would do everything possible to defend both Issei and Akeno. Until the brunette couldn't take it anymore and dropped the bomb. "I challenge you to an official duel," Irina shouted with a practically psychotic face, pointing especially at Indra. "If I win, Akeno Himejima and Issei Hyoudou will join the Gremory group where they will be welcomed." But the one who came out to retaliate was practically the black-haired man who looked at the brunette with deathly eyes, because if there was something he hated, it was blind and deaf fanatics. "I, Indra Dragnel, representing my team and my friends, accept the duel, under the link format." Everyone in the cafeteria was shocked because Indra Dragnel, another student with bad references about him, had accepted the challenge of one of the dueling princesses. Another official duel had been announced. "I will humiliate you like you have no idea," Dragnel said, Irina looking with hatred at the black-haired man. Well, he only kept a look that promised pain, and so Irina Hyoudou leaves the cafeteria. "Are you sure about this, Indra-san?" Akeno said, looking a little worried at her friend. "I have learned that Irina Hyoudou's deck is not the same as last year's." "Don't worry, Akeno-san," said Indra, taking his deck out of his pocket and looking at it. "Whatever her deck is, if I believe in my abilities and luck, nothing can defeat me, unless a blind fanatic like her," said Indra, while behind a silhouette of a Tridephilus dragon, accompanied by the sound of machines activating, could be heard. Another problem had arisen for our protagonists, and now it's Indra's turn to play. They wouldn't tolerate another attempt at belittling the Gremorys, not one more. Chapter 9. Clash of Ideals. Indra vs Irina. The DxD Academy Duel Arena, 10 p.m. Once again at the most prestigious dueling academy in Japan, he falls victim to morbid curiosity and excitement. Why? Another official duel at the academy's facilities, where polar opposites were going to battle it out. On one side, there was Irina, one of the most beloved students by almost all the students, considered a devoted duelist towards the Gremory and the church. She was nicknamed one of the princesses of duels in the DxD Academy, since her character, apart from being sweet and kind, was really firm and attached to her convictions, and did not hesitate to show a violent character in duels when needed. On the other side was Indra Dragnel, one of the most hated students of the academy, because he was known for having a rebellious character toward several students who belonged to the student council. Among those who stood out the most was against Razor and Diodora, who tried to intimidate him in his first days, but the only thing they received was that he showed them the middle finger in the style of Star-Lord. Despite their good grades, clearly along with Kenichi, Aaron and Issei were the most repudiated for not being under the yoke of Rias, Razor, Volley and Diodora, that these four along with their teams tried to make hell to Indra, his friends and couples respectively, which they did not succeed, but they could stain their reputations. The students eagerly awaited Arena Hyoudou's defeat against Ddraig. Everyone expected the Princess of Duels to teach one of the most reviled members of the Kitsune hostel a terrible lesson. But then, in the stands where the Kitsune hostel residents were, the friends of the raven-haired man with blue locks were chatting with Akeno, who knew Arena and her dueling style perfectly. Arena focuses a lot on light attribute monsters due to her upbringing in Protestant Catholicism in England, said Akeno. Since she entered the Duel Academy I have seen her use countless decks that have the light attribute. But she must have a fighting style that clearly identifies her, said Yukari somewhat worried. She dominates all kinds of styles, said Issei very seriously. I have seen her in friendly duels, and clearly she does not have a dominant style, because she has played with luminous decks, with fairy decks of all kinds, and clearly she has played them perfectly. Then we don't know what deck Hyoudou is carrying now, Azumi said, worried about her boyfriend. From how he expressed himself yesterday, I feel like he's bringing a very aggressive deck, Issei said very thoughtfully. Indra will have a very difficult time against that girl, but it is not impossible to beat her, said Kenichi. But then the lights go out and people start screaming with excitement. It's about to begin, Yusaka said very seriously. There is no doubt that the Gremory like to magnify this type of events. What can we expect from them, especially Venelana, Kaelin and Riaz? They like to do this in order to humiliate those duelists who do not agree with their ambition, said Ashen, pointing them out in the VIP room. Riaz could be seen elegantly wearing her uniform, as well as Kaelin positioned next to Riaz, as a sign that she is now her best duelist, replacing Akeno, while Venelana wore an evening dress making her body shine. The trio of women could not show an evil smile when they saw the spectacle they were organizing. I feel as sorry for Ria's father as I do for Sirzechs' Sama himself for having to tolerate such women, Aaron said, imagining the headaches the Gremory patriarch must suffer because of his wife. At least Zeoticus Gremory is someone you can trust. Let's go, Indra Nai-sama. Kuoh shouted, now taking out a flag with her older brother's face. Show that girl with the perpetual candle who's in charge here. Faced with Kuno's screams, they did not hesitate to respond. Shut up, stupid girl. How dare you insult one of the dual princesses, fool. Arena Sama Barrera the floor with the lady, street your daughter, it's pitiful. Kuoh felt intimidated by the students who supported the chestnut, but the cavalry came out to defend the little lady. Ara how cute they look, intimidating a little girl, said Akeno with great sarcasm. It's pathetic to see them like that, said Kaneko seriously. I think we should give a mint gum or toilet paper to everyone who insulted you, Kuoh-chan, said Kenichi, looking mockingly at the students who insulted her, because the only thing that comes out of their mouths is pure shit. Kuoh immediately started laughing at the black-haired boy's very offensive comment. The residents of the Kitsune hostel also laughed, while the students who had offended the little blonde just snorted in annoyance. At that, Playmaker's adopted son approached Yusaka's daughter. Kuoh-chan, Ashen said, looking into Kuno's eyes, remember this, never give people satisfaction in what they say, their words, no matter how strong they are, or if they have hurt you, you show that you are stronger than them, okay? He said, smiling as the little blonde hugged him as a sign of affection. Hi, Ashen Nai-sama, the little lady said calmly, while the members of the hostel watched that scene with tenderness, especially Nai, Lee and Yukari, seeing how Ashen behaved in a way that made him look like a real older brother to the blonde. But then the presenter's voice was present. Good evening everyone, tonight we will present another official duel at the facilities of our prestigious academy between Arena Hyoudou against Ddraig, and I, Momo Hanakai, will be your presenter, the aforementioned woman shouted excitedly. This duel will be played under the Link format. At that presentation everyone started to murmur. Will we see Link monsters again? Said a student. Arena Sama will surely have one, said a third-year student. Ddraig wouldn't have a valuable Link monster for a living. These were some murmurs that were heard in the ears of the residents of the Kitsune hostel, who only limited themselves to smiling at how naive the students were. It's time for the duelists to appear on the dueling field. Momo Hanakai shouted. At that moment, two lights appeared on opposite poles of the stadium. On the west side, Arena Hyoudou appeared, neatly displaying her uniform. The students shouted with excitement at seeing one of the academy's most beloved and strongest duelists. The brunette smiled and waved to everyone. On the opposite side appeared an indifferent and carefree Ddraig who, despite the boos and the occasional student throwing garbage at him in a sign of repudiation, did not care because in his mind he had one objective, and that was to safeguard the integrity of his two friends. Arena and Indra looked at each other seriously. The former wanted to start the duel right away to fulfill her goal of taking Issei and Akeno away from the Kitsune hostel, while Indra refused to be intimidated by Arena or the pressure exerted by the stadium. Ddraig, I will be merciful with you in these moments, said Arena. I give you the opportunity to surrender peacefully, ask for forgiveness for the slander you said to Venelana-sama, and you will see that I, the great princess of duels, will have mercy as the Lord had with his children. Said Arena while joining her hands in a sign of prayer. The students screamed as if they were seeing a saint on the dueling field. Those from Kitsune Hostel could only grimace, reflecting how naive the brunette was. What circus did this clown come from? Nai said in a rather depressed tone of voice while holding her head, as if she were seeing something embarrassing. Back in the arena, Indra kept a somber look, but that was all he could think of. Clap. 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 The dark-haired man just applauded sarcastically at what the brunette said. Very nice speech Hyoudou, convincing enough, but just a small detail, said Indra, while taking out his dual disc and putting it on his left forearm. Your words are hollow before my dual cards. Arena, seeing that her peaceful strategy was not working, changed her expression, decided to also take out her dual disc and put it on her right forearm. Very well, I wanted to do it the easy way, but I see that you want me to defeat you in the most humiliating way, said Arena, looking at the black-haired man with contempt. I assure you that after this duel, you will come to ask Vanillana-sama for forgiveness like the miserable insect that you are before us, the elite duelists, said Arena in a contemptuous manner. At the chestnut's words everyone cheered her, but those from the Kitsune Hostel only sighed out of pity, but for the chestnut. Poor big mouth provoking Indra like that, said Saya. It will only cause him to not hold back in this duel, said Xion. And more to know that a small trail of light shouldn't have provoked a true cybernetic beast, said Yami, while he saw how Indra smiled that grimace. I think it will do something that will hurt the pride of that religious fanatic. Indeed, Indra could only think of something that would possibly affect Arena. Since my part of the bet is missing, if I win this duel, you will renounce the Gremory family and come to live at the Kitsune Hostel. You will be far from your devotional figure, and you will live like a normal person, and in this way you will begin to learn something that you need, and that is called humility. At what the dark-haired boy with blue locks said, everyone shouted and whistled at him. Arena, knowing the conditions of her opponent, felt that it was a rather dangerous bet because not only would she be far from the Gremories, but also from that figure who considered her a sent from heaven. The brunette looked at the VIP room in Vanillana's direction. She only nodded in a sign of her consent, which Arena smiled determinedly and looked at her opponent. I accept, Indra Dragnel. At that moment, the hologram dueling machines began to operate, displaying the dueling arena in front of the players, along with the zones for the monsters summoned from the extra deck. The names of the combatants and their hit points were displayed on the stadium's large screen until the horn sounded, signaling the start of the fight. Duel, shouted Arena and Indra. Arena 4000 LP. Indra 4000 LP. I'll start if you don't mind, said Arena, taking a card from her hand. I summon Saddle Knight Deneb in attack mode. Cards in hand. 4. I will activate Deneb's effect. When it is successfully summoned, I can add a Teller Knight monster from my deck to my hand, said Arena, while the dual disc gave her said card, cards in hand. 5. I will put 2 cards face down and my turn will end, cards in hand. 3. Okay, now it's my turn, draw. Shouted Indra, taking a card from his deck, cards in hand. 6. Now I will discard a monster card from my hand to special summon my Cyber Dragon Nashster in attack mode. Cards in hand. 4. I activate Nashster as effect. When it is successfully summoned, I can select a machine-type monster with 2100 ATK or defense and special summon it from the Gravely, said Indra, ready to draw a card from his graveyard, but I won't allow it, Arena said very quietly. Trap card, activate Stellar Nova Alpha, said the brunette while revealing said card. When my opponent activates a magic card, trap card or monster effect, I can send a Telarch Knight monster to the graveyard to negate said card and destroy it, said Arena, while said trap card launched a golden ray in the direction of Indra's cybernetic monster, destroying it, and of course I draw a card from my deck, said Arena, while taking a card from her deck to add it to her hand, cards in hand. 4. DCH Indra refuted when he saw that a play didn't work for him. I'll summon Cyber Dragon Core in attack mode, said Indra as the newly named monster appeared on the field, cards in hand. 3. I'll activate the effect of Cyber Dragon Core. I can add a spell or trap card from my deck to my hand that contains Cyber in its name, said Indra, while the dual disc gave him said card, cards in hand. 4. And now I activate my spell card Machine Duplication, cards in hand. 3. I can select a machine type monster with 500 attack or less, and I can bring from my deck 2 copies with the same name, said Indra, while the dual disc showed 2 cards. I special summon 2 Cyber Dragons, shouted Indra while summoning 2 copies of said monsters. At that moment, the moment he placed the 2 copies of his monsters, both machines roared ferociously, which made the students watching the duel stand on end, but a few words from Indra shocked everyone in the stadium. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory, shouted the raven-haired man, making a movement with his hand on the ground, and from there, the square with the 8 arrows appeared, the same square that a Shen Phantom summoned in his duel against Razor. Link Invocation. Is that scoundrel going to summon Link? How is it possible that someone of that kind can master such an advanced summoning? The members of the Kitsune hostel just smiled mockingly as they ignored or forgot that on their side, they had the adopted son of the pioneers of link summoning, and from him, they had received instruction on how to summon in that way. In the VIP room, everyone was shocked at what they saw because they didn't expect Indra to be able to summon in that way. How is it possible that this commoner can summon a link monster? Said Venelana angrily upon seeing that Indra had made the same symbol of the link summons appear. That invocation must be exclusive to us, said Kaelin very irritated. Back to the battlefield. Arrows confirmed the requirements for the summoning are 2 machine-type monsters that include a Cyber Dragon monster, so I sent Cyber Dragon Core and a Cyber Dragon, combined circuit link summoning. He shouted as the symbol began to shine and from it, a pile of light appeared, but inside it a shadow appeared snaking Link 2 appears Cyber Dragon Sieger. Shouted Indra as the Link monster broke the pillar of light descending slowly until it hit the ground, a thunderous roar was heard in the stadium, making more than one nervous. Arena, seeing the Link monster, decided to advance her move. Trap card activate threatening roar shouted the chestnut as she activated the card when you activate it, you cannot declare an attack this turn. Some students breathed a sigh of relief that Arena was saved from a direct attack. I'll put 2 cards face down, and my turn ends said Indra, also imitating his opponent's final action this deck, I already know what style it is, I only need 1 card for this, said the dark-haired man with blue locks in his mind, looking at his face down cards in hand. 1. My turn draw. Said Arena, cards in hand, 5, now I summon Saddle Arknight Vega in attack mode. Shouted Arena summoning said warrior-type monster, cards in hand, 4, now I activate Vega's effect, when it is special summoned I can special summon another Tellarknight monster from my hand, and now said Arena taking another card from her hand, I special summon Saddlearknight Altar in attack mode. Said Arena summoning her second monster on the field, cards in hand, 3, and now I activate Altar's effect when it is successfully summoned, I can summon a Tellarknight monster from my gravely in a successful manner, only I won't be able to attack this turn so return Saddlearknight Deneb. Said Arena, special summoning her third monster directly from the graveyard, and you know when Deneb is successfully summoned, I can add a Tellarknight monster to my hand said Arena, smiling mockingly, cards in hand. 4. In the stands they only murmured. Will you summon him? But the monster me? The residents of the Kitsune hostel had a bad feeling about the murmurs. Now I activate my magic card Saddlearknight Skibrg said Arena, I can select one of my Saddlearknight to be able to summon from my deck another Saddlearknight of a different name to the selected one on my field, well the first one will be returned to the deck, so I select Deneb to be able to summon Saddlearknight Awesome, said Arena, well Deneb became a sphere of light that returned to Arena's deck, and from this last one, another sphere of light emerged to reach the field, revealing the monster mentioned by the chestnut now I activate the effect of my Saddlearknight when it is successfully summoned I can inflict 1000 life PTS to you. At that the newly summoned monster tenses his bow and shoots an arrow that passes through the side of the cyber dragon impacting the raven-haired man. Ag. Indra complained as his life points decreased. Indra. 4000, 1000 equals 3000. Many of the students laughed at the cyber dragon wielder's misfortune. Kenichi and Issei held back the urge to silence them with blows. Izumi and Kunu were worried about the raven-haired boy. Returning to the arena. Now I overlay Altar, Vega and Awesome overlay. Arena shouted as her monsters became trails of golden light with these 3 monsters I can create an overlay network XYZ invoke. Arena shouted as an explosion occurred Great Warrior who is guided by the starlight show the glory of the light and guide me to enlightenment Stellarknight Ilteros appears. At that a golden humanoid silhouette begins to descend while detaching its wings from its back to reveal said XYZ monster. Now I activate the effect of Stellarknight Ilteros by removing an XYZ material, I can select a card from the field and destroy it so I will destroy your Cyber Dragon Sieger Arena shouted as the XYZ monster destroyed one of her materials with its sword and proceeded to destroy Indra's Link monster. I activate my face down quick play spell card Cyberload Fusion. Indra shouted revealing said card with this card I can summon a fusion monster that has as requirements for said summon a cyber dragon and for that the material monsters will be returned to the deck instead of stopping in the Gremory so I will fusion my cyber dragon and my link monster cyber dragon Sieger, Indra said, while returning the link monster and cyber dragon to the extra deck to his deck, fusion summon goal level 8. Cyber twin dragon. The stadium was quite terrified to see a monster much more powerful than Arena's Stellarknight, they had been frustrated to see that Indra had managed to evade the effect of the chestnut monster and had responded by summoning a monster much more powerful than Arena's. Despite being at a disadvantage in life points, Indra would not give up. DCH. I place 2 cards face down and my turn ends said Arena, putting the cards in the spell and trap area, cards in hand. 2. Everyone saw that Arena and Indra could not destroy their monsters in any way, but the chestnut had managed to damage their life points. Things seem to be getting tense, said Issei. Both of them don't give in, said Kaneko thoughtfully. They completely avoid the destruction of their monsters. Although Arena Hyoudou has managed to decimate Indra's life points, said Lee very thoughtfully. That Saddle Arknight archetype. So you managed to decipher it, said Akeno looking at the blue-haired girl. It is a very dangerous archetype if it is not stopped in time. Every time it is summoned, whether normal, prepared or special, its effects are activated. The real problem that Indra will have is that if he does not stop said effects or eliminate the Saddle Arknight from the game, the only thing that will do is that Arena will continue recycling resources and preparing her strategy well. The friends at the Kitsune hostel were really worried because every turn that passes for Arena is a new opportunity for her. Indra should not delay any longer in finishing this duel. My turn, draw. Indra shouted as he added one more card to his hand, cards in hand. 2. Trap card, activate Call of the Haunted. Arena shouted, revealing said card. It will allow me to bring a monster from the graveyard, so return Saddle Arknight Awesome in defense mode. Arena shouted while the mentioned monster returned from a dark threshold, and you know what it does when it is summoned, you lose 1000 life points. Arena shouted while Awesome shoots an arrow. Feel the Lord's punishment, Dragnel. Area. Indra complained as his points fell again. Indra. 3000, 1000 LP equals 2000 LP. Indra. Izumi shouted, worried because her boyfriend's life points were half and he hadn't done any damage. What the hell are you waiting for, said Kenichi, very frustrated and desperate in his mind. The members of the Kitsune hostel were starting to get worried, while the other students watched with satisfaction as Indra was at a complete disadvantage. Well, it's time to attack. I'm going to my battle phase, said Indra. My furious cyber twin dragon attacks Still Arknight Dilteros. The two-headed machine began to accumulate its attack in its jaws. Proton beam. Arena shouted and immediately launched said attack, destroying the Exceed monster, causing an explosion. Arena complained because Indra had finally managed to hurt her. 2800, 2500 equals 300. Arena equals 4300 equals 3700. I activate Diltero's effect. When it is sent to the graveyard, I can summon a Tellarknight from my deck or my hand, so I will special summon Saddle Arknight Unyukalhai, Arena shouted as she proceeded to summon. But just what I wanted, said Indra. Since you're going to special summon, I can chain the effect of a monster from my hand, so I discard Maxi, said Indra. Well said. Level 2 monster went straight to the Jet's graveyard, cards in hand. 1. For each monster you special summon this turn, I can draw a card from my deck and add it to my hand, he said. Well, Arena's Saddle Arknight was summoned. Since it was special summoned, I can draw a card from my deck, cards in hand too. It won't do you any good, Dragnel, said Arena confidently. I activated the effect of my new monster. I can send a Tellarknight from my deck to my graveyard, so I'll send Deneb back to the graveyard, said Arena, while sending the mentioned monster, and now I activate my trap card Stellar Nova Alpha. Shouted Arena while revealing said card. In my main phases or in my opponent's battle phases, I can special summon a Tellarknight from my hand, so I special summon another Saddle Arknight Vega from my side of the field in defense mode. Shouted Arena while a second Vega appeared, cards in hand. 1. And do you remember what Vega does? I can special summon another Tellarknight from my hand, so it appears Saddle Arknight Rigel in defense. Shouted Arena while another Saddle Arknight appeared, cards in hand. 0. Fine, but thanks to your 2 special summons I can draw 2 more cards at Indra, drawing the mentioned amount, cards in hand. 4. Now Cyber Twin Dragon attacks Saddle Arknight Awesome. Proton beam. Shouted Indra, and with this my turn ends. In the stands with the members of the Kitsune hostel, they sensed something bad because Arena had 3 level 4 monsters again. My turn, steal. Arena shouted, but trap card, activate, drop off. Shouted Indra. The first can only activate this card in my opponent's draw phase, forcing him to discard the card he had drawn. Drrrr. Arena growled in frustration, leaving her without a hand again, but suddenly an arrogant smile rained on her face. Dragnel, this will be your end now. I overlay my level 4 Saddle Arknight monsters Rigel, Vega and Unulkahai overlay. Arena shouted as the 3 mentioned monsters became trails of light. With them I can recreate a red overlay. Luminous summoning happened. Appears Light Warrior rank 4 Still Arknight Trevor. Arena shouted as said monster appeared from the ground. In the stands. His monster Ace appeared. Dragnel is finished. Poor man, so young and stupid to challenge someone out of his league. The hostel residents wanted to silence them with blows, but they only hoped that Indra could resolve the situation that was presented to her. Travel, Indra-san is in trouble, said Akeno, biting her thumb. Back in the arena. The luminous warrior confronted the 2-headed machine. Both duelists were panting and showed mental and physical fatigue, keeping the entire stadium in tension. Now you will see why this is the end of this duel, Irina said smiling. I activate Triver's ability when it is special summoned by XYZ summon it can return all the cards on the field to the hand, that includes your Cyber Twin Dragon. What? Said Indra as he watched Trivel raise his lightsaber and create a halo of the same element, sending Indra's fused machine flying back to the extra deck, leaving it in a rather vulnerable spot. It was a matter of time, Dragnel. You never had a chance against me, and now you will pay for everything you have said, for the offenses against Venelana-sama, against Ria-sama, for all the evil you have done to this prestigious academy, you and those people who live in that pigsty, said Irina very confidently and arrogantly, while Indra remained with a gloomy look. With this I ensure that Akeno-san and Issei-kun will be in good hands in the Gremory group. At Irina's words, many celebrated and cheered that finally, someone from the Kitsune hostel was going to lose. Those from the aforementioned hostel could only lower their gaze in resignation. In the VIP lounge. Vanellina, Riaz and Kalen applauded at the magnificent work of the brunette in defeating an undesirable from the academy, so much so that the older brunette toasted to the brunette's assured victory. Balsona, Seerg, Seekvaira and their teams watched with resignation the imminent defeat of Indra. Back to the battle arena. Irina felt confident in bringing victory to her group and thought about the rewards of defeating someone from the Kitsune Inn. She couldn't go wrong against an easy target like Indra. It's over. Stellarch Knight Trivel directly attacks Indra. Dragnel's life points, Irina shouted triumphantly. Irina's luminous knight charged into battle, ready to unleash a downward slash upon the raven-haired man. Only contact was expected. All the students were waiting for the victory of the Princess of Duels. The members of the Kitsune hostel didn't want to see their friend defeated. Indra. Izumi shouted. Now I activate a card from my hand, discarding Swift Scarecrow. When my opponent declares a direct attack I can negate the damage and thus end his battle phase. Shouted Indra, discarding said card, and immediately a metal scarecrow appeared in front of Indra, being Trivel's new target, destroying it instantly, and thus the raven-haired man saved his life points at the last minute. Cards in hand 3. Shit, Irina said underneath while gritting her teeth when she saw that her attack didn't work. My turn ends. Everyone in the academy stadium screamed in frustration and amazement that the raven-haired man saved his life points and avoided losing the duel. In the VIP room, Venelana, Riaz and Kalen were grumbling in annoyance that the hostel member had narrowly escaped their hair. That commoner refuses to accept his inevitable defeat. Venelana shouted angrily. Don't worry mom, it's not for nothing that Irina is my third best duelist behind Kalen, said Riaz confidently. I know Irina will win this duel, said Riaz, while Kalen confirmed what her older sister said. Back to morning. Indra knew that it was all or nothing in this duel, everything depends. Come on Ragnell, I don't want to wait one more turn to dedicate this victory to Venelana-sama and Riaz-sama, said Indra arrogantly while crossing his arms. There were many shouts urging Indra to hurry up and not delay his defeat. Indra turned a deaf ear as he tried to calm his nerves. Everything is decided this turn, now I draw. Indra shouted while drawing a card from his deck, to which he smiled what he expected, cards in hand 4. Audio sounds. This ends now, Irina Hyoudou, said Indra, while giving her a smile that promised a terrible surprise to the brunette. First, since my opponent has a monster and I don't, I can remove Cyber Dragon Core from the graveyard to special summon a Cyber Dragon from the deck, said Indra, while taking out the monster that he had returned to the deck. Now I activate my magic card Cyber Rev System. With this I can special summon a Cyber Dragon from my graveyard, so appears my second Cyber Dragon. Cards in hand 3, shouted Indra while taking another card from his hand. Now I summon my Proto-Cyber Dragon in attack mode, said Indra while summoning said monster. Cards in hand 2. In the stands. Akeno saw what Indra did and smiled. Cyber Dragon, if you have that card Irina is lost, said the raven-haired girl with a rather sadistic smile. Back to the arena. Indra remained still, even smiling. Irina Hyoudou, I admit that you put me in a big bind, but I'm sorry to tell you that now your luck runs out now. Having your disgusting machines doesn't guarantee you victory, said Irina. I assure you that the next turn will humiliate you. There will be no next turn, even more with the 2 cards I have in my hand, said Indra. Now I activate Power Bond. Faced with the card he had activated, the stadium fell silent. He knew what that card did. Now thanks to this effect I can make a fusion evocation. I fuse my 3 Cyber Dragons, shouted Indra, while fusion summoning level 10 appears Cyber End Dragon. Indra's fusion appeared colossal in size, intimidating in appearance. Irina was terrified to see such a monster. The Cyber End Dragon finally roared threateningly at an academy that did not expect this. Now the other effect of Power Bond is activated. My Cyber End Dragon gains attack, equivalent to its original attack, that is, from 4000 attack it goes to 8000 attack points. Said Indra while an aura emanated from Indra's mega machine. Everyone knew that the Cyber End Dragon already had an attack strong enough to destroy and wipe out life points. Those duelists who supported Arena at all costs saw how a mass made of metal was about to crush that hope that the duelist princess would emerge victorious. "It's impossible," Arena said, terrified when she saw Indra's monster. She had no cards in her hand, she had no cards to support Trevor, she had lost the duel. "And to not make any more mistakes, I will activate my last card in my hand, magic card limiter removal," said Indra. "Now my Cyber End Dragon has an attack of 16,000. No one thought that the duelist who came from the Kitsune Inn would be able to bring a monster with a truly atrocious attack. Indra wanted to not only defeat Arena, he would humiliate her. "No, this can't be happening," said Arena. "Will I lose? But this you will learn, not to underestimate your opponents," Arena Hyoudou said. Indra very determined. Now Cyber End Dragon destroys Stellark Knight Driver and what remains of Arena Hyoudu's life points. The three-headed machine began to accumulate torrents of luminous energy in its jaws. The power was so great that it made the stadium floor rumble. It made the students and teachers tremble with fear. They had never felt such power in a monster. "Cyber Proton Rays Final!" shouted Indra, and the three-headed machine launched a torrent of energy against the Stellark Knight Driver. He tried to defend himself from the mega attack, but little by little, he was being disintegrated by the Cyber Dragon's torrent. "No, this is not happening," Arena screamed while the torrent had disintegrated Trevor and was going towards the chestnut. Arena screamed while she received the brutal impact of the Cyber End Dragon, while her life points fell to 0 and the bugle of the end of the duel sounded. 16,000, 2100 equals 13,900. Arena equals 3,700, 13,900 equals 0 overkill. All was silence. The students were in disbelief at what they had seen. The princess of the duel, the devoted Arena Hyoudou, that girl loyal to the Gremory, had lost in a humiliating way. Nobody said anything, only Indra proceeded to withdraw from the stadium in sepulchral silence. The members of the Kitsune hostel proceeded to leave because the moment was really uncomfortable for the students of the academy because they had been left as complete idiots, but inside Issei, Ashen and company wanted to burst out laughing while in the dueling arena. "Tomorrow I'll show you the hostel and I'll tell you what homework you have to do if you want to have the right to eat," Indra said indifferently as he went to the locker room. Arena was on her knees with a face of despair. She proceeded to see the VIP room and looked into the eyes of an irate Venelana Gremory who threw her wine glass at a wall. Aria's Gremory, who could not believe that another duelist from her mother's select group had fallen before the Kitsune hostel, and Kaylin was throwing tantrums on the floor after her partner had failed in an undignified way. "I have failed him," Venelana-sama said Arena while crying indignantly because now she had to give up all her comforts and now she would have to live in that pigsty that she hated so much. "No." Arena screamed with all the pain in the world. If anything was made clear in those days, it was that the Kitsune hostel was not just a place. It had been shown that there were humble people willing to fight for a place in the big leagues of dueling and who knows become the next legends of dueling. In an office, there was a female silhouette working on matters of the academy. "I finally finished the paperwork," said the silhouette with a childish voice. He was about to leave the office when suddenly an alarm went off on his computer. What could it be at this time? He said when he saw a male sign an email. "Let's see. Wow, so the director of the Stockholm Girls Dueling School has confirmed attendance at our school, huh? Well, tomorrow I'll go to the academy and visit Sonatan," said the silhouette smiling. Chapter 10. Seraphil's favor, tension between girls. Kitsune hostel, 10 p.m. Saturday night in Kyoto, a rain punished the streets of the Japanese city. To be exact, in the Kitsune hostel, our protagonists were already sleeping peacefully while the drops fell on the roof, giving a quite soothing and lulling sound, but we will focus on the corridors of said hostel, where a raven-haired woman wearing a very tiny nightgown showing off her firm thighs, walked animatedly with a smile on her lips while humming a song. Wedding. That because she thought all the time about her boyfriend. In classes, in meetings, even in the soup she saw him. There was no doubt that Issei had conquered Akeno Himejima's heart. There's nothing better than spending time as a couple than sharing a little intimacy in bed," said Akeno as she reached the door of Issei's room. "Miss, I can't wait to hug you that much." Akeno stealthily opens the door to Issei's bedroom and sees her lover's futon being occupied without distinguishing the occupant of the Japanese-style bed. Akeno silently enters the futon and then wraps her arms around the body of the aforementioned, who was in the fetal position. Issei-kun, said Akeno, inhaling the hair of the sleeping beauty, and then she begins to slowly lower her hands to put them at the height of her beloved's hips, ready to put them under his pajama pants, and then she grabs her objective with both hands to begin rubbing it. "How about we raise things a little tonight, just you and me?" But the answer left her frozen. "If what you're looking for is the hot water bottle, I assure you that thing you grabbed, it's not it," Akeno-san said, a voice that could be heard saying it through gritted teeth and in an irritated manner. Akeno immediately took her hands off the thing and got out of the futon to see who was occupying her beloved Issei's bed until she discovered. "Shen." Akeno shouted upon seeing her love interest's best friend. What are you doing in Issa's room?" 2 days ago Issei mentioned that this weekend he would go visit his parents, while I would stay in his room this weekend, since mine is being fumigated for mosquitoes with Kaneko and Indra's room, said Ashen with a noticeable vein on his forehead. But he didn't tell me anything. Akeno tried to excuse herself, very embarrassed. He told you to your face, Ashen said, stretching her cheeks and scolding her, but you were with that face of a dreamy idiot in love, mentioning that you saw hearts around you when it was the mosquitoes that were around you and were the ones that caused those hives on your forehead and nose. The brunette was now really embarrassed by her behavior, and in a moment of distraction, she didn't know her boyfriend's plans. This Ashen-kun, said Akeno, very red with embarrassment. I ask you not to say anything to Issei, please. Okay, but I'll ask you a humble favor. Get out of here. Ashen shouted, throwing Akeno kneeling outside Issei's bedroom with a "what the buck" face in a literally funny scene. Ashen returned to the futon quite annoyed. HHHH. The cold and hormones are a quite dangerous mix, said Ashen as he pulled out from the blankets what Akeno had really touched. It's a good thing I touch one of your paws, and not my little friend, that's why I love you, teddy bear, said Ashen in chibi mode as he looked at the plush bear with an expressionless face, but his eyes shone with tenderness, hugging the stuffed animal as he fell back asleep. Of narrator. 3 days had passed after Irina had lost a duel against Indra, and her situation went from being a lamentable situation, as the brunette would say. The next day, a truck from the Gremory family's company had arrived at the hostel, but to leave Irina's belongings with the aforementioned woman, who seemed sad and furious, having fallen into the place she had so discredited. Isaka personally sent her to one of the rooms furthest from the hostel, not because she disliked her, but because she was aware of possible confrontations that could arise. Despite being part of the Kitsune hostel, she had a lot of resentment towards all the inhabitants, especially Indra and Akeno, although she thanked the creator that he maintained his respect for her. But he thought he was too optimistic because the brunette with pigtails was quite harsh with the other residents of the hostel, as she was not cooperative with the maintenance work of the hostel, considering it degrading work for the elite, and remained locked in her room, avoiding contact or possible communication with the residents of the hostel. In the hostel dining room, all members enjoyed dinner quietly. And Kuoh, where is she? Nai said while serving herself steamed rice. You know, he went to tell Hyoudou-san to come and get some food, Yusaka said, calmly eating a piece of fish. With all due respect, Yusaka-san, but why do you bother telling her? Said Kenichi, already annoyed by the arrogant attitude of the now ex-member of the Gremory team. You know she'll say the same answer, not to mention that her garbage bags are full of disposable cutlery and food packaging that she orders by cell phone. Indra, I don't know what you thought bringing her to our hostel. Calm down, Kenichi, said Indra quite calmly while taking a plate of soba. I have a backup plan for when the cash in the account that the Gremory allowed her to have runs out. At this rate, her cash will run out in less than 2 weeks, and we have discovered that the maid does not even know how to fold or iron her school uniform. That is when desperation and need will take over her. It's just a matter of time, said Akeno, smiling at Indra's cruel plan. Irina, since she arrived at the Gremory family, she has only shown natural talent in duels and studies, but she doesn't even know how to prepare a boiled egg or sweep her room, since there were servants who did everything for her. I can even tell you that her other 2 companions who come from a hostel in Italy are more useful in life than Irina Hyoudou. But what surprises me is all the food he eats, said Ashen, somewhat surprised while eating his soba, especially hamburgers, fettuccine, Frankfurt's Kentucky-style chicken. Well, what is the app where you get that food from? Shinen said, intrigued as she finished her plate of rice. Kaneko finishes her soba and with her stoicism said. Pratanga said Changa, she said sarcastically. Everyone in the dining room laughed at the albino loli's comment, but the laughter was heard by Irina, who was already lying on her futon, while anger still remained on her face. This won't stay like this won't stay like this, said the brown-haired girl very furiously, covering herself in the futon. I will defeat them all, and when I do, Venelana-sama will accept me back into the group and I will once again be in the elite of the academy. But what is the sitch? Said Irina while she felt said discomfort in her arms when she discovered something that horrified her. Die mosquitoes. Irina screamed as she saw her body being invaded by the insects that had bitten her. The scream was now heard in the dining room and Yusaka said. Did someone tell Hyoudou-san how to put up the mosquito net in his room? Yusaka said tiredly. I told her, Mom, said Kuoh, but she destroyed it just by moving it. This is the 5th mosquito net that girl has ruined, Issei said, very annoyed, while taking a good sip of melon soda, and to think that I shared my childhood with her and my sweet little sister. And so the night at the Kitsune hostel continued peacefully, with the only defect being that Irina Hyoudou's screams of pain and burning could be heard, while the other residents slept peacefully with a cute smile on their faces, completely ignoring the brunette's moans as she put in earplugs. The next day. Upon arriving at the academy, the group from the hostel, without Irina who left earlier than usual, were seen with eyes of contempt and envy as usual, but for them it was already daily bread. They even showed off by giving certain advice. Amure Ama-san, if you keep looking at me with anger, you're going to get old fast, Aaron said cynically, something that angered the brunette. Hey Akeno-san, did you know that holding a grudge makes women gain weight faster? Saya said to Issei's girlfriend. If you foo, of course, and to lose it, it takes longer than the traditional way, said Akeno. Well, the students were horrified and began to pinch their love handles, giving a mortal blow to the students' pride. But then, the sound of a limousine arriving at the academy was heard, and many saw the emblem that this luxurious means of transportation carried. She's from Citri Corporation, said a third-year student, it just means she's here. And immediately the driver of the said limousine opened the doors to reveal a dark-haired woman with pigtails, glasses and formal dress. She is the Asian champion, many said Serafal Citri. She has held her title for 7 consecutive years, said an excited second-year student. And she has worked at the academy as an interinstitutional liaison in our academy, but above all she is beautiful, everyone in the academy said when they saw the woman who was walking with a happy and determined expression. But then the raven-haired woman sees someone she hasn't seen for a while, her eyes focus on a raven-haired man out of excitement, and so she quickens her pace to throw herself at him. The Shen-chan. Serafal shouted, launching himself like a professional NFL tackler. The black-haired boy realizes it too late. Crack. Dhhh. Complained the Cyberse duelist because the impact was so strong that he feared it had broken some of his ribs. This tackle, this force, this hug with the force of a hydraulic press, he said in his mind, while Serafal happily hugged him to the shock of everyone, including the kids from the Kitsune hostel. Sera and Ichan, long time no see, to fall unconscious. Everyone hearing what Ashen said was whiter than chalk. Bullied Nichan. Everyone shouted because it was a surprise to know that Ashen Phantom had a special relationship with the Asian champion, something that would bring a long day to the black-haired boy, while the twins Nai and Lee along with the green-haired Yukari Kumari watched with great jealousy as their love interest was being hugged by Serafal Citri. Change of scene. Student Council. Sona along with Riaz, Seekvaira, Seerg, Arthur Pendragon and a blonde girl with pigtails in the form of a drill would be in charge of receiving the champion of Japan. Well, one Isama, said Sona, very uncomfortable while adjusting her glasses. I received your message regarding the Academy for Young Ladies of Monster Duels, but could you stop using a student to hang yourself like an ape? One Isama. Shouted Sona, very embarrassed to see that Serafal was happy, riding a piggyback on Ashen, who was very calm, while they were accompanied by a nervous and embarrassed Kenichi, Issei and Yukari. Sona tan, don't be a party sport, Serafal scolded while pouting. Behavior, age 1 Isama. Said Sona, very upset, while the student council teams laughed nervously. Well Sona, let's let Serafal continue playing with Ashen-san, Seerg said nervously. Just one question, Serafal-san, said Saji Genshiro, what relationship do you have with Ashen-san? The black-haired man became tense. Serafal noticed Ashen's state as all eyes were directed at him. He is simply a special person to me, considering him my second younger brother, also counting that he is the son of my noble teacher. That is why he is someone very special to me, said Serafal as she got off Ashen's back. That fact caught the attention of those present except for Sona, because they wanted to know who Serafal's mentor is. Forgive my boldness, but I will ask this question directly to you. Who is your teacher, Serafal-sama? Riaz said, looking at Serafal like a predator. The raven-haired girl noticed Riaz and perceived the Redeed's evil intentions because she knew that both she and her mother and Kalen wanted to have the knowledge of the link summoning. I have an oath not to reveal the identity of my teacher, Serafal said seriously. Besides, she is not interested in training this generation of elite duelists because she knows that her knowledge would be used in nefarious ways. Riaz snorted in annoyance because she wouldn't get an answer from Serafal. She had tried to get information from Sona, but she in a more curt manner wouldn't tell her anything. But understand, Serafal-sama, said the blonde, you must share the information for us. The future of duels must be in the hands of powerful families. I said no, said Serafal, very angry, hitting the table, scaring the entire council, and I'm not interested in your stupid threats. I'm already used to receiving that from a certain matriarch who has nothing to do than write the tantrums of an angry girl, said Serafal, looking at Riaz, who was annoyed. So Ravel Phoenix, being the youngest of said family of European champions, I'll repeat it again, I won't share anything of my teacher with you. Ravel Phoenix was very frustrated because she couldn't get what she wanted from the Japanese champion and looked down on Ashen because, in her opinion, her beloved brother still hadn't recovered from the shock of having lost for the first time in his life. Serafal was usually known for having a friendly and happy character, but now an unknown side of her was making itself known. Well, leaving that aside, said Serafal, relaxing from a rather stressful moment, how do you know how to tell them that a select group from the Academy of Young Ladies of Scandinavia will take classes for almost 6 months with us in our academy? Our students of the 3 school grades will be able to live with these young ladies in their groups, but I understand that the number of harassments by male students towards female students has increased, and unfortunately, The girls of Scandinavia are a very vulnerable target. We've been working on strategies to find those responsible, but they're so elusive, said Kuoh of the Gremory group. We understand that Kuoh-kun, said Serafal, so that's why in the presence of the student council, their teams of duelists, and also in the presence of 4 of the members of the Kitsune hostel, I will ask in the most polite way that you support and take care of the girls who come from Sweden, please, at any sign of harassment. You have my permission to challenge you to an official duel, and that way the harassers or anyone who breaks the rules will be expelled fairly. I don't want that because of a joke or a perversion. The good relationship we have with Director Auden and Vice Director Gondel go to waste. Everyone understood the situation Serafal was talking about. It was a good time for the student council and the Kitsune hostel to work together. Sona, Sererg, Arthur and Seekvaira nodded firmly and signed that they would support the raven-haired girl, as did Kenichi, Ashen, Issei and Yukari, but as always there is someone who is against. I refuse to work with garbage, said Riaz, pointing at the members of the Kitsune hostel. My team will not work with mediocre duelists like those from the Kitsune hostel. Riaz, for once in your life, can you stop behaving like a rude girl please, Sererg said, already annoyed. You know this is important for the academy and for us in our training. I must interrupt you, Sererg and Ravel said now, but what Riaz says is the truth. We cannot work with people who refuse to pass on their knowledge to their superiors, especially that duelist who left my older brother with severe emotional trauma. I just underestimate myself, miss, Ashen said calmly. His ego was so hurt that now he won't leave his room. Silence, commoner. Ravel said furiously, all because of his defeat my family lost prestige and now we are rowing against the current, all to beat the undefeated junior champion. What did it cost you to be a good nobody and let yourself be defeated by my brother? Ashen was getting annoyed by Razor's sister's contemptuous attitude and was going to respond, but someone intervened on the black-haired man's behalf. Simple girl, said Yukari. Ashen was not going to allow an injustice to be committed on school grounds, all at the whim of your cowardly brother. How did you tell my Oni-sama, damn you? Ravel said, very disgusted. You, a simple average girl, should not speak to me, but lick my feet like a cute pet. Laugh. Yukari Komori had approached Ravel and slapped her hard with a dark look in front of her, knocking her down in front of everyone's eyes, not caring that Serafal was in front of her. I don't care if you're the daughter of someone important or the next heir of your family, but I'll make this clear, I won't stand for you insulting Ashen anymore. I won't stand for you saying more insults to him or to the people I care about so much. I won't stand it from you, or from Riaz Gremory, not even from his nefarious adoptive sister and his disgusting mother. Said Yukari, quite furious, looking with great anger at Ravel and looking at Riaz, who was annoyed by how she referred to the most valuable thing in her life. She was getting angry that a commoner spoke to her as an equal and without fear. I challenge you to an official duel, Yukari Komori. Said Ravel Phoenix, pointing at the green-haired girl. If I beat you I will force a Shen Phantom to provide the link summoning information to the student council, and you will be expelled forever. Serafal, upon hearing this challenge, was going to intercede, but I accept, said Yukari with a darkened look, but if I win, Razor Phoenix will leave his room, and together with him, in the middle of the entire arena, they will say before the entire academy that they will do an act of self-humiliation, also saying that neither you nor your brother will take a position in the student council. Enjoy your days at the academy because they will be your last, commoner, Ravel said arrogantly. Say whatever you want, dyed hair, because where you will fall will be in an action duel under the link format, said Yukari with great disgust when she saw Ravel in the eyes. In 3 days, said confrontation will be. Both women glared at each other with fierce hatred, like two beasts ready to tear each other apart out of hatred. The student council became the scene of another act of hatred between the arrogant group against our protagonists. Now, little Yukari had to deal with a younger sister who had insulted and used her love interest as a trophy. A rather hectic duel was about to happen. Stockholm, airport. On a fairly large and luxurious plane, a group of 30 young ladies wearing white school uniforms were settling into their seats, but we will focus on 5 young ladies and a teacher. I can't wait to get to Japan, says a blonde with her hair styled in a ponytail resting on her left shoulder. They say that the academy where we will go is the best in Japan. Aoi-san, said a brunette with blonde hair. I want to fight in duels and know the power of the Japanese duelists. Good for you, Zazie. I love your attitude towards new challenges, said a young lady with blonde hair wearing a blue formal suit with a lilac tie. I hope I find someone there who catches my attention and stops being a spinster, said Roswis in her mind, imagining herself with a silly smile, being hugged by a muscular and masculine silhouette. Roswis-sensei, stop imagining your erotic fantasies please, said a white-haired girl with pigtails and a bad-tempered face, making her teacher react in an embarrassed way. As long as men don't bother me, I'm fine with it. Noelle, please stop behaving like an immature girl for your unrequited love, said a blonde with green locks in a serious and cold way. You must accept that a star chose Mimosa, and the only thing you should do now is wish them the best in their relationship, said a brunette with red hair who looked indifferently at Noelle, who began to cry for that memory that tormented her so much. It's difficult for me, sniff sniff Laisha Hoppy, I still can't get over it, even though a year has passed. It hurts seeing them happy, Noelle said tearfully, while receiving a hug from the aforementioned to calm her down. Come on Noelle, calm down, Aoi said calmly. Zazie, for her part, stroked Noelle's hair as a sign of encouragement. Young lady, why don't you see this trip as a new opportunity in your life? Said an old man with a bushy beard wearing a velvet suit. There are many men in this vast world who can win your heart again, like young Esay did in his time. Give yourself a chance to love someone different again, said the white-haired old man, smiling confidently at his student who dried her tears and immediately nodded strongly and with a smile. Yes, Auden-sensei, Noelle said very determinedly. And that a voice is heard. Attention, the flight to Kyoto, Japan, is about to take off. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt so that we can take off as soon as possible. The girls from the Young Ladies Academy settled in to leave for their next destination, where their lives would possibly change in more ways than one. Chapter 11. You'll Never Be Alone. Yukari vs. Ravel. Yukari's room. At the Kitsune Hotel, the night lulls the residents with its total silence, a soft and cold wind that was enough to make the orange and yellow leaves fallen from the trees and found on the ground indicate that autumn was approaching. But we headed to a specific room that had very feminine touches, where stuffed animals of exotic animals such as kangaroos, koalas, and the typical teddy bears reigned on the shelves, while on a coat rack, hanging from a hook, the ironed uniform of the DxD Duel Academy, next to a green dueling disc and a school backpack, we can see our surprise rookie of the year, who obtained said title for having defeated the best duelist of the extinct Razor Phoenix team. Ubuluna sleeping under the warm blankets. But the green-haired girl, while sleeping, could be read in her gestures that instead of resting she was apparently experiencing something she didn't like in her dreams. No, it's not my fault, please don't abandon me, Yukari said in her sleep, while a few small tears were in her eyes. Yukari's dream. In a high school classroom illuminated by the rays of the sunset, a small Yukari could be seen being surrounded by 5 silhouettes of female students, and from the voices that could be heard, they did not sound happy at all. Yukari, how could you? Shouted one of the silhouettes while the poor green-haired girl was intimidated. Why did you betray us? Why? Said another of the silhouettes, quite angry. Why did you reveal our plan against that teacher? You know that now we are expelled because of you. Shouted the third silhouette. Yukari felt quite terrified towards him. I didn't want for them to ruin him. Yukari tried to defend herself, but fear prevented her from speaking properly. You know that because of your actions, you are no longer our friend. Said the fourth silhouette. The good girl like you will never have friends, said the fifth silhouette. The whole school hates you now, said the second one. How I hate you, said the third silhouette. You will always be alone because of your actions, do you understand? Alone? The 5 silhouettes shouted at the same time in front of Yukari, who tried in vain to cover her ears because the screams of said silhouettes echoed in her head. It was a torment for the green-haired girl. They wanted her to be quiet right now. You will be left alone. 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 So there. Alone. Alone. Don't be quiet, I don't want to be alone, I don't want to be alone, I don't want, help me, the green-haired girl cried, quite tearful and sad, shaking her head and covering her ears, but they heard the screams that tormented her louder when. Help me. Yukari screamed, very upset, getting up from her bed. The rookie was panting with effort, her creamy skin was sweating a lot, her heart was quite accelerated at the nightmare she had suffered. The door to her room opens, revealing Kaneko accompanied by Yusaka and Ashen, who heard Yukari scream. Yukari-chan, what happened to you? Yusaka said, quite worried about one of her residents, while the 3 aforementioned approached the green-haired girl. I had a nightmare, Yukari said, very scared, while wiping away her tears. It must have been hard for you to end up like that, said Kaneko monotonously, but she sat next to Yukari while with one hand she massaged her back to relax her. It seems it was just a scare, said Yusaka, wearing a white yukata-shaped pajama. At that, Ashen also approaches to calm his classmate and takes her hand, which makes Yukari flinch a little and blush slightly. Yukari, you must calm down and sleep well for today's duel, Ashen said worriedly. Yukari unconsciously remembered the words. Because of your actions you will end up alone. I don't think I can, Ashen said Yukari as she began to cry in front of the landlady, the albino loli, and the black-haired man. I still have the latent fear of the nightmare. Kaneko and Ashen looked at each other intrigued, and Yusaka felt the same. She couldn't leave Yukari's room because the green-haired girl was very scared and nervous, so this was something that couldn't leave her like a simple dream, something in Yukari had left her that way. Anything you want to share with us? Yusaka said calmly, to which Yukari, feeling confident with her landlady, with her companion and especially with the owner of her heart, timidly nodded. Well, I'll prepare some tea, I suppose this will take a long time, Yusaka said, smiling at the green-haired girl as she retired to the kitchen. Calm down, everything will be okay, said Ishen, who immediately hugged the green-haired girl, who calmed down and blushed at the warmth of that hug from the person she liked so much. Kaneko, for her part, smiled at that scene, hoping that her partner and friend will let off steam tonight so that she can be okay before her duel against Ravel Phoenix. Opening. The DxD Academy was having a very busy day, many students were cleaning the building. Why? Well, today the ladies from the Scandinavian Duel Academy were going to arrive. They wanted to leave the Great Duel Academy as spotless as possible. The girls were in charge of cleaning the shelves, desks and windows, which were supervised by Professor Azazel, who had the eyes of a hawk when he saw a stain or a piece of furniture that hadn't been cleaned properly. He would see it and the student would clean it again thoroughly, with the added bonus of receiving an extra punishment. All the boys were in charge of sweeping, mopping the floors of the academy, carrying the garbage, arranging school, sports and maintenance materials, all under the supervision of Grayfia Lucifer, intimidating the students with a simple look that seemed like a foreman with her serious countenance and zero tolerance for what is done wrong. In fact, they were the only ones who enjoyed cleaning because they wanted to look good with the Scandinavian ladies. The only ones who were not interested in that topic are our protagonists, because they had other things on their minds, especially the second-year boys and Issei, since their hearts have owners, and they would not risk both their relationships and their skin for an indirect look at the foreign students. The only ones who had the privilege of not helping with the cleaning were Ravel and Yukari, because today they would have their official duel. They would have to be as fresh as possible to perform in the action duel under the link mode. The blonde remained haughty and arrogant, thinking that this would be a very easy duel, while Yukari tried to calm down, because despite beating the best duelist of Seikvaira Bale, she should not be confident since Nai and Lee tested the power of Ravel's deck, and as a sign of friendship, they revealed to Yukari the type of strategy that the youngest of the Phoenix uses. With this information, Yukari would put together her strategy for the duel that would completely risk her knowledge of link summoning, something that Ishen's adoptive parents protected with great suspicion, and if she failed, she was sure that Ishen would not forgive her. It was almost 3 hours of cleaning, and all the students began to get ready to receive their guests from Scandinavia. Many combed their hair, arranged their uniforms, all under the gaze of the student council that supervised that point of presence. Please, the collar of that shirt, Sona pointed out to a third-year student. Clean those shoes well please, Seikvaira said to a second-year girl, giving her a cloth to clean them. Take that stupid thing out of your hair, Riaz demanded of a first-year girl who was wearing a striking, enormous butterfly brooch in her hair, who quickly took it off. All the students were already waiting in the main courtyard, some nervous, others anxious about what the girls who arrived would be like, hoping that some beauties would arrive so they could court them and finally leave behind the single life that tormented them so much. While our protagonists were with Sona, Seekvaira, Arthur Pendragon and Seikvaira Bale, and further away, Riaz with her team of duelists as part of the welcoming committee, while Serafal was accompanied by a gentle-looking man with blonde hair that reached his waist, also accompanied by a woman with wavy blonde golden hair who showed tranquility and serenity in her eyes. Finally, there was also a young lady with purple hair wearing a formal suit and showing it off in a provocative and malicious way, causing most of the male staff to blush. Excuse me, Sona-senpai, said Issei, who are the people accompanying Serafal-san. Oh, the man with blonde hair is the director of the Duel Academy, his name is Michael, he was formerly the United States champion, said Sona, agreeing to her Kuoh's request, while the lady accompanying him is her sister, the deputy director of the Gabriel Academy, former champion of Italy, both called the Duelists of the Light of Destiny, for their way of solving their duels in a calm and serene manner. They never let themselves be carried away by the provocations of their opponents. And finally, the other lady is the general secretary of the academy, her name is Penemu, known as the Iron Cadre, was a duelist of such belligerent character that she managed to intimidate several duelists, especially the men who tried to overstep with her, but despite that, she is a great woman of principles and a teacher in which you can absolutely trust. She also teaches classes, especially in terms of advanced duels. The Kitsune hostile freshmen were amazed because they were standing before important figures, and not for nothing, they ran a highly sought-after and excellent academy throughout Japan. But everyone saw that an imposing, state-of-the-art truck was beginning to arrive at the academy. They've arrived, said Sona Sitri loudly, everyone behave yourselves. At that moment, the truck opens its automatic door while a kind of mist rises from inside, giving a small shiver to the Japanese students and one or another teacher at the academy. Audio sounds. 0 o'clock 2:28. Then the one who descends first with a smile and a carefree demeanor is the general director of the Academy of Scandinavia, Odin, followed by two white-haired albino young ladies who were dressed formally and had a rather serious countenance that could match Grayfia when she applies a partial exam. One of them is Roswis, and the other young lady has a similar resemblance to the first woman mentioned. "Ah, how beautiful Hyoudou is," said Odin, stretching out his hands. "Odin-sama, behave yourself," Roswa said with a clear tone of discomfort. "The first impression we make on our hosts is always important. Please don't even think of inviting the director of the academy to a drink," Odin-sama said. "The other white-haired woman, you should know that the director is a teetotaler. Come on Gondal, don't be a party pooper, because at this rate you'll be a spinster like your cousin Roswis," said Odin, making fun of the white-haired woman. Something that both women mentioned could only emanate a depressive aura, something that the Japanese students noticed, including the student council and the residents of the Kitsune hostel, as they shed a drop of nervous sweat. Gabriel and Michael laughed nervously. Enemu just snorted as a sign that she had found what Odin said funny. Well, the only one who remained calm was Serafal, because she knew the director of Sweden from head to toe and liked to play that kind of jokes on her best teachers. Note: Roswis and Gondal will be cousins here. After the awkward moment, the students began to get off the bus, one by one, displaying different expressions, from the friendly and cheerful to the sullen girls with gazes as sharp as an iceberg. All the girls got off and began walking toward the Japanese officials who were holding a welcoming assembly. The Swedish students walked at an intimidating pace, not looking at anyone. The Japanese students murmured excitedly at the foreign girl's stride. "What a beautiful uniform," said a first-year girl. "What a character they have," said a third-year boy. "But they are pretty, I hope one of them is my girlfriend," said a second-year boy. As the girls from Sweden walked escorting Odin and the two teachers, the students of DxD Academy bowed and shouted, "Welcome to Japan." At that, Odin and Michael shake hands in a sign of friendship. "Welcome Odin Dono," said Michael, smiling gently. "It is an honor to meet the young champion who defeated Crucerius Madius," said Odin. "I mean, it was one of the most exciting duels I have ever seen in my life, Michael-san." "Thanks for the comment," Michael said kindly. "Well, let me introduce you to the two teachers who will be with you for the next 6 months, Professors Roswis and Gondal, who will be teaching first and third year respectively," said Odin, while the white-haired girls bowed and introduced themselves. "An honor to meet you," said Michael, the first present, the principal interinstitutional liaison of the Academy Serafal Citri, the deputy director of the Academy, Gabriel, and the general secretary Penemu, said Michael, as the three beautiful women introduced themselves in the same way as the Scandinavian teachers. "I understand that the Gremory family was also going to be present, but I only see their daughter, nothing more," said Odin, looking at Riaz, who showed her proud and arrogant temperament when Odin pointed at her. "They had a problem showing up," said Michael nervously. "It's a good thing that Vixen Vanillana Gremory didn't arrive," Penemu said in her mind, relieved she wasn't going to endure another speech about how her family is the elite of duels. While the teachers continued talking animatedly, the Japanese students began to feel the heavy atmosphere because they saw that some girls from Sweden were staring at certain students who did not take their eyes off them. "Those 5 girls are staring at those despicable guys from Kitsune Hostel," said a student, pointing at 5 girls who couldn't take their eyes off the aforementioned boys. First you could see Air and Joestar staring at Laisha Astareth, both of them seemed like they would throw down a challenge at any moment. Hoppy could also be seen, the red-haired brunette did not take her eyes off a Shen Phantom. The brunette seemed motivated in some way because they could not intimidate Yusaku, and Aoi's adopted son. The black-haired man just stood firm, while his eyes reflected a penetrating emptiness. On the other hand, Kenichi stared at Noelle Silva. The silver-haired girl looked with disgust at the redhead with black locks, but instead of being offended, Kenichi only showed a smile that only showed that it would not work with him, mocking that contemptuous gesture of the silver-haired girl with pigtails. Then there was the duel of glances between Aoi and Indra, both seemed predator and prey at the same time, waiting for the slightest provocation from their opponent. As Issei looked at Issei, the duel of looks between both was the least tense because the brunette blonde-haired girl seemed quite disinterested. It seemed that she was looking for something in Issei through her look, a smile, a pleasant or unpleasant gesture, while the aforementioned seemed confused before her. And for some reason, Roswis turned her gaze towards a student and her eyes fell on Issei Hyoudou. She felt a small chill when she saw the brown-haired man's eyes, and due to the seriousness of the matter they were involved in, Issei showed indifference to the albino. In Sweden, Roswis was always flirted with by the men of her country, something that tired her because they saw her as a piece of meat, but in front of Issei, he was the first man who looked her in the eyes without showing any sign of lust. The Swedish girls and the boys from the hostel seemed to be emitting auras of defiance. The girls emanated a cold blue aura that made anyone who saw them stand on end, while the boys from the Kitsune hostel emitted an orange and suffocating aura similar to fire. Neither of them wanted to give in. The students were getting nervous, including the students from the student council, until Well, we'd better go to the school grounds, said Gabriel happily. I think your students should start getting familiar with the Odendono Academy. Gabriel-san is right and you are lucky that today we have an official duel, said Penemu. You will be able to see it from the front row in our duel stadium. What a welcome, said Auden very excitedly. And the best part is, it will be in a format that might interest you. Link monsters will be used, said Serafal, impressing the directors and students from Scandinavia. The Link duel, huh? Gondel said interested. I would like to witness that, Serafal Dono. Come on, let's not waste time, said Serafal, giving them the invitation. The duel will begin in 20 minutes. The contenders are already in the locker room ready for the confrontation. Auden and company agreed. They followed Serafal to the stadium, also by the students of the academy, who were quite excited to see Razor Phoenix's younger sister. Everyone was eagerly waiting for her to defeat the green-haired rookie who, for the sin of being a resident of the Kitsune hostel, simply wished that she would lose and be expelled immediately. Time skip. The stadium was now packed. The Japanese students were excited because they were going to see a Link format duel again. Everyone was hoping that Ravel Phoenix would be the one carrying a Link monster card. The foreign students had sat in a special box where they could see the duel. They had sat down, all expecting something spectacular, because the fact that there are duels with Link monsters means that the duels are on another level. Wow, everyone is so excited, said Hoppy, impressed by the atmosphere in the stadium. They must be important duelists to leave them so excited, Noel said, very impressed. Only one duelist is important, said a rather excited student's voice. The younger sister of the European junior champion, Miss Ravel Phoenix, will fight. Wow, the explosive champion of Britain, said Laisha, very impressed. Then your opponent must be someone strong, said Zazie in a monotonous manner, but at that the Japanese student started laughing at what the blonde-haired brunette said. Did I tell a joke or something? No, said Murayama now, who was close to the foreigners. She is just a poor, silly newbie who got into the lion's den by messing with the academy's elite. We already want to see how that little brat despairs before the power of the Princess of Devastating Fire, said another student arrogantly. In response to these comments, the 5 foreign students did not like the way those words were said. Wishing ill on someone, only someone with such a rotten heart could do so. Something inside them wished that the challenger, that rookie they despised so much, could give a big surprise to those people who looked down on her. Suddenly, the lights went out and Momo Hanakai's voice was heard again on the stadium speakers. Hello, everyone, good afternoon. I, your host, Momo Hanakai, am honored to mention the following official duel between the second-grade student, those considered a genius with atrocious potential, coming from the great Phoenix family, the Princess of Devastating Fire, with you Ravel Phoenix. Momo shouted as the blonde with drill hair came out wearing a sports outfit consisting of lycra clothing. A sleeveless sports blouse and also lycra pants showing off her perfect body. The blonde smiled with such haughtiness, as if the world did not deserve her. The students, like good sheep of the elite, praised Razor's younger sister. And her opponent, considered one of the surprise rookies by defeating the best duelist of Serayard Bale's team with you, Yukari Komori. Before Momo's presentation, the green-haired girl came out to the duel area seriously under the boos of the Japanese students, while in a secluded area, a group of students shouted in support of Yukari. Above all, there was the little Kunu wearing clothes in the style of Sani Nakazawa, Captain Tsubasa, while waving a huge flag with the symbol of a Kyuubi. Let's go, girlfriend. Kenichi shouted. You can do it, Yukari-chan. Issei shouted. We want to eat roast chicken today. Yami shouted. Better prepare yakitori, I like my skewer well fried and with tofu. Kaneko shouted mockingly. At that last cry, Ravel's eyes twitched as a vein popped out on his forehead as his great and magnificent person was compared to a simple chicken dish. Yukari. 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 Kunu shouted with great energy while she excitedly waved the Kyuubi flag. As everyone knows, the modality of this official duel will be under an action duel, but we will have Link monsters in action again. Said Momo, quite excited, to which the stadium corresponded to said feeling of the presenter, and suddenly, the solid vision machines were present for said duel, and now the stage of the duel will be the Manji Valley. Shouted Momo while around Ravel and Yukari, a snowy area was formed with icicles hanging on some rocky areas, while in the sky of the stage, the action cards were formed in the sky. Ravel and Yukari activate their dual discs. Duelists engaged in battle, said Yukari very determinedly. Picking the ground and dancing in the air with his monsters, Ravel responded arrogantly. They are crossing this field, look. Shouted Yukari. This is the newest and greatest evolution of duels. Ravel shouted. Back to you in duel. The duelists shouted at the same time while the action cards were shot onto the stage. Yukari. 4,000. Ravel. 4,000. Both duelists drew their 5 cards from their decks. Very well, I'll go first if you don't mind, Commoner Ravel said, taking a card from her hand. I will activate the effect of my incantation Talismandra, Ravel said, revealing said card to Yukari's eyes. Just by revealing a ritual monster card from my hand, I can summon this card from my hand, along with another incantation monster directly from my deck. So I will reveal my ritual monster, Incantation Chalislam. Now I will special summon Incantation Talismandra, and from the deck Incantation Candle, cards in hand. 4. Ravel declared. Well said monsters appeared on the blonde side of the field. Now I will activate the effect of Candle, as it was summoned directly from the deck. I can add a ritual magic card from my deck to my hand, Ravel said, while the dual disc gave her said card, cards in hand. 5. Now I will activate my ritual spell card Incantation Inception. With this card I can summon any ritual type monster as long as the ones to summon it are incantation monsters, so I will sacrifice Incantation Talismandra. Ravel shouted while the magic card absorbed the plant-type monster Great Priestess of the Fire Deity. May your prayers be heard before the sacred beast of fire ritual summon. Level 2 appears Devotee of Nephthys, cards in hand. 3. And immediately, a blue fire lit up before everyone, and said female monster appeared before everyone's astonishment. Many cheered the play of the blonde with drill hair. While with the boys from the Kitsune hostel, they felt that something bad was going to happen to Yukari. That letter, this doesn't look good for our friend, said Akeno somewhat nervously. Why do you say that, Akeno? Yusaka said with interest at the brunette's gesture. Because that card opens up quite a few possible moves for her to apply, said Akeno. Ravel's strategy is based on the destruction of her own monsters to take advantage of their effects, and it is something that even the most experienced duelist who has fought against Ravel has said is very difficult to control, or am I wrong, Nai-san and Lee-san? The twins nodded silently, having witnessed Ravel's overwhelming power. If it weren't for Ishen, they wouldn't be at the academy right now. Back to the duel. Now I activate the effect of my devotee. I can special summon a Nephthys monster from my deck, so it appears before my sacred phoenix of Nephthys. Shouted Ravel summoning said monster, and now a torrent of golden fire appears as it revealed a winged monster, the terrible phoenix of Ravel cawed threateningly before the entire stadium that screamed excitedly. Now my turn ends when my end phase arrives. My devotee is destroyed by its own effect. Said Ravel while the ritual monster immolated itself in blue fire, understanding its self-destruction. Now it's my turn, draw. Said Yukari as she saw what she drew. Now I activate my spell card Unexpected Die. When I don't control monsters on my side of the field, I can summon a normal monster of level 4 or lower from my deck. Now appears, Gladiator Beast Andal. Shouted Yukari as said monster appeared roaring. Now that I have a Gladiator Beast monster, I special summon my Test Tiger, said Yukari, while summoning said monster in defense mode, and now I activate the effect of my Test Tiger. I can sacrifice it to return a Gladiator Beast to the deck, so Andal returns to the deck, said Yukari, while the tiger disappeared in minutes of light, and Andal in a flash of light was returned to the deck, while the dual disc gave him a card. Now Gladiator Beast Hoplamus appears. Shouted Yukari while the rhinoceros monster appeared in defense mode, and thanks to the fact that it was summoned by Test Tiger, its defense goes from 2100 to 2400, said Yukari, while leaving Ravel and half the stadium in shock by doing that. But how could you activate the effect of your Gladiator Beast? To activate its effect it had to be summoned by someone else, and your disgusting one-eyed bear is a normal monster with no effect. Ravel said angrily because she thought that Yukari had broken the rules. Of course I know, but you're forgetting a small detail. When I sacrifice Test Tiger and returned Andal, it is taken as the effect of a Gladiator Beast when returned to the deck, and now Hoplamus activates its effect of being summoned by a Gladiator Beast, said Yukari, while Ravel and her dual disc reviewed the text of Yukari's card, corroborating what the green-haired girl said, snorting in annoyance. Now I normal summon a Rescue Bunny. Said Yukari summoning the card that Issei had used in his duel against Akeno. I suppose you know what my friend does, right? I can banish him from the game, and thanks to that, I can summon 2 normal monsters from my deck, so now I summon 2 Gladiator Beast Andal. Said Yukari while now 2 bears roared at Ravel, who was somewhat irritated. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory. Yukari shouted as the mark of the Link monsters appeared in the sky of the stage, leaving the academy students surprised and furious. Arrows confirmed. The summoning requirements are 2 Gladiator Beast, so I send my 2 Gladiator Beast Andal to the graveyard. Link summoning. Appears Gladiator Beast Draguses. Yukari shouted as said monster appeared from the sky, landing heavily while destroying the ground, and it looked with murderous eyes at Ravel's phoenix, and also made an eagle caw in a sign of war. Cards in hand. 3. The students of the Scandinavian Academy, seeing that the green-haired girl revealed the symbol of the Link monsters and the summoning, sat down in their seats. It was the first time they had seen the summoning. They were amazed, but there is always someone or some people who ruin the moment. It's not fair, that dwarf has Link monsters. Said Caddis very furiously. She doesn't deserve such a privilege. Murayama said, sounding like he was throwing a tantrum. That summoning should be from great duelists like those who serve Venelana-sama, not from duelists like her. All the girls in Scandinavia were no longer going to tolerate the green-haired girl being scorned. Hey, Aoi said in a rather dead tone, you don't have the right to talk like that about your partner, I can't stand any more insults, so it's better if you shut up once and for all. Hey, what's wrong with you? Murayama said, irritated by what Aoi said. Are you bothered by what my partner said? Leisha said, unintimidated, looking at Murayama with disgust. What did you expect, Leisha? Noel said, apparently these boors don't know how to do anything other than insult those who have less and praise like God's people who live off the fame and fortune of their families, said the silver-haired girl with pigtails with wide sarcasm, revealing her sharp tongue against Yukari's detractors. Don't waste your breath on idiots like Noel, said Hoppy, let's let things take their course, because now my full support is on the green-haired girl, and we'll let her shut up this bootlicker. The foreign girls nodded at what the retard said and decided not to pay attention to the Japanese, who were saying a lot of nonsense against those they spoke to. Back to morning. Yukari, upon summoning her monster link, began to look around and saw an action magic between two rocks and quickly ran away. Ravel, seeing the green-haired girl's action, also decided to look for an action magic that was wrapped in snow a few meters from where she was. Not. Both of them got these letters. I moved to battle phase. Dragus's attack. Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys, shouted Yukari, while the Link monster came out to battle against Ravel's monster. Now I activate the magic action over sword, it gives my monster 500 attack points and the attack cannot be negated. Shouted Yukari while Dragus's points reached 2500, but. Not so fast, commoner. I activate my action magic. No action. Said Ravel, revealing said card. I can negate the effect of your action card and destroy it. Said Ravel while waiting for the negation of the oversword card, but her dual disc marked an error. But what is happening? It's the effect of Dragus's. When I control a gladiator beast in battle, you can't activate effects until the end of the damage phase, said Yukari, while the same Link monster had destroyed Ravel's monster in one fell swoop. Ravel, 4100 equals 3900 LP. Damn, Ravel said with great anger upon seeing his monster being destroyed. I move on to my main phase 2, I'll activate Dragus's effect, return it to the extra deck so I can summon 2 Gladiator beasts from my deck, so let them appear, Gladiator Beast Thorax and Gladiator Beast Sagittari. Said Yukari as the monsters appeared before her. I activate Sagittarius effect. When it's summoned by a Gladiator Beast, I can discard one of my Gladiator Beast monsters, cards in hand. 2, and draw 2 cards from my deck, cards in hand. 4, I place a card face down and end my turn, cards in hand. 3, said Yukari, being cautious because she felt that Ravel Phoenix was going to counterattack strongly for what she did. Now I'm steal. Said the blonde, but when she saw what she stole, an evil smile appeared on her face, cards in hand. 4. Add audio. Now I activate my magic card Pot of Extravagance. Cards in hand. 3, said Ravel, I can remove up to 6 random cards from my extra deck and draw 1 card for every 3 cards I removed, so I draw 2 cards for this. Cards in hand. 5. This duel will now end because of what I have in my hand, said Ravel. Now you will see why you have not had a chance against my stupid girl. Yukari felt that something bad was coming and desperately looked for an action card to defend herself. Now I activate the effect of my Imputation Chalislam, revealing you and discarding a card from my hand. I can summon an Imputation card directly from my deck. Cards in hand. 4, now my second Imputation Talismadra appears. Said Ravel, summoning said monster that appeared dancing. Now I will activate the effect of Talismandra. When it is summoned from the deck I can add a ritual monster from my deck to my hand, cards in hand. 5, and now you will see Yukari Komori that this monster will crush you like the insignificant nit that you are, Pablea. Yukari kept running around the stage looking for said action card. Now I activate the effect of my Devotee of Nephthys by destroying a Nephthys card from my hand. I can special summon it from the Gremory. So I will destroy my Matriarch of Nephthys, cards in hand. 4, return now Devotee of Phoenix. Ravel shouted while discarding said card from her hand so that in her ritual monster, it appeared in a blue blaze. Now I will activate my ritual spell card Rebirth of Nephthys. Cards in hand. 3. Everyone was now going crazy as that card was synonymous with Ravel's many victories. The members of the Kitsune Hostel and the Scandinavian students were now nervous. I can now treasure monsters from my side of the field or from my hand whose combined levels are equal to or exceed my levels to summon a Nephthys ritual monster. Now I will treasure Talismadra, Kandal and my Devotee of Nephthys. At that moment, a statue of a bird appeared behind Ravel and absorbed the monsters that the blonde had said while it began to crack. Great deity of the sacred fire, heed the prayers of destruction, and may your fire give us victory, said Ravel while the statue was breaking more until it gave off a bluish glow. Yukari, seeing what her opponent was doing, searched even more desperately for an action card until she saw it stuck to an ice icicle. Ritual summoning level 8 appears Cerulean Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys. Ravel shouted as the statue had exploded, giving rise to said winged monster similar to the Golden Phoenix, but this one was a little bigger and its fire was really suffocating, cards in hand. 2. Now I activate the special effect of my ritual card. Since I used a devotee of Nephthys as a sacrifice for the ritual, I can destroy a card from the field, so I will destroy your pathetic centaur," said Ravel, pointing at Sagittarius, and in that, a blue flame enveloped Yukari's monster that began to disintegrate. "No, Sagittarius." The green-haired girl screamed in horror as she witnessed her cruel destruction. "Now this is just the beginning. I will activate the effect of my Cerulean Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys. I can destroy as many cards named Nephthys on the field or in my hand, and in order to destroy an equivalent number of cards on the field that my opponent controls, so I will destroy from my hand my Defender of Nephthys from my hand to destroy your gladiator beast Hoplomys," Ravel shouted. "Not so fast," said Yukari as she grabbed the action card. "Now action card, activate Illumination. If a destruction effect is activated on one of my monsters, I can negate it." "Do you really think you'll avoid the destruction of your monster?" Ravel said with a sober look, and a smile appeared on her face. "Action magic. No action. I can negate the activated action magic and destroy it right now." Yukari only saw how the action magic she had worked so hard to obtain had been negated, and now all she had left to do was watch the destruction of Hoplomys. "Cerulean, incinerate that disgusting beast," Ravel said imperiously before the blue phoenix that accumulated blue fire in its mouth and launched a torrent towards the armed rhinoceros. Yukari only saw in horror, while Hoplomys roared in pain. She could only see how her best defense was incinerated. "Now I move on to my battle phase. Cerulean Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys, destroy gladiator beast thorax blue hellish wave," Ravel shouted. Ravel's monster accumulated more fire, but now on its wings, and with a movement of its wings, it released said attack against Yukari's monster, who could only cover himself with his tiny arms, while he was disintegrated by the powerful attack of Ravel's monster. 3,000, 1,400 equals 1,600. Yukari LP. 4,000, 1,600 equals 2,400. Yukari was quite shocked to see the great ability that Ravel Phoenix had. She had easily gotten rid of her monsters in just an instant that practically made her knees in shock. "Impossible," said the green-haired girl, quite terrified by the power of Ravel's monster. "Give up," demanded the blonde. "Now you know the difference between you and me. With your imminent defeat, we will force a Shen Phantom to give us the knowledge of Link summoning. All thanks to you, Yukari Komori Jejajajahahaja. Venelana Sama will reward me big time." The green-haired girl looked at her hand and saw that the card she had could not solve the duel. Her face reflected terror and the feeling that she had failed the boy who had taken over her heart. "Your actions will leave you alone." That same voice that tormented her sounded again in her head. The students didn't help, some cheered Ravel, others booed and laughed at Yukari, seeing her so fragile, so weak. "So alone. This is bad," Yusaka said worriedly when she saw the gesture, that same expression she had when she suffered that nightmare. "What happened to Yukari?" said Issei, already quite worried about his friend. "Yukari-chan has a trauma from an incident in high school," said Kaneko quite sadly. "All for doing the right thing. She was left without friends, and her entire high school was labeled as the worst. The pressure was so much that she had to change high schools for emotional well-being, but even that experience left its mark on her. And apparently she's reliving said trauma right now, knowing that she's going to fail because of him," Yami said, very worried. "No, Yukari-chan," said Akeno, worried about her cowhide. All the residents were quite resigned for Yukari. Not only were they going to expel her, but they were also going to reveal the link summon to people who didn't deserve such knowledge in the VIP room. Michael, Gabriel, Penemu and Serafel could only watch the imminent defeat of the surprise rookie against Ravel. Riaz and Kalen began to laugh triumphantly. Since they would finally defeat the Kitsune hostile, they would remove a thorn in their side and finally have such a summon, thanks to Ravel. While the other members of the council could only resignedly watch the imminent fate of the green-haired girl. Even Tsubaki shed tears for her. It was not fair that the green-haired girl had such a cruel fate. "Yukari!" shouted a voice as the green-haired girl's dull eyes turned to a point, and as if it were a light in the middle of the darkness she saw who was possibly going to fail her. Yukari reacts. "Yukari-chan. Don't give up, you can do it." Nai shouted now, shedding tears of worry. "Remember that no matter what happens, we will always support you and we will never leave you alone." "And you call yourself our love rival," said Lee now, who was like her sister. "Are you going to fail him in front of Arashen? Are you going to let that stupid girl trample you? Yukari, please fight." The whole stadium was now silent. The green-haired girl was slowly regaining strength in her legs, but now another voice was heard. "Come on, that's all you've got. Are you going to give up?" said the voice coming from the foreign students. "That voice belongs to Hoppy. Show your true potential, show your true will." Shut up these idiots and beat that harsh girl, Yukari-san. Noelle shouted now enraged. Don't give up, girl. Leisha shouted now. And so several cries of support from the students of Scandinavia towards Yukari began to be heard. Ravel and several of her followers, upon hearing the cries of support towards the green-haired girl, began to run out of patience, but for Yukari little by little, she felt that the darkness that surrounded her from her trauma was dissipating, but the voice of that boy that made her heart beat and drove her crazy. Yukari, no matter what happens I will still be with you, we will all still be with you, we will never abandon you. Fight. Shouted a Shen phantom, giving her that spark that Yukari soon took to shoot that heavy darkness that punished her heart and mind. Audio plays. The green-haired girl began to stand up and again that smile rained on her face, she wiped the tears from her eyes and took the hand of cards that had fallen on the floor. I can't give up, not in front of him, said Yukari, slapping her face as a sign of waking up. I can't give up. You can't do anything, commoner, the next turn will be enough to annihilate you. Said Ravel angrily. Don't say it's over when I'm missing a card to draw, said Yukari, extending her hand to her duel disc. Now I draw. Cards in hand. 4, shouted the green-haired girl, and when she saw the card she drew, she smiled. Now I summon Gladiator Beast Adderix in attack mode. Cards in hand. 3. I activate its effect. I can send a Gladiator Beast to the graveyard and I can copy both its name and its level, so I will send Gladiator Beast Vespasius to the graveyard. Said Yukari while sending said card to the graveyard. That's all. Sending a monster to the graveyard and making a vile copy, you are such a pathetic duelist, Yukari Komori said, Ravel very disappointed. Oh, that's right, Yakitori. Said Yukari, making fun of the blonde, getting her and the blonde's faithful followers to get angry. This is just the beginning. Now I activate my magic card Gladiator Beast Comeback. Cards in hand. 2, shouted Yukari, I can bring from the graveyard or from my hand a Gladiator Beast with a different type than the monsters I control. Now it is reborn from the graveyard. Gladiator Beast Sagittari. Said Yukari, well said, monster, and now that I have my 2 Gladiator Beasts, now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory. Shouted Yukari, revealing Link. Summoning Link 2 appears again, Gladiator Beast Draguses. But the residents of the hostel, they seemed confused. What are you trying to do, Yukari? Said Kenichi, quite confused. Whatever it is, Yukari knows what she's doing, Issei said, smiling. Why do you say that? Sinon said, confused. She's smiling, Aaron said, pointing at the green-haired girl who looked full of confidence. Back to the duel. Now the real fun begins because I activate my magic card Monster Reborn. Shouted Yukari, activating said card now return from the graveyard Gladiator Beast Vespasius. Cards in hand. 1, said Yukari, summoning the sea serpent monster again. Now I will go to the battle phase. Come on if you want your life points to end up charred. Here I am, stupid. Ravel said, smiling like a maniac because apparently she desperately wanted to commit suicide. Oh no, I think the one who will suffer will be you, because now I will activate my quick play magic card Gladiator Beast United. Shouted Yukari, revealing her face down card. With this it will allow me to make a fusion summoning, returning the Gladiator Beast monsters that are in my hand, field or graveyard, so I return Gladiator Beast Thorax Hoplamus and Gladiator Beast Liquori to the graveyard. Wait, when that monster was in the cemetery? Ravel said, impressed, but remembered the effect of Sagittari. It's not possible. So you found out, said Yukari. Great champion beast, let their triumphant roar be heard for all eternity. Fusion summoning. Level 8 appears Gladiator Beast Heraclinos. Said the green-haired girl, and immediately Yukari's monster appeared coming out of one of the caves in the Manji Valley, and in that it roared in a hostile manner, leaving more than one person's hair standing on end. Ravel was stunned when she saw the beast she had summoned. Now she was the one in trouble. She knew about the effect of her opponent's Link monster, avoiding being destroyed in battle, and with Heraclinos matching her Phoenix's attack, she had everything to lose. And now I will continue with my battle phase. Heraclinos destroy Cerulean Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys. While Ravel was desperately searching for an action card, the Gladiator Beast grabbed his axe and shot towards the blue phoenix. The blonde-haired girl located a fence of some rocks and ran towards it with a face of relief when slash. Heraclinos had won the speed duel. He had split the Cerulean Phoenix in 2. It caught in defeat, immolating itself in blue fire. Boo! Ravel shouted, but because of the shock wave, the action card she was looking for flew out of there. Oh no. Said the blonde, very horrified because her only hope had gone out of her hands. You said I was going to lose. Yukari spoke in a dead voice, now able to vent her rage against a terrified Ravel. Well, my monsters think otherwise. No, please. Said Ravel, because he knew that if he lost he would deal another blow to his family's honor, not to mention how humiliating his punishment would be. Gladiator Beast Draguses directly attacks Ravel Phoenix, declared Yukari, and in that the monster Link went towards the blonde who could not move and gave her a downward slash. Ravel LP. 3900, 2000 equals 1900. The blonde screamed as she felt the painful attack. Now Vespacia, said Yukari, determined to end this duel. No, said Ravel, crying. End this duel, attack Ravel Phoenix directly, said Yukari while the sea serpent came out to attack the blonde edge of the abyss. Forgive me, Nai-san, Ravel said in shock, seeing said monster approaching. Slash. The horizontal slash hit the blonde, making her fall to her knees, while her eyes were open and empty of disbelief. She had been defeated by a commoner, tears fell from her eyes, she couldn't believe it, the bugle concluding the duel had sounded, but inside Ravel she still didn't believe it. Ravel LP, 1900-2300 equals 0. Audio ends. He did it. Shouted the residents of the Kitsune hostel, who went crazy with such a comeback. They celebrated such a victory, like Nai and Lee hugging each other, others jumping like Kunu, Kenichi and Izumi, others celebrated in a more calm way like Yusaka, Akeno and Issei. But the foreign students, everyone stood up and applauded enthusiastically for the green-haired girl's exhibition. With the other students, they again felt their mouths shut in an epic way because another of their stars was defeated. The aforementioned directors also applauded for Yukari, but the most excited was Serafal, although due to what Nai and Lee had said, she felt extremely jealous, but for today she would overlook it because the defense of the link summoning was achieved. With Riaz and Kalen, they left the room but were heard screaming in anger because they had failed again. Yukari sighed that everything was over, deciding to leave the arena, and a shocked Ravel headed towards the stands where her friends were and saw Shen with Nai, Lee. They gave her a thumbs up sign, while Yukari smiled and imitated them as her cheeks turned red when she saw the black-haired man's eyes. I will never be alone because I have my true friends, and above all I am with the person I love so much in my heart, Yukari said to herself, smiling as she joined her friends to celebrate in a big way for overcoming her past and overcoming a difficult test. Chapter 12. Crime and Abuse of Power. DxD Duel Arena Women's Locker Room. In the middle of a very uncomfortable silence, a young lady could be seen sitting on a wooden bench, but her head was downcast, with a gesture of having witnessed something that would never have happened. That young lady is Ravel Phoenix, who still did not believe that a simple commoner had defeated her. I still had present and marked the words that Yukari said when she executed her final attack that she gave to the blonde. You said I was going to lose. Well, my monsters think otherwise. Ravel began to hold her head in despair because what she had suffered was a rather heavy humiliation to her person, something that should never have happened. It's not possible. There had to be a mistake. Ravel said, desperately trying to decipher why she lost like that while more tears fell. No one can defeat the great Phoenix family. Yukari Komori had to have cheated, she had to have done it. The blonde with drill hair still refused to accept the harsh reality of having lost, but… Bam. The locker room door suddenly opens, scaring Ravel, and she sees a purple-haired girl wearing the third-year high school DxD Academy outfit coming in panting, and with a gesture that the blonde predicted would not be good. That person is Yubaluna. Ravel-sama, something terrible has happened, shouted Yubaluna, walking towards the youngest of the Phoenix in desperation. What's going on, Yubaluna, for you to come in like that? Ravel said, somewhat uncomfortable with how the former member of Razor's team had arrived. Yubaluna just knelt before Ravel, while tears of fear began to spill down the purple-haired girl's face. They have attacked the Phoenix mansion, shouted Yubaluna. They have left the guards and Razor-sama's ex-team unconscious. Ravel had been stunned by what Yubaluna had said, but the following would leave her in total shock. And worst of all, Razor-sama has disappeared from his room. Ravel couldn't believe what Yubaluna had said. Her brother had disappeared from his room. He had difficulty leaving her only to go to the bathroom because he still hadn't overcome his trauma of having lost for the first time. We must go to the Yubaluna mansion, but now. Ravel said desperately, to which the purple-haired girl nodded, calling a private transport on the phone. Both women headed to the exit of the Duel Stadium to get to their home in Kyoto. Time skip. Upon arriving at the Phoenix residence where Razor lived, along with the girls of his team along with his sister Ravel, a bleak picture was shown. Apart from the fact that there were police vehicles and ambulances that attended to the Phoenix family staff, Ravel and Yubaluna saw the crime scene. The large grate was open, more specifically, the lock was opened with violence, but on the way you could find injured people and be transferred on a stretcher. Upon arriving at the property, you could see many maids being treated by doctors and nurses because they had suffered attacks. The blonde and the purple-haired girl walked in an atmosphere full of fear. Ravel-sama, Yubaluna-san, said a voice as a girl with brown skin and pale blue hair, styled in a somewhat extravagant manner, wearing a second-year uniform and a bandage on her arm, approached them. Sharia, the aforementioned said, scandalized when they saw their partner injured, but apparently they were not as cruel to her unlike the others. What happened? Who did this? Sharia, upon hearing the request of both, could not avoid a bitter feeling. Then she took a card out of one of her skirt pockets and immediately gave it to Ravel. The one who perpetrated this attack and also kidnapped Razor-sama, said Sharia, beginning to cry because she knew the aggressor well, who had lived with her a lot, as well as a certain Uzumaki and Dragnel. It was a Kuroka Hellcat. Ravel, upon hearing that name, felt her energy drain from her. Despair had taken hold because she knew that her brother had been an accomplice in the misfortune of that student who belonged to Volley Lucifer's group and had even had the luxury of celebrating her expulsion. But upon seeing the type of attack perpetrated, it was more than obvious that if Kuroka was willing to get revenge against those who had ruined her career as a professional duelist, she was capable of doing other things against Lucifer, against Diodora Astaroth, and especially against Ria's Gremory. We must report this to the student council, Ravel said desperately as she looked at her brother's card, and it was none other than Fire King High Avatar Garanix, just hoping that the former student of the academy would not attempt against the junior champion of Europe. Opening. Academia, DxD. The news of Razor Phoenix's kidnapping at the hands of former student Kuroka Hellcat had fallen like a bucket of cold water on the DxD Academy, as the images of the broken lock and the injured staff who worked there and having bypassed the Phoenix Mansion security system had left the students very fearful, not to mention the Stockholm students. It was barely their first day, and with this news, it was a sarcastic welcome to Hyoudou. Teachers were also deeply dismayed by the news. Many tried to calm their students with various methods, from conversations to relaxation sessions to relieve stress. But with our dear teachers Azazel and Grayfia, and in this case, they made them work until the last second of class. It was not as if they gave little importance to that crime in the Phoenix Mansion, but the best way to stop them from thinking about that gruesome event was to keep their minds busy with other matters. But other teachers, Penemu in his office upon learning of this only sighed, and with a bitter look, he only had one culprit for this to happen. If it weren't for Venelana's corruption he wouldn't have unleashed this crime. Michael and Gabriel communicated what had happened to Razor's parents in England, and all morning they were communicating with the competent authorities to create a strategy to find Razor Phoenix. But with the members of the Kitsune hostel, upon learning of Kuroka's crime, Kaneko Taoju was the target of many insults from the students, since everyone knew that the white-haired loli is the sister of the now criminal. The poor girl, since she started classes, could not feel intimidated by the cold looks of her first-year classmates, as they did evil to her, from throwing her notebooks from her desk, the pen to throwing her deck. That meant a lot to her, because it was an exact copy of her older sister's deck. The pressure and bullying they did to the loli was so much that when it was the first break from classes, she quickly left her classroom to go to the second-year classroom where Kenichi, Indra, Issei, Akeno and Aaron took classes. But upon arriving, Kaneko could not look for a safer place than in the arms of her savior, the one who freed him from Volley Lucifer. "What's wrong, Kaneko-chan?" said Kenichi, returning the hug. "Senpai, I can't stand this anymore," said Kaneko with a slight tone of desperation in her voice. "I can't stand so much pressure because of what she did sniff my sister." The other residents couldn't blame her desperation. The entire student society wanted to get even for what the former student Kuroka had done to her little sister when she hadn't done anything. "Get the delinquent sister out of here," demanded a second-year student, pointing at Kaneko. The white-haired girl could only bury her face further into Kenichi's chest because of the fear she felt and how she was being pointed at. "The worst student scum gathered now, what could we expect?" said a student mockingly to the students of the Kitsune hostel. The other students laughed at the comment, all except the Stockholm students who took classes in that room, who were Noel Silva, Hoppy and Zazie, who also spoke in private. "Shut up," Aaron shouted angrily as he listened to Kaneko sobbing silently at such insults. "You think you're so funny and so brave when you're together to say such hurtful comments, right?" said Indra, very angry. "They only show cowardice and complete ignorance of our friend's pain. Seriously, they are the most despicable," said Akeno, very irritated, while the other friends looked at the residents of the hostel with a grimace of disgust. Kaneko was calming down because despite everything, she had the unconditional support of her classmates. But when she calmed down and was about to leave for her classroom. "Are you calmer now?" Kenichi said calmly, smiling at the white-haired loli, which she nodded with a blush on her cheeks. "Well, go to your classroom and we'll see each other later, okay?" "Hi," Kaneko said, smiling, feeling calmer, but when she left the room. "Yes, go ahead, leave the delinquent sister," shouted a second-year student, "but when you least expect it you won't know what attacked you, Gremory traitor." Upon hearing this threat from their classmate, some agreed with what he had said, but others, especially the women, were surprised by such a statement, not to mention the Swedish students who opened their eyes in horror upon hearing such a threat against the white-haired loli. The Loud continued laughing while bullying Kaneko, but then he felt someone grab him by the neck. The Loud only saw some red locks while he was subdued in his chair while a foot had him on the stomach. "Listen to me, you foolish pig," said Kenichi with a voice that contained a lot of his anger while pressing down with his foot. "Take this as a warning, only if one day Kaneko has any wound, no matter how small, I assure you that you will pay the price, and it will be of such magnitude that you will not want to leave the hospital for a long time." The Lout was very intimidated by Kenichi's unfriendly face. But then the Redeed felt a hug behind him, and when he saw who it was, his expression calmed slightly. "Leave it alone, Kenichi-senpai," said Kaneko monotonously. "It's not worth a suspension to get your hands dirty with that disgusting pervert." Kenichi just sighs and leaves the jerk alone, but not before giving him one last death glare. "Kenichi, I suggest we go with Sona-san to communicate this," said Akeno, without stopping to look disappointed at her classmates. "Right now she should be in the student council office." "It's incredible to me how rotten their conscience is," said Kenichi very quietly, but then he remembers something he won recently, and a smile lit up his face. "Yes, Akeno, I will go not only to communicate this, but also demand a right to win in my last official duel," said Kenichi, looking at Kaneko, to which the white-haired loli understood what he meant and with a smile, agreed to accompany Kenichi with Akeno. The Japanese students, upon hearing that they were going to be reported to Sona, were sweating nervously, and even more so the brave one who threatened Kaneko because she applied the rules, and her punishments were more severe than those a teacher normally imposed. But with the Swedish students who saw everything, especially a silver-haired girl with pigtails, she had been moved and impressed by such an act of the Redeed, without caring about a suspension or a definitive expulsion. She was capable of taking the risk for the sake of her loved ones, in this case it was Kaneko's. "This boy, his way of taking risks, he's very brave," said Noel, impressed and a little blushed. "Wow, the first day and you're already interested in young Uzumaki," Hoppy said very mockingly. Shut up, who is interested in that smashed tomato head?" Noel said, blushing and making an embarrassed face. "I know that expression of yours," Zazie said very disinterestedly. "You had that same reaction when—" "Not one more word, Zazie," Noel screamed while steaming from her ears, very red, and her pigtails had shot up. "Love at first sight, how romantic." Happy finished with a laugh, just like Zazie when embarrassing Noel. Noel wanted to deny it, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. But both the blonde and the Redeed could only feel calm, since it seemed that the lovesickness that Noel suffered would soon be solved. Well, with the boys from the Kitsune hostel who had left the second-year classroom, they headed to the student council room. Kenichi along with Akeno, Aaron, Sinan, Aaron's girlfriend, and also Saya, Kenichi's girlfriend who had joined her beloved to escort Kaneko. But the pink-haired girl with glasses couldn't contain her jealousy when she saw Kenichi being taken by the arm by Kaneko, who seemed calm, even smiling sincerely as she accompanied the Redeed. But what they didn't know was that a surveillance camera was focusing on said students, and behind her, the matriarch of the Gremory family was looking at them, who felt nausea seeing the commoners dirtying her academy, and behind her, there were two shadows that shared the same activity. "So they are a part of your problems," Venelana-sama said, one of the shadows, in a bored voice. "They don't seem like much to me," said the other shadow. "Well, those people were able to defeat my select group of duelists," said Venelana, without taking her eyes off the screens, while she watched the aforementioned boys from the hostel enter the student council office. "It's lucky that Gabriel owed me a big favor in saving his dirty business from bankruptcy, so he highly recommended your services as mercenary duelists. With the new implementation of prefects in the academy, now Sona Citri's decisions will not be a hindrance to me." "We will not fail you," Venelana-sama said, the other shadow, smiling, eager to fight. "Those students won't be that great," said the other shadow, who is a little shorter than the other shadow. "I hope so, I want those students out of here." "Rainer and Mitlet," said Venelana, looking sideways at the mercenaries who were dressed in formal clothing, while on their left forearms they had their dual discs that they only activated when they mentioned their names. "Consider it done," both of them said with a touch of malice, smiling arrogantly. Venelana smiled as she sipped a glass of wine when Pam. The door to the room where the aforementioned three were slammed open, revealing the blonde with the drill-like pigtails. "Venelana-sama!" Ravel screamed. The poor blonde was in a terrible state, her eyes swollen from crying, her hair completely disheveled, and a look of despair reigning in her face. The older brunette couldn't help but make a face of disgust when she saw Ravel. "Ugh, what do you want, Phoenix?" said Venelana, seeing the blonde's unkempt appearance. She approached the chestnut with a determined step. "Venelana-sama, please help me find Nai-sama," said Ravel, crying. "Please, help me," said Ravel, kneeling before the Gremory matriarch. "Tell me one good reason why I should help you, Phoenix," said Venelana with disgust. "After all, you stopped being in my good graces when you both lost to some disgusting commoners in such a pathetic and humiliating way." Ravel, faced with the older brunette's words, had remained speechless, since in her presence, since she was not considered to be to her liking, she practically found it difficult to convince her. The Gremory matriarch only agreed to support the winners, knowing very well her zero tolerance for defeat. "Please, Venelana-sama," Ravel said, knowing that she has nothing to offer. "Help me, I miss my older brother. Do it for old time's sake, when your family and mine live together in harmony. Please, Venelana-sama, please support me." The blonde put her face on the ground, humiliating herself, swallowing her pride the few times it was necessary. She was so desperate to find Razor even though he was a narcissist, an egomaniac, her brother, her family was very important to her, she wanted to get him back at all costs. Venelana began to laugh as if she had been told the best joke of her life, she covered her forehead and eyes with her hand, but not only her, but also Mitlet and Rainer were laughing in an offensive and mocking way. Ravel, seeing such reactions, felt so offended by the way Venelana laughed, most likely she was expecting a denial, but expressing herself in that way was going beyond the limits of her dignity. Did you really think I would agree? You're so naive, Ravel Phoenix. Even if you offered me all of your family's businesses I would agree to look for your brother's loser. For me, let they make him food for hungry animals, that is the destiny of losers like you and him, to be garbage. Venelana. Ravel tried to reply, very offended and gritting her teeth at how he spoke about her and her brother. I won't listen anymore, shouted Venelana, taking her last sip of wine and violently throwing the glass at a wall, scaring the blonde. Okay girls, since this average student doesn't want to understand the good way, it would be better if you exercise your authority the hard way, defeat her again, and give her the final discharge from our beloved academy. It will be a pleasure, Venelana-sama, said Rainer, smiling evilly. What does this mean? Ravel said, very scared. Oh, they are my new prefects, said Venelana with malice. They will have a hierarchical level similar to that of the student council, since because of Sona Citri, Seekvaira Agairs, Sarah Ergbale and Volley Lucifer's substitute, Arthur Pendragon, my decisions have been hindered because of them, but with this new figure of authority in the academy, I can even get rid of the student council, said Venelana with venom in her voice, and thus my beloved daughters will be in charge of creating a new council to the satisfaction of my ideals. Ravel was now terrified by what the cruel matriarch had said, to what degree of madness and extremism she had gone to exercise her corrupt power in the academy. She could only think of one thing to do, and that was to escape to tell Sona Citri. Don't let her escape, shouted Venelana, pointing at the blonde who ran into the hallways, and so Rainer and Mitlet went out to hunt down little Phoenix there as tender meat for dinner. Ravel ran as if there was no tomorrow, escaping from the new prefects of the academy. She shouldn't let herself be captured by them, she had to tell things to Sona Citri, because not only she but also the student council were in imminent danger because of Venelana Gremory. A few moments before. Student council room. The boys from the Kitsune hostel were talking with Sona. They had commented on what Kaneko had suffered during the school day. I'll make sure to give both classes a good punishment, said Sona, very irritated. Sona, can I suggest something? Said Akeno respectfully. Could you move Kaneko to the classroom? I think she'd be safer if she had one of our friends near her. I think Issei, Ashen and Yukari would do a good job keeping her company. Granted, I also had this security measure in mind, said Sona, while writing down the request in a notebook. I will start the paperwork for the class change, so tomorrow you will be able to access the classroom where the so-called surprise newbies take classes. Kaneko smiled, relieved upon hearing. Hi, said Kaneko, bowing in gratitude. Excuse me, Sona Kaichu, said Kenichi in the same way as Akeno. I have also come to ensure the protection of my Kouhai, as well as to enforce a right for my victory against Volley, so I come to register Kaneko Taoju and Saya Takagi as members of my duel team. Sona realized this, she smiled pleasantly because she knew that Kaneko within a dueling team would be more protected from anyone who managed to overstep her bounds. Okay, said Sona, also taking notes. With this, you have 3 places available to complete your team, Kenichi-kun. Kenichi nodded, thanking the raven-haired girl, then both Saya and Kaneko hugged Ddraig in a sign of happiness. Everything is honey on flakes when. Ham. The door to the student council building swung open and slammed shut. Everyone saw Ravel Phoenix panting from the effort she'd made running. Ravel-san, what does this mean? Sona demanded. Sona, we are in grave danger, said Ravel, very scared, and then she sees the boys from Hostel Kitsune. What are they doing here? Don't avoid my question, Ravel. Just because you're Razor's sister you can't do what you want, so I'll repeat the question. What does this scene mean? Said Sona, very upset, while the boys from the Kitsune hostel. Ravel was going to explain what he witnessed. Bam. Bam. Open that door right now, demanded Rainer's voice. What's going on? Sinan said, very confused. We said open right now. Mitlet's voice was now saying. Sona Citri, unintimidated, went to the door of the hall, opening it firmly, and then she saw the Venelana mercenaries who looked at the dark-haired girl with malice. Ladies, I'm offering you this, and I remind you that you can't cause a scene in the school hallways, you say, Sona. Close the sewer of your mouth, Rainer said, smiling arrogantly, leaving Sona very offended by that. Don't you know that we are your superiors now? What do you mean? Sona says, very shocked. By a school decree made by Venelana-sama, starting today the group of prefects is created in the DxD Academy that have a higher level before the decisions of the student council, said Mitlet, smiling with pride. Any decision that the council takes must go through our hands, and we will see if it is approved or rejected. So now yes, she was upset about the trick that Ria's mother played. And now I will kindly ask you, Miss Citri, to hand Ravel Phoenix over to me right now for an official duel, and if I lose, I will be permanently expelled, Rainer said, pointing at the blonde with pigtails. Ravel was practically defenseless against what she saw and experienced. How she wished her brother were here to defend her. Sona wasn't going to let them do anything wrong to the blonde, but that was it. But she saw two people who instinctively interceded for Ravel. So Venelon Gremory sent her dogs to attack silently but indiscriminately. How nice, Aaron said very seriously and sarcastically. What did I expect from that internally rotten woman, Sinan says, crossing her arms, using dirty and cowardly tactics to intimidate and get rid of her adversaries. Rainer and Mitlet were enraged by the comments of both students. Silence, you don't know who you're messing with, said Rainer. I suggest you shut your mouth if you know what's good for you, Mitlet said, very disgusted when she saw Aaron. Or rather, what suits your damn boss, said Sinan very seriously. I still say that Xiaotica-san had the misfortune of marrying a horrible woman. How much hardship he must be enduring because of his stupid decisions, especially knowing that part of his fortune is being spent to hire mediocre duelists to perform a position they don't deserve. The two mercenaries would not tolerate any more offenses. It's over, we challenge you to an official double duel, Aaron Joestar and Sinan Asada. Rainer shouted. If you lose to us, both you two, and that losing Phoenix will be permanently expelled, said Mitlet. Very well, but if we win, you will resign as prefects and leave this academy, Aaron said very seriously. The four duelists looked at each other with great hatred and desire to kill each other. You have 2 days to prepare, although I doubt you'll do anything to us with your pathetic decks, Rainer said haughtily, and after that last comment, the two prefects left the room. Everyone was very tense because of such a trick that the Gremory matriarch had played not only against the Kitsune hostile, but against those who were against her. We'll make it, dear Aaron said as he took out his deck of cards. Hi, together we will be invincible, said Sinan, also taking out her deck of cards. Both of them take out a specific card from their decks, and when they saw said cards, they only had one thing in mind. To stop this dirty maneuver by Ria's mother. Chapter 13 Manipulation. Aaron and Sinan vs Rainer and Mitlet. Point 1. Hyoudou Duel Museum 2 p.m. In one of the offices of said building where letters, strategies, videos and paintings of famous duelists from around the world who shape their legacy in countless scenarios in history are registered, are protected by a highly trained person. From the snoring, my dear readers, I suppose you already know who it is, because this character is asleep under so much paperwork that he has taken the trouble to use his own notes as a sheet to sleep on and not disturb him. Umetsukumo Portator Anaikoda Number 39 Utopia Alexis Rhodes Esposa de Jaden, Yuki But then voices began to be heard inside the Museum of Duels that seemed to discuss some important things. What does Falbium want this time? Said a somewhat anxious male voice. You know our lazy friend doesn't call us for just any reason, Ajuka said a female voice. The last time was when a rather dangerous letter was found on the outskirts of what was Satellite City, now it is Kuoh. You mean Zushin, the sleeping giant? Said a third male voice. The truth is it was a bit difficult to handle. Exactly, Sirzechs, although I must tell you that I won by very little, said the female voice again, but I still didn't believe that that card had a soul that possessed the duelist who was carrying said card. I agree with Serafol, Sirzechs, Ajuka said. Now when we tried to interrogate the duelist after Serafol defeated him, he didn't remember anything he did since he obtained that evil card. Falbium has taken care of that situation, but I have a feeling this is just beginning, Sirzechs said as the three important characters arrived at the oak door where Falbium's office is. Asmodeus was dozing. This made the three museum visitors break into a sweat, as Falbium's snores are so powerful they can be compared to the roar of a lion or the engine of a disabled airplane. I think we should go in, don't you think? Ajuka said somewhat nervously. Serafol and Sirzechs nodded at what the green-haired man said and entered silently, but upon seeing their friend's office, they could only see piles of papers collected in several of these stacked towers that reached the ceiling, and several of them already had cobwebs on top. Several papers were scattered with notes from this Falbium, but they saw that in the area where the chair was. There was a pile of papers that inflated to the beat of the snoring. He has the impudence to use his erasers as savannah and camouflage, he said with a vein throbbing at Ajuka. At that he approaches the pile of papers, inhales air and shouts. Wake up, you lazy demon. Ajuka shouted, very annoyed, in the style of Iruka from Naruto, to which the pile of papers ended up scattering on the floor, revealing a bald man with a tired appearance. Isekai'ed, good morning everyone, said Falbium with a rather exhausted tone ending with a yawn. Hello Falbium, Seraphol and Sirzechs said uncomfortably. Stop the nonsense Falbium and tell us, so you called us, Isekai'ed growled. But then, as if by magic, Falbium finally relaxes and takes on a serious expression. Eyes, since Razor Phoenix was kidnapped, some cards resting on a shelf have been making a kind of resonance, Falbium said very seriously as they left the office. Resonance? Seraphol said, very surprised. What do you mean? Remember when that duelist used Zushin, the card emanated a dark aura? Falbium said seriously as he led them to a special room in which there was a device with a keyboard which types in a 4-digit secret number giving access to said room. Yes, I remember, Seraphol said very thoughtfully. Well, in the compartment where I keep the original and unique cards of the legendary duelists and the general archive of duels, some cards have been shining in a suspicious way, said Falbium, all due to the disappearance of Razor Phoenix, they began to shine in that way. And what cards are we talking about? Isekai'ed said very interested. Falbium said nothing, he just led them to a glass shelf so the three visitors could see 5 cards resonating at the same time, as if they were shining, as if they were alerting something. Of all the legendary cards I never thought it would be these, said Sirzechs very impressed. It's been a long time since then. Do you remember that before there were 6 cards that were on this shelf? Falbium said looking at the redeed one of these cards began to shine and when your family saw this, that card came out of the shelf and chose to be in your sister Sirzechs' deck, Falbium said. That means that these legendary and unique cards will soon choose their new owner, said Isekai'ed impressed, while the 4 remained looking at those cards that continued to shine on the shelf. 2 days after the official declaration of mourning. Dueling Academy Stadium 7 p.m. Things at Duel Academy became tense after the announcement of the new prefects of the academy, the new authority that Venelana Gremory had created. For the student council it was like a bucket of ice water because having them hindered their authority in imposing order in the academy, not to mention that in the case of Seekvaira and Sona, they were really upset by what Ria's mother did. But for the Redeed and her adoptive sister, it was like a stroke of luck in their favor because both prefects had orders not to mess with Venelana's daughters and greatly favored the decisions that these began to make. Rainer and Midlet had started in 2 days a very uncomfortable environment for the students because as people who like to bother their neighbors, they have to see the bad in people because they bothered the students with their clothing, they made the men feel less with their appearance, while the women went all out against them because they did not stop saying such offensive things that unfortunately some fell into tears. Those two enjoyed making the students of the academy suffer. The Scandinavian students were not spared from the mere harassment of the prefects either, because just like with the Japanese students, Rainer and Midlet said things that bothered the foreign girls, but a fight almost broke out because there was a moment when they got into it with Noel and Aoi. They did not tolerate such offenses in their person and were almost going to fight the prefects, but were caught in time by Hoppy and Laisha because they were not going to allow that because of a provocation, they would be deported from Japan and consequently expelled from their school. But who were her favorite prey to annoy or intimidate in this case were her next opponents Eren and Sinan, as well as the youngest daughter of the Phoenix family Ravel. The first two before any mockery or ridicule that the prefects tried to make them, they did not let themselves be intimidated, they simply ignored them completely, in such a way that they would not fall to the provocations of the prefects, but the opposite was the case with Ravel, because since the disappearance of her brother, she had fallen into a deep despair because the blonde had neglected her image a little and was no longer arrogant as other times. Now she showed an intimidated and very fragile side, by anything she was scared or surprised. Rainer and Midlet were also starting to bother her, but it wasn't just her, but Kaelin was also involved. The pressure they exerted was so much that poor Ravel, who had no choice but to run away in terror, no longer had that security with which she breathed those days before her brother was defeated and she was defeated by Yukari. She really discovered how fragile she can be in this cruel world. On one occasion, Saya and Lee listened in the women's bathroom as Ravel cried inconsolably in one of the toilets. Despite how badly the blonde behaved, both guests at the Kitsune hostel couldn't feel bad for the blonde, not after Yukari had told them what she suffered in high school, because what Ravel suffered was a little stronger than what her green-haired friend had suffered. The only thing they could hope for was that in the official duel between both prefects and the duelists of the hostel, both students could win to end this rather hostile environment created by Ria's mother, but a pessimistic atmosphere was shown, since they did not give the hostel residents as favorites, despite the fact that they would be their hope against the prefects. While the opposite was the case with the hostel residents, since they still held the hope that Eren and Sinan would win this double duel, but that feeling was shared by the student council, Sona, Seekvaira, Seekvaira and Arthur, with their respective teams, and also some teachers of the school such as Isekai'ed, Roswis, Gondal, Grayfia, Penemu and Gabriel. It was a perfect opportunity to stop the elitist ambitions of Venelana Gremory. And the moment of the duel arrived. The stadium was equally packed, the atmosphere very different from previous duels, as it no longer felt competitive, but rather one filled with uncertainty, with murmurs of fear and anguish. In the stands, the members of the Kitsune hostel were very tense, having no idea how Venelana's mercenaries played. In the VIP room, there was also a very hostile atmosphere, as the student council members were very uncomfortable with the presence of a certain person among them. Of the high-ranking officers, she was the only one who enjoyed this atmosphere of terror, along with her two offspring. "Riaz, I'll ask you something," Seekvaira said, her face looking really annoyed. "Tell me, why is your mother here in the classroom again when she should be with the teaching staff? What does she gain by being here?" "I'll answer you," girl said Venelana mockingly. "It's because my family is one of those who contribute capital to this academy, and because of that, I can choose where to enjoy the official duels wherever I want." Venelana took a sip of her red wine, while receiving a look full of hatred from the heiress of Aguirres. "Besides, there is nothing better for me than seeing my elite duelists in the best place in the stadium," said Venelana sarcastically while smiling at her daughters who nodded wickedly at what the older brunette said. "He says that because the last time he was with the teachers, he ended up with a black eye and his clothes torn to shreds by Penemu sensei," said Arthur Pendragon, remembering that day. Since it was him and Seererg who separated the angry beast that was their sensei against the matriarch of Gremory. "He behaves and enjoys this whole spectacle as cruel as a Caesar in the Roman Colosseum," Sona said in her mind, crossing her arms and staring at the older brunette. "But of course, in this same space, they have seen how their elite duelists felt to duelists who are commoners in their eyes," smiling mockingly at the Gremory matriarch. Venelana looked at Sona with disgust. Before that action her dueling team of the raven-haired girl were preparing, Tsubaki, Saji, Ria, Yura and Tomo, for anything, but what the brunette did was just smile arrogantly. "Ha. It was just a miscalculation, maybe Razor, Ravel and Volley's time in my group had already passed," said Venelana very confidently, while moving her glass of wine elegantly, "but I assure you that today, my group will prevail over the commoners who will lick my shoes when I defeat them. My mother will emerge victorious in the end," said Kaelin, very confident in Venelana. Everyone in the room looked at Kaelin with cold and disgusting eyes. "I feel so sorry for the Hyoudou family, especially for their mother and for Issei," Seererg said mentally, lamenting the pain that said parents and the brown-haired boy endured, being victims of Kaelin's sick greed and the evil of Venelana who had influenced her. In the stadium. The lights had gone out in front of those present. Usually those present would be excited, but it only caused more uncertainty, and at that, the commentator Momo Hanakai spoke. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, a very exceptional official duel will take place at the Duel Academy for the first time. There will be a duel between students against people who are the authority in our academy." All the students applauded to ease the tension a little. "Now it's time for the duelists to come," said Momo as the four duelists appeared in the dueling stadium. When Midlet and Rainer appeared, all the students began to sweat from nervousness. They became tense when they saw them. While the prefects enjoyed being feared by the academy, they enjoyed being the terror of the students. On the other side appeared Aaron and Sinan, who wore a very serious face. Because before their eyes were those women who subjected the academy under a regime of fear and paranoia, all to satisfy the cruel heart of Venelana Gremory. "And as you know, the duel will be in teams, it will be a double fight, said Momo. Apparently someone had interrupted her changes. "Oh, okay." Everyone was perplexed to learn that there were last-minute changes. "It smells like Venelana Gremory put her spoon in this," said Issei very indignantly. "And you're not wrong at all," Issei said, Ashen pointing to the VIP lounge, as all the members of the Kitsune hostel saw where the black-haired man was pointing, because the Gremory brown-haired woman smiled maliciously. "I don't think that smile is because she was told the best joke." Nothing good augured with that gesture from Venelana Gremory. And they were very right. Well, by orders of Venelana Gremory, there will be a change in the duel mode from being a double duel, it will be a tag team duel. Everyone was surprised because they didn't expect the Gremory matriarch to manipulate an official duel at the last minute. "What the hell is happening?" Penemu shouted exasperatedly, as her expression showed her belligerent attitude. "Since when can that woman manipulate student procedures and grief?" Michael was also very upset. He was grateful for the capital the Gremory family brings, but interfering in school matters that should be resolved by the students and staff was truly offensive. Not to mention Gabriel, who was suppressing the urge to go to the VIP office and beat up the Gremory matriarch for interfering in matters that were none of her business. Grayfia, for her part, just closed her eyes in shame at seeing her mother-in-law acting like this. But on the side of the Kitsune hostel. "Hey, what's a tag team duel?" Kuoh said, very confused. Isaka was going to answer him, but someone had gotten there first. It's a two-person team duel, both players on each team share a combined total of life points, as well as the field and graveyard, said a calm voice, while those from the Kitsune hostel saw the young lady who was answering the little lady. You can also make use of the cards your partner leaves on the field in order to compare your hands and make strategies. Thank you, Miss Ed Kuoh, very confused. Laisha Issei said, very surprised to see her and her 5 friends arriving with you. Do you mind if we sit with you? Hoppy said kindly, sitting next to Shen. We can't stand the pedantic attitude of your classmates anymore, said Noelle, sitting next to Kenichi. You are welcome to come in, said Yusaka, as the 5 Scandinavian girls took their seats. Back to the arena. And there is also a new condition in case Aaron Joestar and Seinen Asada are defeated in a duel. As you know, if they lose they will be expelled definitively along with Ravel Phoenix, but there is an extra condition, and that is that in case Aaron Joestar and Seinen Asada lose, a Shen Phantom will provide the knowledge of link summoning before Venelana Gremory and the entire academy. Everyone was surprised by what the commentator said, while those from the Kitsune hostel and the 5 Scandinavian students were in shock by what they heard. That damn viper, said Kenichi, very angry. How dare you go to these extremes? Said Akeno, very scandalized. What an evil woman, said Zazie very angrily. That's the lowest thing that wretch has ever done, said Issei very furiously. The others saw how Venelana and her daughter smiled with such displeasure at seeing a great opportunity to obtain the long-awaited knowledge that would give her access to the privileged invocation link. The cries of support for the prefects were not long in coming. Akabello Rainer Sama. Yukin Mitlet Sama. All the students began to support the prefects. Those from Kitsune hostel and their 5 guests couldn't believe what they were hearing. These imbeciles, said Indra very furiously. It's official, I'm surrounded by idiots in an academy, said Saya very indignantly. To get something easy they sold their loyalty, forgetting these 2 days of tyranny. It's the stupidest thing I could have heard, said Aoi very indignantly. The teachers were very outraged when they learned of Venelana's Machiavellian plan to win over the academy with such a dirty strategy. This really embarrasses me, said Michael. We must talk this over with Zeodicus, said Gabriel very stressed. This can't continue like this. If you don't put your wife in her place, I will, said Penemu, already fed up with the brunette's attitude. Roswis and Gondel, who saw this, didn't know how to react. There was so much corruption in the academy. Why would one of their partners interfere in these matters? Deep down, they only hoped that Aaron and Seinen would emerge victorious from this predicament they had gotten themselves into. But the student council, the reactions were not even expected. How dare you? Arthur shouted angrily. Then Alana, Riaz and Kaelin just started laughing like crazy people. It's simple, give them something they want and you'll see how they start to cheer you on, said Venelana very arrogantly. It's a shame that Yusaku Fujuki and Aoi Seizun have so carefully protected the knowledge of the link summoning that today, because of Joestar and Asada, they will see how their legacy will be revealed before us, said Kaelin very sarcastically. I can't wait to have a beautiful link monster in my hands, Riaz said very dreamily. With the link summon the Gremory family will be invincible. The 3 girls laughed uproariously at what they heard. But one girl with long jet black hair and glasses couldn't stand it any longer. Shut your mouths. Tsubaki shouted angrily. Everyone was very impressed by what the best duelist of Sona Citri's team, Tsubaki Shinra, had done when facing said ladies. You, who do you think you are talking to me like that? Said Venelana Gremory, getting up from her chair to confront her. She, not letting herself be intimidated, also decides to confront the Gremory matriarch. I'll just tell you, Venelana-sama, said Tsubaki with a hint of hatred in her honorific, that your hungry bitches are facing one of the strongest duelists I could have ever met, and I fervently believe that he and Seinen-san will defeat them. You dream so much, girl, said Venelana, smiling disgustingly at Tsubaki. Everyone calm down, attempts at violence are prohibited, Seirerg said firmly as Tsubaki and Venelana separated and returned to their places. All the students of the council with the exception of Riaz and Kaelin looked at Tsubaki. She by nature respects hierarchies and authorities, but they would never think that she would face one of the most powerful people in the academy. Tsubaki, do you still have feelings for Aaron, even though he already has a girlfriend? Said Sona while seeing a hopeful Tsubaki that the aforementioned would win. Back to the arena. Aaron and Seinen watched with annoyance as the students began to support the prefects. Feeling cheered, the prefects only raised their arms, urging them to support them more. They are stupid, Seinen said very quietly with great anger. Easy to manipulate, Aaron said very angry, but we will do everything possible to erase that smile from their faces. At that moment, the arena begins to shake slightly and a dueling machine appears from the ground where the tag team duel would take place. Both teams take their positions to begin the match. It's time for the duel. Aaron, Seinen, Rainer and Mitlet shouted at the same time while the life points of both teams were revealed. Team A, Mitlet raise, 8000 LP. Team B, Aaron and Sinan. 8000 LP. If you'll excuse me, I'll go first, said Raynor, taking a card from her hand. I summon Braun, Mad King of the Dark World, in attack mode. Cards in hand. 4, said Raynor maliciously while summoning her monster. I place 2 cards face down, and my turn ends, said Raynor, placing said cards in the spell and trap area, cards in hand. 2. Now my turn, draw. Said Aaron, drawing a card from his deck, cards in hand. 6, that he had in his dual disc. I summon elemental hero Stratos in attack mode. Said Aaron while summoning said monster, cards in hand. 5, I activate Stratos effect. I can add a hero monster from my deck to my hand, and that Stratos activates the hero sign from his wings, making Aaron's dual disc give him a card, cards in hand. 6, now I activate my magic card Heated Heart. It will give Stratos 500 extra attack points, cards in hand. 5. Stratos at 1800 plus 500 equals 2300. Now Stratos attacks Bron, Mad King of the Dark World, Aaron shouted, and then Stratos jumps very high and throws other tornadoes against Raynor's monster, destroying it on the spot. Team A. 8500 equals 7500 LP. PGGG, it's just luck, brat, said Raynor, very angry. I place a card face down and my turn ends, Aaron said, putting said card in the spell and trap area, cards in hand. 4. Aaron and Sinan's team had dealt the first blow to Venelana's mercenaries, but what they didn't know was that those duelists chosen by Venelana could put our protagonists in trouble. It was not for nothing that they were recommended by the same guy who had trained them in the duel, a great acquaintance of Venelana on her father's side, Gabriel. Chapter 14. Tag Duel, Aaron y Sinan vs Raynor y Mitlet. The Academy's dueling stadium was in an environment worse than the Roman Colosseum, where the Japanese students who had previously been intimidated by the 2 prefects imposed by Venelana Gremory, those who had transformed the school environment in 2 days into one similar to the German concentration camps, were now being praised and received almost total support from the student body, since if they won, they would obtain the knowledge of the coveted Link Summon. All this thanks to a plan hatched by the Gremory matriarch who, in a fit of despair and seeing that her elite select group was being defeated by people who did not deserve to be in the academy and worse still, who had a way of summoning that should only belong to the most powerful families. The Japanese students supported both prefects to die, since if they managed to emerge victorious, they would have access to said summoning. The Scandinavian students remained impartial, although secretly they hoped that the duelists from Kitsune Hostel would be able to do so. But in the dueling arena, Aaron and Sinan had struck the first blow, leaving Raynor somewhat resentful, so now it was her partner's turn to demonstrate why she was a recommended duelist and selected to do the dirty work. Team A. 7500 LP. Team B. 8000 LP. Faced with the first blow that the only male in this duel had made, Mitlet decided to act. Well, that blow will cost you dearly, Joestar, said Mitlet seriously. Make your move, I don't have time to listen to your dialogue, as tarnished as your boss's reputation, Aaron said unfazed. Mitlet bristled at this comment. That insult will cost you dearly, now I draw. Shouted Mitlet, cards in hand. 6, now I will activate the effect of my monster that I have in my hand, Danger. Ogopogo. Said Mitlet, revealing said card. With this you will select a random card from my hand, and with this, the selected card will be discarded, said Mitlet, starting to shuffle his hand and showing his 6 cards that he has in his hand. In the stands next to the Kitsune Hostel. Everyone looked at the blonde lowly strategy with confusion, but someone had deduced it. This is bad for Aaron, and Sinan-san, said Akeno very seriously. What do you mean, Akeno-san? Leisha said, very interested. Any selection Aaron-san makes will only provide a wide advantage for Mitlet's strategy, and later Raynor, said Akeno without taking her eyes off the duel. The deck those 2 carry Dark World and Danger. Their main strategy is to discard from the hand to take advantage of their effects, or in this case summon monsters from the graveyard if they are discarded from the hand, and in this case the Danger monsters. They facilitate this process with their effects by randomly selecting a card from said hand, also counting that they recover resources from the deck when drawing a card after their choice. Whatever Aaron or Sinan chooses, they will only complicate things more, said Issei, crossing his arms. There's a reason they asked for a duel in pairs, said Ashen. They know how to combine strategies and synchronize in that sense. But we can't doubt our friend, said Nai optimistically. They may be very strong duelists, but they are not impossible to defeat. Kaneko nodded at what the redheaded twin said, and that optimism spread to the hostel residents and the 5 Scandinavian ladies who accompanied them. Back to morning. Mitlet was still showing the back of the 6 cards in his hand, and Aaron looked at those cards to make a decision, since one of them was the Danger monster that the blonde had revealed. Very well, I will choose the card on the far right, Aaron said, pointing to said card, to which Mitlet smiled mockingly, took said card and showed it. Thanks to your selection I will discard Snow on Light of Dark World, cards in hand. 5. Activating its effect by discarding it from my hand, I will be able to add a Dark World card from the deck to my hand, said Mitlet smiling, well his dual disc gave him said card and added it to his hand, and now following the effect of my monster Danger. Ogopogo, since it was not selected by its effect, I will be able to special summon it from my hand, said Mitlet while said monster appeared in the battle arena in defense position, and of course I will draw a card from the effect of my monster, cards in hand. 6. Now I will activate the card that Snow gave me, the Gates of the Dark World, cards in hand. 5. Shouted Mitlet, to which at the moment that he activated some dark and spectral looking doors appeared behind Mitlet and Rainer with this, my demon type monsters get 300 extra attack points, well my field card is active, so now I will activate my second magic card charge into a Dark World, cards in hand. 4. What does that card do? Aaron said very seriously. Easy commoner, said the blonde lowly mockingly, this card will select a level 4 or lower demon monster from my graveyard and I can special summon it with the cost of discarding a demon monster from my hand, said Mitlet while selecting the card he was going to discard, now discarding Silva, Warlord of the Dark World, cards in hand. 3. I will return Braun, Mad King of the Dark World, from the graveyard, said Mitlet, while Rainer's monster returned to the battlefield, 1800 ATK plus 300 equals 2100 ATK, and activating Silva's effect, when it is discarded I can special summon it from the graveyard, said Mitlet, to which the level 5 demon type monster, like in a horror movie scene, appeared destroying the ground and getting into attack position, 2300 plus 300 equals 2600 ATK. At what the prefect did, everyone screamed with excitement at seeing that she had summoned two monsters that could practically surpass elemental hero Stratos and a barrier that could withstand a good attack. Aaron was very uneasy because he was now in a serious predicament. Sinan, needless to say, hadn't even started participating in the duel and was already under a lot of pressure. I will move on to my battle phase, said Mitlet, now BRRON attacks elemental hero Stratos, shouted Mitlet, to which the level 4 monster launched some purple rays from his hands. Not so fast, Mitlet, Aaron shouted, I activate my quick play magic card, mask change. Everyone was surprised by that move. But this, I can select a hero monster I control, send it to the graveyard and in that way be able to summon a masked hero from my extra deck with the same attribute of the hero I sent to the graveyard, said Aaron, while they saw how Stratos' head began to shine and followed by that, his body storm and Hurricane Hunter, may your heroism lash like a tempest. Fusion summoning masked hero blast appears, said Aaron, summoning the monster's own from the extra deck to said fusion card. Everyone saw how Aaron briefly summoned a more powerful monster than the one he had a few moments ago. Now I activate the effect of masked hero blast, said Aaron, when it is special summoned I can target a face-up monster my opponent controls and reduce its attack by half, so I choose Silva, Warlord of the Dark World. 2602 equals 1300 ATK, masked hero blast counterattacks destroys BRRON, said Aaron as the masked hero shot out like an arrow. 5. Blast caused a blow to Braun, who immediately immolated himself. May. 7500 100 equals 7400 LP. Go back to the cemetery where you shouldn't have come from, Aaron said, looking at Braun's card. Damn scoundrel, said Mitlet when he saw that his attack strategy didn't work, but then he saw Rainer with a calm smile, then the blonde understood the message and calmed down, smiling confidently. Again, my turn ends. At that, Aaron gives the place to Sinan and the light blue-haired girl begins her turn. My turn, I draw, Sinan shouted, cards in hand. 6. I summon Destiny hero Drilldark, cards in hand. 5. At that, the hero of Destiny makes his appearance, destroying the ground with his drill on his right arm. I will activate Drilldark's effect. I can special summon a Destiny hero from my hand with an attack equal to or lower than my monster's, Sinan said, while taking a card out of her hand. I will special summon Destiny hero Disc Commander, cards in hand. 4. Sinan said while the newly summoned monster from her hand entered the battlefield. At that, Sinan smiles and looks at her boyfriend out of the corner of her eye. Aaron, may I? Sure, my monsters are all yours, Aaron said calmly. Mitlet didn't understand what the light blue-haired girl would do until. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory, Sinan shouted, surprising the entire stadium by revealing the link summoning frame. The Japanese students were already planning another tantrum. It is not possible. It's not fair, another link summon. I'm so envy. In the VIP box, Benelana had stood up from her seat and looked at this with great disgust. Those commoners, said the brunette when she saw that Sinan would do the summoning she longed for. Don't worry, Mom, Ria said maliciously and in a low voice, with link summoning in their favor. Remember that you are dealing with semi-professionals. It's not for nothing that they are recommended by Gabriel. Benelana regained her composure and her arrogant smile returned to her face, but what she didn't know was that two people had heard her and Gabriel's name had impacted them. Gabriel, Asia said nervously and in a very low voice, the duelist who was expelled from the league for duel fixing and threatening terrorism. Then Alana-sama, you are involved with a criminal, said Zenobia, very dismayed to know that the woman she admires so much is an accomplice of someone of that ilk. Returning to morning. Arrows confirmed, said Sign-In. The requirements are at least 2 hero monsters, so I will send Destiny Hero Drilldark, Destiny Hero Disc Commander and Masked Hero Blast, said Sign-In, while the named monsters went like trails towards the 3 lower arrows of the box. Link summoning. Link 3 appears. XTRA Hero Dread Decimator. She shouted while said monster with a threatening face pointing with its weapon came out of the box. Everyone was quite impressed by the monster that Sign-In had just summoned, as it was a new variant of hero. Heh. Your pathetic monster won't be of any use to you, said Mitla trying to look calm, but inside she was impressed by the monster. Link. Say what you want, shorty, because the following will leave you impressed, said Sign-In taking a card from her hand. I will discard a hero monster from my hand to summon Vision Hero Ferris in attack mode. Cards in hand. 2, said Sign-In while summoning said hero under the monster zone of the extra deck. I will activate Ferris' effect. I can place a Vision Hero from my deck in the spell and trap zone. It is considered a continuous trap, so I choose Vision Hero Multiply Guy, said Sign-In, while in the trap zone appeared the helmet of the aforementioned Vision Hero. Very pretty, the helmet of a 4th-rate hero decorating and using your magic and trap area in a useless way. What an original commoner, said Mitlet with great sarcasm. Heh. You'll say otherwise when I show you the usefulness of that helmet in my magic card zone, said Sign-In, without flinching at the blonde loli's provocation. Now, thanks to Decimator's ability, both he and the hero monsters he points to will gain 100 attack for each hero in my graveyard, therefore there are 5 hero in my graveyard, which gives Decimator and Ferris 500 attack points. 2500 plus 500 equals 3000. 1600 plus 500 equals 2100. I'll go on to battle phase. Decimator attacks Silva. Sign-In shouted as the Link monster fired a harpoon at Mitlet's monster, destroying it instantly. 1300 equals 1700. Dima equals 7400. 1700 equals 5700 LP. Mitlet could only watch as his monster was easily defeated. I place a card face down, and my turn ends, said Sign-In putting said card in the spell and trap area. Cards in hand. 1. Rainer now takes the position to face Sign-In. My turn, draw. Cards in hand. 3, Rainer shouted, but when she saw the card she did something she couldn't help but do. Audio plays. Rainer's maniacal laughter was a rather eerie sound that made more than one person's skin crawl. The guys from Kitsune Hostel and the 5 girls accompanying them sensed something wasn't going well. Sign-In was on alert for anything the brunette might do. Now you will see a part of my great power, Asada, said Rainer taking one of her cards face down. Magic card, activate Dark World Dealings. Both of us will be able to draw a card from our decks and we will have to discard a card from our hand. Without the act, he draws a card from his hand but should now discard a card from his hand forcibly. Damn it, Sign-In said, discarding her selection with great regret. And are you going to discard it or what? Oh sure, I'll do it right now, Rainer said as she showed him the card she had discarded, because now I discard Saralie, Guru of the Dark World. Everyone expected Rainer's monster to appear on their side of the field, but… what the hell? Kenichi shouted upon seeing something unprecedented in the duel. Everyone was stupefied to see that Saralie had appeared in Sign-In's field. The little monster appeared laughing, as if it were a bad joke. But why did Rainer give a monster to Sign-In senpai? Said Kaneko, very confused. Akeno was analyzing the situation. Why had the prefect given a free monster to her rivals? There must be a reason until… No. Sign-In and Aaron are in danger, said Akeno, terrified. Everyone saw the raven-haired girl's reaction. What do you mean, Akeno-san? Leisha said, still surprised by the gesture the raven-haired girl made. As you know, Dark World monsters can unleash their atrocious power when discarded, said Akeno. Well, everyone nodded at what she said, but they can release an extra effect if they are discarded by the effects of the opponent's cards. So the monster that Rainer summoned, said Yukari, covering her mouth, deducing what Akeno said. Exactly, Saralie will make that task easier for Rainer, said Akeno, very nervous as she saw Rainer's unpleasant smile. Back to morning. And just as Akeno had said, Rainer exclaimed. Now you will have to activate the effect of Saralie for having been discarded by the effect of a Dark World card. In this case it applies to itself, said triumphantly Rainer. Sign-In had no other choice. She activated the screen to see the description of the card and resignedly said. I will activate Saralie's effect. My opponent will discard a card from his hand, said the blue-haired girl with great regret. Rainer, with a malicious smile, agrees to the effect of her own monster, takes a card from her hand and exclaims. By the effect of Saralie, I discard Ryugbu, Overlord of the Dark World, from my hand, said Rainer, cards in hand. 2, and now I activate the effect of Ring Bu when he is sent to the graveyard from my hand. By the effect of my opponent's card I can special summon him. At that a mist began to appear in the dueling arena, some rays began to illuminate the dueling arena and suddenly. Vroom. Cracks appeared on the floor of the dueling machine and suddenly a hand appeared, destroying the floor. Bruaya. The roar of a spectre was heard as Rainer's monster emerged from the ground, revealing a threatening figure to Sinan and Aaron who at this moment can do nothing but watch. 2500 plus 300 equals 2800. It also has an additional effect. I can destroy my opponent's spell and trap cards or all of my opponent's monsters. Said Rainer, eager to unleash her monster's effect. What? Sinan shouted very nervously. Of course you only have one face down card and that helmet that only serves as decoration in your spell and trap zone, so I'll get rid of that link monster and that defective robot. Take this. Eraser burst Hellray. Rainer shouted and in that Reinbu began to accumulate power in his chest, to which he unleashed said power impacting Decimator, Saralie and Ferris being destroyed by the effect of the demon monster. Now I will activate the effect of the Gates of the Dark World. I will be able to draw a card with the cost of discarding a card from my hand and remove a demon from my graveyard, so I will remove Saralie and discard Goldd, Wu Lord of Dark World. Rainer said while sending said card to the graveyard and drawing a card from her deck, and now I will activate Goldd's effect. I can summon him from the graveyard by being discarded from hand by a card effect. It's not possible. Sinan said very quietly when she saw another monster returning from the cemetery, now accompanying Ryugu. 2300 plus 300 equals 2600. Now I'll put danger. Ogopogo into attack mode and move on to the battle phase. Goldd attack Sinan Asada directly. Golden Axe Rainer shouted and immediately the golden demon came out to attack, moving his lethal axe towards the light blue-haired girl. Slash. Ah. Sinan screamed upon receiving the attack. Team B. 8000, 2600 equals 5400 LP. This is not over. Ryugbu, attack Sinan Asada directly. Wave of destruction. Rainer screamed like a madwoman and at that, the strongest monster on the field raised its trident and a dark ray came out to attack Sinan. Bam. UGHH. Sinan complained as she had to endure such an impact. Team B. 5400, 2800 equals 2600. Now Ogopogo attack Sinan Asada directly. Rainer screamed psychotically at the Venilana mercenary. Midlet's monster launched an attack. Slash. GGGH. Sinan suffered again under Rainer's merciless attack. Team B. 2600, 1200 equals 1400. In the stands on the boys' side of the Kitsune hostel they were horrified by those attacks. Sinan was receiving them full on and didn't seem to want to defend herself. Some of the girls like Kunu, Yukari and Kaneko covered their eyes at Rainer's cruel demonstration in punishing her friend. In a single moment, Rainer had lowered more than half of her life points. Sinan shouted Saji worriedly. Back to the duel. The light blue-haired girl gasped in pain from the raven-haired girl's attack. At least their monsters stopped attacking. Sinan said. You think so? Rainer said, still smiling because my face-down card will be the one that will give me total victory. Reveal yourself. Quick play spell card Gateway from the Dark World. This card will allow me to summon a Dark World monster from the Gremory with a simple cost of not summoning other monsters, so return from the Gremory Silva, Warlord of Dark World. And then a dark orb appears while from it the last monster of the mercenaries appeared. And there is a detail that I like to brag to you, Sinan Asada, that my battle phase has not finished, said Rainer. Hahaha, it's the end. Shouted Rainer, proud of her strategy. Silva finished this duel. Attack Sinan Asada. Shouted Rainer while her demon monster came out to attack. The students, seeing Rainer's final move, shouted excitedly and applauded their prefects. Yes. The invocation link is ours. Well done Rainer Sama Mitlet Sama. Sayonara stupid. They shouted at Aaron and Sinan because they would be expelled after this. In the staff room, they could only watch in silence and helplessness as the last defense of the link summoning fell. Michael only sighed in defeat. Gabriel didn't want to see the end of the duel, while Penemu could only curse herself internally because the woman she hates was going to get her way. Meanwhile, Roswis and Gondel, very worried, just put their hands in prayer for a miracle to save Sinan and Aaron. In the VIP lounge. Amit Tsubaki shouted as she punched a wall, seeing Aaron and Sinan's imminent end. But a psychotic laugh began to be heard at the scene that Venilana was experiencing. That laugh that had so disgusted the members of said council, the teachers, those who knew Venilana Gremory, that laugh and her damn ego, was what they truly hated about the brunette. Of course, with the company of Riaz and Kaelin, who smiled excitedly knowing that the long-awaited link summon would finally be theirs. Venilana finally celebrated that someone from her group had finally given her a valuable victory against the commoners. But the most uncomfortable were Ria's group. Zenobia, Asia, Kiba and Gasper, they saw a side of their leader's mother that they didn't know about. Wretched woman, Seekvaira said in her mind, looking at the brunette with hatred. The other members of the student council just closed their eyes in resignation, just waiting for the end of the duel and Aoi's legacy, along with Yusaku's, to be revealed to beings who would not put it to good use. We failed you, Serafal Sama 1E-san, they said in their minds. Then duel. Silva came out to attack Sinon, who was paralyzed. Finish it now. Rainer shouted, and at the moment the demon's sword was going to a downward slash. The audio ends. Trap activate call of the haunted. Sinon shouted, activating said trap. With this, I can summon a monster from my graveyard and special summon it. Destiny hero appears. Militia, Sinon shouted, to which the named monster makes its appearance in attack mode. TCH. You're just delaying the inevitable. Brat Silva attacks Malicious and what's left of his life points. Rainer shouted, frustrated when she saw that her opponent had put out a last defense, avoiding an OTK, and when the demon was about to destroy the hero of dark nature. I will activate the effect of my Destiny Hero Dreamer that is in the graveyard, said Sinon, tired and stunned. When a Destiny Hero is battling, I can special summon him from the graveyard, thus avoiding the destruction of Malicious and also avoiding damage to my life points. That dreamer appears in front of Malicious, and from his hands, he launches a ray of light to blind Silva and save the level 6 hero from Destiny. DRRR, my turn end, said Rainer, failing her attempt to end the duel. Whatever I do, it won't work, since Midlet has the card that will end this. Grayfia, Dragonlord of the Dark World, it will only be enough to use the effect of our card on the field, discard it, and destroy any card on the field and end this duel. Whatever you do, you are lost, you damn commoner, she said in her mind. The students supporting the prefects cried out in frustration as they saw that Sinon barely managed to save her last few hit points and was almost going to lose the duel. Aaron, for his part, went out to take Sinon's place, but then he saw that the light blue-haired girl was teetering a little on the verge of falling. Sinon! Aaron shouted worriedly and managed to hold her. Forgive me, Aaron, I didn't plan my move well and I left you in a rather problematic situation, said Sinon with her head down. Don't worry, Sinon, Aaron said, taking the light blue-haired girl to sit down. I will do my very best to defend the legacy of Ashen's parents and not get expelled. I leave it to you, Aaron said, Sinon very worried while taking a seat. The raven-haired man nodded and then took the side of the board to confront a situation that was quite difficult to resolve. Brindy Joestar. They're finished. They only kick like a drowned man. You have nothing to do in this academy anymore, Asada and Joestar. These were the shouts of the students whose objective was to intimidate our protagonists of the duel, under the complacent gaze of the prefects, who enjoyed seeing how the students they had so terrified were supporting them. While with the boys from the hostel and their companions, they could only see Aaron's resolution in the face of this difficult duel. Aaron could only close his eyes as a sign to ignore the screams and concentrate, but above all calm down. I can't let myself be intimidated. There are things that are at risk if we fail, he said in his mind. Both my permanence and Sinon's are decided in this turn, and also the knowledge of the link invocation that Ashen's parents have kept protected with great effort. I can't let Benalana, Riaz, or Kalen get away with it. I shouldn't do it, said the raven-haired man. Come on, Joestar, don't make my audience wait. They adore me so much and anxiously wait your departure from this academy, said Rainer, crossing her arms and sure of herself whatever you do will be in vain. Heh. Aaron mocked at his opponent's comment. I just remind you that I still have one more turn, and just like you surprised Sinon, I can surprise you twice as much. You talk too much, play your cards and lose right now. Midlet shouted furiously, today I have a session at the beauty studio. At your service, my lady, Aaron said calmly and smiling, trying to make fun of her, but seeing Aaron's gesture, Midlet felt a strong beat in her heart while her cheeks began to turn pink and she began to get nervous for some reason. My turn, draw. Cards on the field. 5, Aaron shouted, and when he saw the card, he smiled. He knew that with that card and the monsters that Sinon left, he knew there would be a chance to win the duel. Audio plays. I normal summon elemental hero Liquid Soldier in attack position, said Aaron while the monster came out of a torrent of water, cards in hand. 4, I will activate the effect of Liquid Soldier. I can select a hero of level 4 or lower from my graveyard, and I can special summon it. Elemental hero Stratos returns. Shouted Aaron, while the selected hero appeared on the battlefield. I will activate the effect of Stratos. I can destroy as many spell and trap cards on the field as the number of hero monsters I control, so the only spell card I will destroy will be the Gates of the Dark World. Stratos then unleashed atrocious tornadoes from his turbines, which destroyed Rainer's field card. Miserable, said Rainer as she watched her monsters lose attack points because they no longer had their field card. It's time to reciprocate the effort of a partner, Aaron said, looking sideways at Sinon, who nodded smiling at him as a sign to continue and gave him permission to use her monsters. Now reveal the circuit that will give us victory. Aaron shouted as the link summon symbol appeared, also surprising the students when they saw that Aaron also had a link monster arrows confirmed. The summoning conditions are 2 warrior type monsters, so I send Destiny Hero Dreamer and Destiny Hero Malicious. Circuit complete. Link summoning. Aaron shouted LINK2 appears XTRA Hero Cross Crusader. From the symbol of the link monsters, the extra hero appeared and took a combat position. Now I activate the effect of Cross Crusader. I can select a Destiny hero from our graveyard and special summon it, so it comes back. Disc Commander, said Aaron, while the level 1 Destiny hero appeared again on the field. Now Disc Commander returns from the graveyard. I activate its effect. I can draw up to 2 cards from my deck, cards in hand. 6, said Aaron while he sees the cards he had drawn and can't help but smile. Rainer and Midlet, I admit that they gave us a good duel, but this ends right now. Don't get your hopes up, Joestar, Rainer said, confused. There's nothing you can do to defeat our monsters. Oh, really? Aaron said without stopping smiling. Well, my hand says otherwise. Rainer began to feel nervous at Aaron's gesture, since in her previous duels, she managed to frighten her opponents, but in this case she wasn't succeeding. I will activate my magic card. Polymerization, cards in hand. 5, Aaron shouted. I will fusion Elemental Hero Liquid Soldier and Elemental Hero Stratos. Emissary of Cold, heed the call for help and fight for justice. Fusion summoning. Aaron shouted while doing that. Holy level 8 Elemental Hero Absolute 0. Aaron's monster appeared under a brief ice storm. Now that I use Liquid Soldier as fusion material, another of its effects is activated. I can draw 2 cards, but I will have to discard 1 from my hand, Aaron said while performing said action and discarding Elemental Hero Necroshade, cards in hand. 6. Will you defeat me with an ice doll? Ha. What nonsense, Rainer said mockingly. Sorry, but my turn hasn't ended yet, said Aaron. Now I activate my spell card Change Mask 2 by discarding a card from my hand, cards in hand. 4, I can tribute a monster with the same level from my side of the field to summon a masked hero with the same attribute, so Disc Commander Change Mask. Aaron shouted while the hero of destiny began to shine from his head, followed by his body, and his suit began to disintegrate. Lone wolf that prowls in the darkness, may your justice appeal the enemy. Fusion summoning appears. Masked hero Dark Law. At the summoning of Aaron the masked hero, the aforementioned appeared from the heights, throwing himself like a suicide bomber and landing skillfully with his black armor and ferocious appearance, proving to be a monster to be feared. Everyone in the stadium was stunned by his summoning display. The crowd in the stands was equally open-mouthed at his teammates' play, but Akeno scanned Aaron's field carefully and couldn't help but smile maliciously. Will you make that move, Aaron-san, because if so you'll have won the duel. All the residents of the hostel and the guests heard Akeno's words and were confused, but feeling the security in her words, they could breathe knowing that there was hope that their friends could turn this duel around. Back to the duel. Rainer and Midlet were somewhat impressed by Aaron's summons. And now do you remember the vision hero that Sign-In put on our side of the field in the spell and trap zone? Aaron said, pointing at Multiply Guy's helmet, because now I will activate its effect, tribute to a hero monster. I can special summon it, so I will tribute Elemental Hero Absolute 0. At that declaration almost everyone was confused. Why did Aaron sacrifice a powerful monster and instead summon a lousy level 2 monster? What the hell was Joestar thinking? And then the ice fusion monster disappears and vision hero Multiply Guy appears. What the hell? Rainer shouted, what do you have in that head, sacrificing your only monster that can battle with my demons? Are you playing with me? Oh no, I know what I'm doing, Aaron said, smiling with a darkened look. When Absolute 0 is removed from the field I can destroy all of my opponent's monsters. What? Rainer and Midlet shouted. I will return you for what you did to Sign-In freezing punishment. Aaron shouted, and thanks to Darklaw, any card that touches the graveyard is removed from the game. And immediately a rain of ice lashed against the Dark World and Ogopogo monsters. The rain was so strong that it created a dense fog and many explosions. By the time the fog dissipated, Rainer and Midlet's monsters had disappeared from the duel field. The prefects were terrified and nervous because a move they considered foolish had completely eliminated the monsters on their side of the field, and worst of all, they didn't have in their hands any cards that could bring back removed monsters from the game. And chaining the effect of Vision Hero Multiply Guy, when he is summoned from the spell and trap zone, a face-up monster will gain 800 points, and I choose Masked Hero Darklaw, Aaron said. 2400 plus 800 equals 3200. And this isn't over yet, ladies. I activate my Team Refusion card. Cards in hand 3, Aaron said, activating said card by paying 800, I can bring a fusion monster from my graveyard. Elemental Hero Absolute 0 returns. Equipo B 1400 800 LP equals 600 LP. Facing the monsters that were in Aaron's field, Rainer was now between a rock and a hard place. She had nothing to defend herself, her monsters were removed from the game, she had no way out. Midlet, for her part, had fallen to her knees because if they attacked it would Be the end of the duel. But with the students who supported the prefects like vile sheep, they remained silent at the current situation because they could not believe that the hostel was back. But the teachers, they saw this with a smile on their faces, Michael and Gabriel, with relief at seeing this trick, while Penemu with a smile that tasted of revenge and payback, because she knew that another maneuver by Venilana was going to the trash can, thanks to the main opposition force in the academy, while Roswis and Gondal looked hopeful as Aaron and Sinan, those students who had everything against them in a few seconds, would win this difficult duel. But in the VIP room. It's not possible. Venilana shouted, looking at the situation of the duel when she saw that her mercenaries were going to lose. This is unfair, a damn commoner will humiliate me again, and me, the great Venilana Gremory. The older brunette was throwing a tantrum, seeing that she would fail again, so much manipulation for nothing. Riaz and Kalen left there, but the only thing that was heard was, "Not again. Not again." The council members remained quiet, but inwardly enjoyed seeing another failure of the Gremory matriarch. Back to morning. Aaron looked at the prefect with contempt. Now he would finally get even for those 2 days that made the academy a living hell. "Aaron Joestar, you know that if you beat me you'll be getting into serious trouble," said Raynor, trying to intimidate the aforementioned. "I'm not interested in your problems," Aaron said. "If it's for the greater good I'll take them on without any problems." "And he will not be alone," Sinan said, standing up. "Both he and I, my companions and friends, will be willing to face the consequences of our actions. And give this message to that vile vulture of your boss Venilana. Whatever she does, the link summon will not fall into her hands or those of her followers, because we will defend it to the last consequences," Aaron said as he looked at the VIP room, with a look that reflected mockery towards the older brunette who gritted her teeth in a sign of fury and hatred. "I moved to battle phase. XTRA Hero Cross Crusader directly attack Raynor's life points." The monster link came out to attack and with a cross slash. X2. Hiya. Raynor screamed, trying to cover herself from her enemy's attack. Dime equals 5700 1600 equals 4100. Vision Hero Multiply Guy attacks Raynor directly. The blue armored hero went on the attack and threw a punch. Hughes. Ugh. The mercenary complained as she received the punch in her abdomen. Dime equals 4100 800 equals 3300. Now Dark Law attack Raynor directly. Aaron shouted and the masked hero, at a dizzying speed, shot towards the raven-haired girl while she was wrapped in a blackish aura. 5. Ah. Raynor screamed as she was kicked by the masked hero. Dime equals 3300 3200 equals 100. The entire stadium was silent. The dreaded prefects were one attack away from losing the duel. Both Raynor and Mitlet were terrified, because if they were defeated, they would have no pardon from either Venilana or their boss, who had trained them in the duel. "And now Elemental Hero Absolute Zero," Aaron said threateningly. "No, please don't do it," Joestar, Raynor begged. "I'll give you whatever you want, but please don't attack," said Mitlet, crying. Aaron was silent for a moment. His words, the prefects thought he was going to have mercy on them. They sighed in relief. "Attack Raynor directly," Aaron shouted with great contempt. The prefects were horrified by the raven-haired man's order, and then they saw the elemental hero begin to create ice stalagmites. "Freeze moment," Aaron shouted, and at that Absolute Zero released a blast of ice towards Raynor. She saw how it went directly towards her, under a gesture of fear and horror. Clash. Hiya. Raynor screamed as she received the attack that knocked her to the ground, while the horn of the duel sounded, indicating the end of this. Dime equals 12500 equals 0 LP. The stadium remained silent. All the students were now in shock, not only because Aaron suddenly turned the duel around, but also because they had defeated the duelists imposed by Venilana Gremory. They were static at what they saw with their eyes. They wanted it to be a lie, but they could not articulate a word. The boys from the Kitsune hostel and their guests left in silence because they knew that if they celebrated, they would be attacked. They wanted to make fun of them, but they had to be careful. Aaron, for his part, calmly left the dueling arena under a creepy silence. It was because of Sinan that she sighed in relief. He put his girlfriend's arm on his shoulders so she could lean on him, and they both went in silence to the locker room, but before entering the main hallway, Aaron just glanced at the stadium where they were like idiots processing the result they saw. "You say thank you, ungrateful pigs." And because of Aaron's comment, everyone reacted in a not so subtle way. "Damn. We were so close to getting the link summoning. How I hate Kitsune Hostel." Venilana-sama failed again. The booing and insults were heard throughout the stadium. The Japanese students and a few Scandinavians could not contain their anger. In the teacher's room. "Well, this adds another failed attempt by Venilana Gremory to obtain the link summon," Michael said calmly. "Now we must plan a countermeasure to avoid this type of circus that Venilana did, and above all protect the children of the hostel, because the students are not entirely happy," said Gabriel. "Don't worry, I'll take care of that," said Penemu, showing some text messages. "I just sent a message to Ziodicus and Sirzechs. Tomorrow we'll talk about this embarrassing tantrum that your wife and mother respectively threw." "I'm sorry you saw this rather embarrassing moment," Michael said, very embarrassed to Roswis and Gondel. "Don't worry, nothing happened in the end," said Gondel, smiling calmly. "The most surprising thing was the willpower and ingenuity that Aaron-san and his girlfriend Sinan showed," said Roswis. "That is something that possesses that force that opposes the wishes of Venelana-san," said Michael, smiling. "The Kitsune Hostel has the necessary force to free this Duel Academy from the oppressive yoke of the influence of the Bale family, and obviously you will have my full support." "And mine too," said Gabriel, smiling. "Mine too," said Penemu. "But us too, even if it's only temporarily," said Gondel, and at that Roswis nods. "I don't like being against my family, but for these cowardly acts I will be on their side," Grayfia said stoically and coldly. "I will support them as much as I can so that their vision of duels changes radically," the albino said, thinking about Sirzechs and his way of having said duels. The teaching staff now had a common goal: to protect the students of Kitsune Hostel. With most of the students still resentful of today's duel and having been denied the knowledge of the long-awaited Link summon, they would be capable of anything. In the corridors of the stadium, the footsteps of high heels were heard loudly. "It's not possible, it's not possible," shouted a shrill and hysterical voice. Venelana, the Gremory matriarch, could be seen walking furiously with her dress stained by the red wine she had spilled in anger. Her expression was swollen with anger, and her eyes were red from crying. "I have to think about something else, those commoners won't get away with it, I'll get revenge," she said to herself as she walked furiously to the limousine that was waiting for her outside the stadium until she heard the sound of her cell phone and saw that she had received a message. "Ziodicus," Venelana said, surprised, and when she opened it she read. "Tomorrow there will be a meeting with the teachers, you will have many things to explain." The brunette swallowed and was now sweating from nervousness. Perhaps he knew about her shady dealings and the manipulation of student procedures to impose his vision of power through duels. The older brunette was now nervous that tomorrow would be a very bad day for her. Chapter 15: Risk in the Hostel. Academy Boardroom. Being Saturday morning, the next day after the defeat of Raynor and Mitlet by Aaron and Sinan, the brunette Gremory was in a meeting, or rather it looked like a hearing in a court, since Venelana Gremory was sitting like a punished girl while she gazed before the most important teachers of the academy, apart from the student council dressed in civilian clothes, and with the extra were Sirzechs Gremory, Ziodicus Gremory and Seraphol Leviathan. All of them looked at the brunette with eyes that only showed anger, disappointment, hatred and disgust. With the exception of Riaz and Kaelin, who was worried about her mother. "Well, Venelana Gremory, you'll have an idea of why you're here," said an indifferent Michael while his eyes fixed on the brunette. "TCH. The brunette snorted angrily, looking away, very frustrated. "Venelana Gremory," said Gabriel now with a very serious expression, very rare for her since she was characterized by being very cheerful. "The fact that you are a member of our academy does not give you the right to manipulate procedures and the official duels that happen between our students. What I'm doing is for the sake of our prestigious academy," interrupted Venelana in an arrogant manner. "This academy should forge the next elite duelists, I shouldn't waste time with the disgusting commoners." 5. The knock on the table silenced the brunette. Everyone saw that the one who hit the furniture was Ziodicus, but he also threw several newspapers on the table, in which were the photo of the academy and among them, the photo of Venelana. "I suggest, Venelana, that you please shut your mouth," said the Redeed with a tone of voice that could be heard as if he was holding back. The brunette was very impressed by how her husband expressed himself when she had an argument with the Redeed. He avoided getting upset and always put on a face full of annoyance, but now she saw a quite unfamiliar face. Ziodicus's gaze only reflected pure anger. "Your nonsense has put the academy in a very critical situation. You keep tarnishing its prestige with the criticism you publish in the newspapers, and why? Because the great Venelana Gremory must fulfill her stupid whims, and if she can't fulfill them, she must intervene so that a simple official student duel becomes a spectacle worthy of the Roman Colosseum." "And how did this news spread?" "The students recorded all your manipulation from the beginning of the duel. This was uploaded to social networks until it reached the hands of the newspapers. There were several newspapers where they were in the headlines. Gremory family, synonymous with corruption. It's a pity for the champion's family. Corruption in DxD Academy. Venelana Gremory throws away the great deeds of her son and husband." The teachers, and in the case of the student council, Sona, Seekvaira and Seerg, covered their eyes in shame upon seeing today's newspapers. That the prestigious Duel Academy would be the target of shameful and sensationalist news because of Venelana, that was very low. "It's all your fault, Venelana, you not only made us doubt the credibility of our family, our son's work, but also the hard work we all make to get this school ahead," said Ziodicus, very angry. "I'm just doing the school a favor." Riaz tried to defend her mother. "Riaz?" Sirzechs said out loud, something that the Redeed immediately shut up when she saw her brother's eyes of disappointment in her being. It hurt her a lot. I am going to humbly ask you not to comment on this discussion. As part of the council, you only have the duty to witness the decisions that will be made in this meeting, so anything that comes out of your mouth will not be taken into account. But Inai-sama. Rias replied. Right now I'm not your Inai-sama. Sirzechs shouted, leaving Ria's frozen. A favor to the school is to hire Gabriel's mercenaries, a duelist who was banned for life from any professional competition. Everyone was shocked by such a revelation from the world champion. Sirzechs was exposing a dirty business that his own mother got into to achieve her goal. How Venelana stammered, terrified. Thanks to certain statements from 2 former members of your team, Ria's Gremory betrayed Venelana. Gremory, said Michael, holding out 2 sheets of paper that said, resignation in red letters. Upon seeing said sheets, the younger Redeed couldn't help but grit her teeth and show a look of anger, and in addition to that, you made monetary movements with large amounts of money that was the budget for improvements to the academy, and you deposited it into a certain account of dubious origin to hire the 2 mercenaries. Then you and Gabriel saw the bank statements that Michael produced and they were horrified by the accounts. 2 million yen. Penemu shouted, wanting to tear the brunette to pieces. And a commission of 1 million yen for each of the 2 mercenaries, said Gabriel, very angry. This is the last straw. Venelana was now on the ropes, revealing her actions to the council and members. The fact that her own son had betrayed her meant that any kind of support was practically non-existent. The members and teachers were discussing the brunette's fate. It's worth mentioning that the council members appeared calm, but Rias and Kaelin were now fearful that the verdict on the brunette would affect the decisions they would make in the student council. Until the verdict has been made, said Michael. From this moment on, Venelana Bale of Gremory, you are hereby removed from the academic society and the academy without appeal. They can't do this to me. Venelana shouted furiously while tears were streaming from her eyes. I've already made the decision, Penemu said now, looking disgustedly at the chestnut. It's time for you to take your things from your office and get out of here. You have 1 hour to do it or the police will get you out of here, said Gabriel. Venelana was paralyzed, her gaze practically in complete shock. Being excluded from everything related to the academy was practically a checkmate to her ambitions. Rias and Kaelin were equally affected by the decision that had just been made. The mastermind of all his plans and mischiefs had been separated from the academy. Everyone was starting to leave, while Venelana was still in shock from what she had heard. It seemed as if time had stopped in her head. The teachers walked past her, ignoring her, or a few people, like Penemu and Gabriel, looked at her, the former triumphantly, while the latter just shook her head in disappointment. The next to leave were the council members who avoided looking at her, then it was Sirzechs himself who looked at his mother with pity. At least your plans were stopped by those you hate, and thanks to them, the academy can move forward, said Sirzechs, leaving the classroom, leaving his mother in the chair. Venelana, upon hearing her son's words, could not help but show anger and annoyance on her face when he mentioned to his face that she was going to complain to him, but Venelana said a very cold voice that made the brunette turn around abruptly when she saw the cold and merciless eyes of Zalgo's Gremory. When she saw them, her skin got goosebumps. The only thing she felt now when she saw those eyes was fear. Before you go, I demand a divorce from you. Retreating from the room after hearing what the Gremory patriarch had said, he ended up destroying Venelana's mind emotionally. Her son, her daughter-in-law, and her husband had abandoned her to her fate as a consequence of her vile acts. Kaelin began to cry for the fate of her family, but with Rias. Otu-sama, Rias said, very weak and fainting on the floor. Knowing that her father demanded a divorce was a very hard blow for the little Gremory girl. Rias-sama. Kaelin shouted, very scared because of her older sister's fainting. She began to give her air, so she would react. Oka-sama. Rias fainted. Oka-sama. Kaelin shouted, but she didn't get any response from the older brunette, since Venelana's lost gaze was fixed on the exit of the classroom, as if what she heard was a bad dream. While in the hallways, Sirzechs, Grayfia, and Zalgo walked with great regret for what they had done. Even though their mother and now ex-wife had done unforgivable things, they loved her no matter what, but they weren't going to tolerate this, not a minute longer. What a way to start this weekend, said Zalgo, sighing heavily. Otu-sama, will you leave Rias with Oka-sama? Sirzechs said, somewhat worried about his little sister. Right now Rias is very badly influenced by Venelana with her erroneous philosophy of win and win, said Zalgo, not to mention that Hyoudou-kun's older sister only motivates her to inflate her erratic thinking more. And what does Zalgo plan to do? Grayfia said, very worried about the Redeed. She has had an unbeatable record, just like Razor Phoenix, and I'm honest, I see it as more difficult for Rias to be defeated compared to Razor Phoenix. I know that, said Zeodicus, leaving the academy building. They saw that the sky was threatening rain. Well, the older Redeed lit a cigarette in the open air for the moment. I will let Ria still enjoy the privileges that she still enjoys, but when the time comes for her to know the bitter taste of defeat, it will be the moment when my daughter is reborn, as Ria's, and not as a proud Gremory. Sirzechs and Grayfia looked at the patriarch of their family, deciphering what he had said. Reborn only as Ria's and not as a proud Gremory. At that moment, the overcast sky gradually brightened as the sun dissipated the grey clouds. The sun began to shine its rays on a small sunflower, which gladly received the sun's warm blanket. Seeing this small natural phenomenon, Sirzechs and Grayfia understood what Zeodicus had said. Opening. The next day. Hostel Kitsune. Sunday dawned a little warmer than usual, as spring had arrived in Hyoudou. The grass in the hostel gardens now shone like an emerald, and not to mention the cherry blossom trees, which were slowly sprouting from their branches. A view of the landscape that only the hostel residents could enjoy, except for one girl with brown pigtails who still refuses to live with them. HHHHH. The yawn of a girl was heard, who turned out to be Saya, who was walking in her sleepwear consisting of a strapless blouse and shorts that reached her thighs. The pink-haired girl was starting to arrange her hair when she saw in the backyard of the hostel a scene worthy of a painting. "It's beautiful," Saya said in wonder when she saw the backyard of the hostel. You're right," said a voice that reflected Akeno wearing a full pajama that fit her slender body. Also seeing said passage, I hadn't seen something so beautiful since I had joined the Gremory team. "Surely you saw Victorian-style architecture and gardens, right?" Indra's voice said now while she was accompanied by Izumi, to which Akeno nodded. "Seeing this makes me want to have a picnic," said the voice of one of the ex-Phoenix twins, the blue-haired Lee who came with a sleepy Nai, who both dressed the same as Saya, only the twins wore a short-sleeved blouse. "It's not a bad idea," said Indra. "We can spend all day in the garden. Today is good weather to enjoy a well-deserved rest after so many duels we have had and above all the work we have had." "Don't even mention it to me," said Saya with a purple and scared face. "If it weren't for Kenichi and Akeno-san, I wouldn't have gotten a good grade on the homework Penemu-sensei gave us." "So, shall we have a picnic in the courtyard of the hostel?" said Akeno smiling. "Hi," said his fellow residents. "Well, I accept the idea," said a voice as they saw Yusaka wearing her usual yukata walking towards her guests, "but before having the picnic, I must let you know that new residents will arrive at the hostel today, and there is no better way to welcome them than with a picnic under our cherry tree as the beautiful flowers begin to sprout on its branches." "The idea has improved a lot," Yusaka-san said, Akeno smiling. "And do you know who the new members are?" Nai said interestedly, already waking up completely. "Yes," Yusaka said. She was going to answer him but audio plays. The hostel bell rang, causing Yusaka and the others to get their attention. "It must be them," said the blonde kitsune. "Please get dressed to welcome our new guests." The aforementioned obeyed and went to their rooms to get dressed and not walk around in their pajamas. Yusaka, for her part, went to the entrance of the hostel and saw 6 girls whom the blonde clearly recognized. "Welcome to your hostel, girls from Scandinavia," said the blonde with a bow. At the main entrance were Noelle, Hoppy, Leisha, Aoi, Zazie, each with a handbag and a large suitcase, accompanied by Roswis herself who was carrying the same outfit. "Thank you for receiving us, Yusaka-san," said the 6 girls with a bow. "Let's leave the formalities and come in," said Yusaka, giving them the pass to said hostel. "Your rooms have already been cleaned and fumigated." The girls from Sweden looked in wonder at the hostel with a bad reputation from the students of the academy. "It's very big," said Hoppy, looking at some bamboos sprouting on the walls of the hostel. "And beautiful," said Leisha, looking at a small statue of a 9-tailed fox at the main entrance where they entered. "The great contrast of architecture to what we are used to," said Noelle, looking at the hostel, while remembering some Gothic structures in castles and some churches of her native Sweden. "I really didn't expect your students Roswa-sensei to ask me for asylum," Yusaka said as she entered the hostel with the new guests, taking off her shoes while walking through the wooden corridors without any shoes. "That's because they couldn't stand the invitations from the other students at school anymore," Ra said, somewhat annoyed. "Some of them went too far with their flirting. We really felt very uncomfortable. The only kids who treated us with respect are the ones who live here," Zazie said very stoically. "So we decided to go live at your hostel," Yusaka-sama said. "Aoi, at least I'll sleep safely here and not in the rooms the academy offered us. I don't feel safe there." "We asked Aden-sensei for permission to come live with you," Leisha said as they arrived at the main hall, "as long as a teacher was living with us and supervising us. At least I won't be sleeping cramped in a room that only fits a single bed, a sink, and a tiny bathroom that barely fits one person," Roswa said, remembering her tiny guest room. "Well, since you have arrived at our hostel, the boys and we planned a picnic in our backyard as a welcome," Yusaka said. The foreign girls didn't mind the idea. But then they saw Akeno, accompanied by Indra, Saya, Nai, and Lee, who were now dressed in civilian clothes, carrying bags to store groceries from the supermarket. Seeing Indra, Aoi couldn't help but blush slightly. "Isaka-san, we'll go get the picnic thing," said Akeno, but then she sees the new residents, she couldn't help but smile. Ara, so you'll be the new residents. "That's right, Akeno-san," said Noel. "We will be in your care during our stay in Kyoto," said the silver-haired girl with a bow. "The honor will be ours," said Saya. "Well, we'll be back in a moment," said the pink-haired girl, leaving with the others who were already awake from the hostel. "Hey, what about your other friends?" Hoppy said interestedly when she saw that the other members of the hostel were not present. "Well, it's Sunday morning," and Yusaka said when they heard a. The yawns of many people were heard throughout the hostel, while the footsteps on the wooden floor were heard, and suddenly they saw the other members of the hostel. Kenichi could be seen walking towards the hot springs to take a shower with his eyes half closed, without realizing that there were visitors in the hostel, wearing only a boxer and a dress shirt showing off his six-pack on his abdomen, and carrying on his back was Kaneko, who was wearing one of the Redeed's t-shirts, while she was still sleepy chewing one of Kenichi's ears. Apparently the albino loli was dreaming that she was eating a candy. Seeing this, Noelle turned very red for two reasons: for seeing her love interest with little clothes, thanking fate for seeing him like that, but she was also red with jealousy for seeing Kaneko like that with her love interest. Isaka was going to call him out, but a moan was heard as they saw a sleepy Ishen, well dressed in a fresh way to sleep, also heading to the hot springs, and under his arm, he carried a smiling and sleeping Yukari, who was giving off a bubble of mucus from her nose, while hanging from the green-haired man's arm, like a pair of pants on a coat rack. Hoppy, seeing a Shen like that, turned a little blush, although she let out a giggle from her mouth at seeing such a peculiar scene. "The Shen," said Yusaka with a drop of sweat falling on the back of her neck, trying to make her guests react. But the black-haired man continued his walk while saying in his sleep, "Mom, I don't want to play against deadlick duelists anymore." "Ah, poor Crayman with boiled egg," said Yukari's voice in her sleep, also making everyone who was still conscious feel more drops of sweat behind their heads. That was weird," Roswa said, very uncomfortable. "Do you always see this?" Then, as if it were a rare pajama fashion show, the other guests of the hostel also passed in front of the new guests heading towards the hot springs, without realizing because of how sleepy they were. Issei was dragging a sleepy Yami on the ground, while Sinan was carrying Eren like a sack of potatoes, while Issei walked all defeated next to Izumi, who was holding them by the shoulder. Yesterday they decided to complete all the homework that had accumulated from the official duels. They did so much, especially with Azazel sensei and Grayfia sensei, that they even talked in their sleep about everything they read and wrote, said Yusaka. "We understand them," said Zazie. "It took us a lot of work too. At least this Sunday you'll have the day off," Yusaka said. "Now let me take you to your rooms." At that, the older blonde placed the 6 foreign girls in the rooms closest to the main hall. While the other guests were still in the bathroom, they splashed water on their faces to react, not yet realizing they had created an awkward and uncomfortable walkway for the foreign students. Time skip. Noon. Backyard of the hostel. Under the shade of the cherry blossom tree, the picnic was being held to welcome the new guests. It's worth mentioning that most of the guests were quite flushed, but that was because Yusaka had mentioned the welcoming show they'd given the new guests at the hostel. They were so embarrassed that the blush wouldn't go away. The boys who had gone shopping, upon hearing that, had different reactions. Indra was laughing his head off imagining his friends like that, although he thanked Issei for sending his girlfriend Izumi to wake up in the bathroom. Nai and Lee were busy calming down an embarrassed Yukari and Ishen. Saya for her part was yelling with obvious jealousy at Kenichi when Kaneko let him chew his ear. Ara, how bad I miss seeing Is in his pajamas," said Akeno lamentably while a mischievous smile rained on her face, while her boyfriend was still embarrassed by such a revelation from his landlady by practically walking around naked in front of his new hostel mates. "Akeno-chan," Issei said, very upset, but then his raven-haired girlfriend made a movement with which she can beat any man. "Issei-kun say ah," said Akeno looking with great love at the brown-haired boy, giving him a sandwich that she had made, and she put it in her boyfriend's mouth, to which Issei accepted, taking a good bite. "Better?" asked Akeno. "Yes, Akeno-chan, much better," said Issei smiling, which the brown-haired boy reciprocated. This whole scenario was seen by a spinster teacher who longed to have a man to pamper. "I wish I could get someone like that," Roswa said dreamily and with some jealousy, seeing Issei and Akeno very happy. "Don't lose hope," Sensei Yusaka said while sitting and leaning against the trunk of the cherry tree and drinking a glass of orange juice. Despite the fact that my ex-husband left me because I was pregnant with Kunu, I still haven't lost hope in love. Author's note. Polygamy will be allowed, but with certain requirements, since it will be very difficult to have a harem here. Roswis calmly watched Yusaka as she calmly watched Kuoh playing with Kaneko, Kenichi, Saya and surprisingly Noelle playing blind man's buff, where the silver-haired girl was the participant who was blindfolded and unfortunately for her, she did not have beings as evil as the Kenichik's Kuoh combo, who disoriented Noelle in such a way that she ended up both crashing her face into the wall of the hostel and falling into the pond of the hostel itself. Something that the silver-haired girl wanted to dismember both of them for their evil deeds and chaz both ruffians under the laughter of Saya, Roswis, Kaneko and Yusaka. On the other hand, Indra Izumi, Eren, Aoi, Leisha and Sinon. At least with respect to Eren and Sinon, here we know who is in charge in the relationship, said Indra crying with laughter, while Eren's face was already like a boiled lobster, since being carried like a sack of potatoes on his girlfriend's shoulder affected his manhood a little. Come on, Indra Izumi said, reproaching her boyfriend. Can we talk about other things? Sinon said a little uncomfortable. I agree with Sinon-san said Leisha calmly while eating chopped fruit in a glass, and tell me what would you do after graduating from dueling school? Well, in my case, I'm thinking of having duels professionally in the United States League, said Eren Joestar, while drinking natural water. My father told me that to start in professional duels, said League is the best to start. Leisha was surprised that the black-haired man decided to go to one of the strongest leagues of monster duels. It was true that the United States League was the best to start in professional duels, but only the best could remain standing to travel to the world leagues. In my case, I plan to follow Eren said Sinon hugging the black-haired man not only in the duels, but also as support to maintain the dueling equipment. Leisha smiled at Eren and Sinon's dreams. And you Leisha-san, what is your goal to follow? Eren said very interested. Well Leisha said somewhat nervously it's not as impressive as your dreams are. Say it without fear said Sinon giving Leisha complete confidence. Well as you know my name is Leisha Astaroth and I am the niece of Master Ajuka, please keep it a secret, said Leisha surprising those who listened to her. They nodded as a sign that they would fulfill the favor of Ajuka's niece and if they ask why I am in Sweden and not in Japan well, it was because of my cousin Diodora, it's something I don't want to remember said Leisha, while hugging herself in a sign of protection. Well what I'm getting at. I intend to take the reins of one of my uncle Ajuka's laboratories that he has in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm thinking of being an inventor like my uncle. Wow, a very respectable goal Aisha-san said Aoi smiling and more so from someone who has an outstanding grade in the computer science subjects at our academy in Sweden. And you Indra and Izumi-san, what are your plans for the future? In my case, I also want to start my duels in the league, but in South America said Indra, but I need to be one of the most outstanding duelists in the academy so that the league can take me into account. Like Sinon, I will follow Indra to South America, I don't plan on leaving him said Izumi hugging the black-haired man with blue highlights. And you Aoi, what are your plans? Well, I'm thinking about becoming a duel master Aoi said, but for that I have to excel in professional duels, so I'm thinking of entering the Scandinavian League after my graduation. The 6 boys had high expectations for the future and to achieve this they had to work hard and excel in that society. The picnic was going smoothly and in order until the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor began to be heard loudly as the residents of the hostel saw several men and women with the appearance of criminals enter the backyard of the hostel. Everyone was on alert because the criminals were carrying baseball bats, sticks and chains, swinging them in a threatening manner. Kenichi, seeing the scene, grabbed Kuoh and protected her behind him and Saya. Who the hell are you? Yusaka shouted very seriously, how dare you enter my hostel like that? What the teacher says is true said a delinquent very arrogantly. The former Japanese champion is very beautiful and also very tasty, said another criminal with lust and disgust. I think we'll have a lot of fun with that bitch and those bitches in the back when we take over this hostel, said a third criminal licking his lips. The girls in general could not help but feel disgust and horror for those words, but then the boys from the hostel took revenge. Touch a girl's hair and you'll regret it, said Issei standing in front of Akeno and Roswis. What a way to talk to a group of young ladies from a group of walking trash, said Ashen standing in front of Hoppy and Yukari. Apparently in a group and with their weapons, if they have the balls to do their stupid things, Kenichi said to the criminals. But even if they are just a bunch of cowards who are afraid of earning a living, said Indra looking at the criminals with hatred. The girls were very impressed by the way the boys confronted the criminals and in the case of the Scandinavian girls, they began to feel their hearts beat faster. It looks like blood is going to flow here, shouted one of the criminals, threateningly brandishing a bat with nails. It's time to take over everything in the name of our boss, shouted a delinquent with some nunchucks. The gang of delinquents attacked the students. The girls protected each other. Yusaka covered Kuoh with her body, supported by Roswis. The boys, for their part, knew they were going to have a tough time, but they wouldn't back down for the sake of the hostel, for the sake of their friends, not caring about what could happen to them, even though they were inches away from the collision. Stop. They shouted and immediately the criminals stopped their attack. Come on, guys, that's not the way to do things. At that moment, a man wearing a black suit and a purple shirt appeared in the hostel hallway. He had long hair that reached his lower back, while his thin face displayed a deeply malicious expression. The criminals recognized him and immediately knelt down. Master Gabriel, said the criminals. Everyone was in shock when they saw one of the duelists expelled from all competitions. Gabriel, said Yukari, terrified. A deranged duelist. Yami said in a low voice with fear, the one who had a record of consecutive FTKs. That duelist who had bribed several officials of the dueling leagues of Japan, Korea and China to obtain important positions in said leagues, and also saying that he had manipulated the program of his dueling disc to obtain hands that could give him the FTK, said Akeno. Seriously, my father had problems in the league when the influence of Gabriel was strong in our league. They were very dark days in the League of Japan, since Gabriel only allowed duels to those who could pay a fee per duel. All this corruption was fortunately discovered by Sirzechs, Gremory, Falbium Glaciolabolas and Rizelvum. Lucifer, Yusaka said equally seriously, and because of that, he was banned for life from any competition, and all his records were erased from the Hall of Fame registry. Gabriel, who had heard a summary of his misdeeds, only smiled with evil deeds. Thanks for remembering old times, Gabriel said with total cynicism. I miss those pleas when duelists asked me for a chance to debut as professionals, and the only thing they received from me was a kick in the ass, sending them straight to the street. The criminals laughed at their teacher's misdeeds. What do you want, Gabriel? Yusaka demanded very seriously. I'll get to the point. I'll buy your shitty hostel, said Gabriel without stopping smiling. My students need a new place to sleep, since the small warehouse where we are already stinks of dead rat. All the students at the hostel were outraged by what the former duelist said. I'm sorry, but my beloved hostel is not for sale, much less to people who have income from such dubious sources, Yusaka said, unintimidated. Gabriel growled in helplessness. Come on, Yusaka, you can get a lot from selling this property that can barely stand up, said Gabriel, upset. Take the money and make a new life far from here. Yusaka remained still with a darkened look. She had heard the contemptuous way in which the former duelist referred to her beloved hostel, and looking with ample hatred in her being, sharp eyes fell on Gabriel, who felt a slight chill. I think you didn't understand, duelist with anemia, my beloved hostel is not and will never be for sale ever. Shouted Yusaka, proving to be the matron of the building. His guests were pleased that Yusaka wasn't going to fall for Gabriel's offer. Gabriel was beginning to lose patience, but an idea came to him. Okay, I'll move on to plan B, said Gabriel, putting on that smile again. We challenge you to a duel for the hostel. Yusaka and his guests were already getting fed up with the invader. Don't you understand that you can't use a Gabriel duel disc? Saya said, very annoyed. What did you expect? Saya-san, Noel said very disdainfully. The anemia and lack of nutrients have him like this, with his brain failing, and that's why he earned the nickname the deranged duelist. Gabriel couldn't stop smiling despite having received insults from the two little women. Of course I know I'm banned from dueling and at risk of going to jail for even adjusting a dueling disc, Gabriel said, but I always have someone who will let me do the dirty work. At that, Gabriel snaps his fingers, revealing two people coming out of the wooden walkways. The first is a middle-aged man with black hair wearing a trench coat and a 40s gangster-style hat, while the other person is a tall woman with a sexy and stunning body with navy blue hair, wearing a purple trench coat style blouse and a matching miniskirt. The Naseek and Kallerwainer will be your opponents, said Gabriel with great evil. The two people looked with great disgust at the students of the hostel. I can't believe these brats could beat Rainer and Mitlet, the Naseek said with annoyance. But don't worry, sensei, said Kallerwainer while he put on his dual disc. They will pay dearly for defeating them and daring to insult you when your hostel is in your hands. Gabriel seemed very pleased with his two duelists, but then he snapped his fingers again, and now the criminals surrounded our heroes, threatening to hit them with their weapons. My students will not leave you alone until you accept my challenge, said Gabriel. If you do not give an answer in a minute, you will have a beautiful visit to the intensive care unit at the hospital. All the students and Yusaka seemed helpless in the face of the situation. Gabriel wanted to seize every bit of the hostel he could spare. But then two duelists took courage and went out to confront the banned duelist. If you want a duel so much, you've got it, said Issei very stoically. And the second person to speak was. Because of people like you, duels were seen in a different way. They are now seen as a way to obtain power and not as they were before, to entertain people, said Zazie Rainide, one of the students from Sweden who came out to defend the hostel. Zazie and Issei looked at each other for a moment and nodded, signaling their cooperation. A duel outside the academy grounds would ensue, where two opposing poles would collide. Those who use dueling as a way to boost their egos and spread corruption in society versus those who see the true meaning of dueling. To entertain people. Chapter 16, The True Meaning of Duels. Point 1. Moments before Gabriel's invasion of the hostel. On a hot afternoon in the most traditional city, under its alleys where the sky 5 spheres of whitish light were floating and apparently were looking for something. "Are you sure it's this way?" said Sphere 1 in a childish voice. "There is no doubt," said Sphere 2, "my great sense of direction tells me it's this way. The last time we listened to your sense of direction, instead of going to Hyoudou on an errand for Skullmaster Sama terms in Pyongyang and North Korea," said Sphere 3 in an equally childish voice. "We almost didn't get out of there alive," said Sphere 4. "In fact, we are not alive," said Sphere 5, "we are spirits in case you haven't noticed." "But why are we in the world of the living?" said Sphere 2, jumping like a ball. Jump jump jump. "Stop jumping like a brainless one," shouted Sphere 4. "We must find the location of that energy that was felt that time when Zushin the giant appeared," said Sphere 1, "it's near here." "Hey, I feel that very weak energy," said Sphere 4, "but it's weak as if it were calm." "That means they haven't yet summoned the card that contains that energy," said Sphere 3, "but it's not just a card, there's another similar energy that accompanies it." "So there are 2 evil cards here," said Sphere 5, "as long as they are not summoned in a duel, we can still take them and make them disappear from the face of the earth." "Girls. I found it," shouted Sphere 2, "the energies of both evil cards are there in that damned building." "I swear if you fail I'll," said Sphere 1. "When?" "You are correct," said Sphere 4, "I can sense the evil energy where this brainless brute says." "Hey," squealed Sphere 2. "Let's not waste time and let's go," said Sphere 3, to which, in a comical situation, they advanced in a hasty manner and taking advantage of the fact that they could go through walls, they located the origin of the evil energy when they saw that a double duel was about to take place where the young people of the Kitsune hostel would face Gabriel's mercenaries in the backyard of the old and neglected building. "Oh, we're not late." "Who has said evil cards?" said Sphere 1, "can anyone perceive evil energy?" "I perceive them in the duelist with the face of an underpaid sergeant who dresses like a pimp and in the busty blue-haired girl who looks like a prostitute," said Sphere 2. "There will be no more Netflix series for you," said Sphere 5, "all thanks to your rude little mouth." "Knew anything but that," shouted Sphere 2, "do you know how risky it is to steal the internet signal and even more the Netflix user from whom we stole the Wi-Fi signal? I haven't finished watching the chapters of Stranger Things yet. Do you want to shut your mouth?" "The duel is about to begin," said Sphere 3 while they and their companions hidden in some bamboo saw the next duel that was going to happen in a moment. Opening. Backyard of the hostel. Given the tension felt by the presence of Gabriel and the imminent challenge for the custody of the old and deteriorated building where our protagonists reside, both sides are seen taking position, both Gabriel's mercenaries who were in front of the hostel pond and the students, the matron and her daughter in front of the cherry tree. On Gabriel's side, Dnaseek and Kalwarner were already ready with their dual discs. "I hope you have somewhere to stay tonight, brats, because whatever you do, we'll be left with this dump," Dnaseek said arrogantly. "Finally I will sleep in a warm room, although I wouldn't mind some company from guys as handsome as you guys," said Kalwarner very seductively, looking especially at Ashen and Kenichi, who upon hearing what the blue-haired girl said, couldn't help but feel nauseous. "And get a venereal infection, no thanks," said Kenichi, disgusted. "Besides, we are minors, so mess with someone your own age, lady," said Ashen, giving a contemptuous emphasis to the last point. "How did you tell me, brat?" shouted Kalwarner, making a grimace that reflected his wounded pride. "How dare you insult a beautiful semi-professional lady?" "Shut up, lady, go to hell," Kuoh shouted. "But language," Miss Yusaka said, pulling the little blonde's ear. "I'll talk to you later to moderate what can be seen on YouTube," said the older blonde with a twitch in her right eye, while the flames of hell were reflected in them, and she had a face that could only wait for a heavy sermon to the residents who swallowed saliva before their landlady, while Kuoh with a pout on her face, rubbed her ear. Issei and Zazie who watched that scene with a drop of sweat falling on their heads. "This will not stay like this now, they will know the mistake of having provoked a semi-professional and a group of the best duelists that Japan could have had," said Kalwarner, activating his dual disc. "I still can't believe that Mitlet and Raynor could have lost to these brats," said Dnaseek, also performing the same action as his partner. "We will finish the work they didn't do at the academy." "Much ado about nothing," said Issei, activating his dual disc. "Start fighting, dishonorable duelists." Zazie also proceeds to activate her disc. She looks at Issei, nodding in a sign of being ready. "Duel." The four shouted at the same time. Issei. 4000 LP. Zazie. 4000 LP. Dnaseek. 4000 LP. Kalwarner. 4000 LP. All the spectators were absorbed by the duel that had just begun, especially the students from the hostel, since 2 of their classmates would be facing semi-professionals, a level quite different from what they were accustomed to. Akeno and Issei knew this even more, adopting a gesture of absolute seriousness. Since their parents respectively played in the professional leagues, the duels reached exhausting intensities, and they were witnesses to how they ended after a professional duel, beyond the physical and mental exhaustion. "I'll start," said Kalawiner, taking a card from her hand. "I summon my Witch of the Black Forest in attack mode, cards in hand." "4," said the blue-haired girl, "and I will place 2 cards face down, that way I will end my turn, cards in hand." "2," said the blue-haired girl while she put said cards on her duel disc, the holograms appearing behind the newly summoned witch. Everyone looked on in disbelief at what Gabriel's mercenary had done, while she still maintained a confident smile with a touch of arrogance. They had expected a rather elaborate move, but it was quite the opposite, a simple start. "Very well, it's my turn, draw. Cards in hand." 6, said Stokely's Esay, "I summon Fluffalowl in attack mode, cards in hand." 5, and activate its effect. When it is summoned, I can add a polymerization card, cards in hand. 6, from my deck to my hand, said the white-haired brunette, while the dual disc gave her said card. I place 2 cards face down, and also end my turn, cards in hand. 4. A fusion user, huh? Said Indra. "She is one of the best duelists who mastered said invocation to perfection," said I. "She is the only disciple of the legendary duelist Sora Shinyuan, who was able to endure grueling training, which she also experienced in her home region in her childhood. And as a reward for such a feat, Sora gave him a faithful copy of his deck," said Noel. Of course Esay-san fixed it to his style to have his duels. The Japanese students, including Akeno, were surprised to learn that the brunette from Scandinavia was the successor to one of the elite duelists, and to learn that she had in her possession one of the most chameleon-like and dangerous decks that could have ever existed. "Very well, my turn," said Danasi, drawing a card from his deck, cards in hand. 6, I summon Sangan, and for my part I only place 1 card face down, and my turn ends, cards in hand. 4, said the mercenary, placing said card behind the little demon. Akeno was assessing the situation of both mercenaries. "2 card searchers and face down cards," said Akeno with her hand on her chin. "Analyzing the situation, Akeno-san." Roswa said. "That's right," said the raven-haired girl, "Witch of the Black Forest and Sangan, 2 card searchers that can bring monsters of 1500 def and AC respectively without any kind of restriction, and there are many cards in this vast game that meet the conditions of both searchers and that can put Issei-san and Esay-san in trouble. And it's not for nothing that they were banned in official duels," said Issei, "but now it's only limited to 1 copy per deck due to its effect that greatly benefits its wielders. But I find it strange that both of them could have those cards in the first turn," said Lee with distrust, "since the probability of obtaining those cards in the first hand is relatively low. At least that wretch started to do his thing like in his days as a cheating duelist," Yusaka said, looking seriously at Gabriel, who smiled mockingly. "Issei's Esay, be careful and don't trust those wretches. We're talking about a duelist who was able to manipulate the shuffling program of a dual disc." The former duelist students were going to yell at the blonde, but "Oh come on, don't remind me of those old days," said Gabriel very cynically. "You still can't overcome the FTK I gave you at the Asian Mega Championship in Singapore. Oh, of course, having in your first hand the 5 pieces of Exodia, the forbidden one." Yusaka said very furiously. "I still remind you that because of you, the Mega Championship of that country lowered its credibility for the international leagues, since Rezelvam-san and Kateria-san discovered and revealed your dark network of bribes." All the students were shocked to learn this from their matron, who, unfortunately for fate, had faced the duelist without honor. But Gabriel just smiled disgustingly at what the blonde said. The FFF, jahahahaja. It was the only thing that occurred to the aforementioned to respond. The students, Kunu and teacher Roswas, upon hearing rude and mocking laughter, could not be outraged by Gabriel, but seeing your face of disbelief and helplessness is something that I will be able to gloat over until the last day of my existence. Viper Aaron said very quietly, very angry. Come on, let's continue enjoying this duel," said Gabriel without stopping laughing. "I just want to enjoy how my guide and my knowledge of the duel crushed these students." The delinquents looked down on the duel while the students looked at their friends, a little worried because Gabriel had devised a plan for this duel. But faced with possible adversity, someone, instead of being afraid, just smiled naturally. "In the face of cheaters like you and adversities, we can only fight with our resources," said Issei without stopping smiling, "and that will make this challenge more fun." Issei's classmates could only sigh heavily because if there was one thing his friend was known for, it was that despite adversity, he would always keep a smile, spreading his confidence to his friends and team, but above all he would teach something that had been lost in dueling, and for which the residents of the Kitsune hostel were always repudiated, since now the students and many professionals had duels for power and prestige. Not for nothing he was the successor of one of the elite duelists, much loved by children for his way of having duels. "My turn, draw." Issei shouted. "I summon performable Skullcrabat Joker. Cards in hand." 5. And immediately, in a cloud of pink smoke, said monster appears, presenting himself as an artist to everyone while a clown-like laugh could be heard. I activate the effect of my monster when it is normal summon. I can add to my hand from my deck a performable monster, a pendulum monster whose name says magician or an odd eyes monster, said Issei, well the dual disc gave him said cards in hand. 6. After I normal summoned a performable monster I special summoned performable Hellprinces from my hand, cards in hand. 5. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory. Shouted Issei while the symbol of the link summoning leaving Gabriel's lackeys and the former duelist himself surprised by seeing something they did not expect. Arrows confirmed, the summoning requirements are 2 effect monsters including a pendulum monster, so I will use Succubus and Hellprinces. Both monsters shot towards the summoning square. Emissary who brings hope, descend to the field, and may the light of the future shine with you, was Issei's chant while a female figure formed summon Link 2 appears beyond the pendulum. He shouted, while Issei's female monster appeared on the field in a solemn manner before everyone, and now I activate the effect of my Link monster, I will pay 1200 life points to add a pendulum monster from my deck to my hand, cards in hand. 6. Issei. 4000, 1200 LP equals 2800 LP. The criminals were surprised to see the said Link monster, they knew it was a new summon, and only some duelists could have these cards in their hands. So the Link summoning, huh? Said Gabriel without stopping smiling. Now I place pendulum in my card zone, adjusting scale 1 to performable monkey board and adjusting scale 5 to performable bubbleowo. I activate my pendulum scale. Shouted Issei while activating said monsters, while his dual disc showed the word pendulum, cards in hand. 4. And in 2 pillars of light appeared Issei's monsters. Now I can summon level 2 to level 4 monsters at the same time, but first I activate Monkey Board's pendulum effect. When activated in the pendulum zone I can add a level 4 or lower performable monster from my deck to my hand, said Issei, well the dual disc gave him said monster, cards in hand. 5. Come on, pendulum swing, let the will of my monsters reach the field. Pendulum summon. Shouted Issei while an ellipse of luminous energy and from it 3 trails came out landing on the field. I summon level 2 performable Trampolinx, level 4 performable unit and level 3 Timebreaker magician, cards in hand. 2, said Issei while the 3 monsters appeared behind the Link monster. And now as I special summon 2 pendulum monsters in the zone where my Link monster points I activate the second effect of Beyond the Pendulum. I will be able to destroy 2 cards on the field, so I will destroy Witch of the Black Forest and Sangan. The monster Link launched 2 rays towards the monsters of Kalawiner and Dnaseek, destroying them instantly, but they smiled in a disgusting way. Thank you for giving us a free monster, said Kalawiner. We activate the effect of our monsters. In my case I will bring a monster with 1500 defense from my deck to my hand. In my case, thanks to Sangan, I will bring a monster with 1500 attack points or less, said the mercenary, while both dual discs of the mercenaries, thanks for the free monster, idiot. Jew. But they are exposed to a direct attack, said Issei. Now beyond the pendulum attack that pimp. Shouted Issei pointing at Dnaseek, while the Link monster began to accumulate power in his hands to throw it at Dnaseek. Spoiled brat card activate draining shield, shouted Dnaseek activating the trap card. The damage you were going to do to my life points, now I get a bonus. Said Dnaseek while a shield appeared in front of him, hitting Issei's monster's attack, destroying said shield and the fragments of it turn into green energy, heading towards the mercenary. Dnaseek. 4000 plus, 1200 equals 5200. My battle phase hasn't ended. Performable Trampolinx attack Kalawiner. Shouted Issei ordering said monster to attack the blue-haired girl. Trap activate Waboku, shouted Kalawiner. With this card forget about you doing any damage to my life points. Said Kalawiner. We'll deal with you later, said Issei. Now performable unit, attack the pimp, said Issei, and in that Issei's monster launched a flying kick at Dnaseek. 5. Ugh. Dnaseek complained, holding his cheek where Yuna attacked him. Dnaseek. 5200, 800 equals 4400. Now Timebreaker magician attacks the pimp again, said Issei. The little magician launched himself into the attack, successfully achieving damage. Slash. Ugh. Dnaseek complained again while holding his ribs. You're going to pay for this, you miserable brat. Dnaseek. 4400, 1400 equals 3000. I put a card face down, and my turn ends, said Issei, somewhat frustrated that his attack didn't work well at all, cards in hand. 1. My turn, said Kalawiner, but when it was time to touch his mallet. The atmosphere became heavy and somewhat eerie. Everyone saw that the blue-haired girl's mallet had been covered in a dangerous dark energy. This action only made the wind blow violently, and some of the birds that were there fled in terror. This left the hostile guests practically nervous because what they felt could only be experienced in haunted houses or while watching a movie of the same genre. What's going on? Yukari said very nervously. The atmosphere became gloomy when Gabriel's mercenary played her mallet, said Issei seriously. And you're absolutely right, look, said Yami very seriously, pointing at the blue-haired girl who had frozen. Has she been in some kind of trance? Said Kaneko, examining the duelist who was about to start her turn. The members of the hostel were becoming more nervous as the sunny atmosphere quickly clouded over. Darkness had gradually covered the midday sky. Everyone, including some of the Gabriel delinquents, was frightened by this unusual weather phenomenon. Zazie-san, be attentive to anything, said Issei. The brunette saw her Japanese partner and nodded, both of them did not take their eyes off their opponents. Suddenly the same energy that had surrounded Kalwarner's mallet. Shoo. Like an anaconda circling its prey, the energy began to surround and cover the blue-haired girl's arm, then it spread to her torso, to her hair, to her other arm and soon to her head. Her companion Danasik looked at her with total indifference, but with Gabriel, seeing his disciple, his smile widened and he said. The nightmare is just beginning, they will feel the power of an evil card, said Gabriel, satisfied to see that the energy of the evil card surrounded Kalwarner in its entirety. The blue-haired girl who had her eyes closed the instant the dark power surrounded her opened them, but her eyes were glowing red. Robbery! Shouted Kalwarner as he drew the card from the deck, cards in hand. 3. The draft had shot up the moment the blue-haired girl stole the card that was still emanating dark energy. Kalwarner, being surrounded by evil energy, now had a countenance where fury was marked on her face, and a thirst for destruction had completely dominated her. First I summon Manju of the 10,000 hands, cards in hand. 2, said Kalwarner in a distorted voice, and thanks to this effect, I can add a ritual monster or a ritual spell card from my deck to my hand, said the blue-haired girl. Well, the deck gave her a card, and this one aggressively takes her dual disc, and now I activate my ritual card. End of the world. And immediately a kind of mosaic appeared under the dark clouds, and immediately a blue ray appeared behind Kalwarner. Now I can ritual summon a monster by sacrificing monsters whose levels add up exactly to the level I'm going to summon, so I will offer from my hand to my Jin Preseer of Rituals and from my field to Manju of the 1,000 hands, said Kalwarner. Well, the hologram of the monster that he offered from his hand appeared on the field, while the blue light began to drag them until consuming them. Agent of Renewal, governing entity without any kingdom, descends and destroys current existence. Ritual summoning. Shouted Kalwarner while he put the evil card on the dual disc, and immediately. The blue light increased in brightness and had released another violent gust of wind. Issei and Zazie covered themselves with their arms to lessen the impact of the wind. Hiya! Shouted the female duelists from the hostel. Kuoh held onto Yasaka's leg while she hugged her protectively with one arm, and with the other, she also covered her face a little. In the duel area, a figure descended from the blue light, landing softly and walking slowly towards the side of the field. Or Kalwarner started to scream, or rather roar like an animal, inciting violence. Level 8 appears. Ruin, Queen of the Oblivion. The light dissipated, revealing Kalwarner's female monster. At the grim display of Gabriel's mercenary, all of our protagonists were truly nervous and tense. The students were about to experience a new life as they witnessed the power of a dangerous evil card. Chapter 17, The True Meaning of Duels. PT.2. Residents of Ajuka**. They say there is no worse addiction than work itself, and this is the case of Ajuka**, who, despite it being Sunday and taking it as a break, the green-haired workaholic and crazy inventor, was in a study room where he had a lot of documents stacked up with a seal printed on their folders that said top secret, and in addition, there was a super mega computer connected to a dual disk. The teacher of the keyboard with such speed and force that it seemed he wanted to destroy the keyboard with the force of his fingers. Well, said Ajuka, looking with eyes that had such marked dark circles that it seemed that she had put on makeup, at what seemed to be a programming code. By finishing the code, I will be able to create a new shuffling program with an anti-hacking insurance for the dual disks. In truth, Gabriel knew what he was doing to create an altered program and install it easily on his dual disk, said Ajuka. I was still typing when. Audio plays. An alarm started to sound in the green-haired man's house, but this alarm was something special since it suddenly stopped the green-haired man's work. Computer, what's the situation? Said Ajuka. We detected unusual energy in the Minami district, the computer said. Energy similar to the incident in the Sankyo district. Sankyo? Was the same place where Serafal defeated the duelist who summoned the Zushin card, said Ajuka, deducing that means. That's right, Ajuka-sama, a malignant nape has been summoned, the computer said. This is serious, said the green-haired man while looking at another computer screen. Computer, give me the exact location. In a moment, said the computer, where on a screen in Kyoto itself, it began to zoom in and out with exact precision, pointing to said place. It is 40 minutes from our current location. It is in a building that is used as a school residence, called Kitsune Hostel. At that, Ajuka was horrified. There are students in danger, said Ajuka, who immediately took his mobile phone and dialed someone who was a short distance from the hostel. Mashi here, Levi Tan. He said with his usual childish voice. Serafal, stop acting like a girl, there is an emergency, said Ajuka in a loud and upset voice. What's going on that you're talking to me like that? The raven-haired girl said, squealing like a little girl. It's something to be taken seriously. A malignant nape has been activated, and worst of all, its activation is detected in the Kitsune hostel, said Ajuka. Kitsune hostel? Said Serafal, abandoning her childish voice and changing to a natural one. Oh no, Shen-chan. Issei-chan. Yukari-chan. Said Serafal, naming the surprise rookies. I'm 20 minutes away from there, I'm going there. Serafal, do you have your deck in case you have to go into combat? Said Ajuka. That's right, said Serafal, I always carry a copy of my teacher's deck. I'll call you in case there's any news. Ajuka-chan, thank you, said the raven-haired girl. The green-haired man sighed a little uneasily. The fact that an evil card was in action was a very disaster situation, since whether the bearer of said card won or lost, the result could be irremediable. Opening. Backyard of the Kitsune hostel. Fear and anguish were what the hostel members and the new residents were experiencing. What was supposed to start as a happy and peaceful picnic because of Gabriel ended in a precarious and, to put it mildly, grim situation that made them seem like the protagonists of a horror and suspense film. The exhibition of one of their opponents was similar to seeing the main antagonist of said film. The representatives of the hostel, Issei and the newly incorporated Saji, could not lessen their nervousness because one of their opponents, Kalwarner, showed a rather aggressive side. They could even classify her as something psychotic, but they knew that this went beyond a simple disorder in the head. The Gabriel, what the hell is wrong with your student? Yusaka shouted when she saw the blue-haired girl. The anorexic elf, still smiling, answers. I'll just tell you that today I'll get even for having humiliated me and tarnished my great name the day you put my great friend, Venelana Gremory, to shame, Gabriel said, and today you'll lose this shitty hostel. Dreaming is free. Anemic drug addict Noel said, maybe they are semi-professionals, but you and your entire group of pseudo-duelists prove yourself to be outcasts and true cowards. That comment made Gabriel lose his smile because being called a pariah and a coward was a big blow to his pride. Wretched Kalwarner, do not seek without mercy, finish them quickly. Gabriel shouted very furiously. Your order, shouted Danasik, while the mercenary took on a much more aggressive expression. Kalwarner was like a wild animal breathing heavily. Zazie-san, pay attention to anything. Issei said. The brunette nodded again at what her companion said. Now I will go on to my battle phase. Said Kalwarner, looking with total fury. Ruin, destroy Fluffalowl, shouted the blue-haired girl, pointing at the brunette's monster. The ritual monster grasped its axe and went out like a rocket against the monster when. Slash. With one slash the poor owl in two, the merciless queen destroyed it instantly. Ah. Zazie complained as a draft of air as Zazie's life points dropped considerably. 2300, 1000 equals 1300. Zazie LP. 4000 1300 equals 2700. And now, thanks to using my Jin President of Rituals as ritual material for ruin, for each monster I destroy in battle, I will be able to draw a card from my deck, cards in hand. 3, said Kalwarner while drawing said card from the deck, and now I will be able to directly attack your life points, brat, thanks to Ruin's effect. If I manage to destroy a monster in battle, I will be able to attack again. Ruin attacks that brat again. Kalwarner's ritual monster launched an attack towards the brunette. Zazie didn't know what to do, either be on the verge of losing the duel with few life points or give more resources to her enemy. I'll risk a trap. Activate. Designer Frightfur, said Zazie. I can summon from the graveyard a Fluffle monster or an Edge Imp monster. Fluffalowl returned, shouted Zazie. Well, the stuffed animal monster returned in defense mode by activating its effect again. I can add another polymerization from my deck to my hand, said Zazie, while the dual disc added a second polymerization to the brunette's hand, cards in hand. 5. But your owl will be easy prey for my ritual monster. Said Kalwarner with a macabre smile. Ruin, destroy that owl again. Demanded Kalwarner while the ritual monster came out again against the little owl. Slash. Again with a cross slash he split the small stuffed animal in two, but this time he saved its life points. Now I activate my second trap card, Fluffle Crane. Said Zazie as the card was revealed. When one of my Fluffle monsters is destroyed face up, I can bring it to my hand, and I can also draw a card from my deck, cards in hand. 7. It won't do you any good, said Kalwarner in a mocking voice, because I destroyed another monster with Ruin. I draw a card, thanks to the effect of Jin President of Rituals, said Kalwarner, while adding another card, and my turn ends. Well, with the spirits. They watched the duel closely and were worried about the boys who were facing the bearers of the evil cards, since they had lost a good part of their life points. What shall we do? Said Spiritual Sphere 2. We have no choice but to wait for these boys to defeat those bearers of the evil cards, said Sphere 1. But if they lose? Said Sphere 5. But you know what will happen if the bearers of said cards beat an innocent duelist, said Sphere 4. The same thing will happen, as with the Orichalco Seal and Illusion Gate cards, the losing duelist will lose his soul. At that point one of the spheres separates from its companions. Where are you going? Screamed Sphere 1 desperately. No, I'm not going to see an innocent duelist fall because of those evil cards, even if this makes me earn a good scolding from my superiors, I won't let an innocent fall. Said the small Sphere 3 that immediately like a small ball went to Issei and Zaze's dual discs. That stupid girl doesn't know the risk involved if they lose, she will also be absorbed by the evil card, said Sphere 1. Now we wait for your intervention to really work and help these duelists, said Sphere 2 worriedly. Back to the duel. The brunette, seeing her field literally empty but noticing what she had in her hand, perhaps could reverse the critical situation, but still had to steal. Now my turn, said Zazie touching her deck, but she doesn't notice that the card she touched was shining draw. Card in hand. 8, exclaims Zazie when she sees the card. The face she makes is of disbelief and uncertainty. Wait a minute, this card, it's not mine, what is it doing in my deck? Said Zazie while looking at said card in her hand. What's going on? You didn't get the letter you wanted so much, Gabriel said mockingly. It doesn't surprise me that you have such bad luck, being a brat, meddling in areas that don't belong to you. The criminals just laughed at the brunette, but when she looked at her expressionless gaze, they stopped laughing because those eyes, cold and penetrating like knives, more like sharp scissors ready to tear apart anything that got in their way, didn't bode well for them. It's still too early to celebrate, disgusting cockroach, said Zazie taking a card from her hand, making the ex-duelist angry and was going to complain, but I summoned Fluffle Dog. Cards in hand. 7, said the brunette, silencing him instantly. Well said. Little dog appeared in a cloud in a friendly way. Hawaii, Kuoh said with hearts in her eyes seeing Zazie's monsters so cute. If you knew the true potential of those monsters, Kuoh-chan, you would stop seeing them as so cute, said Akeno, a little nervous because behind those adorable appearances, there was a terrifying force, said the raven-haired girl, while she saw Noelle taking a very defensive pose, as if she was waiting for an attack, and her face reflected a little fear. I will activate the effect of Fluffle Dog. I can add to my hand an Edge Imp Saber's monster, cards in hand. 8, said Zazie while the dual disc gave her said monster. Now I active in the pendulum's own my scale 1 monster, Edge Imp Cotton Eater, said the brunette, cards in hand. 7. Now I will activate the card polymerization fusing Edge Imp Sabers and Fluffle Bear, cards in hand. 4. At that moment, both monsters appear behind the brunette and the fusion phenomenon begins. Boy possessed by darkness, may your awakening only portent despair, said Zazie, as she saw how that tender stuffed animal was having a dark metamorphosis fusion summoning. Level 6 appears Fright for Bear. Zazie's new monster appeared before everyone with a rather macabre laugh. Hiya. Kuoh, Noelle and Yukari shouted, hugging each other and crying comically out of fear at seeing their friend's monster. Just like the first time you fought against her, Noelle Hoppy said with an amused smile, as she saw the aforementioned while still hugging the terrified Kuoh and Yukari. And now I will activate the 2 effects of my pendulum monster. The first is that all the fusion monsters I control will gain 300 attack points. Fright for Bear. 2200 plus 300 equals 2500 ATK. And of course, thanks to a Fright for monster being summoned to the field by fusion, I can draw a card from my hand, said Zazie drawing a card from her hand, cards in hand. 5. Now I will move on to my battle phase. Fright for Bear, destroy Ruin, Queen of the Oblivion. Ordered Zazie while the brunette's monster launched itself towards the monster which it hugged. Ruin for his part tried to free himself, but the fusion monster's scissors were activated and slash. They cut Ruin in 2, destroying her instantly. 2500 to 2300 equals 200. Alwerner LP 4200 equals 3800. Miserable you will pay for having defeated her. Said Calwerner as he saw his monster disappear from the field. And this is not the end. I activated the effect of my Fright for Bear, said Zazie, while the terrifying stuffed animal threw its hands into a hole that it itself created in the ground and from the sack to ruin. Calwerner shouted upon seeing his monster that had just been destroyed and immediately horrified the blue-haired girl upon seeing that Zazie's monster devoured her. Thanks to my fusion monster I can equip the monster I just destroyed and it can gain 1000 attack points. Said Zazie while a reddish aura surrounded her monster. I put a card face down and my turn ends, said Zazie coldly. Fright for Bear, 2500 plus 1000 equals 3500. Zazie's macabre display made Gabriel's lackeys not participating in the raiding game tremble with fear. But not only them. Zazie-san, said Issei, somewhat uncomfortable with a nervous smile. What do you want, Issei-san? Zazie said stoically but leaving aside her coldness since she was having a conversation with her partner. Do you enjoy scaring the spectators?" said the duelist somewhat uncomfortable. "The truth is, I don't care if I scare or amuse them," said Zazie stoically, "as long as I manage to win this duel, I don't care if I win or lose the sympathy of my opponents or those around me." "Zazie, don't you enjoy having duels?" Issei said seriously. "Enjoy?" Zazie said very confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean that in each duel you should see it in a different way," said Issei. "You know, in the future I want to become a professional to change the perspective of duels in this country, since many see it from a monetary or power point of view, but they forget a lot of small details for which this game became popular. It's to have fun and learn, some magic words that my teacher Yaya Sakaki told me when faced with adverse situations in a duel." Zazie opened her eyes slightly, signaling that her partner's message. "Have fun and learn," said Zazie. "That's right," Issei said with a smile. "It's the same doctrine that champion Sirzechs Gremory has tried to establish since he was declared world champion. And that same learning is what we continue in our time at the academy," said Ashen, "since today's students and prospective professionals only want to become professionals for power, fame and riches. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose but rather learn and have fun," said Akeno with a kind smile, deducing what her friends and the owner of her heart were saying. "That is the true meaning of duels," said Kaneko, learning from her new hostile companions with a smile while hugging Kenichi, a lesson she would never have learned if she had continued as a pawn of Ria's Gremory, Volley Lucifer or Venilana Gremory. "Hiroka-senpai," Kenichi said in his mind, looking at his white-haired Kuoh and then at the sky. "I wish you could see your little sister. It seems she learned your most important lesson that you gave us before you disappeared. And that's why, I think we're thinking about changing that in professional duels," said Issei. "The champion is not alone in that vision of duels, and as long as there are people thinking like him, the current perspective of duels can change for the better." The hostile boys nodded at what the three boys said and smiled satisfactorily, unaware that three people who were in the hallways of the hostel, but in different places, were smiling at what the young duelists had said. The Scandinavian duelists were surprised by such a vision of the duels of their Japanese companions, and not to say that they liked it, but rather they were fascinated by this philosophy of dueling and were grateful for the moment they stepped foot in the much repudiated Kitsune hostel. "Wow, what my teacher told me so much," Serafal said calmly. "Well, there are these types of duelists, not only the link summoning, but the whole game will remain in good hands." Elsewhere in the halls, a blonde-haired lady wearing a beautiful reddish one-piece dress was listening to what the young duelists were saying. "So much time with the wrong vision," said the blonde, resigned. "In truth, we forgot to have fun in the duels. It was so much our whim that we guided our children wrong. I think I did well to come here, not to complain, but to learn new things. I think if I talk to my husband Ravel, he can still redirect his career and his future for the better," said the blonde, thinking about the future of her daughter and still with the razor pending. But a girl watching the duel just snorted indignantly, as if she had been told something stupid. "Having fun? What a waste of time," said Irina, who had already neglected her personal image since she already had some love handles on her abdomen and acne had already taken over her face thanks to a diet rich in fats, Kentucky chicken, pizza, candy and flavored water. She no longer had that heart-stopping dream figure. "If only I had one of those cards, I could be part of the great elite of duels at the academy," said the brunette with pigtails when she remembered the blue-haired girl's ritual monster. Back to the duel. Zazie opened her eyes and her mouth a little as a sign that she had received a great lesson from her partner, which then made her smile, and her eyes took on a little shine. "Have fun, learn and enjoy," said Zazie, looking into Issei's eyes, who immediately blushed slightly on his cheeks. "Okay. BFFFF, ha 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 ha." Gabriel laughed like a maniac. "Have fun. What a good joke, brat. Ha 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 ha." The members of the hostel saw with great anger what the anorexic elf said. "You know that dreaming is free, brat," said Gabriel, "when what matters in this game is power and superiority in duels. You know that if you don't stand out in duels, you don't have great influence, you don't have the directors and big heads of the leagues in the palm of your hand, you are nothing. Well, and for some reason you were expelled for life, you crawling parasite," said Indra without hesitation. "Since you have no way to earn a living, you take advantage of your naive lackeys who with your terrible teachings only shame this game, and above all, you sink your reputation even more, which is more than rotten and dead." Gabriel, hearing that really made him furious. "How dare you insult me, brat?" Gabriel shouted. "Danasik, Kalwerner, if you don't finish this duel in your next turn, forget about eating and you'll sleep in the garbage pit for a week." "Hi!" shouted Danasik, Kalwerner, still with the corrupted energy surrounding him and his reddish eyes shining like incandescent iron, growled like an animal as a sign that he obeyed the order. "Now it's my turn," said the mercenary, while placing his fingers on his deck of cards. When everyone saw that the next card he was going to draw happened the same with Kalwerner, that card began to emanate a dark aura and had now intensified the sinister atmosphere that Kalwerner had achieved. The wind now whipped more violently, the clouds began to accumulate more, and lightning began to illuminate the dark sky, a rather bad omen they felt was approaching robbery. Cards in hand. 6, shouted Danaseek while the dark energy now surrounded the mercenary. Danaseek shouted with a distorted voice as darkness consumed Gabriel's lackey, who for his part, was quite pleased with what he saw before his eyes. I summoned Senju of the Thousand Hands in attack mode. Cards in hand. 5, Dante shouted as the 100-handed monster appeared. Now I activate its effect, I can add a ritual monster from my deck to my hand, cards in hand. 6, now I also activate my ritual spell card End of the World, cards in hand. 5, Danaseek shouted like a madman, not knowing that the same brunette had discarded a card from her hand the moment the mercenary activated his ritual card, sending my level 4 DxD Disarray of rituals to the graveyard from my hand and a level 4 Senju from my field, cards in hand. 4, he shouted while the same light that Kalwarner summoned appeared behind the mercenary king. Without any kingdom your sole presence foretells darkness and destruction, said Danaseek, while a corpulent figure descended in the pillar of light. Invocation by ritual, appear before me, level 8. Amize, king of the Armageddon. The pillar of light disappeared, revealing the Danaseek monster, who had just revealed himself. Broo. A spectral roar rang out, so loud it shook the inn floor. The duel was reaching its climax. They had managed to stop an evil card, but the true challenge for Issei, Zazie, and the innkeepers was just beginning. Chapter 18, the true meaning of duels. Point final. Backyard of the Kitsune Hostel. Fields and the 4 duelists. Issei 2800 LP. 1 extra deck monster used, 3 monsters on the field, 2 pendulum monsters in the spell and trap zone. And a face down card, cards in hand. 1. Zazie 2700 LP. 1 monster in the face-up monster zone, 1 monster in the pendulum zone, and 1 face-down card in the spell and trap card zone, cards in hand. 3. Kalwarner 3800 LP. 1 face-down card, trap and spell zone, cards in hand. 3. Danaseek 3000 LP. A monster on the field, cards in hand. 3. The situation had become somewhat critical as Gabriel's mercenary had managed to summon a second card, which had made the atmosphere quite grim. Such nervousness caused most of the spectators to sweat as if a gruesome scene were unfolding before their eyes. Some criminals felt a stifling pressure, thanking fate they weren't their comrades' opponents. In the case of the students, they still watched the duel seriously and carefully. In some cases they could not lessen their nerves from seeing such an exhibition of their friends' opponents. In the case of Nai and Lee, they could not stop sweating nervously. Kuoh could not stop grabbing her mother's yukata while she tried to calm her under a warm and protective hug, but both blondes could not take their eyes off the duel. The mercenary, who had just been summoned by ritual, with a gesture where anger and thirst for revenge were roaming around in his head, was about to open his mouth when Zazie, 2700 plus, 2400 equals, 5100 LP. The sound of the life points recovery on the brunette duelist's duel disc was heard, leaving everyone very puzzled, even Issei and the duelists from the hostel. How is it possible that she gained life points? Gabriel shouted that girl did not activate any trap or magic card that recovers those life points. Indeed, all the spectators, even those in the corridors, were searching and analyzing the situation. At no time did the brunette performer activate a card on the field so that she could recover life points, since the 2 cards on her field were there intact. That girl cheated, her duel disc is tampered, Gabriel shouted, pointing at Zazie. We won this duel, we demand the hostel now. The delinquent celebrated their teacher's verdict. He was right about something. Tampering with a dual disc is considered a very serious offense and was, for many, the reason why Gabriel himself was banned from international leagues for life. The boys at the hostel, seeing this, couldn't show a look of dismay, and the girls from Scandinavia looked on in regret and surprise at their friend because they knew that she always played fair despite the adversities in the duel. The criminals were celebrating the situation when. And if I told you that I did activate something a few moments after the pimp revealed his ritual card? Zazie said coldly. What the hell are you saying? Said Gabriel while on his face, more precisely on his temples, the veins were marked and a look of total fury was on his face, as if the brunette was making fun of him. You didn't activate anything on the field to recover life points, it's obvious that you cheated. Who told you to activate something on the field to recover life points? Zazie said while showing the back of the cards in her hand when. Just a moment, said Gabriel looking at the cards in the brunette's hand. You had 4 cards in your hand, you're missing 1. Bingo, said Zazie, because the moment your lackey activated the ritual card, discard a card, said Zazie, taking out said card from her graveyard and showing it. The card which you mocked the moment I drew it, my monster called Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood, has an effect when it is discarded, when my opponent special summons a monster with effect in the main phase or in the battle phase. I can gain life points equivalent to the attack of the specially summoned monster, and for obvious reasons, when Demise was summoned by ritual and is special summoned, I gained 2400 life points, equivalent to the attack of his monster, so with this your accusation of having cheated is abolished. That made the little color in the former duelist's skin go away, as did his disciples. That is impossible. Gabriel shouted, there is no card like that in the game. Well, believe it, said Issei. If it weren't like that, the dual disc would have marked an error. You know that the dual discs have a complete memory of all the cards in the game, and these would emit an alarm of an illegal card, and you know that this is also an infraction as serious as manipulating the dual discs. Wow, the cheater claiming cheating. Ha. What irony, said Yusaka with a mocking smile. We're going to send you makeup, Saya said, because you look like a clown. The students were mocking Gabriel, who had been completely made a fool of by the situation. Seraphil and Lady Phoenix were also silently mocking the dueling pariah. I will not tolerate any more insults. Your friends will pay with pain and suffering. Danashi, crush them now. Gabriel shouted. I would activate the effect of Demise, since paying 2000 LP to destroy the cards on the field would leave me in a very compromising situation, so I will activate my field spell card Breaking the World. Cards in hand too, shouted Danashi. Immediately the ground where the duelists were standing began to crack and a tremor began to be felt. Now I activate the effect of my field magic card. I will select a ritual monster from my field and then reveal a ritual monster from my hand, said Danashi, who now the ritual card he had revealed. The card was covered in evil energy. This alarmed those present, since the evil energy that had surrounded Demise now covered the other card that he had revealed. Now, thanks to the effect of my field card Breaking the World, my ritual monster that is on the field obtains the level of the monster that I reveal from my hand. Demise equals level 8, level 10. And now I will activate my last card in my hand, ritual card. Cycle of the World. Danashi shouted. A second summoning by ritual. Akeno said, surprised. So now the main sacrifice is in the field. I will offer Demise, King of Armageddon, he shouted as a golden light appeared from the ground covering the demon-type monster, making it disappear. Great Eradicator King, swing your axe and extinguish existence. Summoning by ritual. Suddenly. Crush. The ground was completely destroyed and suddenly a silhouette emerged from the ground, covering Danashi's rearguard. Level 10. Demise, Supreme King of Armageddon. That demon that had been consumed by that golden light returned with more power, new weapons and an appearance that could only mean that a real problem was about to break out, but Zazie LP 5100 plus 3000 equals 8100 LP. Oops, I forgot to say something else. That Ghost Sisters effect continues to apply until your turn ends, Zazie said mockingly. The more monsters you special summon, the more life points I'll recover. Danashi. Gabriel shouted angrily because his lackey was only delaying the defeat of those students. You will pay dearly for those mistakes today, you will sleep in the trash like the dog you are. Danashi growled and showed his teeth in a sign of anger with himself. Now as I summon Demise, I will activate one of the effects of my field spell card. I can destroy a card on the field, and the first thing I will get rid of is your disgusting deformed plush. Said Danashi, pointing at Zazie's fusion monster, to which, from the completely cracked ground, came several rays that covered the frightful bear. This one roared in pain when the demonic teddy bear had been destroyed, raising a cloud of dust and a gale blowing hard in the brunette's face. Ugh, Zazie complained as her monster was destroyed. Danashi smiled evilly. He had eliminated the biggest problem on the field, now his sight was fixed on Issei. I told you that you were going to pay me, brat, for calling me a pimp, said Danashi, pointing at him with his finger, and his smile widened more that he looked like a mentally ill person. I will activate the Demise effect. Supreme King of the Armageddon, I will destroy all the fields of my opponents. I will pay 2000 points of my life. What do you mean you would pay? Said Issei. That's right, I would pay 2000 life points to activate its effect, but since my Demise, the Supreme King of the Armageddon, was summoned using a ritual monster as a tribute, it exempts me from paying life points to destroy my opponent's fields, and of course, for each card that Demise destroys, the owner of the cards loses 200 life points for each card that he destroys. Danashi shouted triumphantly. Issei was in a serious predicament. The face-down card would be of no use to him at this point, and the effect of his opponent's card would leave him at half his life points, but would leave him as an easy target. Will Issei lose? Said Yami, his current girlfriend, falling to her knees horrified because she knew the imminent result. No. All the students at the hostel were resigned. One of their best duelists was going to lose to a semi-professional. Seraphil, with a look of regret on her face, was ready to put on her dual disc to intervene as soon as Danashi launched the final attack against the student. Splendid. Gabriel shouted while clapping. So this is the power of the evil cards, it brings out the true potential of the duelists of whoever possesses them. This power is simply great, it was to be expected that he had no hope against a semi-professional ha. Gabriel laughed victoriously. Come on Dnaseek, show your superiority. I activate the demise effect, shouted the mercenary. Destroy both camps of those brats. Shouted the mercenary, and immediately, the demon began to accumulate power and made the ground tremble. More cry of extinction. Everyone was waiting for the imminent destruction of Issei's fields, and Zaze's only card in his field. The pressure had increased, they could only see Dnaseek spreading his arms in a sign of enjoyment of the chaos and terror he had caused, not to mention Kalwerner, who was beginning to laugh like a true psychopath. The two mercenaries were fascinated to see the chaos and the destruction of their opponent's hopes. Gabriel also continued to laugh like a true villain. They were only waiting for the destruction. Our heroes just closed their eyes waiting for the end of Issei's monsters. Trap card activate. Zaze shouted breakfast skill. The card was revealed in front of Zaze, and at that moment, it emitted a flash that covered demise, stopping its effect. Damn you, what did you do to my monster? Dnaseek shouted. Simple, I negated its effect, so my partner's monsters will be safe from your monster's destructive effect, said Zaze. But he won't be saved from an attack, said Dnaseek. I'm going to my battle phase. Delmise destroy performable trampolinks. The coarse demon came out towards the adorable Lynx. Issei's monsters looked on in horror as the gigantic monster stood before a terrified Lynx, who saw how his enemy raised his weapon upwards to destroy him. Apocalypse Warwick's Dnaseek shouted with a deranged smile. Bruaya. Boom. Delmise had destroyed the monster performable under a merciless attack from Dnaseek. Silence had taken over the duel upon seeing said monstrous attack, only a cloud of dust could be seen at the side of the attack. Issei. Yami screamed terrified. 3,300 equals 2,700. Issei LP 2,800 2,700 equals 100 LP. Everything remained silent. Zaze was worried about her partner, but then from the cloud of dust, 5 balloons began to emerge. Magic card activate. Illusion balance. Issei shouted, when a monster I control is destroyed this turn, I can draw 5 cards from my deck and I can special summon a performable monster from those 5 cards and return the other 4 to the deck. At that, Issei takes out the 5 cards, seeing them he decides to make his move, taking one of them and returning the other 4 to the deck. And now, I special summon performable pendulum sorcerer, said Issei, summoning said monster. By activating its effect, I can destroy up to 2 cards that I control and add up to 2 performance cards with different names from my deck to my hand, so I will destroy Timebreak Magician, and from my pendulum zone, I will destroy performance, Bablibo, said Issei. And at that moment, Issei's newly summoned monster made a maneuver or gesture with his hands to make the pendulum monsters disappear, while Issei added the 2 selected monsters to his hand, cards in hand. 3. DSK, my turn is over, said Dnaseek. Whatever you do will be of no use to you, brat. If you think you're going to destroy Demise in battle, think twice, because my monster can't be destroyed in battle. And now trap, activate renewal of the world. Shouted Kalwerner. Now I will banish a ritual card from my deck and all I have to do is until my turn comes to finish them, said Kalwerner as he took the card from his deck of cards. When Shuum. The card that was going to be banished is an evil card. And the one who will be banished will be Ruin, Supreme Queen of Oblivion, said the blue-haired girl. So brat, hurry up and take your turn, I can't wait to tear them apart. Outside the duel, Akeno had her cell phone and began to read and analyze the trap card that she activated as the card she had banished. I hope Issei-san has something to end the duel quickly, the raven-haired girl said seriously. Why, Akeno-senpai? Said Kaneko. The situation does not look favorable not only for Issei, but for both of them, if our friend does not finish this duel, said Akeno. The trap card that hussy renewal of the world activated, as you saw, momentarily removed her ritual card, and when her turn comes, she will only have to send that trap card to the graveyard to tribute monsters or return ritual monsters from her hand to the main deck and summon the monster she banished. The trap to summon by ritual? Aaron said incredulously. Believe it or not, there are very few cards that fulfill said summoning, said Akeno, but what really worries me is the monster that banished, said Akeno, showing the image of the card, Ruin, the Supreme Queen of the Oblivion. This card has a main function and resembles the monster that the pimp has, only this monster protects the ritual monsters from being destroyed in battle and can attack twice, of course, if its summoning materials were ritual monsters. But it's similar to the effect of the first Ruin I summoned, Izumi said confused. But considering that it has a terrible attack of 2900, it has another effect that makes it even more devastating. The original attack of the monster that destroys Ruin will be subtracted from its life points, said Akeno, looking at Indra's girlfriend with great seriousness, and the slut has 3 cards in her hand, plus the one she would draw, and most likely, she has normal ritual monsters that would easily reach level 8 when tributed. That's why Issei must do something before her turn comes. If not, we can say goodbye to the hostel. Everyone in the hostel became nervous at Akeno's analysis, hoping that her friend could perform a maneuver that could neutralize their opponent's strategy. "Let's go," Issei said nervously. Yami, the current partner of this. "Come on buddy, you can do it," said Indra very nervously. "Everything is in your hands," Issei-san said, Yusaka dying of anxiety while hugging Akeno, who was on the verge of tears because of her nerves. Now the bearer of hope for the hostel, saw his field, his extra deck and the hand he had. "The next draw defines everything," said Issei, "and now my turn. Draw. Cards in hand." 4, shouted Issei, took the card, and the moment he knew what he drew he couldn't help but smile. "It's time to have fun, guys." That phrase eased the tension in the members of the hostel because, when she said it, it only meant one thing. Even Kuoh was able to ease her nervousness because a smile flooded her tender face. Audio plays. Issei turns around to introduce himself, honoring his master and shouting energetically. "Ladies and gentlemen." Everyone in the hostel who knew Issei chanted that phrase because he would make a move that would impress everyone. In the case of Issei, Ashen and Yukari, they were stupefied, but with Gabriel's lackeys and himself, they were left with a grimace of what's wrong with this guy. Now, it's time to show a little fun and lighten the atmosphere that has become very depressing, but for that, we must have the 2 pillars to raise the curtain of the great duel we have, and for that, said Issei, taking a card, "I will put my pendulum monster with scale 8 in the pendulum's own performable odd eyes unicorn, cards in hand." 3. And immediately a pillar of light appeared from which the little unicorn ascended to be at the same height as the other pendulum monster, monkey board. "And now, I activate my field magic card performable dramatic theater. Cards in hand." 2, said Issei while the stage that was in total chaos, now around him a kind of circus had been raised where there were many lights and illumination, but above all, the atmosphere of a show that promised a lot. "Now I activate my spell card Pot of Desires. I will remove the first 10 cards from my deck face down, and I will be able to draw 2 cards from it," said Issei, hoping that the card he wanted so much wasn't in the cost of his spell card, and of course, he drew 2 cards, cards in hand. 4. Now it's time for the opening of the show. Pendulum invocation. Shouted Issei, and in that the summoning ellipse appeared, and 3 lights descended and invoking from the hand, performable radish horse and performable odd eyes light phoenix appear, cards in hand. 2. Both monsters appeared by magic. "And now it's time for the main star to appear, but before I'll ask someone from the audience," said Issei, showing a very mischievous face, and his eyes fell on the daughter of the owner of the hostel. "Tell me, miss, are you good at arithmetic and know how to differentiate types of monsters?" "Hi." Kuoh said very excitedly. "Well, how many performable monsters do you see in my field?" said Issei, pointing at the holograms. "There are 4," said Kuoh, confused. "And can you tell me what kind of monsters they are?" said Issei, smiling at him. Kuoh sees the performable and says. "Well, Radish Horse is a grass type," said the blonde, "while the aforementioned Maze Happily Pendulum Sorcerer is a spellcaster type, Yuna is a warrior beast type, and Odd Eyes Light Phoenix is a winged beast type." "Correct. And there is a prize for guessing correctly," said Issei, giving a lollipop to Kuoh, who accepted it with stars in her eyes. "There are 4 performance monsters of different types in my field, so these are the just right preparations for our star to make its appearance. Thanks to the field card, I will be able to special summon it from the deck." Just then, the sound of circus drums rang out and show lights illuminated the only unoccupied monster area. Issei's dual disc gave him the card, and my great friend and powerful ally appears. Odd Eyes, Pendulum Dragon. An explosion accompanied by a cloud of steam surprised everyone when the bipedal dragon roared before everyone, all fascinated by what they saw. Issei, who had everything to lose, had managed to fill his field with duels and, not satisfied, he managed to summon one of his ace monsters from his deck. "It's beautiful," Saji said, fascinated. "Thanks to my field card, my monsters I control gain 200 attack for each type of monster on the field," said Issei, "and since there are 5 cards with different types of monsters, all my monsters gain 1000 attack. Performable Radish Horse 500 plus 1000 equals 1500. Performable Yuna 800 plus 1000 equals 1800. Performable Odd Eyes Light Phoenix equals 2000 plus 1000 equals 3000. Performable Pendulum Sorcerer 1500 plus 1000 equals 2500. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon 2500 plus 1000 equals 3500. Beyond the Pendulum equals 1200 plus 1000 equals 2200. Everyone was stunned by Issei's mastery, and his friends, seeing this, had great hope that he could win the duel. "Do you still not understand your situation, child?" Danasik shouted. "Demise, you cannot be destroyed in battle, and you will need many attacks to defeat me." "Of course I know, and that's why the fun is about to begin," said Issei. "So now I activate the effect of performable Radish Horse. I can select a face-up monster that we control, and until the end of the turn, the opponent's monster will lose attack equivalent to the current attack of my selected monster, so I choose Performable Odd Eyes Light Phoenix and Demise, King Supreme of the Armageddon. And immediately, the little horse made of radishes threw its horn made of the same vegetable towards Demise, who resented the attack, and the little monster knelt down weakened. Demise ATK 3000 equals 0 ATK. Seeing this, things changed radically. Now the members of the Kitsune hostel were surprised. Issei now had the duel in his hands, literally the hostel was safe. Zazie, seeing what her partner did, could not help but smile. But with Gabriel, he was horrified and furious to see that his lackeys were going to lose, and more some students against his best mercenaries, considering them to be semi-professionals. But the spiritual spheres, they were shocked and jumped for joy when they saw that those young duelists were going to win. Now, like a good gentleman, I will first attend to the ladies, said Issei, looking at Kalwerner, who stepped back in fear. The blue-haired girl was sweating with nervousness. Formidable unit directly attacked Kalwerner. The pink-haired monster came out to attack the aforementioned and pack. He had connected with a flying kick. Grrrrrrr. The blue-haired girl growled in annoyance. Kalwerner LP 3800 1800 equals 2000 LP. And now Performable Odd Eyes Light Phoenix finish what's remaining with their life points. Issei shouted with a smile. The phoenix had taken flight and, covering itself in fire, launched itself at the blue-haired girl, who could do nothing but watch as she received the full attack. No. Kalwerner shouted while. Ah. Kalwerner screamed as she was surrounded by Issei's monster's fire. Kalwerner LP 3000 equals 0 LP. And now it's your turn, Pimp, said Issei, looking at Danaseek, who was also backing away nervously. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon attacks Delmise, King Supreme of the Armageddon. The bipedal dragon went on the attack, running towards the demon who had lost his attack points and suddenly jumped into the air while in his jaws, he was accumulating his attack. And if you want another surprise, any damage caused by Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon will be doubled, said Issei, horrifying Danaseek even more. Spiral Flame Strike. The dragon launched said attack towards Demise. The impact ended up knocking down the demon, but the dragon's attack surpassed it, hitting the mercenary full on. No, forgive me Gabriel-sama, forgive me master, we failed you. Danaseek shouted as his life points fell to 0 and the attack sent him to the ground. Danaseek, 3500 x2 equals 0 LP. The morning bugle sounded. End the audio. And so the show ends. I hope you like it, said Issei, smiling and thanking him, while his monster did the same as they disappeared. They won, shouted the women of the hostel excitedly. The residents of the Kitsune hostel went to congratulate their colleagues. They knew that their stay was now assured. But with Gabriel and his lackeys, they were literally in shock. They still couldn't digest that some beginner brats could beat some semi-professional duelists. The former duelist could only grit his teeth in fury, but his thoughts were interrupted by Aig. That scream was heard from Danaseek and Kalwerner. They put their hands to their throats and made a face as if they were suffocating it. No, master, give me a chance. Danaseek shouted desperately as the evil energy that covered them began to get darker. Please master, I swear not to fail you again, I don't want to end up there. Kalwerner shouted in the same way. The energy began to cover the bodies of the mercenaries in such a way that little by little their bodies could no longer be seen. They were only the silhouettes of those duelists who carried evil cards. The cries of despair were being heard by everyone. The energy silhouettes were now on their knees. No, teacher, please, Kalwerner shouted. Mercy, Danaseek shouted. But the silhouettes began to dissolve in the air like dandelions in a display full of horror. The evil energy was destroying the bodies of both mercenaries, disintegrating them in the air. No. Danaseek and Kalwerner shouted for the last time until the last particle of evil energy was lost in the air, or there was any trace of the mercenaries. There were only their dual discs and the decks of both. Gabriel, seeing how his two mercenaries disappeared, or not so to speak, perished by the evil cards they possessed, he decided to do the first thing that came to his mind. Let's get out of here. Shouted the ex-duelist to his lackeys, all of them cowering when. Stop right there. Shouted a voice as several police officers entered the hostel and surrounded the outcast. Gabriel and all his followers are under arrest for breaking and entering and for illicit enrichment. But how the hell did they know we were here? Said Gabriel. I was the one who called the police, said Lady Phoenix. I was going to come and talk to Yasaka Dono, but when I saw the entrance of the hostel in a mess and above all vandalized, I got a bad feeling, and that was when I saw and heard your whole plan, especially taking over the hostel with resources of dubious origin, so I secretly called the authorities. At that, the police proceed to handcuff Gabriel along with his lackeys and leave the hostel in patrol cars. Leaving the hostel in relative peace. Thank you very much for your help, Yasaka said kindly. Aurelia Phoenix, Yasaka Dono said the blonde with education and kindness. Everyone was surprised to know who she was, but my real reason for coming is that I would like to talk to you about two very important topics. It will be a pleasure to talk to you, said Yasaka. Guys, what was going to happen at the picnic? Shall we do it in the dining room? Okay. Hi. Said the aforementioned. But there were 3 people who had approached the dual discs of the mercenaries who disappeared. What happened? Said Issei, taking the dual disc from Dnaseek. It was like watching a horror scene. Ashen said, taking the disc from Kalwarner. Everything got weird when they invoked those ritual cards, said Zazie. They started acting like lunatics and with a thirst for destruction. Issei and Ashen were about to take out said cards from the dual discs when Ashen-chan. Issei-chan. Shouted a child's voice, revealing Seraphil running towards them. Sarah-chan Sama said, the surprised to see the Asian champion. I know you have doubts about these cards, and I assure you that you will have your answers. There is a lot to talk about, said Seraphil seriously, so we should go into the hostel to talk. Everyone gathered their picnic supplies to enter the dining room. Everyone was calm about saving the inn they loved so much, but their minds were still reeling from the strange disappearance of Kalwarner and Dnaseek. They were completely unaware that the evil cards attack had begun. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.